after a 24-year career. And that's it on the news hour. Do well to subscribe to our YouTube channel on YouTube. We are Voice of the People TV, and on other social media platforms, we are VOP TV Live. If you witness news happening near you, we want to hear from you. Send your eyewitness reports, event coverage requests, photos or videos directly via WhatsApp to 0814 606 4057. You can also reach our newsroom by email. It's news@vop.ng. I am Chioma Innocent. Thank you for watching.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us into you. Voice of the People Television. VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
Good morning and welcome to VOP this morning. With each passing day, we inch closer to Christmas. Today is the 15th. Yes, the 15th day in November. That leaves December, I beg your pardon. December. And that leaves, Christmas 10 days away. Oh well. Welcome to the program. I am Moses Humphrey. And of course, let's quickly take you into the conversations for this morning. Rivers crisis, Fubara Wike camps clash over commissioner slot. Obi faults FG's plan to borrow 20 trillion naira for 2026 budget. And AFCC, Malami rejects ownership of 46 bank accounts. These are the conversations this morning.
A beautiful good morning to you, and thanks for joining us. Did I say beautiful good morning? Is there an ugly good morning? Yes, there's an ugly good morning. There's an ugly good morning. The one that doesn't come from the heart. Now, this is beautiful because it comes from my heart. Good morning and thanks for joining us. I am Chukuma Okoro.
And I'm Fina Okechukwu. Join us as we dissect the stories that made it to our white table today, from politics to the state of the nation. It can include insecurity, economy, and all that. And you can be part of the platform or this train by subscribing to our YouTube if you've not done that. On YouTube, we are Voice of the People TV. And across all the social media platforms, be it X.com, the Meta, the Facebook, the Instagram, the TikTok, we are at VOP TV Live. We also have a website, www.vop.ng is the website. Click on it and you have fresh and trending news. And talking about trending news stories, I think yesterday or thereabout was the birthday, the 58th birthday of the FCT Minister Nyesom Wike, and the President Bola Ahmed Tinubu congratulated him and sent him a beautiful, good, happy birthday message, thanking him for all the work he's doing in FCT and all the support he's given to his administration and every other thing. The president wrote, he said, congratulations on Wike, the Federal Capital Territory Minister, on your 58th birthday. I commend you for your exceptional leadership and transformative work in the FCT. Tinubu praised Wike's dedication to delivering impactful projects, highlighting the Apoka Rashid Road completion, a project stalled for 14 years. Wike's leadership has brought significant development to the nation's capital, with notable infrastructure expansion initiatives. But despite belonging to a different party, Wike, according to the president, has shown unwavering support for the Tinubu renewed agenda, contributing to its success. Wike expressing gratitude for the president's goodwill message and reaffirmed his commitment to supporting Tinubu's administration. He stated that criticism of any kind would not deter him from backing the president, citing his action as guided by principle of character and integrity. This statement, some places were reacting to it. Some were like, how much of a character integrity are we talking about? Where someone is trying to throw his party under a moving train, no longer a moving boss at this time, over personal gain and personal interest. Others have come up to say, okay, fine. You say you made the PDP the way it is today. Then why go all out to say they should not field any candidate for the 2027 general election? Isn't that, someone bringing up some things that they have attributed to having more like a questionable character? But anyway, that is politics in Nigeria for you. Politicians have their way. It is only in Nigeria that that particular clause that says that politics is a game of interest. It plays out here. But I'm happy that the president, number one man in Nigeria, congratulated the FCT minister. Some persons have called him the governor of the FCT over the infrastructural development is bringing. All the same, I will still go back and talk about the people who are protesting non-payment of their money, the local, or rather the local contractors that we have in Nigeria who are protesting that they have contributed in helping out and making sure that some of the infrastructure development that we're clapping for today, are being done the way it is, but they are yet to receive their pay. What we saw was some overzealous security agencies using tear gas to disperse them. I think this birthday celebration, 58th birthday celebration of the minister, is going to come with a whole lot of things. The FCT, National Association of Resident Doctors, have decided to say, okay, we're calling off the strike for the meantime. And I hope the FCT minister will look into that too. And the children who are also on strike, the teachers who are protesting non-payment of the wage award and also the minimum wage too, I believe he will do, what I'm not talking about, giving them birthday gift by changing the hand of clock and make sure that the FCT is working.
Shouldn't give them birthday gifts. He's not giving them birthday gifts if he gives them what is
what they are entitled to.
Yeah,
Exactly.
it's because of things like this that some people will keep things that were meant to be shared, for the people, to want to share it on their birthdays as birthday gifts. No, it's not birthday gifts. Yeah, Mr. Project. Yeah, it's a good thing. You're putting up projects.
Did I hear say Mr. Project?
No, that's what they call it.
Okay.
It's a good thing that you're putting up projects and the rest, but that's the responsibility of government in the first place.
Exactly.
It's the responsibility of government to put up, to build roads, bridges, flyovers, and the rest of them, potable water. So when we talk about these things like it's some major achievement, we give politicians, we add shoulder pad to their dressing, and then, they raise their shoulder high like they're doing something. It's the responsibility of government. Yes. He's 58, by the way. We're just talking, not too long ago, like how frail he looks at 58. He doesn't look strong. Maybe it's the burden of leadership,
of projects.
It could be the burden. It could be other things. But, I know some people have said... It could also be lifestyle. It could also be lifestyle. Some people have said, oh, he takes a little too much of liquor and the other things. But whatever the case may be, I think he needs to, take care of his health. And having said that, the statement from the presidency, I think Wike needs to learn politics. Yeah, he needs to learn how to play politics in such a way that, you don't just say all you feel, all you want to say every time you want to say it. I think the presidency, this is my opinion. Yes. I think the presidency
and you're entitled to it.
Is playing politics here because a lot of people are calling for the sack of Wike. And I think President Bola Tinubu, after 2027 elections, might discard Wike. Already, we have seen the alignment of the governor. The governor is the best person to deliver a state to the president during elections. Now, the governor has aligned. And the governor also is aligning to save his own head. All right? Now he has direct access, as they say, to the throne. He has the direct access. Yeah, the other day he was seen to have gone to see to speak to the, to speak to the president one-on-one, which some have said whittles down the powers of Wike as the middleman. Now, with that direct access, Wike's influence waning, right now, his political career seems like it's on the fringes because he doesn't exactly have a grip of the PDP anymore. He can't run to the AGC because I'm not sure they want him, especially for his antecedents. The SDP cannot take him in. He can't go to Labour Party because Labour Party might be, I don't think he has what it takes to pull crowd into Labour Party. What's that party that won when Similarly did elections in River State? Accord. That's Accord Party. APP. He can't go to APP. I'm not sure he has what it takes. So basically, if he manages, and in fact, those in the APC don't even want him. They don't want him to be officially part of the APC because a lot of stakeholders in the APC know that, look, if this guy can go to the extent that he has gone to destroy a party that he built, what is there to say that he will not destroy the APC if he comes in as a full-fledged member? All right? You can't rule that out. So, he has something lingering on his head, lingering over his head, that will make him a pariah for people to want to associate with him. Those that he helped to get there, some governors, they are all dissociating themselves from him. So right after 2027, I wonder if he will remain relevant after 2027. And he hasn't shown to know how to handle issues. Take, for instance, the issue with the Yarima officer. He hasn't shown that he knows how to handle issues. So if he manages to remain as minister under Tinubu's administration up until 2027, I strongly feel he will either be, silenced, by just stay there and do your thing, or be pushed out. Well, anyway, let's celebrate his 58th birthday. It's a good thing.
Yes.
He's getting closer to 60, and one day he'll become an elder statesman. And yes, and then we'll maybe write a book someday.
Yes, his memoir.
Yes,
we need to see his memoir.
That seems to be the way to go.
Yes, let's wish Nyesom Wike happy birthday. Before I talk about the political permutations of 2027 to 2031, I'd like to talk about, first of all, Wike, I've congratulated him. Happy birthday to him. I mean, life is good, love is beautiful. And but I would like to talk about what the president said, that he's a shining star. The president has a reputation, for harnessing his own ingenuity, his creativity in the service of madness. If president could come to say, like, Wike is a shining star, in what direction is he shining?
Mr. Projects.
Okay, Mr. Projects. Yes, he has built projects, which, by the way, is the reason why he was appointed in office. But the president, like I said, has a reputation, for harnessing his ingenuity in the service of madness. I would like to talk about the people that are surrounding the president. People of the same character. And they say that birds of the same feather do what they flock together. Nyesom Wike, Daniel Bwala, Reno Mokiri, FFK, Yakubu Mohammed. These are people that Nigerians have nothing good to talk about them. And man, these are the people that our president wakes in the morning and says, look, he's a shining example. So what does the president represent?
It's the 48 laws of power.
48 laws of power at the detriment of who?
Use your
At the detriment. The 48 laws of power was written by a white man. It was not written by a Nigerian.
So
Now the white men that wrote 48 laws of power use it to their own benefit. But we use it
This
to
is
our own
his
disadvantage.
benefit.
No. But personal benefit, is it altruistic? It is not. For the generality of the people.
What again is the benefit?
Now, people are saying any country that Reno goes to, Nigerians mount a campaign there and say, look, we don't want this man to represent us here. And that is the kind of person that our president is appointing as an ambassador.
But the Senate have already
Now,
told
look
them
at
they don't
Wike,
receive
look
any
at the
petition
problem
from
that
them.
Wike
So,
is causing
what's that?
everywhere. In his state, in the party. And Moses, I'm pretty surprised that you think that if he leaves the cabinet, that if Wike drops $1 million in any of the political parties, even APC, PDP, everybody will keep short.
Yeah.
That's bad for the politics.
That is the politics we are here. That's the politics we play here. Look at Atiku. Atiku has moved from PDP to ACN to APC, back to PDP and to ADC. The moment he drops like $2 million, everybody keeps quiet. That's our politics here. So Wike will, and like you also said something the other time, the president doesn't like trouble.
Yes, obviously.
He doesn't like trouble. So, and
now, but trouble seems to be coming from other angles. So he will basically just weigh which trouble will topple his administration. Which one is worth keeping.
You know what he will do? He will tell Wike, go to Rivers and work with Fubara to deliver Rivers. That's all. And if Wike does that, in 2027, he will remain. Even if not as FCT minister, he will still be part of that administration.
Fubara will deliver.
Fubara will deliver. If Wike gives him, if the president, as much as tries to do any funny thing with Wike will go back to Rivers State and cause trouble for both Fubara and the president.
Already, there's
and he has the capacity to do that.
How will he be able to do it?
Except he is thrown into detention.
How will he be able to do it? Because if you get to River State now, we have multiple camps already there. We have the Fubara camp. Yes, we have multiple camps. And even the people that were supposed to be his allies or his close cronies now, I don't really think that they have,
if
they have that
$1
support for
million in
him.
any of those camps, there will be problem. Everybody will start. Go open the internet now. See, everybody is hailing him. Everybody is hailing him. Capacity FCT.
If they decide to rein him in, it's just sending the EFCC after him.
Exactly. That's what I said. If within that period, he's in detention
when
and
you
all
think
of
about
that,
the kind of politics we play in Nigeria,
you understand?
it's
But the president will also not do that. Who has he done that to? Look at what he's doing with Obasa. Because the president knew that, look, Obasa, as little as he is, when compared with the president, has the capacity to cause problem for him. He said, look, not now.
Who has he done that to?
Who?
How about the former EFCC chairman, the former AGF?
Malami?
Yes.
Was
I don't really think
in the same camp.
That's another thing.
Yeah,
That's another thing to look
I've
at.
never been in the same. I'm talking about people that are close to the moment you get close to the president, he knows how to manage you and manage you out of.
So
trouble.
you can say he's a strategic politician.
And manage you out of
where he's
trouble.
And manage
playing.
you out of trouble. You understand? That's it for me. But like I
So
said,
Chris Ngige should find his way to get close to the president.
I don't know why they are.
That's after
Ngige
Kuje.
in the first place. I don't know. I mean, Ngige said something. I don't know if that's an AI generated or what. But I think Ngige must have said something in that direction. He said that, look, from what I watched, he said that, look, there are different laws for different people. Somebody said something, depending on which part of the country he comes from, he'll be in trouble. Now, Ngige was busy defending the APC. At that point, he didn't know that he's from the Southeast.
No, he did not.
Now they have captured him. He's now playing on the sentiments of Southeast. My man, go and answer questions.
Enjoy. No,
Go and enjoy the moment.
enjoy the Kuje.
Go and enjoy the moment. If there's anything, I understand that he signed very unbelievable amounts of money as contracts and all of that. At that time, you were not doing it at the Southeast.
But then, I think he's been held for 2.2 billion naira, right?
Okay.
But then, if you look at what Yahya Bello is alleged to have taken,
So why didn't he speak out? Why didn't he speak out when he was still in office? Why didn't he? That is the question. That's the problem we have with politicians in Nigeria. It's all personal interest and all of that. Anyway, happy birthday to you, Nyesom Wike. We hope to see more of you. Like Moses said, 60, you become an elder statesman. Interesting. Well, the Senate has denied receiving petitions against President Bola Tinubu's ambassadorial nominees, including Reno Omokri, Femi Fani-Kayode, and Yakubu Mohammed. Just what I said. These are the people that the president surrounds himself with. Well, this is according to Senate spokesperson Yemi Adaramodu, who stated that no formal petition was submitted to the upper chamber, adding that IPOB is an outlawed group and recognized by Nigerian laws. What does it mean by that? So indigenous people of Nigeria are not recognized, we are outlawed or what? I don't get it. Is it because they say it's a group? Indigenous people, we have indigenous Yorubas, we have indigenous Hausas, we have indigenous Fulanis. And so there is indigenous people of Igbos, of Biafra. So if they come together and say, look, we are these people, why will you outlaw them? By the way, as you outlaw them, there's also another court that says, no, you can't outlaw them. And until the Supreme Court says that, which one do we believe? Well, the Senate is currently screening ministerial nominees, and we have information that IPOB and some other groups sent petitions, formal petitions to the Senate and National Assembly. Well, Senate has come out to say, look, there is no formal petition. I understand that the Delta Democratic Forum, sent an open letter to the president, disowning Reno Omokri and said, look, this man is not fit to represent Delta people. I don't know, well, might not be a formal petition, but when you talk about formal and informal petition, the words of the people, the words of average Nigerians, when you aggregate them, is it not weightier than a formal petition? When people are speaking, must we dwell in officialdom, to feel the pulse of the people? Nigerians are saying, look, these people are not good. If you want to reward them, there's no problem with that. You can reward them with contracts and all of that, even local appointments. But why will you send these characters, these infamous characters to go and represent Nigeria? President, it is not about you. It's about Nigeria as a country.
It is up to, sorry.
No, go ahead. No, you go ahead.
It is up to the representatives of the people.
Okay.
To, further buttress the position of the people. If people are speaking on social media and those that are to represent them in the National Assembly amplify their voices, then I think it could be seen as a petition.
Okay, beautiful.
But when people are just talking on social media and nobody is amplifying it within the Senate and nobody is sending any official letter to the Senate, I don't think I will hold the Senate responsible if they say we don't have anything before us.
No, I do. I'll hold them responsible.
They say we don't have anything before us.
Recall the rifts
to the president now to now say, okay, this is what the people are saying. Let me withdraw this name or these names.
When we had the president send a list of people to be pardoned under the clemency list, there was no formal petition.
Well,
but people disagree, and the president said, "Oh, I'm sorry. Let's take it back." So I expect the president to do the same thing under this.
Even if the president did not do the same thing over this, I expect the Senate to be truthful at this point. the same name. Recall what happened between Adams Oshiomhole, Aline Dume, and the chairman of the committee to screen them.
They were on the same page.
They were on the same page. They were on the same page. But as the case may be, they caused a rift in the House to show. Adams admitted or accepted that Nigerians were talking about this individual or these individuals the way they were talking about them. But he went for that to say, okay, fine, they have decided to do what? To accept and turn around and decide to be with us. When they acknowledge already that Nigerians are speaking to that direction, I don't really think they expect Nigerians to write a formal petition to them. When this question was thrown on, they asked them, I said, what about the indigenous people of FCT and also IPOB? Because they wrote messages, they wrote letters, open letters, information to the Senate to talk about the screening of those individuals that they made mention of their names. And that was when they said IPOB is an outlaw. Okay, then what happened to the indigenous people of FCT indigents? What happened to them? Are they also outlaws? Or is it that their petitions or their voices cannot be heard the way it's supposed to be? Because these are Nigerians talking about how we have to bring up people that in one way or another have denigrated the number one person we have now before he became the president internationally. And then you want them to go and do what represent us again within the international space. I don't know why we wake up when we want to do something or when it has to do, with some persons we shall repeat or what to work on and how to work on it. Nigerians are saying there are some persons that their names got to that list that we don't want to be there, and we're waiting for.
You recall that there were 3 names, sent out submitted by the president for United States, UK, and France. Has anybody raised any objection? Nobody, because these are fit for purpose people. Fit for purpose. Nigerians are very, very brilliant. Nigerians don't understand what they want. And so when you want to take them out of it, they say no. And it behoves the president to listen to Nigerians.
But you know what's going to happen?
He doesn't get embarrassed at the end of it.
It will happen. Should I tell you why it will happen? It will happen because if they send those names or those people to different countries in Nigeria, Nigerians will go all to go and protest. They will go all out to protest. No, I know what I'm saying. And they will reject them.
The president that will be embarrassed.
And they will be rejected. Recall what played out when they were talking. No, they will.
Nigerians will not protest.
Okay, let's see how it goes. Believe me, they will.
Send Reno to Germany and see what will happen in Germany.
They will protest.
Send him to Germany.
I hope you know that the host country have the right to reject those people.
No, they do.
Of course, the host
so let's see how it
does.
turns. That's all I can say.
About Nigerians protesting. Nigerians are chasing money.
Okay.
They're chasing money, but they beat Ekwuremadu in UK, in Germany.
Exactly.
They beat him up. They were also chasing money
That's
there.
personal.
Oh,
So this one is personal to them.
Okay. All right, let's see what happens in the coming days. If the president will withdraw or, further allow the Senate to make these guys take a bow and leave. We wait to see. Oh, well, let's quickly run through another conversation and then we'll go to the papers. Now, despite Governor Ademola Adelike's defection to the Accord Party, the Osun State chairman of the People's Democratic Party, Sunday BC, has declared that the party will work to deliver victory for Adeleke in the 2026 governorship election. Now, BC described Adelike's defection as a doctrine of necessity to protect him from possible disqualification. The PDP will deploy all its structures to ensure Adelike's victory. That's coming from BC. Oh, well, we know because of the issues going on in the PDP, it's not safe for anybody to run under the PDP because there's a possibility that the cost will strike you out. But then, Ashiwaju Oyebamiji, who has picked up the ticket of the PDP, yes, of the PDP. Yeah, the PDP, right?
Yes, of Accord Party.
No,
of PDP.
PDP.
But there's another Accord Party candidate that has emerged.
Bamiji has picked up ticket. Is it for PDP or no? I think it's APC. His former
APC,
former minister, Inland Waterways. Yes, so he picked up ticket for APC.
APC.
Yes,
okay.
so I think he's the real competitor here. Because he was basically, all the other people, all the other contenders stepped down for him. It was a consensus.
In the APC?
In the APC.
Okay.
There was no competition. It was a consensus, pick. So I think that's the real competition. The PDP candidate who I learned got about 900 out of 950, 59 or 57 votes, got about 920 something. Yeah, I don't think he's so much of a competitor in this race now. So it's between the APC and APPDP. That's Accord Party PDP. So that's where those that will be competed.
There's problem in Accord Party at the moment.
There is.
Yes, because another candidate has emerged. But INEC says, well, we don't recognize you. It's Adeleke that we recognize. But I think
Where are you taking?
I don't know I don't know the card Adeleke is playing. Osun State might just be one big trouble.
I doubt if it will, because I believe the people were supposed
You know why? PDP is coming to say, the PDP itself,
Yeah.
a faction of the PDP is coming to say, we are going to work for Adeleke.
Adeleke.
Now, there is problem in Accord Party as we speak, and there is problem in APC.
APC.
At the end of the day,
presidency.
it might just be a very slim win for Adeleke.
It might be.
But there's going to be trouble.
And the presidency is already, congratulating Oyebamiji, saying, look, be magnanimous in victory.
Okay, they've already told him that he will lose.
But
they told him that he'll win.
In a free,
He'll win. They are telling him that he'll win.
no, that who will win?
Bamiji.
I don't think they'll play.
When I hear about Asiwaju, I get scared. But go ahead.
Asiwaju is just
a title.
A title. Yes.
Okay.
I
So
can
they
call
are
myself
congratulating him.
Asiwaju Moses. I mean the first.
Okay.
Moses.
Okay.
So
they
from
are
today, call me Asiwaju.
Asiwaju. Okay. So they are congratulating the Asiwaju.
Yes, the candidate for congratulating him ahead for winning the primaries and then ahead of the elections in 2026 and saying, look, be magnanimous in victory if you win or when you win, whichever one.
I don't think that will play out. I see Ocean people being wise enough to decide who.
Nigerians.
No, you know what? You know what I'm saying? Because if you check, I don't really think those factors will play out here. Because if you check what the APC said, I think on Saturday or thereabouts, they even gave out. No, I'm serious, more. Imagine calling the likes of Yaya Bello to say you have a work to play in making sure that every other places is being decided.
You're still being sentimental.
I'm not being sentimental. I am not being sentimental. I know what I'm saying that more. They say that losing Anambra State is the only loss that they will register in this year, in this dispensation, within this present administration under the APC. And every other state will be with them. And I just laughed. You know why I giggled? I giggled because I believe that.
Abu Kefas, governor of what state, has defected to the APC.
It's not about the defection now.
So APC is just swelling in them.
Don't forget that some persons who moved to APC also agree.
Osun State being the governor's home state, the president's home state, the president might likely want, to also win his
that will play out.
Look,
there are some
the major competitor for Adeleke is the APC guy.
No, certainly not the PDP. PDP is also.
There are some people that, if they happen to be the ones going up for this particular vote, I will be worried about it. But believe me, with Jackson Adeleke, I think it's already
into the papers.
Let's run into the papers, Fina. Do you have papers in front of you? Let's have it.
All right. Okay. I would like to start off from the cover page of the Nigerian Tribune. The window headlines are: twisting $1.5 billion milk import bill as Nigeria turns to Uganda despite large cattle population. Nigeria's foreign trade grows under Tinubu's surplus. Hits 6.7 trillion naira in third quarter of 2025. Total trade at 8.93 trillion naira in quarter 3 2025. Trade surplus 6.69 trillion naira in quarter 3 over 2025. Export up over 250% in 2 years. The banner headline: multi-party democracy under threat. Atiku, Mark, Obi, Oyegun, others raise alarm. Right after that story, writers are: the crying politicization of EFCC, ICPC, please demand establishment of independent body, review FG, state finances. Failed opposition engaged in subterfuge, searching for scapegoats. That's coming from presidency. All right, taxable persons failure to register for tax to attract 50,000 naira fine. I'll take that again. Taxable persons failure to register for tax to attract 50,000 naira fine. The story is on page 7 of the Nigerian Tribune. Ebonyi government to give each civil servant 150,000 naira Christmas bonus. From the health sector, vaccine to fight cancer on the way. That's coming from researchers. This story is on page 2 of the Nigerian Tribune. ECOWAS leaders meet in Abuja, says West Africa's unity not optional. Coup, terrorism threaten region's democratic future. UN-AU warns. Adeleke's emergence remains valid. Accord Party Southwest leaders. Faction holds parallel Guba primary. INEC unaware of exercise. The bottom strip headline, FG bans admission, transfer of students into SS3. Those are the stories you'll find on the cover page of the Nigerian Tribune today.
Yes, of course. And then we'll go deeper into those headlines and more at 10 o'clock. Your newspaper review. That's Chukuma and I. But in the meantime, let's go into what's happening in Rivers State. Kubara Wike camps clash over commissioner slots. Well, let's talk about this when we come back.
From the views on the street
we go to bed empty hunger
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lodge.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills 3 things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
In a world where power shifts its every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeats, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
Voice of the People, you can hear me now. My name is Patrick Doyle, and I wish that you continue to echo the voices of the people. Big up VOP TV.
My name is Suibifa Dokobo. Please keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, my name is Kwekumali Ikenda Onyekwena, and I am with the Voice of the People TV. Now, if you're looking for the veritable channel for information, politics, robust discussions, you don't need to go far. VOP has you. VOP will always have you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Patrick Diabwa, aka Ibani Chuka. I'm the Eagle King, and you are watching VOP TV. Stay with us.
2564 is coming up on running 9 right. 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
Uyi Osarite is my name. I am a friend of the microphone. I talk and get paid, and I look forward to being your studios. Voice of the People TV. That name is unique, and the brand is very sweet. I like the packaging, picture qualities, camera qualities, and then of course, the quality of human beings that I see sometimes on your channel. I mean, like, well, this TV station will go places. Voice of the People TV.
Oh yes, you are on to Voice of the People TV. Live here in Benin City, the cradle of black civilization. What are you waiting for? Tune in, bro.
Hi, my name is Tosin Mohammed. I'm a gospel artist. Keep watching VOP TV.
Almighty Father, you are the mighty Redeemer. We've come to worship at your feet, oh Lord. This is Ayotunde Adejumo, chilling with you on the Voice of the People TV. Don't touch that remote. You are where God wants you to be. Listening to the Voice of the People TV.
The Bible says we should give thanks in all circumstances, and all circumstances include the good times and the bad, the high times and the low, the times when everything look as if they are going well, and those times when Enugbe, the ground is dry like the sand in the desert. Those times when you feel like giving up, you should give thanks still. My name is Jeff Melu, and I'm a gospel poet, and you should keep watching VOP TV. Don't touch that dial.
Well, thank you very much for joining us. It's VOP this morning. Now, let's get into the conversation. A fresh row is brewing between Rivers State Governor Siminalayi Fubara and Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, FCT, Nyesom Wike, over unresolved aspects of the peace deal brokered by President Bola Tinubu. The disagreement centers on the composition of a new cabinet, with Wike's camp allegedly demanding up to 12 commissioner slots, which Fubara's camp considers excessive. The crisis between Fubara and Wike began over the struggle for control of the state's political structures and the legislative authority. Well, President Tinubu intervened in June 2025, brokered a peace deal between the two leaders after a closed-door reconciliation meeting at the presidential villa in Abuja. We all know all of that. However, months later, the rift seems to persist, with the heart of the issue remaining the composition of the new cabinet. A top People's Democratic Party official questioned the demand, saying, if you want 12 commissioners, what will the governor have left? The official added that asking for 3, 4, or even 5 commissioners might be responsible, but 12. And of course, this is coming after basically local government chairmen are Wike's man. So if Wike has the local government's chairman, and then he wants 12 commissioners, that's taking everything from the governor. Oh well, another individual, a PDP stakeholder, Chimelem Wodi, who is also an ally of Wike, dismissed the claims as baseless, stating that Wike had no need to hide any agreement and that the matter had already been settled. But does it seem like it's been settled? It doesn't seem so. Well, we do have Barrister Darlington Agumo with us, joining the conversation, and we'll also be joined by Comrade Roy Oriabo, who's a public affairs analyst. And, well, Comrade Roy joins us from our Benin station. Good to have you join us, Comrade, this morning. And Mr. Darlington Agumo Esquire, thank you very much for being part of the conversation as well. We'll also be going to our Port Harcourt studio, where we have Archbishop Dr. Ibioku Gospel Bob Manuel joining the conversation as well. So, gentlemen, I would like to start off with Archbishop Gospel Bob Manuel. Good morning to you, Archbishop.
Yeah, good morning, sir.
Good to have you join the conversation. Compliments on the season.
Same to you.
So what is going on in Rivers State? You're back to the Rivers matter. It doesn't seem like this is ending anytime soon. So now it's the commissioners. Okay. So, but what, I mean, you are in Port Harcourt, and you've had feelers of you can feel the political atmosphere over there. Are we having tensions brewing, or is this something that can be handled, with the back of the arm of the palm? What exactly is going on in Rivers State now? Are we going to see another state of emergency probably being declared there?
Rivers State has always been the signature of all acts, and it is still like that. We are clergies. We continue to pray for those who have been selected, appointed, or elected to govern the state. To that extent, well, apart from what we see on the pages of newspapers and public comments made by the gladiators, Port Harcourt is peaceful, cool, development is going on. The politicians are doing what they know best, positioning themselves for relevance. That's all I can say. But I think that it's just because the governor, the way his emergence has to do with the minister. And I do not think that the minister is the only man who supported people to become governor. We have cases of Umahi in Ebonyi State. We have other cases of previous governors supporting people, but they didn't breathe down their throats.
So you think the minister is basically
I think that if what we are hearing or what is in the public space, what we are going to go by, there are no agreements in politics. Agreement cast in the stone. There are none. Even people disobey the laws of God and at times ask for forgiveness. So if you look at the Rivers State matter, it is becoming embarrassing to those of us who are stakeholders. Politics, what they do behind the scene, we should not even know how people are appointed. Of course, at every given time, people are appointed by recommendation, or no matter how they emerge, by communities, by godfathers. So this is just like any other where somebody will be responsible for projecting perhaps the lucky ones or the people they're comfortable with. So when you talk of something as small as commissioners, somebody who's already a minister, if you have followers and you have so much resources, can't you empower them? A commissionership is the name. You are not going there to steal money.
Okay.
These are people who even their private investment can take care of some of their followers. We need people in public offices that actually can and should not be stooges. They should be there to deliver. Rivers State is a very sensitive state. Our development is like affecting the entire nation. A lot of people are resident here who are not even indigenous of the state.
Okay.
So we need serious-minded people, not people that are going to be errand boys. They make us feel
that's
that
what people are asking for. People that have their own minds.
People want governance to go whichever way they want to get to it. They can do it behind the scene. And as time is going, if you don't have commissioners in relevant ministries, it will affect governance. Why should it be a particular people? Actually, it's the governor's prerogative to appoint anybody that wants to work with him. But because of the reconciliations and the past problems they've gone through, maybe it's also giving chance to other stakeholders.
All right.
That does not mean he has committed any crime.
All right then. Thank you very much, Archbishop. Let's bring the conversation to the studio, and then we'll go back to Benin, where we have a Comrade Roy Oriabo. Barrister Darlington, does it seem like Wike's influence is dwindling rapidly? I mean, but he has the local government chairman. I mean, basically, he has his men there. But then asking for 12 commissioner slots.
Look, each time I hear this story from River State, it saddens me seriously. I don't see why this thing should continue. After Fubara has defected to APC, I thought this matter should be over.
I mean, all of this, these things were on ground before he defected.
After that, now that was part of it now. He's now an APC man in River State. He's the leader of the party. He's the chief secretary officer of the state. Why is there this issue with Wike? By the way, what role is Wike playing in River State? What role? Is he the only governor that handed over to somebody?
Political godfather.
Look, Moses, please. When a greeting has passed the airport, it is no longer greeting. It's a fight. Fubara, you are now in APC, and you have the ears of Tinubu.
So, do you think being in APC saves the governor from Wike's influence?
Of course, he's the leader of the party in River State. Wike can no longer.
He was the leader of the party in the PDP.
Sorry?
He was the leader of the party in the PDP.
That one is past now. It's past. It's past now. We are talking of the president.
So, Barrister, if you say that one is past, what do you think will change now?
What will change is that because he's not in the
president's camp.
In APC, and he has the ears of the president. I expect Tinubu and Fubara to talk together and tell Wike to stay clear of River State.
How possible do you think that to be, Barrister, given the fact that we have 2027 election coming up, and we can also say we saw what played out in 2023? Do you think that in any way is going to, yield any fruit? Who is really the major gladiator in River State? Is it the governor or the godfather?
Listen very well. Wike is as important as Tinubu have allowed him so far. Are you getting what I'm saying? When he was neither here nor there, Tinubu gave him that privilege. Now it is over. Like Fubara was saying, if you want to become an APC man, don't go through the back door. We don't know where Wike is now. So on what basis? On what basis is disturbing that state for God? Is there nobody in River State?
So going through the back door.
Yes, because can't you see, Wike is neither here nor there. You can't say now that Wike is
He's still supporting the president. He's still supporting the president, saying that he will do everything within his power to give him what he deserves.
Whatever you are supporting, you must do that in a party. You can't be here and there. That means you're a deceiver. Nobody knows where you are at a point. Is that what you call a human being?
Barrister, you see, when people say that Wike is neither here nor there, a lot of us get confused too, because Wike has at no point, in fact, he's a faction of the PDP. They are planning to conduct national convention. But he works for an APC government, and of which the same PDP gave him the approval to go and do that. Wike has no point said, I am no longer a member.
Look, leave all this thing you are saying now.
How will we leave it?
Listen, now that the pendulum has changed, or it has now swung towards Fubara, Fubara is now in APC. And as the leader of that party in Rivers State, he holds the S. Yes, he is now holding the mantle of leadership in Rivers State as an APC governor. So on what ground will somebody who is neither here nor there be stating for him?
Fubara is the APC governor. Wike is in control of 23.
No. Listen.
Wike is in control of how many of the legislators?
Listen, that was before. When Fubara was in PDP. Now that he has ported into APC, he should be in control.
Barrister, you seem to miss the point. The point is that we are not talking about political party. We are talking about individuals and levers of power. Who controls these people?
Listen very well. As at that time, if you check, the 27 lawmakers have divided. Some are with Wike now. Some have moved on to APC. Abi, with Fubara. Is that not true?
Barrister, so who is the state chairman of the APC?
It doesn't matter. It is the same Okorocha.
Who's what to Wike?
I don't know.
He's Wike's man Friday.
No. Some of them are changing their position. Look, it requires only Tinubu to solve this problem. If he truly wants peace in Rivers State, tell Wike to stay.
So now we are calling on the president.
Yes. Tell Wike to stay.
If he now declares another state of emergency, people will raise their voices again.
No. Why would he declare state of? What happened? No, tell me, why would you declare?
I think we should leave the president out of it. That's my opinion.
No, what I'm saying now is that he should tell Wike to leave the governor. After all, he's an APC governor. Why should Tinubu allow somebody to be disturbing even when you don't know where Wike is, whether in PDP or APC?
Let's quickly run to Comrade Roy Oriabo. Comrade, good to have you join the conversation this morning. And I understand you've been following the conversation. What are your own thoughts on the issues going on in Rivers State? I mean, it's Rivers State again. We seem to have a little bit of an issue with the audio coming from your end. We're unable to hear you. I guess we need to get that fixed.
It's disappointing and very embarrassing that we are still talking about Fubara and Wike.
I'm telling you.
It's very embarrassing. I bow my head because I find it difficult to reconcile the whole position. My father once told me that there is a limit to indulgence. Wike continue to terrorize Fubara. It's no longer fashionable. It's no longer something that at the time I was in support of Wike because I believe that Fubara should demonstrate that loyalty to him. But it's getting out of hand. When a society decided to marry for one of their kindred, they don't also follow him to perform the inner room activity. Fubara cannot be a governor and not a governor. I expect by now Wike should understand that they are passed through a process. It should allow this man to be. Because anybody you are telling now that Wike is interested in a 12, you are looking for 12 slot as a commissioner. The whole local government chairman belong to you. At least let this man also reduce the level of greed. He should reduce it. Nigeria does not belong to only him. And that's the reason why I'm very critical about President Tinubu. This is the time for Tinubu to intervene. After Wike, you are a minister, focus on your job as a minister. Let the governor perform his duty as the Rivers State governor. We are discussing all these issues now because Nigeria is a corrupt society. It is not really that it's about the people. If it is about people, can we continuously and consciously be mortgaging Rivers State? How can one man sit down somewhere and be telling the president that will give you the state as if it is his own personal estate? Because we are in a country where corruption is ruling supremely, and there is no morality, there is no value. Nobody have not been able to accuse Fubara Bana that you are not performing. That is not the issue. It's not saying that you are not representing the people who elected you to serve, which is the Rivers people. That is not the issue. It's about personal gain. Minister Wike, as a minister in FCT, he has what it takes to empower his voice. If that is the issue, he's a minister, he can empower his voice. Allow Fubara to perform. Allow Fubara to remain as a governor.
We're talking about structure here. I mean, that's the whole clamor. The clamor is for the structure of Rivers State. In all of this, do you think this might spiral out of control again as they fight for the political structure of this state?
Of course, I believe, I'm convinced that the second fight is going to put an end to a directive, whether you like it or not. Either it's going to be the end of Wike or it will be the end of Fubara. You know the principle, the theory of second journey. You recall the second journey of Mongo Park, what happened? Therefore, there must be an end to this process because one of them need to go down for the other one to move on. And that's the reason why I believe that this fight, the second fight, is not going to be a fight. It's going to be very ruthless. Now, Fubara is now in APC, and is not going to be enjoying the support of the fellow governors. If he can reach out, I believe by now Fubara should be more strategic, not the elementary approach and lazy man approach he demonstrated before. He must be very strategic now and for critical thinkers who will be around him to implement his strategy. Because you are dealing with the devil's uncle who does not show respect, who does not show that act of discipline. This is a man in the history of Nigeria, in the history of the world. This is the first time we are seeing a man, we don't know where he belongs to. After eating his cake, he's in his hand. Is it not enough for the president to be very bothered about the man called Wike? As of today, nobody knows the party you belong to. Nobody knows. Any person will have it in our saying that once you say your brother, even the buyers will not trust you. They might not allow this man to be close to APC because of the role he played in PDP. And consciously, he's still playing it. PDP is going down, and is the sole financier, is the man behind it. You are sure APC will be willing to want to accept this man to their fold, considering what he has done to the PDP is coming from. These are some of the issues we need to be the president and the APC also bothered about. But as now, quite very fundamental is that the president must prevail on Wike to allow
the president again. Okay, the president's name coming up again. Archbishop Dr. Bob. Now, Comrade Roy said something. I want to pick my next question from there. He said, one of them needs to go down. And already, there are feelers that Wike seems to be falling out of favor with the man that appointed him. Do you think, going by what we see play out, do you think, especially with his fallout with the military and all of that, and the impact that might have on the president's reign, do you think the president might decide to push him aside at some point? This is for Bishop Bob Manuel. Archbishop, I beg your pardon, Archbishop Dr. Bob Manuel. All right. Okay, unfortunately, we've lost connection to him. Barrister,
yep.
Can you respond to that?
Look, it will have effects if Tinubu is not careful with Wike. Seriously. Because if we can realize that he's losing out, he may go for Brooks. And if that happens, EFCC will come calling. That is what is going to play out at the end of the day. So the earlier...
But Wike can sing.
Can what?
He can sing.
It doesn't matter.
And when he chooses to sing, birds will fly.
No.
People may go down.
No, not...
I think the president would want that kind of, that kind of attention.
What will he sing? Look, not where Tinubu is concerned. If they want to deal with you and it's coming directly from the president, there's nothing you can do. If you are doubting me, go and ask Malami and Ngige. Who are cooling off with the EFCC. Why are they not singing? You can only sing when you are dealing with maybe your fellow governor. You can't sing where Tinubu is involved.
But do you think that Malami and Ngige's trial has anything to do with political?
Do I think?
Yes, I'm asking.
You are asking me, do I think? So why are they where they are now?
Why not? Why not there?
Why are they where they are now?
I mean, they have questions to answer.
These other people that committed worse crimes.
The last time I checked, Ngige is still in the APC.
Yes. These other people that committed worse offenses. What are these? Why are they moving around?
Maybe it's turn by turn.
Yeah, Bello.
Could it not be turn by turn?
No.
Yaya is also undergoing trial.
The offenses are available. Get it right. Like that of Ngige. But they insisted they must go to prison. Why did that happen?
What do you mean by go to prison? That he must remain in detention? Is that
is it not inside the he's inside that correctional center? You don't enter, you don't enter with that. Leave all these things you are telling me now.
No, Barrister, when you say he's in prison, it looks like he's been sentenced.
Okay, yes, he's in detention in prison. Okay. He's in, so what I'm saying in essence is that don't ever cross the line of Tinubu.
Okay.
Whether you're an APC, PDP, or whoever. He has the levers of power and he can rein you in. There's nothing you can do.
Now Barrister, I wanted to throw this question to Archbishop Bob Marley. Unfortunately, we've lost connection with him. So let me stay with you. Recently, the Rivers State Governor, Sim Fubara, seems to have been saying a lot, in coded language, in apparent reference to Nyesom Wike. Now, does it look like they are going back to the trenches? And in this case, you have called on the president, to wade in and see that there is normalcy returns to Rivers State. What should be the role of Rivers people, Rivers elders in all of this? Especially in a situation where we see, you recall that initially they said they had disagreements, but up until this moment, nobody told us between Wike and Fubara, what actually caused the rift. It was this kind of, no, you take 7 commissioners, I take this and that, and they disagreed. And we are back to that. What should be the role of Rivers elders in ensuring that this problem?
Did you remember when there was problem in Anambra between the Ngige and the Oba brothers and then Badunuju? The Oba brothers were controlling these governors, especially Badunuju. Whenever he collects money, they will just share it. They bring it on the table, everybody will share it and they go away. When Anambra was decaying, Badunuju couldn't talk. For 2 years, the man was suffering under Oba brothers. Is that not what happened? Okay. Ngige came in, they took over and controlled like that. They even locked him in the toilet because he was trying to be stubborn. So until Ngige now opened up to Anambra and said, look at what I'm going through. That's why when Anambra said, hey, so this is it. They started backing Ngige. Remember, towards the end of his before the court, Ngige was now getting confident because Anambra was supporting him. Fubara should take this matter to Rivers people. Let them know what he's going through. Yes, that is the only way he will pull the rug out of Wike's feet.
What is that to know that we don't already know?
So there is something. Then the Rivers people will now decide whether what Wike is doing is right or not. Because up to this time, they still believe it's all about political disagreement. No, it's more than that. Wike cannot pocket Rivers State. That is the game.
Okay, I like the fact that you have come back to Wike. The other day, the governor said, Fubara said, look, the leader of the Rivers State elders, Ferdinand Alabaraba, has tried to organize a meeting between me and the legislators. And every move he has made has failed. Now, does it look like the legislators are bent on ensuring that Wike takes control because they are still loyal to him?
I don't think so.
So why are they not listening to the elders?
We don't know who is telling the truth because you remember Fubara said that he himself, he is waiting for them to come for that meeting and nobody has called him. Remember, he said...
No, but lately he said, look, I don't want to go to them because it will look as if I'm trying to bypass the elders who are arranging this meeting.
Yes,
he also says that, look, they are not responding to the elders. So what could be the problem?
Look,
is it not Wike's influence, which you feel that is winning at this point?
Mr. Okoro, Fubara had to be strategic here. Now that he has the ears of Tinubu, let him take this matter directly to Tinubu so that he will know who is now the chief agent of disagreement in Rivers State.
Barrister, how viable is the ear of the president to say that he has at this point? Because we saw even the president still celebrating the FCT minister yesterday, when he clocked 58, and we saw him showering more praises on him. So who do you think has the ear of the president more between Fubara and FCT minister?
What he did is just for the optics. With all the baggages Wike is carrying now, Tinubu is not comfortable with him. He's not. He cannot be.
Barrister,
you have so many...
Barrister, between Wike and Fubara, who do you think that the president will choose?
Right now, the game have changed. It should be dancing with Fubara, who is now the APC governor in Rivers State.
And what if Wike goes, if the president sidelines Wike and he goes back to Rivers State to cause problem for both the president and the Fubara.
No. He has the war already hit me. What are you telling? He's not telling EFC to go after him. Yes.
Right. Let's get Comrade Roy.
He will unleash EFC on him. That's the fact.
All right. Comrade, what do you make of this? We're looking at who has the ear of the president more. Is it the C10 governor of Rivers State or the FCT minister? Of course, people are saying the president should bring Wike in and all that. But we could see also that for now, the president has not said anything otherwise. He's still showering him with praises, still encouraging him to do more work and all that. Even when recall that Wike played a good role in 2023 election. And that role was what some people have come up to say brought the president to be where he is today, and hence the compensation by making him the minister of FCT. Do you think that the governor of Rivers State, Milai Fubara, now can lay the path regarding who has the ear of the president, the ball between him and Wike?
But now the Governor Fubara must be aware of the nature of the battle he's facing. That's the reason why I believe that by now he's supposed to have more strategy around him. Must supposed by now activate his reaching out mechanism. He have to reach out to the forum of APC governors. He must be in love with them. He must reach out to the presidency, reach out to the Senate. I see no reason why Fubara should be behaving as if he don't know what is at stake. He's supposed to know what is at stake. Even your main far away in Benin City, I know what is at stake. Therefore, this is the time for him to be ruthless. This is time for him to go for the head, not to go for the car. Because now if you go back to Rivers State history, ever since 1999, after being a governor, you are interested, you want to be the president. From Adile to Amechi to Wike very just now, the reason why they are doing that is because of too much money in their possession in Rivers State. And that's the reason why any president want to grab Rivers State, because of the volume of resources. Is the resources not sitting there for Fubara to utilize? Why is Fubara not behaving as if he don't know what to do? And that is my greatest disappointment. It does not take him. Fubara should now reach out to the presidency, reach out to the first lady, reach out to the critical stakeholders within the APC and say, this is my fight. The Wike is not the only person who has supported the governor to emerge. Wike is not the only person. In Boyi State, we saw it. Even very just now in Edo State, we saw it. If you give somebody a goat, if you give a goat to somebody, you don't hold on to the rope. You leave the rope so they can go. The reason why Wike is behaving the way he's behaving is because the presidency is giving him that level, giving him that power. We always say it, monkey smart, now because a tree. If Wike does not have the backing of the president, all these shenanigans and gimmick is doing that, you cannot do it. You dare not try like Fubara. Because as Fubara as the city governor, and if he's utilizing that resources, the money available in River, who is wicked to not continue to harass and intimidate a service governor? Do you know what it takes as a governor? You cannot take a decision. You will be in a meeting, a local government chairman will not respect you. You are in a meeting, a commissioner will not respect you. Do you know the psychological effect of this? Do you know the political implication that you are going down on the meeting as a governor of a state? A local government chairman, a councillor, will be interfering what you are saying.
No, Comrade Roy, you made mention of some states. You called Ebonyi State and also Edo State, made mention of Rivers too. And then it's more like it's a pattern within Nigerian political space. When do you think such actions, such activities will no longer be seen within our political activities? When? The issue of godfatherism, the issue of who helped who sponsored whose allegiance were going to be given to, when do you think Nigeria will mature to the level of playing politics the way it should be, rather than depending on individuals for personal gains?
Our democracy is still evolving. We are still at that process. We are evolving. With time, we will get there. When people ask, if Fubara is back on this struggle now, I'm able to defeat Wike, just like what happened in Edo State when Obaseki was able to defeat Obaseki, Osomole. Then, without those who are aiming, who are planning to be a godfather, will now begin to learn the lesson that these persons will go out of our way to go and bring. They don't take us serious. as we are evolving, we are growing, gradually we'll get there. That people will not take those godfathers serious again. By the time you give somebody an opportunity to be there, will not be anything, especially when you are waiting for it. In over the years, godfatherism, the theory of godfatherism is not a bad theory. It just be going and manner we implement it here in this part of the world. Even when we were in elementary school, we have our godfather we were looking up to. In secondary school, they will help us when we copy, we go and meet them. What is the meaning of this? That's why we're modeling our lives after them. It happens. Therefore, if you want to be a godfather and say, well, I'm seeing this person, let me make this person to be this, let me make this person to be this, because you believe you have the capacity, have what it is. There's a limit you also drag the person to. By the time you start demanding for too much, that is where the problem lies. I cannot, if you are looking at River State now, that a governor cannot even give instruction to a local government chairman. You know the implication? A governor cannot even give instruction to a councillor. A governor cannot give instruction to a commissioner. By the time they are doing their state executive meeting, the commissioner is relating the matter to one man somewhere. That this is what we are going to discuss tomorrow. This is the outcome of what we did yesterday. How can a governor cope like that? We must show human face in whatever happens. That I expect by now, Nigerian politicians have the ability to continue to look at the other way. And quite very also, frankly, is that it is because the people, the Nigerian people, don't have what it takes to elect who lead them. That is the reason why you see one man say somewhere, if the power truly belongs to the people, belongs to the Rivers people, will we can be there in presidency today? The answer is no.
Exactly what a lot of Nigerians are saying. That would have been my next question. Does it seem like the power belongs to the people? If we're focusing on individuals determining who wins election in a state, what has happened to our democracy? Can we be delivered from this sort of democracy, where politicians can boldly say, if you want this state, I will give it to you. I, an individual, will give it to you. Not the people will give it to you. And how can we get ourselves out of this particular, what I will call quagmire?
The people need to be very determined. They must be very resolute. It's a process. We will get there. I know it's not going to be easy. It's not an easy road. But the people, a time is coming in this country. Whether you like it or not, the people will have the power to say we want to elect who lead us. We must get to that level. Now, we are evolving, as I said. We will get there. At the time, there was an election in this country where registration, you were seeing names like McTassey. You are seeing names like Peter Joseph, who were not even from this part of the world. They were in our register, here as a voter. But today, I think we are moved above that. We are moved above that. It's a process. We get there. The power will surely come to people, because those who formulated the theory of democracy believe that the power belongs to the people. But in Nigeria, because over the years we have had some leaders who are possessed with the spirit of rapaciousness, want to hijack the whole structure to themselves, and they will do it. The personalization of office in this part of the if you listen to any person in power, the way they personalize office, nobody, they don't use plural, they use singular. I will create road for you. I will give you transformer. They don't believe that they are working together. And government and act of governance are supposed to be in a plural form where people come together and they are working together to achieve a common goal. A situation where there is a segmentation that person believe are more. When you listen to some governors in this country, they keep on using the word I. You listen to president, I. This is supposed to be a group work. Group are working. By the time you don't take group, they don't take the group serious. They believe it's all about it. We will continue to move around this one. But the time is coming in this country where the Nigerian people will believe that the power belongs to the people. We will take the power back and continue to elect their leader. That is the only way that we put a stop to this.
All right, then. Thank you very much, Comrade Roy Oriabo. That's the only way to put a stop to this. Well, let's move away from that conversation. Let's get into another. Peter Obi falls federal government's plan to borrow 20 trillion naira for 2026 budget. Let's dive into the economic angle of things.
so done.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as they hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
Glad to have you back. It's still VOP this morning. Peter Obi, former presidential candidate of the Labour Party, has criticized the federal government's plan to borrow 20 trillion naira for finance and how they also want to amend the 2026 national budget, describing it as reckless and economically dangerous. Obi questioned the rationale behind fresh borrowing when debt servicing consumes nearly half of the country's revenue and borrowing requirements have risen by 72%. He accused the government of fiscal rascality and warned that the country cannot continue borrowing without directing funds towards productive sectors or generating future value. Obi questioned the government's transparency and fiscal responsibility, asking where the revenue from 2025 has gone and why new loans are being sought when the 2024 budget is still being implemented. He warned and urged the government to prioritize transparency and accountability. We still have Comrade Roy Reabor, public affairs analyst, political commentator, and member of the Coalition of Civil Society Organization Human Rights Activists. And also we have from Port Harcourt, Archbishop Dr. Ibiokun Gospel of Manuel, public affairs analyst and former national vice president of Institute of Strategy Management here in Nigeria. Thank you so much, gentlemen, for being with us. Let me start off with you, Archbishop Bob Manuel Ibiokun. What do you make of this, and how do you explain the fact that in recent times we've seen presidents and even National Assembly members who does not keep to the Fiscal Responsibility Act, giving Nigerians a breakdown of what happened with the budget, the borrowing and the money we spent before requesting for another funds to be borrowed. We know that in 2025, we'll have 14 trillion naira to be the monies mapped out that we're going to borrow to push up the 2025 budget. And now, 2026 budget, we're having 20 trillion naira set aside as a borrowing plan for us to be able to carry out that budget.
Well, it's unfortunate. You don't spend or you don't budget for what you cannot afford. That's why I agree with the former presidential candidate of the Labour Party that says fiscal rascality. It's only God that can do something out of nothing. We as human beings, you must be realistic in your planning, whether it's financial planning, national development. Budget is estimates that should have a backing from your projections of funding, what is available, if it's your oil revenue, if it's your tax revenue, and all that. It is out of that you make your estimates. What has happened is that we are making unrealistic estimates about developing our society when we cannot we cannot generate what it needs. We now rely on loans, and these loans are not free. They come with conditions, and so you see the country is perpetually indebted. If we want to come out, we have to spend realistically according to what we need. It's just like you as a human being. You don't get all you desire. You get what you can afford. It was that, like in economics, they will tell you that our wants are insatiable, but the real ones, you do opportunity costs. The real ones are the ones that you can afford. That is your real ones. The other one are needs. So you cannot be funding all the needs look at organizations, they have set up commissions all over using budget to fund that. People are stealing off money from there. The projects are not even being seen. No, we have to be realistic if we want to get this economy back on track. Because multilateral organizations are there to offer us credit. It's not every credit to take. It's like this people who give credit on the internet every time. They call you, oh, please, you are in a good credit position. Can't you take money and all that? When they call like that, I used to tell them, you don't just take loan on the basis because it's available or you're qualified. You take it on the basis of need. Are you applying it to a business that can pay that?
I guess we're having a network glitch and we can't get the audio feed of the Archbishop. Let's take the conversation to Comrade Roy Oriabo. Comrade Roy Oriabo, what do you make of this, please? The fact that we have 20 trillion naira mapped out for us to finance the 2026 budget. And then some people are talking about how we still have the 2024 budget. We already borrowed money also for us to be able to finance it, still running into 2025. It's supposed to end in June, but it's been extended to December 2025. And we have 2025 budget still running too, with I think 14 trillion naira borrowed also for us to finance it. And we're having the 2026 budget at a projection of 20 trillion naira to be borrowed. We have oil benchmark price to be at 65 naira without considering whether there will be distortion or another. And even the barrels per day we're supposed to produce, we are yet to meet it. We're yet to meet the OPEC quota and all that. Help us walk around this, please. The borrowing. And how do we intend to come out of it? How dangerously is this economically? I would like you to unmute your device so that I can hear you, because I can't hear you. All right, I can't get the audio feed over. Comrade, okay, go on.
I said it's a terrible situation we find ourselves in this country. When you take, I am lost economically about how the workings of Nigeria. Our borrowing spirit now is gradually becoming highly spiritual because I don't know what's going on. I'm not an economist, but I've tried to ask people that I'm lost and I need to be educated on this. How can it appears we are no longer as a country, we are not even generating any funds. We are not making money. And I don't know where we are heading to with this.
When you say we are not generating any fund, we have the likes of, the customs. They were able to beat the money they're supposed to generate for the nation before the middle of the year. They were able to, they reached a benchmark. And we also saw that also playing out with FIRS. So when you say we're not generating money internally, we are generating, but why should we keep on borrowing to finance our budgets?
Is it reflecting to our budgets? I was told in my elementary class that budget is an estimate. And those estimations are a product of what you tell you want to get so that you use it to plan. Why are we into borrowing? What are we borrowing for? If you take your mind, but we were told that immediately we will remove fuel subsidy. There will be told. How come now, after the removal of subsidy, instead of it to be a blessing, it's not a cost? It is not like
Comrade, I like the fact that you talked about projects and borrowing from the, despite the fact that fuel subsidy was removed. Now, the handlers of the economy said that, look, I would like for us to balance it, the borrowings and the projects. We understand that there's a lot of projects going on in Nigeria. Talk about the Lagos Calabar Coastal Highway. Talk about the Lagos, the Badagry Sokoto Federal Highway and all of that. The renovation of the International Conference Center and all of that. And I also hear that the governors are getting more money, and some of the governors seem to be doing a lot. So should it really be a problem with us, for us? Because I would like for us to do the balancing. We are borrowing more money to do what? To finance the budget, and we are also investing in infrastructure. Don't you think that that's the right direction for us to travel?
What kind of infrastructure are you talking about?
I just mentioned some of them now.
You mentioned, as of today, there is no federal president in Edo State. Can you mention a road or any infrastructure going on in Edo State now that is being financed by federal government? I have never seen. And I'm happy I'm talking to you now. You can also reach out to those in position of authority to tell us that this is an infrastructure going on in Edo State that is being financed by federal government. I have not seen it.
So I'm sorry, comrade. I'm sorry to butt in at this moment, but your governor is getting more money. At least he's building flyover. I was in Benin the other day. Ramat Road, the Ramat Junction is wearing a new look because of the flyover he's constructing. I understand that he's connecting Benin and Warri, Benin and some other parts of Delta State because he's getting more money.
Is that federal project? I'm telling you, federal project, a project that's been financed by federal government. The flyover you are talking about is being financed by federal government. I need to be enlightened. Because that is my fear about the whole arrangement. When you are saying governments are getting more money, what is the value of that money? What is the value of that money?
Comrade, exactly my point. Exactly my point. Now, because first subsidy was removed, the governors are getting more money because when they go to FAAC, that is Federation Allocation Account Committee, the state commissioner goes home with a lot of money, unlike before. Now, when he goes to the state, like when he comes to Edo State, your governor assesses that money and he's building roads in Edo State, like the flyover I mentioned, and some other roads that I understand. I understand that Edo is now a construction site. Do you disagree with that? Simply because the governor is getting more money from the federation account.
If he's getting more money, my position is, I think you are not getting my position. Is there any project that is being financed by federal government? Are they borrowing money? Federal government have their roads here. They have their project here that they're supposed to be financing. Is there anyone going on in the dossier that's up today? The government is building infrastructure. I have no problem with that. That's a legacy project for him. I commended him for that. But we must know, it is the federal government that is borrowing money. You are talking about federal government building a super highway, building another. Dossier is not being mentioned. These are projects that are being done by the state, not bothered by the federal, because the federal that is going, they are borrowing this money.
Well, comrade, I think I'm interested in this conversation. The fact that Edo State is not mentioned doesn't mean that, like the Lagos-Calabar Coastal Highway cuts through 9 states of the federation, and the Badagry-Sokoto cuts across more than 11 states of the federation. Isn't that good enough?
What you are telling me, they are still at the level of paperwork. We are not seeing it physically.
No, they are not. The Lagos-Calabar Coastal Highway, we already have 47 kilometers of road constructed in Lagos here. So it's work in progress.
Lagos is the home base of the president. He can decide to finance Lagos. We don't know what will happen in the next month. Can decide to abandon it after leaving Lagos. These are some of the issues. These are reality we have to face. And whether we like it or not, we should be able to pinpoint to a project tied to federal government in the Edo State. Federal government cannot be borrowing money, and there is nothing to show for it in the Edo State in terms of federal presence and project that is being financed by them. That is my own brother I'm concerned about it. Which society borrow money to share? Are you seeing any country who borrow money to share? When you borrow the money, we are duplicating offices in this country, and that is where the volume of money is going. We are duplicating offices. And do you expect to get a result like that? That you borrow money and share, people will not loot the money that have been borrowed and share, people will loot it. Is that how we want to develop our economy? Is the Nigeria economy now, is it doing more better? And that's the reason why I said the removal of subsidies is never a blessing to us. It's a cost. It's not a cost. Because the volume of money you are talking about now can no longer, last 2 years Christmas, people were able to get a chicken at 20,000. As of today now, when you come and look at the cost of chicken, last Christmas, 3 families was able to put money together to get a chicken. As of today, I'm seeing 5 families putting money together to get a chicken. It's as bad. We want to look at it. What are we benefiting from this entire borrowing that is going on?
Comrade, does it look that bad? Because we hear that headline inflation is dropping, and we say it. A bag of rice now is less than 60,000 naira. Prices of other food items are also coming down. Shouldn't the federal government take credit for that?
No, at least you live in Lagos. You should be able to tell me that by yesterday you were able to secure a bag of rice at 15,000, so that you should be able to testify. Don't you go to market? You should tell me that this is it's not what they are telling us. Because over the year, the Nigerian government are not able to tell us the truth. When they tell us A, they do B. We were told that removal of subsidy will make everything to be good for us. Is removal of subsidy helping us now as a country? Do we have anything to celebrate by removal of subsidy today? There is nothing. Just mention, because you will not tell me this is the only thing we are enjoying because of the removal of subsidy. You are taking the Nigerian government serious. People who sit down at their comfort zone in their room and start generating figures and telling you the economy is good. Economy is a reflection of the people. It's the people that determine how the economy is good. It's not the paperwork. I just read a book that Adam Smith cannot speak here. What does that show? That this is not time for we to be listening to the principle formulated by Adam Smith. We have to look at the people's response. How are they living their daily life? What is the consumption pattern of the people? How are they living? What are they enjoying the economy? The economy, this is how is it impacting the people positively. These are some of the issues we need to. Not people who sat there in Abuja, in Lagos, and start giving you figures. People have not been able to live that. As I'm talking to you in my village for over 15 years, there's no light in my village. There's no economic activity going on in my village. Then you are telling me that the economy is moving. That doesn't move.
Comrade, if for the past 15 years there's not been light in your village, who should be held responsible? Is it the federal or the state government? I just want to know.
Whichever way. What matters is that you are talking to person in my village, you know what you are saying is the federal government. They see federal and state as a government, and they have a responsibility to cry to them. If none of them is doing it, there are interventions. Can you not say those in the legislature, they want to do their project, can they not fix life for us?
Okay, comrade, I like this. Like I said before, it's getting very interesting. You don't believe that headline inflation is dropping, especially regarding the price of food items. Bring us to the speed of the moment. In Benin City, what does it look like? Rice is not coming down, the penta of garri, the penta of beans. Because I hear, across town, across parts of the east, even in Lagos here and parts of the north, that look, a penta of garri that used to cost so amount has dropped, even beans and rice. So what does it look like in Benin City where you are? Hello, Comrade Roy, can you hear me? Well, unfortunately, we've lost connection with Comrade Roy, and also we cannot also reach Archbishop Bob Marley. Now we'll go for a short break, and when we return, we'll get into our last topic of discussion. EFCC, Malami rejects ownership of 46 bank accounts. Join us again, we'll be right back.
Dialogue. We bring you fresh ideas and conversations, shaping the future of learning in Nigeria and beyond.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People television, where your health has a voice.
Mr. Ofamiloni, and here's to VOP TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
My name is Made Kuti, and you're watching VOP TV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is VOP TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Ampelon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, Leave it with us. Catch us on the Locker Room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 2024, with the sport.
And it's Hakim Ziyech.
Mr. Ofamiloni, and here is to
Welcome back. Unfortunately, network has not been very friendly, but let's see how far we can go. Now, the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, has accused former Attorney General of the Federation, Abubakar Malami, of operating 46 unlawful bank accounts being linked to General Sani Abacha's loot. However, Malami's media aide, Bello Doka, has vehemently denied the allegations, stating that Malami has only 6 bank accounts, all known to the EFCC. Former Vice President Atiku Abubakar and the African Democratic Congress, ADC, have accused the EFCC of engaging in a political witch hunt over Malami's detention, while the EFCC has also denied the allegations, stating that Malami's detention is due to his failure to meet bail conditions and politics. We still have with us Comrade Roy Oriabo, who joined us virtually from our Benin outstation. Now, Comrade Roy, I need to apologize for that disconnection that we had with you. Now, let's get into it right away. Malami has been detained and he's unable to meet his bail conditions. But we hear that he has 46 bank accounts linked to him and tied to the Abacha loot. Does it look like political witch hunt to you?
To me, the EFCC must establish it. I don't like this media trial from EFCC. The EFCC should act as a professional body. This is not that to draw issue with anybody. They should show that capacity that indeed they are a professional organization who are doing their responsibility and being given to them by the Constitution. If 46 or 40-something account is being linked to a particular man, you take this man to court, let the matter be there. When you now put it, you start putting on the pages of newspaper, you are whipping on unnecessary sentiments. And I don't like EFCC in that direction. You know, whether we like it or not, is that corruption is an issue in this country. Nigeria have over the years because it was a corrupt society. And those who have found themselves in a position of authority have a way and manner. They usurp Nigerians to make more money for themselves. Gradually, and at the end of the day, give us a conclusive investigation and do the needful. Because a situation where you have become, EFCC for some time are becoming very less selective. That's the reason why the former Vice President also said, look at Yaya Bello. A typical example, look at Yaya Bello, how the matter was handled. And look at the way Malameo is being handled. Look at the way Gigeo is being handled. It's the same society with the same law. And that's the reason why some of us believe that the EFCC is not even working as if they are really EFCC. They are working as an arm of the government in power. Okay. Which is very unfortunate.
Now, comrade, there is this thing that we not normally talk about when we say, why me? You know, politicians are adept at, corrupt politicians or politicians, when you want to investigate them, they are always quick to say, why me? That why me means that, why are you looking at me? Why are you not looking at others? Now, should we be playing that why me game? I mean, if you have questions to answer, why don't you just answer it and leave others? And do you think that the EFCC will be petty enough to say, look, we have 46 bank accounts linked to Malami and the Abacha loot, when in actuality, in actual fact, no such thing exists? Do you think that EFCC will be so petty?
People come with this theory of why me is because EFCC have showed that element also to be very selective. Because there are some issues you will see at EFCC with the same hammer. You will see in some issues you will see EFCC not even holding anything. Then you begin to wonder. And that's the reason why people begin to say, why me? Why not apply the same rules to everybody? If EFCC have been very formidable over the years and Nigeria are aware that it's a formidable organization, people will not come up with this story of why me. EFCC as an organization, you don't need to be telling us that somebody have 46 accounts. That is one issue we want to hear. Take this man to court. Let him face the law of the land. At the end of the day, if he's innocent, he will come out from there. If it's not innocent, he's going for it. That is how a responsible organization is supposed to be working for Nigeria.
Comrade,
that is how.
Comrade, on top of my head, I cannot recall one person, politically exposed person that the EFCC tried from start to finish conclusively and came up with no guilty verdict. Do you recall of any person, politically exposed person that the EFCC tried from start to finish and they went to court and the court said discharge and acquit this man, he's innocent? Is there one person that you can think of?
Very just now, what happened to, if I'm correct, Fayoshi, what happened?
Okay.
You recall that case?
Yes, I do.
Where are we in that case now?
Okay, why I ask this question is this. Do you think that the EFCC will ordinarily go out of their way, to investigate and prosecute an innocent person?
Yeah, in the eyes of our law, once you remain innocent until you are proven. And you know there is, since these persons are politically exposed persons, they have been within the system. At the time, Malami was supervising the FCC, if you recall. He was also a very powerful man. He knows what's happening in government. I have not been there. I am also not too sure whether you have also been there. We are talking from a distance. Malami knows what is going on within the system, and that's why he's also asking this question. Why me? Because, and whether we like it or not in Nigeria, there are where we classify ourselves. The society, because we don't have values and below moral, people want to protect their own. And that's why you hear in Nigeria, is this thief? If it's a thief, this is our thief, leave it for. We have seen Nigerians like that. We have seen people coming out to say no. If you say no, you keep person, they will not ask, is this the
Comrade Roy, when we talk about selective persecution or selective prosecution, and I'm happy that you mentioned Chris Ngige. Ngige is still a member of the APC. The former aviation minister, Hadi Seriki, was a member of the APC, is still a member of the APC. I think there are about 2, 3, 4, or 5, 6 members of the APC, especially under the Buhari regime, that are undergoing investigation. When we talk about selective prosecution, where are we coming from? Is it simply because Malami has left the APC and left the ADC, and now when he's called to answer questions, we say, oh, he's being persecuted? How do you situate all of that?
Good for them, because all of them are also part of the problem. They serve in different capacity. They were not good. They did not give us any result to celebrate. But the issue is that when you say this man you mentioned, they are APC member, and we begin to suspect you. Because they are an APC member, you are not seeing their attitude as an APC member. The way the effort they put when Buhari was there, they are no longer putting the effort.
So can you say
there were Buhari's ministers then? There were Buhari's ministers who had responsibility. Now they don't have.
How many times have you seen them in APC meeting? How many times have you seen them propagating the theories, the principle of APC? How many times have you seen Gige talking for APC?
Like comrade, in all this that we're seeing playing out now, can you say that this administration is genuinely ready to end corruption? Because their mantra is zero tolerance for corruption. Can you say they are fighting corruption? Not caring whose ox is God, and they don't want to know what is happening, but they're all out to end corruption.
Now you cannot even end corruption in this kind of arrangement. Corruption is a social problem. Before you want to fight corruption to end, you address issues that are social. And this government cannot. I'm saying it with emphasis. They don't have what it takes to even fight corruption, that to end corruption. By the time you are looking, if you want to fight corruption, you must be very holistic. The person, you don't believe in selective justice and you say you are fighting corruption. How do you fight corruption? Well, there must be a preventive measure. What is the government doing today to prevent people not to steal? What is government doing to prevent people not to loot? These are some of the ways you can fight corruption, as I said, because it's a social issue. When you don't know what to do, you want people to continue to commit crime before you arrest them. You are not doing yourself well. You are supposed to prevent them. What is the government doing? You recall EFCC, it was the government of PDP that said at the time, said, let us have something to fight corruption. They came up with EFCC and ICPC. And now some of us have believed over the year that EFCC is no longer relevant in today's politics, and it's no longer relevant in Nigeria because some of the laws are now horrible. They don't have what it takes. As at the time EFCC was formed and what they are doing now, it's a different ballgame entirely. Therefore, I believe strongly that EFCC need to be if possible, we should revisit the law that set up EFCC, and if possible, again, EFCC should be scrapped. You scrap it and come up with another body, because they are no longer involved with the latest development in terms of financial crime. And APC as a party, supposed by now, after being government for over 10 years, should be able to say, no, let us have our own commission that can also help us to fight corruption.
Wouldn't that be more like turning those agencies or anti-graft agency into a political, platform? If you say that APC should create theirs, given the fact that the other one, EFCC, was created by Olusegun Obasanjo when he was with PDP and all that.
No, it's not. I don't take it to that political dimension. But what I mean is that EFCC is over 20 years now, if I'm correct. Therefore, what happened 20 years ago is no longer happening now. Things are evolving. To fight corruption, you must first of all make an attempt to prevent corruption. I expect the APC government to set up a commission on how to prevent corruption than fighting the corruption itself. Because the approach we are using now, you allow people to loot first. After looting, you now come again. How can a man have 46 over 40-something accounts? One particular person have over 40-something accounts. We have CBA who have been there. We have these monies are not the commercial bank. Since then, nothing have done about it to say, well, why do you do? As CBA don't have power to ask somebody why all this money coming here and there? How do we come about it? Must we be waiting until a crime is committed before we start looking? You know what it takes the Nigerian government? You know what is going to cost the Nigerian government now to pursue this case of Malami? Do you know what will take the Nigerian government to pursue the issue of Igige? Why spending this money to pursue all those things? Why not look for a solution that will prevent this from looting? That after looting, you are not using money to chase them again. That's my concern about it. What I'm saying in essence is that APC government must look inward critically and say, what do we do? Will we continue to fight those corrupt people, or we should come up with a commission that will help to prevent crime, financial crime? That's my issue. I'm not saying they should that duplicating position. If possible, if you make EFCC with ICPC, if possible, you scrap them and empower a unit of the Nigeria police, that will even reduce the cost. You know what it takes us for we to finance the EFCC, ICPC? Which result are they giving to us? Why not scrap them? And if possible, come up with a unit in the police force, strengthen the institution so that they can do their job. I think that's my position, because now Nigeria is in a state of borrowing. We are borrowing here and there. And when you take all this money that are borrowed, we use it to service all these duplicated commissions, duplicated offices here and there. And that's why we are not getting results. That's my point. I'm not looking at the political dimension. I'm looking at the efficiency and the results that we'll be able to get at the end of the day.
So you think that the anti-graft agencies are no longer efficient? When EFCC was created, they even went further to probe Obasanjo, who inaugurated them. The first set to have the czar of the EFCC there doing a job well done to the world. That international organization even applauded him. And now we're seeing the present EFCC boss going after their former boss, because you know that Malami, being the Attorney General of the Federation, must have most of the cases that EFCC had to take to court pass through him and all that. But now they've decided to go for him to tell us what happened to the looted funds that were being sent back to Nigeria when, Abacha loot happened and all that. So you think they're not being efficient?
No, they're not being efficient. And why so no? After leaving office, after 2 years, it's now you are telling me that they might have over 46 accounts. Those are not the issue I want to hear. I need issue like this. We don't even need to be discussing it at the price, because by the time the younger ones are hearing issue like this, that they might have over 40-something accounts. Do you know the psychological implication? Do you know what it will be doing to the mindset of a young Nigerian who says that one man have over 40-something accounts? We're not supposed to be hearing these things on news. It's when you get results, you now come and say, yes, I have results. Have you seen any pregnant woman announcing on the street that I'm having a boy child, I'm expecting a girl? Until you get results, you just shout out that I have a bouncing baby boy, a bouncing baby girl, as the case may be. That is what we require from the EFCC. Not this political trial, not this media trial, selective trial. EFCC must behave as a professional body. They must be there for all Nigerians. A typical example, you saw how all Nigerians were interested in Yahya Bello's issue. All Nigerians were interested. As of today, what happened? they declare him after he stood there and all those, all the shenanigans and the gimmicks that envelop the whole situation. Where are we today now? These are the issues why Nigerians are bothered, and some of us are saying, no, we can't continue like this and expect different results. This is what we have been doing over the year. Is it because Malami is now hobnobbing with ADC? Huh? But the issue that is quite fundamental in all this is that we should be able to ask ourselves, all these men, are they really corrupt? If they are corrupt, EFCC, go for them. Don't be selective.
All right,
don't make it to say that you are.
Don't be selective. That's the word. That's the word for the EFCC. To not be selective in the prosecution. Well, thank you very much, Comrade Roy Yoriabo, a public affairs analyst and member of the Coalition of Civil Society Organizations and a human rights activist. Thank you very much for your time. We've also had Archbishop Dr. Ibioku Gospel Bob Manuel, who is a former national vice president, Institute of Strategic Management, Nigeria, and of course, a public affairs commentator and barrister Darlington Agumo in here in the studio this morning. But that's it on the show. Join us again at 10 o'clock as we go through the papers on newspaper review. I am Moses Humphrey, wishing you a beautiful day.
And I'm Fina. Okay, Chiku, enjoy the rest of your day. Bye for now.
I'm Chuku Bakori. See you again at 10 o'clock. Bye for now.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
Voice of the people. You can hear me now. My name is Patrick Doyle, and I wish that you continue to echo the voices of the people. Big up VOP TV.
My name is Suibifa Dokubo. Please keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, my name is Kwekumali Ikenda Onyekwena, and I am with the Voice of the People TV. Now, if you're looking for the veritable channel for information, politics, robust discussions, you don't need to go far. VOP has you. VOP will always have you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Patrick Diabwa, aka Ibani Chuka, Amayanabo the Eagle King, and you are watching VOP TV. Stay with us.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations, but who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
Good evening, Africa. My name is Bama Kore, actor, model, producer, and I'm giving a big shout out to VOP TV, man. Keep watching. Don't change the dial. Thank you and God bless you.
My name is AY, and of course, I represent the voice of the people, and that's why I'm on VOP. AY say so.
Hi everyone, it's your girl Miriam Tima from the Real Housewives of Lagos and the Real Housewives Ultimate Girl Trip Africa. Shout out to VOP, the voice of the people. You already know. Stay tuned, keep watching. And don't forget, VOP is the best.
All right, hello, it's about that shaking the man fine back with Melanie Poppy Black Skin Boy. This is VOP TV. If you're not watching VOP, I don't know why you're watching. Maybe you're watching your weight. Bye.
Hello, beautiful people. This is Wale Ojo, and you're watching VOP, Voice of the People.
Hi, guys. You already know who it is. This is New Energy. Flyers, whatever, live it. Keep watching VOP TV. Thank you.
Hi, people. Ginny Albano here. Guys, please keep watching Voice of the People.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People television, where your health has a voice.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector, from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Well, thank you very much for joining us. This is Newspaper Review. I am Moses Humphrey.
And I am Chukuma Okoro. Thanks for joining us again.
And of course, we've been joined by Mr. Darlington Agumo Esquire. Thank you very much for joining us.
Yeah,
and
my pleasure.
Actually, we'll also get our guest from our outstation. But let's go through the papers. And this one jumps out at me, speaks to insecurity and the rest. And I was listening to a program this morning on my way to work, and this was the same story that was being deliberated on. It's from the Vanguard newspaper, and I think maybe a few other dailies, but this one from the Vanguard newspaper, basically. It's the big story here. And the story reads, allegations of a terrorist. 2 former governors fueling insecurity. Coming from who? Bello, Toriji. Yeah, and the writers to it says, ex-governors responsible for long-running insecurity in North admits peace talks, denies 30 million naira payoff. It's all lies, says governor's sources. Security forces gunned down notorious bandits Kachala Naala in Sokoto. Now, the story has it that Bello Tuji, I think sometime in the past, held a meeting with Governor Matawali, where he was governor, where some amount of money were said to have been given to him to end insecurity, and contracts also to supply rams were given to him. But he said that, look, those were lies. No such money was given to him, and he called the minister, Matawali, who is a Minister of State for Defense, right? As one of those sponsoring terrorism in the North. So these are the allegations. Let's see if I can go a little deeper into the headlines as put forward by the Vanguard newspaper. Let's see if we can read a little into it. Okay, so let's see how far we can go with this.
No.
Barrister, no, before you come.
Go ahead.
Notorious bandit leader Bello Tuji has accused 2 former northern governors of fueling insecurity in the country, especially the North. He also confirmed participating in a series of peace meetings with the Zamfara state government during the administration of a former governor of the state, but vehemently denied claims that he received 30 million naira or any material inducement to participate in the process. An effort made to get the reaction of both former governors at press time proved abortive. Okay, so Bello Tuji, in a viral video which surfaced yesterday, accused past political leadership in Zamfara and Sokoto states of laying the foundation for the region's long-running insecurity. He alleged that former administrations armed vigilante groups, popularly known as Yanbanga, which he claimed disproportionately targeted Fulani communities and escalated violence. The bandits, as specifically named former Sokoto State Governor and his former Zamfara State counterpart, of calling for their arrest and investigation over what he described as their roles in the crisis. He says, we openly say that former governors of Zamfara and Sokoto states are responsible for the calamities that befell these states, Toji claimed. He sought to distance himself from any political influence, insisting that he was not acting on behalf of any politician or interest groups. He says, we are not politicians and we are not tools of politicians. There is no human being backing us, he said. Okay, well, is this trying to save his head because we hear that the security agencies are closing in on him? Could that be what this is about? Or what are your thoughts, Barrister?
Sorry, Barrister, before you move into it, who granted the interview?
He did a video.
He said the video.
I know it's troubling that we are reporting this.
As usual.
Basically, he granted a press conference.
Okay.
That's what it is. So what he did was a video that he put out on social media.
Okay.
Now,
and in that video, he said all these things.
Look, there are things that are very, very annoying, seriously. Very, very annoying. You don't even begin to think of, you don't, in fact, look at the terrorists accusing state actors of fueling insecurity. A terrorist who routinely release those in his captives whenever you visit him. A terrorist who routinely release some arms and say, go and give your government these ones, I will keep the other, you know. Somebody who came before the camera and told us that, look, this business we are doing, it is one of you that gave it to us. So. A terrorist in Nigeria who is even a foreigner. Mr. Moses, please, how do you begin to analyze this type of nonsense? You mean Nigeria have gotten so, I don't understand. A terrorist from foreign country, telling us this type of story on our own soil. Oh God Almighty, God, where are you? This is unheard of anywhere in the world. He is being specific. This is not the first time, remember. This is not the first time this man is saying this type of thing, yet nobody pays attention to him. Not even to arrest him or to neutralize him. This man is acting as if he's an alternate government to Nigeria. Can't you see it? Look at how long this man has been operating in Nigerian soil. He is saying he's not acting up. So you are even acting. The people you kidnap that you release to us routinely, who are there to you? Who told you to kidnap them? You mean as you are talking now, told you better, there's nobody in your custody. Oh my God. This insult is too much.
Barrister, should that be the problem of Georgia or the problem of the government?
For him to be talking, that means somebody is backing him. I'm not joking.
That's exactly what he's saying. That look, two former governors are the people behind the insecurity in the north.
You can see, did I not tell you that the tiger you are riding on his back, one day you end up in the belly of that tiger. The people that projected him from Niger over to you, you can see it now. I have always told you, evil does not last forever. At a point in time, all of you will begin to reveal yourself to everybody who care to listen. Look at somebody from Niger that the government cannot even tolerate over there. The junta in Niger have told us that, look, Toju Bello should be very careful, that he knows why Nigerian government is backing him. They said it. Yet, Mr. Okoro, you and I are here talking of insecurity and say we don't know what happened, we don't know who is behind it. I mean, it's very sad, seriously. Look, I will stop talking about this matter if government does not want to take action.
Barrister, the fact remains that that Toji Bello has said it under the circumstances that he said it doesn't mean that they are guilty.
Exactly.
Can you imagine? And government is listening to something. Mr. Okoro, imagine if somebody from my own part of the town is saying this thing, Okoro. Just imagine what will happen if somebody should come out and be making this noise from the southeast. Just imagine. Tomorrow you say, why are the Igbos agitating? You can see it. A foreigner, terrorist, talking like this to everybody as if Nigeria
that's exactly my point. It should be the responsibility of government to rein him in, to capture him and try him.
If government
and if Niger Republic has a problem with that, then they will come and tell us. I mean, after we have captured him. But that said, politicians, we have always been told by even governors, what's his name? Professor Zunu Galam the other day said, look, politicians are the ones behind insecurity in Borno State. Governor of Plateau State, governor of Benue State said, look, I know certain politicians, but unfortunately, when they say these things, they don't name them. They don't mention
even when
them.
they name them, Matawale has been in the picture. What happened?
No, Matawale has been in the picture, but there is this argument between Matawale and Dauda Lawal. Matawale accused Dauda Lawal, and Dauda Lawal in turn accused Matawale. But it is curious to understand that in all of this, we hear the president and say, at that point, I think the presidency said, look, Matawale has not been found, wanting. And they gave him a clean bill of health. And he continued to serve in this government.
Good. That will tell you that.
Why is it possible? I think it was the National Security Advisor said, look, we don't have anything against, we don't have any information, any intelligence against the former governor of Zamfara State.
Good.
Bello Matawale and all of this. So the suspicion is deep. The suspicion is very deep. So now the curiosity in all of it is this. When we get this kind of information, why is it difficult for the security agencies to apprehend these people, investigate them thoroughly? We understand that you cannot investigate Daud Alawa because he's still a serving governor. How about this other person? And people like Zulum should tell us when they say politicians are the ones
now is the one calling for
calling for the arrest of this
investigation.
Can you imagine? Terrorists,
you know.
So
is it not laughable? They make light of the whole
situation. Don't do any mockery of government of Nigeria. That a terrorist will be telling you what to do and what not to do.
It's like Osama bin Laden telling American government, you know, what to do. The people in government that are causing problems.
Can you just
United
imagine?
States government.
Of
course, America will never take that.
Every time you'll be hearing, we are closing in on Toju Bello. Since how many years now? Every time we are closing in on him. We are closing in on him. What kind of rubbish is that for God's sake? And every day they'll come and tell us we are working very hard to end insecurity. We are working hard. We have been neutralizing. Oh my! Look, you say this deceit, is very. If you are a patriotic Nigerian, this thing should embarrass you. I'm not joking. It should embarrass you that a government will be this lazy, this laid back, that a terrorist will not be. Remember this man that Obadiah, that CBN man that he said that governors are behind all these things. And immediately he said it, they arrested him and shortly after the man died. Is that not true? Every time they mention governor, go and listen to the report by Dan Ale Kefas. I think it's in the internet. A very deep report about how the former chief of army staff died. That, what's his name? That died. The man named everybody. Yet the report is before Tinubu. As I talk to you now, he is with it. The man said he submitted it to him. Mr. Okoro, nobody has been brought in. Nobody. And you are telling me you are fighting insecurity. The man even said that when he brought that report, they had to detain him for 64 years.
64 years?
I mean, for 64 days. 64 days. A high-ranking military officer like that. After all, he was very specific. He even said that plane crash was a bomb. It was not ordinary. He mentioned everything that happened. How some people's legs were blown out. That cannot be crash. Mr. Okoro. So tomorrow, when I'm against this military, let nobody blame me because the report is out there now. They are the ones wearing this thing. Yet they will tell me they are fighting insecurity. Look at the contradiction. If you are truly what you claim to be, can such a thing happen?
Exactly the question.
You are chief of army staff.
When we heard that the federal government has approved 94,000 new
to be new recruited.
And I asked the question: this new enlistment, does it look like the military is currently overwhelmed? You know, and so these new people, the 14,000 soldiers, you know, that you want to send to the Army, Navy, and Air Force, what new brief are you going to give them? Different from the brief you gave the old ones. Briefs like when they are trying to overpower the terrorists and all of that. And order comes.
They pull back.
So these new ones, will you give them a fresh order to attack and kill?
It means that most of our military have resigned from the military. They don't want to tell us. For them to be talking of recruiting this number of people, they have all left. And they don't want to make it public. Not to frighten those who are still fighting. All these things they are telling us, there is no truth in any of them. No truth. If you see the level of betrayal in the military, you wouldn't even want to go into it. From what we are hearing now and from the report we are hearing, this military are not sincere.
So talking about the military, we hear that the president has promoted his
ADC,
twice in 1 year.
Twice in 1 year.
Oh, so that is
the
infamy that is
in
going
January,
on.
and now
the brigadier.
So
ordinarily, what should be the rank of the president's ADC? Does he have any limit?
He came in as a lieutenant colonel.
Okay.
As a lieutenant colonel.
From there to colonel.
So the reason they are promoting him is what I find laughable.
Did anybody tell you?
No, the reason is that so there will be a spirited call within the villa because the SSS man has just been made a director. That's the president's SSS aide, and then the police security aide as well has just been made. I think he has also been promoted.
Okay, so that they will be at par.
They'll be at par.
Okay,
they'll be at par. Commissioner or something. So now promoting him to that level puts them at par. So the rest will not be above him.
One another as equal.
Exactly.
No, as long as you are not in the same military establishment,
it shouldn't matter.
It should be seniority.
No, but there should also be a command structure in the president.
But what then happens to his mates? His mates?
Yes, who are not in the presidency.
In the military.
In the military.
Everybody is not promoted at the same time.
You see,
that's why when you have people get in as first lieutenants, by the time they are 15, 20 years, some of them colonel, some brigadier, some major general, and that is how it ends.
And don't you think this will bring some sort of bad blood?
Of course,
certainly it will.
It's obvious.
Certainly it will.
It's obvious, including this elongation of tenure, whereby you now put some people on hold, while their junior will be above them. How do you think you will be happy with such a thing, Mr. Okoro? How?
Well, whatever happens, I think there are several questions around the sincerity of.
In fact, Nigeria, the way this thing is being run,
except there is something they know that we don't know.
That is not.
But from what we see, I mean, the government cannot be telling us that look, we are trying to recruit more people, and meanwhile, the people that are in there, by the time they want to overpower the terrorists, ask them to pull back. For what reason?
And they are not well treated. And they are not well treated. They are not well treated. That's even the major reason. They are not well treated.
And we seem to be fighting insecurity. Meanwhile, fighting terrorism, and America says we are on the right path. Meanwhile, we have 600,000 Benue indigenous living in IDP camps. And their homes, not that their homes are flooded, not that there is any form of natural disaster in their homes. Their homes are occupied by foreigners.
Foreign terrorists.
And you tell us that you are fighting insecurity. The only way I believe that this government is intentional in fighting insecurity is if they start from that point that, look, you have to take back all the IDPs back to their native land. Then Nigerians will believe that, look, you are sincere in this fight.
Look at how long this thing has happened, Mr. Okoro. Before America reacted, look at how long this thing has been going on. Look at how, that means if not for this thing from Donald Trump, nobody would have done anything. No. All these other revelations that
apart from the Donald Trump pressure, even within the Donald Trump pressure, do we see enough effort? At
least our fears have been confirmed. All along, we have been saying it, but nobody have a handle on what is going on. All these revelations that is coming out now, from the report they submitted to Buhari and to Tinubu, which is coming out now in the open.
We have Comrade Roy Yabo. Comrade Roy, please feel free to join into the conversation.
Thank you.
Oh my God, you always forget my head.
Go ahead, please.
I did not hear the question, sir.
Oh, okay. It's not a question, actually. We're just reacting to the headline. The headline being two former allegations of a terrorist, two former governors fueling insecurity, Torji Bello. I don't know if you are familiar with that story. If you are, then let's have your take. If not, we'll move on to another story.
Of course, this is not the first time we are hearing that people, there are Nigerians who are sponsoring this insecurity. Even some international organizations have mentioned him. Even some foreign countries have also mentioned him. Nigeria government have never considered it wise to say, let's consider those variables. And I believe, and that's the reason why I strongly believe that those in position of authority don't want this insecurity to end. Because there is a school of thought, we say that some of them are profiting from the whole arrangement, and they will continuously want to, what favors you want to make it to continue to happen so that you start reaping the dividends. That is what's going on. If Nigeria government genuinely want to fight insecurity, to me, it's not a rocket science. It's just a matter to take a situation that will make it to work. A person who is an inspector general of police who will be there, you know the time have elapsed, you see continue to keep him there. How do you expect the younger ones who will be aspiring to want to be an IGP, how do you expect them to put in their best? They are already limiting their potentials, and this have a way of also affecting the level of security within the system. Nigeria government, President Tinubu must consider it now to say, well, we are not supposed, this man, you can't remain like this. How do you even, one of the things I've even been very bothered about, how do you remove a man who was not doing well as an army chief, you are not making me a minister of defense? I find it difficult to reconcile.
Some would disagree with you. Some of us think that he was doing okay. He was doing okay as the chief of defense staff.
If he was doing okay, why was he removed?
Well, there
Do you
could be other reasons.
check the unit team?
There could be other reasons. Is
the year of service is still very favorable to him? Is he have more years to do with the army?
Yes, but then politically, since he was appointed, he was removed, and then he had to leave office.
Do you know the financial implication of that? What it costs Nigeria to do that?
Apparently, yes, of course.
We are borrowing money. We must be very careful.
So it's governance now that is the issue. It's governance. That's the issue.
And the government, the issue, government must show serious capacity to also question them.
All right.
Because if you don't question those who are financing it, the source, that is the source of the power of the insurgency. If you don't question them and nip it in the body, the process will continue. So we just be dancing up and down.
Issues about money is spent, and monies and all of that. So let's quickly run into another issue. If time allows us, I'd like us to also talk about.
Sorry, Moses, before you go to that thing, you were here when they promoted this chief of defense, Abi, this new person that came, and when he came, he was blowing hot. I told you here that he's not going to do anything. Did I not? Abi, did I not?
The Minister of Defense.
Yes, I told you. Did I not?
He just started.
Please wait. How many days? Hold on. How many days does it take you to?
It's not even up to 2 weeks.
Well, leave that thing.
Okay, what are you expecting?
Donald Trump started action from inauguration day. Donald Trump, he started action that day. He read his 14 policy statements that day. He was inaugurated.
The same Donald Trump you are talking about said that the Ukraine war and Gaza Hamas war will end in 3 months. Did it?
But he wanted to. It didn't intervene.
So the minister has gone into.
Listen. Hold on. Listen. There are things that are very immediate. Listen. He told us that he wants to find out who gave the order for the security to leave that school before these girls were kidnapped. Yes. Is that not true?
Yes.
How many weeks now?
Do you know if he has done that?
And it's not in the public domain, Abi. Do you need to set up a panel for that, Mr. Okoro? Please, you people are just defending this government for what?
We are not defending. We are holding a conversation.
How long does it take for someone to say, who gave this order? A question. Somebody will answer you immediately. Is that not true? Do you need to set up a panel?
If they have found out.
And found out and nobody told us. We should know.
It's the same thing. If they tell you every move, you say, why are you?
If it is right now, if it is right, I will support it. But this one, I told you here that nothing will happen.
Sir, this is military intelligence. It's not everything that will be put out in the public.
Are you serious?
Yes.
Really?
Yes.
Oh, military intelligence, Abi? That the intelligence made our girls to be somewhere now in the bush with terrorists, Abi? What is intelligence there?
No,
intelligence that made somebody to give order that some people should live where they were.
Don't twist the conversation. The chief of the Minister of Defense said, look, I'm going to find out, I'm investigating who gave the order for the military to be pulled out. As at now, we don't know.
Oh, really? And it's taking how many weeks now?
It doesn't matter. Maybe they already know and they're already taking action.
The one that
Barrister, what we need to say is that, look, there is action on the ground.
There is no action. Nothing will come. I told you here, whenever government don't want to do anything, they set up a panel. Yes, they set up a committee that will look into what the other committee did. And from there, they will not be...
There is this notorious bandit in Sokoto State that has been gone down. Are you aware?
Let us see.
He was taken out.
Have they shown you this?
He was taken out.
Have they shown you anybody?
I'm trying to recall his name.
Okay.
Have they Kachala? Have they told you anybody?
Yes, Kachala.
Have they told you any? Have you seen any of them? Have you seen any of them? Are we not supposed to see those who have been troubling our lives? Whenever this happens, you just hear it in the news, nothing else. What kind of thing is this?
You mean when they kill Kachala, they should come and show us?
What is wrong in doing that? What is wrong? Tell me, what is wrong?
Barrister, when America killed Osama bin Laden, have you ever seen the picture?
What are you telling me? What are you telling me?
What picture did you see?
They brought it. They brought it out.
Someone's picture.
What are you telling me? When they put him in an iron casket and threw him inside the river so that nobody will go there for pilgrimage. It happened.
Okay.
But apart of that, but so emulate America, because what we are fighting is different from what America did.
I bet it's still
this one, they call them bandits. bandit that you are holding meeting with, government holding meeting with bandit, and they will not tell you.
Doing press conference.
Can you just imagine? Did it happen with Osama bin Laden?
Okay, I know you're upset.
I should be.
We
Look,
are.
Upset is a very mild word.
Okay,
what are you telling me? In a country, you claim to be a sovereign state. America should not come into it, but the bandits can come here and be telling you stories. Bandits, and you say you're a sovereign state. From Nigeria.
Let's see how much more upset you'll get when I read the next story. Okay, so the next story is from the Guardian newspaper. It's a big story on the cover page of the Guardian. Can be found on page 6. It says Buhari's legacy on trial as Emefiele ex-ministers face 3.5 trillion naira graft probe. Now let me see if I can quickly take you through it. Now, the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, is currently investigating Chris Ngige, a former minister of Labour, over an alleged 2.2 billion naira fraud. That's for Chris Ngige. Now, former Minister of Aviation and close political associate Hadi Sirika is also facing charges over an alleged 2.7 billion naira fraud linked to aviation projects. That's another one. We also have the Emefiele. Yes, Emefiele's arbitrarily allocated 3 trillion naira worth of foreign exchange, equivalent to $2 billion, without competitive bids or due process, allegedly conferring undue advantage on associates. All right, that's one of the allegations against Emefiele. There are others. You know, the housing estate and the rest, a few others. That's for Emefiele. Now, EFCC is also prosecuting former Minister of Power, Saleh Maman, who's been ordered by a federal high court in Abuja to answer to a 33.8 billion naira money laundering trial. Similarly, Ministry of Humanitarian Affairs, Disaster Management and Social Development under the former minister Sadiya Umaru Farouk is accused of laundering 37 billion naira meant for social intervention programs. All right. Now, we haven't even, okay. Now, collectively, the allegations involving Buhari's era officials total an estimated 471 billion naira in direct naira figures when the alleged 2 billion naira forex allocation is factored in. The total could be approximately 3.47 trillion naira, highlighting staggering magnitude of the cases confronting anti-graft investigators. There you have it.
So I should clap for them now, Abi?
Well, I don't expect you to clap.
I
expect you to speak on the matter.
I am not amused.
You're not?
I am not amused with what you just read now. It's just a statement. What are the actions?
They're investigating.
Has anybody been brought in, Mr. Moses?
He is in detention.
Really? Yes. And you think at the end of the day...
Malami is in detention.
Are you sure? Oh, God.
Boris, I don't know what will happen tomorrow, but I know that they are still in detention.
This thing they said is for the optics, for Nigeria to believe that something is happening. Nothing is happening. Let them first of all grab the 210 trillion naira. This one is just under our nose. This one happen now. Let us start from the known to the unknown.
Barrister, do you believe in this country?
What?
Do you believe that this country can be great again?
How can it be great with this type of people? No, tell me how. How can it be great with this type of people running the show? Greatness is an action by great men. Did you see any great man here? Hold on. Did you see any great man here? That kind of money cannot be missing, and everybody just behave as if nothing happened.
Let's stay with the people that the APC people that served under Buhari. That this APC.
Why are you after them? They go after the one here now.
Go after them.
Mr. Listen, I told you here. Start from the known to the unknown. I will take you serious.
The known now.
The known is this one that happened now.
This one happened now.
210 trillion.
It happened in the past 10 years.
They said
the 210 trillion is not in one fell swoop. Cumulative for 10 years.
Yes.
Now we have a Hadi Siriki, former aviation minister, you know, who more like scammed Nigerians, scammed, you know, more like inflation, because he's not been proven guilty. Barrister, this administration is trying Hadi Siriki. This administration is investigating. Look, Abubakar Malami. This administration is investigating Chris Nwabweze. So
they are going after those who are in their bad book.
But at least they are going after.
Listen, I'm coming. I am coming. Who alleges my proof under the law? Is that not true?
Okay.
Good. Remember what happened to Ojekalo? This man was properly jailed. In fact, at a point, he became the first governor also under this administration that was jailed.
After 12 years of trial.
After good. What happened at the end of the day? Please tell me, did he serve that jail sentence?
It wasn't the federal government that released him. It was a court of competent jurisdiction that said, look, your trial was in error ab initio.
Oh God Almighty!
You said that he who alleges must prove. You are alleging that 210 trillion naira was stolen. Have you proven that?
Listen, that means you don't know the story of Ojekalo. What you said now. Ojekalo was properly jailed.
Okay.
Now, APC people wanted to save him. You know what they did? They now promoted the judge that handled the case and then backdated it. Listen very well, though. Because that way I quarrel with Okoro. You only want to deceive me, but I will not allow you to do that. Now, they backdated it and say as at the time this judge passed that judgment, he has been promoted. So he has no...
Barrister, that's not correct. That was not what happened.
What happened?
Barrister, that was not happening.
What happened?
What happened was that the judge was promoted. Wait, hold on now. Hold on. You have stated your own part of the case.
Go ahead.
Barrister, you have stated your own part of the case.
Go ahead. I've not finished. Go ahead.
Barrister, the judge was promoted from High Court to Appeal Court. And when he was handling Oji's case, you know what happened? Appeal Court to try that case in the High Court.
Oh God Almighty!
That was what happened. Not that they backdated his promotion. No, they did not.
That was what happened. That was what the judge did not stand. They said that at the time he passed that judgment, he had been promoted.
No, he came from the appeal court to try that case, which is abnormal, which is not correct.
Why was he promoted in the first place?
What do you mean? People get promoted from High Court to Appeal Court to Supreme Court. Yes,
you can see. You can see you now.
Barrister,
it was not deliberate, Abi. It was not
deliberate.
It's not deliberate for him to have been promoted, though.
Barrister, he merited the promotion.
He did not. Let me hear, please. He did not. He did not. Okay.
So if they promote Peter Lifu or Motoshona, you say they are not deserving of it.
Somebody handled that case and finished it. That was even what happened. He has already inside the jail, inside the correctional center. Before they now brought him out. Listen, now you are not getting it here.
You are missing the point.
You are missing the point. No, he had been jailed properly. Right. It was later that they now said this man had been promoted. And for that reason, that case he handled was what? Null and void.
Barrister, that was not what happened.
I don't like this one. Was the African not inside the jail? Was he not inside the jail?
Was it not appeal court that squashed the jail?
Because of what happened. That's what I'm telling you. Because of what happened.
Let's take the argument to Comrade Roy Oyamo. Comrade, please.
Over 3.5 trillion naira.
Yes.
Looted
33 in total. In total. Yes. 33.
Looted or mismanaged under Buhari regime. That is an indictment on the government of Buhari.
7 trillion.
And there's also a direct indictment on the APC government. That will show to you that how late Buhari mismanaged this country. That will show to us that Buhari was never in charge. Under his watch, over 3.5 trillion naira looted from our purse. No, it's called for a deep sober reflection. Let Buhari, if it is possible for we to reach out to him in the grave, he is supposed to take responsibility for this. That was the man we were told in this country that is a no-nonsense man. He does not believe in corruption. Now look at what we are seeing. Look at what is coming on. Look at the revelation. Is it not shocking? Is it not disappointing? How do, in an economy like Nigeria that is struggling, in a struggling economy, over 3.5 looted by selected few, and you expect people like us to be happy over it? No. The APC government, the Buhari government came to this time to loot and to destroy what belongs to Nigeria. And the present president must take it upon himself to vindicate himself that he was not part and parcel of that arrangement. These persons need to give us that money back. They need to, not just for them to go and serve. If at the end of the day they are found guilty, they should return those funds to us. In this present day Nigeria, 3.5 trillion will go in no way. How many states have look at the budget
it's
of
actually 3.47. 3.47 trillion.
Which is more like 3.5.
Which is
what is the difference?
It's more like 3.5.
Okay, if you want to put it that way.
What is the difference? We just need to show concern that I'm happy that this is coming out so that we know the kind of government what Buhari did to Nigeria. When some of us said Buhari was a disaster, some people took it upon themselves to say no, we did not love Buhari. Look at the revolution now.
Comrade Roy, I think Comrade Roy, part of the conversation is that look, 3.5 trillion naira is alleged to have been mismanaged under Buhari administration, which is an APC government, and now we have an APC government under Buhari's watch that is trying, people responsible for the mismanagement. That's the argument. So, do you think that the president is intentional in fighting corruption at this point?
He's not.
Of course, you have the responsibility to fight corruption.
Okay.
One of the selling points of the APC government when they were coming to government is to fight corruption. And I believe one of the cardinal points of this government is also to fight corruption. It must go back, it must revisit it, it must show that serious concern and a serious capacity to fight corruption for us. Because under APC, if you take an inventory of what have happened under APC, you now come with the 2 years of the present administration, you will know that Nigeria will have every reason to be sober this material time.
Now, comrade, when you talk about responsibility, yes, he has that responsibility, but we also know that people do abdicate responsibility. So the question is, do you think that is intentional now in fighting corruption?
No, let us not go to that direction. What matters is that are they really, did this person, do they looted our funds? I think that's supposed to be the question. Whichever way the present administration is going about, we should have ourselves, this person, we should ask ourselves, do they really looted this country? Do they looted our funds? Did they steal from us? If it is yes, they should go about it. This is not time to be political. If we retrieve that money from them, you know it will go enough way. Then we have a system now that is looking for any money to borrow from anywhere.
Well,
it's looking for anywhere to borrow money. If we can get this money back,
the issue is also that retrieved looted funds are relooted.
That is the problem because Malami is undergoing investigations. Why? Because we hear that there are 46 accounts, linked to him in his name, and that is tied to the Abacha loot and all of that. So these monies are not just recovered; they are also relooted.
That's the problem.
That seems to be the problem.
If that is also the mission of this government to reloot it, another government will also come to us. How were you able to loot?
And they also reloot, so the cycle continues. It becomes a cycle show.
Let the process continue. After legality looted, Okoro will not reloot it. After the exit of Okoro, then Moses will come and reloot it. The cycle continues. The cycle continues.
Okay, and we just hope that Comrade Roy Riabo will end that cycle by not relooting it. Is that good?
That is the message. That's
the message.
The thing is that people get away with this.
No, the thing is that the looting started with Barrister.
The fact is that some people are untouchable. They are in this looting game. Some people you will see what they have done. Yeah, you can't confront them.
But it's interesting that they are trying out the Buhari ministers and the rest.
And your own.
But then nobody is saying anything about better edu.
I'm telling you that's my concern here. Yes, even
it's one big basket that you keep putting people in.
Even Yahya Bello,
Yahya Bello is in court.
Hold on,
he's undergoing trial.
Look, it shouldn't take this long because the evidence is there. The American school had to return $800,000. Abi,
which is more like an indictment.
A very clear case. Is enough to say, "Oh, you go to jail for this." Yes,
I think it's a problem to us because that is part of the problems we have with our criminal justice.
In fact,
the trial of OUK, for 12 years. For 12 long years. And so that shouldn't be. Within those 12 years, a lot of information, a lot of data will have been lost, sentiments will creep in and all of that. So what we are saying is, the lawyers have been asking, how do we reform our criminal justice system? And Nigerians are asking, EFCC is even asking for special courts, to try criminal cases. And it's the same lawyers that are saying, no, if you do that, it will look as if, you are trying to give more prominence to criminal cases or politically exposed people. Like we now have politicians of particular concern too, as we have judges of particular concern. It's not just Nigeria that is a country of particular concern.
Before we
he's laughing. It was Oria, but he said it, that we have judges of particular concern. So we also have politicians of particular concern.
Did you remember that when this government came into power, something happened? DSS raided the EFCC office, and a particular file with a particular name was taken out of that place. Are you aware? It happened. They laid siege in that place, took away all the documents, anything that had to do with this particular person and this particular politician. And that's the end of it. So forever to come, you will never hear, because where is the evidence? Where is your evidence? They have killed it. Oh, we are not serious.
There's another issue here that should be of concern to a lot of us. FIRS kicks as Northern elders condemn tax data deal with France. This issue rocks social media over the weekend.
Yes.
The issue of Nigeria-France deal. France helping Nigeria with data collation and the rest of them. And
so a foreign government will be collecting tax.
I see that more as outsourcing ourselves.
Can you imagine?
That is what it looks like.
A foreign government will help us to be collecting tax.
Not just tax, data. Data related to our taxes. Why? Why do we need all of that?
The same foreign government will not help us to collect data on corruption. They will not help us to do that, Abi. Look, you can imagine.
Even when they do, we believe them.
Let them bring it out. Let the same foreign governments.
Foreign governments have been sending us lists of terror sponsors, and we are not doing anything.
No, Nigerian politicians, including those in government, let them help us to tell us how much they have looted and who are those people. Let them help us. If they are very clever, Abi. So that with this now, you say, yes, that the man is trying. Look at that. I have said it. What happened with Alpha Beta is going to happen with this tax reform. Go and bet me.
Okay, so this is what they are saying. Yesterday's signing of a memorandum of understanding between the Federal Inland Revenue Service (FIRS) and the French Tax Authority, Direction Générale des Finances Publiques, is not a harmless technical collaboration. It is a direct, unprotected gateway into the heart of Nigeria's tax infrastructure.
Oh, really?
Placing our most sensitive economic data into the hands of a foreign power, whose engagements across Africa have historically led to economic manipulation, political pressure, and strategic domination. Now, in reaction to that, this is what the FIRS is saying, that it does not grant France access to Nigeria. It says the MOU is a standard, globally recognized cooperation framework focused solely on technical assistance and capacity building. It does not grant France access to Nigerian taxpayers' data, digital systems, or any elements of our operational infrastructure. The body stated in a reaction yesterday. Well, FRS noted that all existing Nigerian laws on data protection, cybersecurity, and sovereignty remains fully applicable and strictly enforced. Okay. Well, so, that's basically it.
Hold on. No. If you don't give them
this, convincing to me.
It's not. Listen, no. If you don't give them all this information, how would they now work with you? Tell me how. If they are coming here for the purpose of our tax reform and all that, are you not going to provide them with all they need to work? And when you are providing it, are you not giving some information away? Look, these people, they think they are very clever. Mr. Okoro, they think they are very clever, and it's very annoying. When your government will be treating you as if you are a zombie, you don't know anything. Where is the standard practice? When some people are telling you that in other countries where they practice this thing, it collapsed, it didn't work, yet you want to go and try it. So, of all the people we have in Nigeria, all the tax experts, none of them could do this except France, Abi. No, except France will do it.
Exactly my point. Why can't we build the system? Why can't we build that infrastructure to collect it ourselves?
I mean, what is there in the first place? What is there? I have told somebody
we have IT firms that can do all of this.
That I can do Nigerians,
but there are a lot of them.
A lot of them that can do all of this. So why France in particular?
This what is this data system that was collecting revenue for government? This
remitter.
Good. You saw the expert job they have done. You saw the expert job remitter have been doing for government in this country. What is wrong with it? They don't want to impose another one on it. We don't like success in this country. Seriously, we don't like success. Every successful story, the government will try to kill it. Remitter, have anybody come with any complaint against Remitter since they have been working under Buhari and all that? It was Jonathan that created that thing. Now all of a sudden they are no longer good for us.
Yes, treasury singular.
I am telling you, all these things are there. Nobody has faulted it, but somebody want to bring his own that will not benefit him. Benefit him. You are working with France. Meanwhile, we know your relationship with France. Whenever any government,
you say when we say we, who are the
Nigerians now? Is it not your money? Tax is it government?
No, I mean, you say his relationship with France.
Are you not seeing when he was going there for almost everything? Are you not
going? You know the relationship. I don't know.
Why can't he visit America? Why can't he visit America like that?
Comrade Roy, please let's get your thoughts. Comrade Roy Oriabo, if you're still with us, let's get your thoughts on this one.
The issue of we are not talking about sovereignty again.
I'm telling you.
We are not talking about sovereignty. When Trump said that he wants to help us, there was a Christian genocide in Nigeria that they want, everybody was shouting. Nigeria is a sovereign state. America should not come. Now France is not there. Paying and have lobby with our data. What kind of a society will you not go? What kind of result will you get under this arrangement? We have an organization that has shown capacity over the years, managing us. They have never been complained, but because of some certain interests now, you are moving now everything. Our data will not be managed by another country. Then you are exposing all of us. They are exposing all of us because of their personal interests. It's very unfortunate. It is even a direct indictment of the leadership of Board of Internal Revenue. They are saying that they don't have the capacity to function. They are telling us that they don't know what they are supposed to do at a given time. There are indigenous organizations who will do more better than what they are imposing on us. This is just more. If I were to advise the president, I will immediately call for the sack of the chairman of the Board of Internal Revenue, because exposing our data to a foreign country, that will undermine us, whether you like it or not. Either now or later, we are still going to see that this is not a genuine and a sincere plan for Nigeria development. Thank you.
All right.
This is even an empowering the bank to take your money without your knowledge. Are you aware? With this thing they are doing about NIM, Mr. Okoro, you will see cases next year. Because banks are going to extort and deduct your money without your knowledge. And when you ask them, it's the federal government that took it to. Everything now, federal government and their tax. So you can imagine.
But Taiwo has said that kind of thing wouldn't happen.
Are you serious? Really? Hold on. When innocent happened, there was not even the tax reform. If not that man is a big boy, who else can they take away 24 billion naira from his account and is still breathing? And you think that's the only man, Abi? This other small business that they are deducting 100 naira, 200 naira, and all that every month. They don't even pay attention to it, but when they now cumulatively, you now know how much these banks will be taking from you in the name of tax. This NIM, they said you must have it now because you can have bank account. You really remember, and your tax data, NIM and TIM. Remember when this NIM was proposed by Pantami that he will help us to fight insecurity and all that. Up to today, nobody has seen Mr.
Well, this would be a good place to wrap up this conversation.
All these things they tell us, we should be interrogating this in the Moses.
Yes, of course.
We should be interrogating it.
That's why
everything they just tell us. They say tax reform. I think that will bring you.
We are out of time for newspaper.
Let them return that money before we can pay more tax.
We'll have sports next.
Let them return the money they stole.
Subsequent programs on the station will have these conversations discussed elaborately. Well, thank you very much, Barrister Darlington. Agoma. Thank you very much, Comrade Roy Yoriabo. Well, thank you also, Chukuma Okoro, who comes back later tonight at 6 p.m. on Political Lens.
And I'll be joined by Barrister Darlington Agoma. We'll first of all travel to River State to unpack what's going on in River State. Then we'll travel around the country to bring you interesting trending stories. Join us then. Promises to be quite interesting.
Well, there you have it. That's it on the show today. I am Moses Humphrey. Have yourselves a beautiful day. Bye for now.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
Voice of the people. You can hear me now. My name is Patrick Doyle, and I wish that you continue to echo the voices of the people. Big up VOP TV.
My name is So Ibifa Dokobo. Please keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, my name is Kwekumali Ikenna Onyekwena, and I am with the Voice of the People TV. Now, if you're looking for the veritable channel for information, politics, robust discussions, you don't need to go far. VOP has you. VOP will always have you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Patrick Diabwa, aka Ibani Chuka, Amayanabo the Eagle King, and you are watching VOP TV. Stay with us.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations, but who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
southbound burning down right. The 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
Good evening, Africa. My name is Bomakore, actor, model, producer, and I'm giving a big shout out to VOP TV, man. Keep watching. Don't change the dial. Thank you and God bless you.
My name is AY, and of course, I represent the voice of the people, and that's why I'm on VOP. AY say so.
Hi everyone, it's your girl Miriam Tima from the Real Housewives of Lagos and the Real Housewives Ultimate Girls Trip Africa. Shout out to VOP, the voice of the people. You already know. Stay tuned, keep watching. And don't forget, VOP is the best.
All right, hello, everybody. It's about shaking the man fine back with Melanie Poppy Black Skin Boy. This is VOP TV. If you're not watching VOP, I don't know what you're watching. Maybe you're watching your weight.
Hello, beautiful people. This is Wale Ojo, and you're watching VOP, Voice of the People.
Hi, guys. You already know who it is. This is New Energy. Flyers, whatever, live it. Keep watching VOP TV. Thank you.
Hi, people. Ginny Albano here. Guys, please keep watching Voice of the People.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice. sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Yes, I'm feeling very super excited to be on the show this day. Welcome to the place that will give you that sporting news that you want for yourself. And we are the voice of Lagos. You can call us Voice of the People Television. And on this day, we tell you everything sporting that happened in the course of the weekend and also that just as it unfolds. It's a lot that we talked about. And I'm feeling very happy. You know why? Because the Nations Cup is quite close. You can say 6 days to go. And I'm very, very excited on the show today because the Super Eagles are part of this very one. And the question out there is, if the Super Eagles of Nigeria happens to win the Nations Cup right here in Morocco, you could say 2025, are we going to forgive them, the Nigerian fans? That's the question for everyone. And at this point, you say, we can win it. Do we have the quality? Do we have those influencing the squad? All of this wrapped up just on this show. And we start up with the news just as it happened yesterday. Super Eagles' first choice goalkeeper Stanley Wabali has arrived in Nigerian training camp in Cairo, joining Francis Uzoho as preparation intensifies for the African Cup of Nations. The Nigerian Football Federation NFF confirmed that the team's camp officially opened on Sunday. It happens to be yesterday, December the 14th, at the Renaissance Hotel in Cairo with the players, the coaching crew, the backroom staff already in place. Uzoho was the first player to arrive in camp, touching down shortly after 2 a.m. on Sunday. Wabali's arrival has now added momentum as players begin to report from their club sides ahead of the tournament in Morocco. Moving on, Wabali's presence comes amid recent concern over his fitness after managing ankle and hand injury. Despite the concern, Eric Chow, the coach of the senior coach of the senior national team, you can say he's very happy to have a squad, 28-man list. And then the importance is also what we're looking out for. The goalkeeper has been Nigeria's undisputed first choice since the last AFCON, where he did, came out with the silverware, key role in the Super Eagles, 2-1 defeat to host the nation, Ivory Coast. And since then, he has earned himself how many caps? 27 international caps. But with both Wabali and Uzoho now in camp, Nigeria's goalkeeping department is beginning to take shape, while third choice goalkeeper Amasa Basoje is expected to join the players in the coming days. And you need to know this, Nigeria will be facing Egypt in a practice match tomorrow, December the 16th at the Cairo Stadium before traveling to Fez, Morocco. And that's the base for the group stage. It's also would interest you to know that the Super Eagles will play against Tunisia, Uganda, and Tanzania. So, but before we get to talk about Victor Osimhen and the rest of the players who did so well at their club side, I must celebrate the national team of Nigeria. See, let's even say it. Let's not point the blames. Personally, for me, when I saw the list, I felt like this is not what it should be. But regardless of what it is, Nigerians, we like to talk. We do talk. Nobody talk with us. So that's what we love to do. But looking at the team on this show today, we'll be letting you know what the Nigerian Football Federation said. I said it. The list took time. 54-man squad trimmed to 28, while other teams brought theirs out. Nigeria wasted so much time till the dead day, till the main day, and Eric released that squad. Now we looked at the players on that list and we begin to ask questions. What were the criteria for selection? We know notable names were on that list, but some of the players who I said no should not be in the team because they've not done so well at their club side are not in the team. And I'm like, if Aroko Dari can be dropped, why are we having someone like Uzoho? But I don't want us to question them. Look at the list you have on your screen. You see the goalkeeping department looks quite okay for me. But you ask question now, Stanley Wabali, Francis Uzoho, Amasa Basoje, these are the three I'll be having. So definitely if you ask me, Amasa Basoje will be the man, the third choice. Uzoho happens to be the second choice. If Wabali is not fit enough, Uzoho starts. So Uzoho, so let me buttress this, let me explain to people who want to know. Uzoho has been here before. Please note, 2018 World Cup in Russia, he was the man that manned the post for the Super Eagles. So he knows the national team. He was the first to arrive. And I listened to him and he said a lot. He said, I'm happy to be representing my country again. And I want to believe Uzoho will take this one by storm. I just want to say that. So you look at the defenders, you've seen Calvin Bassey has been so brilliant to watch in the Fulham side. Seydou Sanusi, Simi Ajayi, Bruno Yemeche, Igor Ogbu, the latest man who replaced Benjamin Frederick, Chido Zimawazi, he's been on the team before. And you look at Brighton side, Samuel and Ryan Alebiosu. So all of the players you have in the defense line are national team players, aside Ryan Alebiosu, who is new to the side. But we look in the midfield and we're talking about how can Nigeria win all of their games in the group stage. We have Wilfred Ndidi, well experienced, should be the keeper of the side. Frank Onyeka is also on the team, the tank man. Fisayo Dele Bashiru brings depth to the midfield. Mohamed Usman, a lot of people don't even know this young lad. And also on the show, we say we want to see young players given the opportunity. But I only feel bad if they are not meant to be on the team. Like criteria selection. If you're playing club football week in, week out, you're getting starts on your club side, I don't have a problem with you being in the team. But if you're not getting a start, and you're not even like the first man, second man, no one is looking at you, and you're coming to the national team to get a shirt, or even getting a call up for me, then I think someone has influenced that list. That's what we're checking about. Now let's get it full and talk about more on the midfield players who we have in that very one. Looking at the way it is, Alexi Iwobi is also in the team. Quality player at the time. The team is good. So notable player like Chris Santos was dropped. Abdullahi Shehu, Abdullahi Yusuf, he also was dropped in that very team. And you look at the team and you're asking questions, are they ready to go? But let's talk about some players who made wave in the Nigerian national team. Okay, no, the front line. Let's talk about the front line before we get off. Good to celebrate Victor Osimhen. He's in the story. We heard the story about the yellow card, whatever. I don't want to believe. Cyril Desert is also in the news. I'm liking that he's there. No Tolu Arokodare. That's a Samuel Chukwueze. Chukwueze is like the latest, the hottest player. Cyril Desert, my friend, is in the team. So I don't have a problem with the front line. Luke Mann is in the team. Moses Simon in the team. So most of those guys, Stalin Fargo, quite young. We don't even know him too well. But club football, we see him play. And I believe these young players, if they are opportune to get that chance and that stance, they would rather show Nigerians or show the world why they are part of this. Now, it would interest you to know that the Nations Cup is so big. It's not like the Men Nations Cup used to know back in the time. This one is looking so big. We saw what happened in Ivory Coast the last time. You saw it yourself. You saw by yourself where the Ivorian, the CAF president, Ibrahim Patrice Motsepe, the CAF president, Gianni Infantino, the Swiss Italian, also the president of FIFA, Alexander Safrin of FIFA, they came out to commend the Nations Cup. The viewership, the revenue made, the money, social media trends. So Africa is big. Now, that was Ivory Coast. Talk more of a team, a countryside that knows the basic about facilitation of this game. Morocco is the place. I like to say it again on the show. I don't need to go to Paris. I want to take my girlfriend out. I want to take mommy out, take daddy out, go somewhere else. I don't want to go to Paris. I don't want to go to Dubai. I'll go to Morocco, land of tourism. Very nice place. If you've been to Marrakesh, you understand. If you've been to Rabat, Casablanca, you know how big Morocco is. And guess what? They've invested so much in their country. So you'll be seeing a nice pitch, quality camera views, and everything about Morocco is amazing to talk about. But we do and talk about Nigeria. Super Eagles star Victor Osimhen, Calvin Bassey, Chukwueze, and Alex will be all impressed in their final game for their club side before they depart for the Nations Cup. So you have them on your screen. Victor Osimhen, the man on white. The middleman is Calvin Bassey. Samuel Chukwueze on fire, on loan from AC Milan. But we look into the team and we're asking a question. Everybody knows Osimhen scored as Galatasaray trashed Antalyaspor 4-1 on Saturday, and that sent a warning to Nigerian AFCON opponents ahead of the tournament in Morocco. The league leaders came out firing from the opening whistle from I think Leroy Sané gave the opening and then scoring in the 7th minute before Roland Salah doubled the advantage, for the side 4 minutes later. But Victor Osimhen, who is the hottest of them all, delivered the moment everyone had been waiting for. In the 56th minute, if you saw that game against Antalyaspor, he received the ball from Yunus Agan, exquisite pass on the left wing, and then guess what? The Nigerian man drove. He drove purposely fully into the box before unleashing a thunderous shot from an impossibly tight angle to make it 3-0. I don't know what you make about Victor Osimhen. See, for the fact that we have Victor Osimhen in our team, we have a big boost. I don't care if you don't like him. I might not be a fan of Victor Osimhen. Doesn't mean I'm not scared of Osimhen right in front of the post. He is a beast right in the net. He knows the job well. Beasts in the football world, not the other way around. Now, Antalyaspor managed a consolation goal late on, but Mauro Icardi came off the bench to wrap up the win with the 4th. With that result, Victor Osimhen's Galatasaray side increased their point to 39 and maintained their leadership position. Meanwhile, Nigeria Fulham throw Talk about Calvin Bassey. Talking about Iwobi. Talk about, Samuel Chukwueze. They all inflicted 7 straight wins against Burnley, and that's a good one for Marco Silva. But I love Calvin Bassey. I'm liking his energy. See, Calvin Bassey is a man that we should be talking about. I love what he brings. I love how he goes. I love how he plays. I love the fact that he chose to play for Nigeria, not the English side. It's not about the space. It's about the passion. It's about patriotism. It's about knowing that you want to play for your national team. And Bassey and Chukwueze, they both played for 90 minutes. Then Iwobi came off in the 79th minute, I think, for Sasa Lukic. Now, if you looked at that very game, you understand that we are good to go. Super Eagles Stars will now report to Nigeria AFCON training camp in Cairo, and that's in Egypt, which opens today, December the 15th. But a friendly against the host nation, against host Egypt, hosting us, not Morocco, following the Tuesday game before we see that one. So I wish the Super Eagles all of the best in that game coming up. But against the Egyptian side, let's let you know that we'll be without some key players, notable names. With the AFCON fast approaching, the Nigerian national team is playing a final warm-up match against Egypt, and that's a friendly encounter packed with tactical insight ahead of the continental tournament kickoff. Nigeria will be without some players, but according to multiple Nigerian media outlets, the Super Eagles will approach this clash with a largely experimental lineup, as several key players have opted to skip the fixture. Notably, absentees on that team is Victor Osimhen. Paris Football Club winger, talk about Moses Simon, they will not be involved in this game. But moving on, the same sources also report that Victor Osimhen and Moses Simon will join the Nigerian squad directly in Morocco after the match against Egypt. So if you don't see Osimhen tomorrow, don't be worried. Please don't be worried. If you don't see Moses Simon, if you don't see some notable names that you love, don't get it twisted. Just relax. Make sure you see the game to the fullest. So Nigerian players, if you ask me, I would like to give this advice. Eric Chell, tweak your team well. Give us the best you can give. A draw tomorrow, a win would not be wrong, but don't even lose. Because when you lose against the Egyptians, if you lose against the Egyptians, you're actually dragging that momentum so low. So the intensity should not be shallow. It should be very high. And if we win Egypt tomorrow, trust me, it's a friendly game, right? But that will give the players that ultimatum within themselves to say, yes, we are good to go. And I must tell you, the Nigerian coaching staff is expected to use this encounter to give playing time to fresh faces, while also relying on few regulars to maintain the balance. Wilfred Ndidi is set also anchor the midfield alongside goalkeeper Francis Uzoho and Stanley Nwabali. So that game, it would not be wrong if we give Uzoho the chance. As at last week, I recall, I was so furious. I was so upset on the show. I was talking so bitter. I said, why are we not having Maduka Okoye? His team won yesterday. Did you watch the game? Udinese away. They played against Napoli. They were home. They won Napoli 1-0. Luka could not change the game. McTominay couldn't influence the game. Lobotka couldn't change the game. Politano, Neres, none of these guys could change the game. Maduka was on the goalpost. Why are we not seeing Maduka Okoye, the man who is a top player of football in the Serie A, not part of the team? I don't want to point the blames right now, but I still feel so bad. But the kickoff for the Egypt-Nigeria match tomorrow is scheduled for Tuesday, and that will be 18:00 GMT at the Cairo International Stadium, serving as a crucial test for both teams ahead of the AFCON. Now, let's tell you some key points you need to know about the Super Eagles before we unfold more. Head coach Eric Chell and the backroom staff arrived in Cairo on Saturday. That is one. Secondly, you need to know the squad is based at the Renice Hotel for its training camp. Now, the goalkeeper, Francis Uzoho, was the first man to report to camp. Did you know? Uzoho wants to be in the team. I love the fact that he's trying to take it by storm. But a friendly against Egypt is scheduled for Tuesday at that Cairo International Stadium. So Egypt will be home. And the team will depart for a pre-tournament camp in Morocco afterward. The full squad assembled in camp yesterday, so some are still joining. Few of the players in camp, while some will still join. But the preparation aimed to do what? To build cohesion ahead of the tournament kickoff. Nigeria is my country, Nigeria is my country. This is the time to be patriotic to them. Believe that Nigeria can win it. But not just about we on the outside, the media fam, people loving the game, saying you want them to win it. The players must understand that this is an AFCON, that we are tired of being the 3-time African champions. That's why you hear me say all the time, I don't agree that Nigeria is the giant of Africa. Maybe you could say anything, but for me, that's my opinion. Nigeria is no giant of Africa. I don't want to agree with you. Because if you talk about the world of football, we have Egyptian side who are long gone on this. You have the Cameroon side. You check out the Ghana side. So there's no way you talk about this. But I love the Super Eagles because I believe they will settle into their base and then they will be calm before the continental storm offers a crucial window of alignment. So Eric Chell, I wish you all of the best. and I say, go and make Nigeria proud. See, let me even say it. Before Eric Chell took this job, let me say so you know, it's factual one. He is a Super Eagles coach. He is a Franco-Malian. He is not a Nigerian. Before he got on this job, I know he knew that if you miss out, you might be fired. So the World Cup qualifiers or the World Cup qualifying wasn't the ultimatum for Eric Chell. It wasn't a yardstick to hold on to say, no, the Franco-Malian is not good enough. You can't say that. Is he a world-class coach? No. My top 20 coach in the world, I would never call him. But because he's here now on the job, and we believe he has that capability, not just from me, from the NFF, who give him the job, that Eric Chell can turn the table around. So we are believing Eric Chell to do what he loves to do, because if he's not doing well, these same people will get a job, they go pursue him. That's how it works in Nigeria. Because if I like to say, if you give me a job, you want me to do it, I'm on the show, just go and do the show, host it for me, and I'm giving you the best. I should be your best friend, right? But if I'm doing it wrong, then I have the power to say you should leave. And if you're trying to influence me on the show, the other way to do it your way, if I fail, people see that I fail. Nobody knows what's behind the scene. So Eric Chell, starting from the Nations Cup coming up in 21 December 2025, I like to say this. You did something that upset me. It made me feel so bad because I don't like the fact that you wasted so much time before you brought your list. You gave people what to talk about. Other teams released their players. We saw the national team lineup. We saw call-ups, quick and quick, fast as fast. But with Nigeria, we waited till Thursday last week before we could unfold, before we could reveal, before the list could be unveiled for 28-man squad. Well, like I rightly say, it's not time to point the blame. Let's believe Nigeria would win the Nations Cup. But are we the underdogs? Do we have the fear factor anymore? Do people look at Nigeria as a big side? No. Quality-wise, yes. Players' valuation, yes. But looking at it away from that phase, I don't think we are a team to be wary or scared about. Because if you look at teams like Morocco, who happens to be favorites for me, then I'm like, yes. I watched Azadine Onahi at, I think, Girona. He was playing. He stole the show, man of the match. I watched these guys play. And Syria in Turkey, he's doing so well. Look at the Moroccan side. Chef Hakim is injured. Hopefully he gets back. See, they've got a quality guy. They've got a team. Kedira. So I looked at the Moroccan side and I look at what the nation, the president, Mohammed VI, and look at how they've supported them. It's a different ball game to the way we've been supported in Nigeria. I'm not even saying the number one citizen, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, the president of Nigeria, is not even giving support. He cleared the bill, 2021. But the people on the job, they should be questioned. They should be questioned, like they should really be questioned, accountability-wise, transparency-wise, favoritism in the team. It's a lot. But if you want to get the result right, I will say it and I will say it clear. Please, let this man do the job. Eric Chell, sometimes in life, you need to believe in yourself because nobody could believe in you if you not believe in yourself. Eric Chell needs to understand that this is Nigeria. And people, see, sometimes you have to say, this is Nigeria, anything can happen. Sometimes those words doesn't sound good as a presenter. I say, no, don't say it, don't say it, don't say it. You're a presenter, don't say it. But let me tell you, sometimes this thing happens. It happens, truth be told. So I like to say it more from where I know. The politics in Nigerian football is getting too much. It's derailing. It's killing our sports. Do you know how many kids out there who are good enough to be the next phase, the generation of the team? We've lost it from the onset, and it feels like we are not trying to get better anytime soon. Eric Chell, you know everything is at stake. I'll tell you, truth be told, if Eric Chell did not win this one, if he misses out on this one, he'll be fired. That's just what it is. So I don't know if the Nigerian Football Federation always bring in a coach that they can influence. I don't know. Allegedly, right? I'm not saying they are, but what they do sometimes, when we feel, it feels like it's a good news for them. Now you can imagine, we missed out of the biggest mondial, where the world will be coming together. 48 format, not 32 this time. 10 African countries, Nigeria. So where do you, okay, let's get it right. Where do you even start saying that the African, from where, what space, where, how? I looked at the group C, coming up Nations Cup. Morocco. I'm looking at Nigeria, Uganda, Tanzania. Nigeria, Uganda, Tanzania. And you look at that squad and you're saying, how can we? Nigeria, Tanzania, Nigeria, Uganda, Nigeria, Tunisia. Look at the squad. Now look at this group. We've seen teams who are ready to go. Now when you talk about the group A, the group B, the C, D, E, and F, I say it and I'll say it again. I feel like the B looks quite strong because the Angolas are play like the Portuguese, and a lot of them speak, the colonization. So Angola, more Portuguese connection. You see, they are just there. Now, aside that one, you look also in the Group C. If you look from the Group C, you ask yourself questions. You say, no, it's done here. Like the Yoruba rally says, law, we have qualified. But if we cannot qualify, we struggle to qualify for the World Cup, where we had Zimbabwe, Lesotho, we had Rwanda, we had Benin Republic, South Africa. We couldn't make it out. And you're telling me Nigeria will qualify them. Where is it coming from? See, okay, football in the past, right? I'm going to talk about it the way it goes. Now look at the Group A. If it's the way, see, the way I will say it is not how it's going to be. Now watch it out. Normally, we'll say in the Group A, we'll say, oh, because they will know them, Morocco will qualify. After Morocco, Mali. You want to say Mali, some will say Zambia, because we know what they did back in 1994, even though rest in peace to those who lost their life in the struggle, and shout out to Kalosha Boya. Now you look at the team, you say Nigeria, Mali, or possibly Morocco, Mali, or Morocco, Zambia. You look at the Group B. I'm saying it from the paper view, the way you think it would be. Egypt, South Africa. The Group C, Nigeria, Tunisia. The Group D, Senegal, Congo. The Group E, you're saying Algeria and then Burkina Faso, and you're looking at the Group F, you're saying Cameroon, Ivory Coast. But the game is changed. I watched Mozambique play, and I'm like, this is like the Portuguese connection. Well, let's get it back. Let's talk about Nigeria. The Nigerian Football Federation, they are not my friend. Till they put things right, then I'll be a fan of them, because I love success, right? Now, let's talk about the Super Eagles, the body governing the game. I like to say that whenever I speak it the other way. I kind of go from where they come, south. See, this national team not be anybody papa own, and they talk on. Nobody papa get national team. I go talk on again. Because the way people talk about it, this boy is my boy, he's my boy, he's my boy. But all of this news we say or we hear, they are saying is not true. Talking about the Nigerian Football Federation, NFF, the president, His Excellency Ibrahim Musukuso, has publicly dismissed claims that the federation influenced head coach Eric Chell's final squad selection for the upcoming African Cup of Nations in Morocco. Eric Chell recently narrowed his provisional 54-man squad. It cut down to 28 players, and that's a decision that sparked criticism and accusation that high-ranking NFF official had pushed for the inclusion of certain individuals. Now, this is the list you had before. 54-man squad. 54 is it's too much now. Well, okay. But in an interview with former Nigerian international Segun Odigbami, he cautioned against such rumors. That's about the NFF. He described the current information environment as highly polluted and pointed to the widespread presence of agents attempting to sway perception. In the words of the president of Nigerian Football Federation, Ibrahim Musukuso, he said, I would never tell a coach to pick this player or that player. Since becoming the president, I have never even stayed in the same hotel as the national team during camp. I make a conscious effort not to be attracted, or not to be distracted, or just get involved with the technical crew. Gusto also urged the public to be wary of unfounded allegations, particularly those circulating on social media, and reaffirmed his commitment to allowing the coaching staff independence in sporting decisions. So that's the message from the Nigerian Football Federation, the president. Now, that is what he's saying. But let's say it this way. Right? If he's coming out to say this, we don't have a right to say he's saying it wrong. We have to take it. But I just want to say this. We vividly lost it. That fear factor is gone. And look at the national team, and look at the federation, how they manage the national team. Now we saw the officiating, we saw the referees, the VAR, the landsman, we saw everything unveiled. We saw it. You saw, we brought it on the TV, you saw it. We talked about it away from here, off air, on air, we talked about this. And we looked at the way no Nigeria, this is like the 19th time in the month. I think this is like 19th year. Yeah, we better see. See, if I see Yusuf, Ahmed, Ibukun, Chidera, all these kind of names for inside that place, not go bad. No more talk and more reason together, forget P-Square. No mistake. See, if we see some names like Victor, Ayanze, you see something like name like you're saying Afis, Okubanjo, you see names like that. Segun Odigbami, it's legend, what I'm saying. But I'm just talking about names like, just see names like all of these names. Paul Nwokeze, sounds Igbo. You see Gabon Mutiu. All those names, it works. But you know why I feel bad? The body governing the game of football, FIFA, gave us big money, huge amount of money to invest in our sport. You know how this works, in our location, you know it. And referee, all we see is they say they have this CAF license, they have this one, they have this one. It's not about those things. So when you get those things, what happens? How have you implemented? How have you changed the game? How have you built yourself? I know they like all those things. See me, I know they like guys that they give me Yakubu vibes. I'm not like them. You gotta see the point, you they miss them. You're not good now. Because, see, you say, this is Nigeria Football Federation, Abi? This we have referee. All the referee I don't get. How many of they don't see at the shame? Oh, me at the talk at the shame. Because this one reach to talk. It's shame. Nigeria, Giant of Africa. Wow, where is it coming from? It doesn't look it anyways. Because you look at the national team, right? You're looking at the officiating, you're looking at the referees. Now look at the MPFL players. Not be clear eye, person go open eye. Nigeria person go open eye. Open eyes. Say you don't want to play for Nigeria again, you want to go Sudan. Wait, why? Me now, see Amas Obasanjo. It is don't worry, we'll go bring Amas, we'll ask a question. It is now clear eye Amas Obasanjo take go Singida, Tanzania. Wait till they play now. Sure? Now be clear eye, me, I take enter Congo. I'm not in Nigeria anymore, I'm a Congolese. Call me my name, Kizike Mbuku. It works, I like it. Because I see Nigeria play Congo. Nigeria, Congo. See Congo. Congo. Even though I'm waiting for Bini Kokos. We enter Congo, we not agree. See, let's say it. Let's be factual. Nigeria is not doing well, sport-wise. Not just about football. They have killed our game. These people not get joy. Nobody care about you. See, make I give you this advice. Sharply, if you don't say in Nigeria, they hear me, so they watch me. I bet my tell you now. Sharply just play now for area. See, 2027, nobody care about you. The only thing they care about now election time. May they give you good team when not the last. 5K with a job up, half bag of rice, tomato, onion, or not the last. If you don't shop and finish, you don't come now. That's why they start. Nigeria is good. Nigeria is not good. I don't like Tinubu. If they come, 2027 they come. See, it's clear. It's clear. You have a president. Whether you like it or not, if you like him or not, he's number one citizen. Everything for life, get time. So now he be our president. Even me, say they happy with him for what you do for sports. My talk over concern before they say they won't carry me go Abuja. My talk over concern me because see, our president did something that struck my mind. I said, this man loves sports. You know why? Not beside the carry the iPad when I read matter. 2021, he cleared the bills. He cleared the bill. See, this country, the way they did it, I don't tell you, the way they did it, hey, EJML. If I talk, I need to come on glass bed. The way they did the old coach, and Richard on the low key. Me now, I don't know the contract where Richard signed give them. I don't know. I don't want to talk about it because I'm wondering why he's not making noise. He's not talking loud. You have a Nations Cup coming up 21 December. Do your maths well. Carry your canoe to check on. Coach, they never pay coach. They just now like 3 months. They've not paid the coach of the Nigerian national team. We heard the news according to reports, right? But looking at the way we've come and how far we need to go, they need to give this man a chance. May he do. They don't influence. See, they don't make our sports. You know, see, the one we have invest in part and the one we have so we just which match we play now. Country we all win Cape Verde side. As we win Cape Verde side, we call it jubilate. NFF officials go Morocco. You know, see those videos. They kind of come out. Go they flex. They play Arastar. They rush and they rush and Arastar. My temper, me now I say like this now. I'm not the girl on hot temper again. My temper is short. Arastar scared because not I beg. See, if I talk Nigerian matter, it invest me. You know why? You know why? They don't want me to grow. Facts. You say we have ex-internationals, come on the job, come and do the job. John Fashion, who told me categorically, it's on video, it's on social media, it's everywhere. He told me on an interview, he said Nigerian Football Federation be like court. He said you not fit break them. You not fit. You want to go try, they go wave you. They're not the CEO. All those men, they don't get joy. All those men, they don't get joy. Let's even factual. Some countries, I don't want to call names, so I don't feel like I'm trying to be nasty now. But we've seen some countries where people have lived up to a job and they cannot make it out. They've failed the nation. They've done some things wrong, and they're like, we've not done well. Tomorrow morning, you go see them. They'll come up for TV. They go announce them. You go wear suit. You go mix them. They go talking. You go balance. Come to tell you, say, bro, see, I'm sorry we failed you. We've seen it in America. Might even call it America first. Number one, we've seen it. We're sorry we failed you. We wish we could do better, but we failed. With this, this is my resignation letter. They go drop them. Me, I go respect you. Integrity is key. Dignity, value. You follow now for money. For money, go come value, go first you. Because I look at the national team and I'm like, these people, Nigeria not go work up. They see they pay their salary. It be like Minister of Environment, they be saying environment dirty. Federal government are not paying. It doesn't work. Nigeria now, walk up, we not go. Nations Cup don't come now, we don't do like this. They don't do Eric Chair, they do coach. Somebody say you cannot shame the shameless. That is talking again. Eh? You say? It's clear. I would sing their praise. I would talk about them. I would love them more if they put things right. So what it means, in other words, it means that we will not stop talking till they make things right. Nigeria is my country. Nigeria is this, Nigeria is that. It starts from you most time. Well, Super Eagles, I know that I want to talk again. You know, say I talk and say they get mind. No matter they preach where you preach for them. What think they want to do their mind. So, you know, guy play. So let's just watch and see how it goes. And I wish the Super Eagles all of the best. Coming up the next time we see them play. So 23 December night go start. So you are beg. If you know if you not fit Morocco, you not fit go Morocco, you not fit Marrakech, just the Rabat, Casablanca, just do your ass. I beg. If you never do subscription, try me to subscribe. Maybe you watch all the match. They give support from house, you go walk. Because football without fans, for area, you know they get joy. So Eric Chell, this is me reaching out to you on air, and I'm saying, allow yourself to do your job yourself. That's a word like that, because don't let anybody influence you. This man, when you fail, see, at the talk, 99 good plus 1 bad, bros, you'll be a bad person. Nobody care about you. You just need to own your job, do what you love to do, because normally, not normal thing. It's okay, bring it on. Welcome, talking is allowed. But now the matter now is they talk now, they affect you. Because if they not talk, see, normally, if they not talk, it's not going to make sense. Because I just feel like I'm living the life. Why you not talking? You should talk. Give them ready to talk. Now, so it be. Eric, so you've given us a lot to talk about, because what you did on your list is a lot to talk about. But how will I sing your praise? I want to see Tola Rokodari. Because the club know they do well and I drop him. Abi, I don't want to make a case for Tola Rokodari. We've seen him just a short while. Some coaches will not want to drop him. But it boils down to the criteria of selection. As to drop Rokodari, nobody talk. Nobody's talking. Because why? Criteria for selection, he's not doing well in his club side. He was the king in the Jubilee Pro League in Genk. He was the king. We like him. Whether or not plans to pursue go Wolves, I don't know. He score Arsenal. Do this thing. Be like say, do and finish, do that celebration. You're not to take sack across our own goal. I bet Wolves not bad. So he's not in a very good club side at this point in time. They are not doing well at Molino, talking about the Wolves side. But quickly, it's time for us to go on a break. When we return, we'll tell them more away from football and the national team of Nigeria. But if you love Nigeria, if you love the Super Eagles, give them all the support that they deserve. Did they deserve it? I'll tell them when we return after the break. Stay with us.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpehon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not going to the talk, please the sport.
And it's Hakim Ziyech who puts the Atlas.
Yes, truly, it feels very good to talk about people who make things go well. Well, we just finally brought you those ones, those clips. Welcome back from that short break. It's time for us to get into another story. But before we get into that part, let's just see Nwabali small, just small. Stanley Nwabali is in camp right now. Good news for Nigeria. That's the man you have on your screen. When people they use that address, so Nwabali, see, Obama said the clear space for me dropping back. See, I know why he's in the team. We could not afford, we can't afford to let Nwabali go. That's the truth. We can't afford to have Nwabali away from the national team. One of my guys coming for area, tell me say, Kiziki, I beg, when Nwabali day, even if you get injured, make the bench, when penalty reach more, can come and say, your mouth not good. Your mouth not good. You want Nwabali, bring him. No. That's it. Win your game. Play like my place. Play like my country, Congo. Do it well. If you play like Congo, I will support you now. I said, you think send me and South Africa open at the forehead. You see Nwabali? See him. Start to come down. See him. He's smiling. He's happy to be in camp. See him. Now Cairo, he did so. See him. The Obama getting back. He can't really move. See him. We should come back. I like this bag. Oh. But you know I like living for me. Two things. Travel. See him. Obama, the clear space just to drop his bag. Back to me. Good life, good. Good life. Good life. A master Basaja is in Tanzania, Singida. Nwabali is in South Africa, Chippa United. Ozoho, Omonia, Nicosia, Cyprus. Udinese, my man, my friend, fine boy, no pimples, Marco Koye is somewhere in the Italian Serie A. But let's talk about something else and other sports away from the Nigerian Football Federation. And I'd love to urge you again one more time that please do well to make sure you see all of the games, most especially Nigeria, where we'll be playing in the Group C alongside Tunisia, Tanzania, and then Uganda. Moving on, let's talk about a legend I respect so well, and I love to say Beckham, which a lady who knows the grass, who knows the courts, a lady who left the game because she wants to make babies, right? Ohania family. Serena Williams appeared in tennis. She's been on the news, right, on social media everywhere. It's been about Serena Williams, and she appeared to be flirting with a stunning tennis comeback at the age of 44. And then former British number one, Greg Ruteski, has predicted when she might make her comeback or brief on to the court. But Williams, has added herself back onto the anti-doping list that all professional players need to sign up if they want to compete on the tennis tour. That decision inevitably led to speculations that the 23-time Grand Slam champion, the winning legend, is planning an audacious return to the sport. More than 3 years after she called time on her career at the US Open back in 2022. A full-time return to tennis appears to be unlikely for the mother of two, but Rudeski supports and suggests and suspects that Williams has a plan in mind, and it might be linked to a final appearance on court for her sister Venus. So Serena Williams and Venus, so that's Serena you have on your screen. So see what I noticed about these people, right? I noticed this, and I can say what I noticed about people like Serena, Naomi Osaka, Venus, all of this, even it will happen to Arina Sabalenka, all of them, Kvitova, all of these big names you hear in tennis game, Coco Gauff when the time is right. I think what I know is that it's very hard for you to be on a job that you spend all your time and all your life on, and you want to do something away from that. It's very, very rare. It's very hard. They find it very difficult to do away from what they've been doing. It's passion. It's passion. And that's why Serena just smiled back. If you looked at Serena, when I didn't have farewell, yes, we raised the tempo. We talked about Serena Williams, the American international, how good she's been, alongside her sister. It wasn't long, Venus came back. Then Serena gave birth to Hania, the family, we know the story. But aside that, she did not use the word retire. I think there's a word she used, I can't recall at this point, but I know she didn't say, I'll be retiring. I think something she'll be staying off for a while. And now she's just possibly might be returning to the court again, talking about 23-time Grand Slam champion, legend of the game, that the kids would definitely talk about Serena Williams and then Venus. But moving away from that story, let's talk about Naomi Osaka. I'm liking her name. She gives fans a reason to smile after returning talks. During the 2025 WTA Tour season, Naomi Osaka now, has reminded everyone that she's a force to be reckoned with. The Japanese better word, apologies on that. The Japanese star, a winner of 4 Grand Slam titles, performed superbly throughout the year and looks to be a contender at the Grand Slam events moving forward. In the spring, Osaka won her first WTA title since the 2021 Australian Open at the WTA 125 St. Malo. She rose rapidly up the ranking thereafter and now sits in the 16th spot on the WTA ranking. The 28-year-old who has 7 career single titles to her name, will take some stop at the Grand Slam in 2026. So I cannot wait to see how it goes. The Japanese is a legend of the game as well. So just respect people like this. Names like this cannot be taken off. The kids, the upcoming kids will talk about people like this. Naomi Osaka, Sports World, we'll talk about Jordan, Mike Tyson, all of these legends. They've owned the game, they've stole the show, they've been here, they've done so well for sports, and sports respects them. But quickly moving away from that news, let's talk about the Formula One world, where Honda Racing has offered fans their first real test of the 2026 Formula One era by releasing the sound of its next generation power unit, giving an early insight onto this very one into how the new cars will sound under the sport's revised regulations. Moving on, Honda Racing has shared the first official audio of its 2026 Formula One power unit, marking a key milestone in the manufacturer's ongoing preparation for the new regulation and its technical partnership with Aston Martin. Posted across Honda Racing's social media channel, the short clip featured a blank screen accompanied solely by the sound of the engine running up and down through the gears. But I tell you, from 2026, the electrical component of the power unit will deliver around 3 times more power than before, fundamentally altering how energy is deployed on the track. Despite concerns in recent years that increasing hybridization might further mute Formula One cars, but Honda's claim suggests that the sport will retain a sharp and aggressive engine note, even as efficiency and sustainability taking a very bigger role. So that's about Formula One. So let's look out and wait and see how it goes. I'm liking Formula One race. But another news we saw emanating out there is about the man I love so well, Lando Norris. A big surprise to everyone with a huge breakaway from Formula One next year. I'm still surprised why the step away. There's a question. Why is there a step away for Lando Norris? But I must tell you, fresh from securing his first Formula One World Championship, Lando Norris is preparing a step away from the relentless intensity of the sport. After a season that stretched drivers and teams to their limits, the newly crowned champion has outlined a winter break going into next year, focused on reflection. That's cool. Recovery, and then perhaps more surprisingly, forgetting parts of what he has achieved. What he has just achieved. So you look at, see, let me say it, right? We know how he got to that phase, Lando Norris, we know. Max Verstappen knows. Oscar Piastri, they know this move. So I feel like if you ask me, the only man who has been struggling quite some time, and I don't know if he will ever make it 8-time champion, is the man they call Sir Lewis Hamilton. I don't know if he ever make it 8th world champion. I don't know. He wants to get it. From Mercedes, he ran away and he's in the Ferrari. Now, it's looking like Lewis Hamilton might leave Ferrari next season. I don't know. But for Lando Norris, he knows the Formula One well. He knows it's time for him to take a break, stay off. So, not a bad news anyway. It's not a bad one to see Lando Norris staying off. But it's quite surprising because you just achieved something and we're feeling like we need to see you on this game. Just go on, go on, go on. We're sharing your praises. Don't stop. Keep doing it. And you're not doing it anymore for now. So it's a surprising one for everyone who lost Formula One that Lando Norris would not be part of that one next year. Now let's talk about the big one coming up again, the world of boxing. December 19th is the day. Don't miss out. But Tyson Fury returned to the ring in 2026, looks nailed on. And I must tell you, and that appears to be no stoppage or shortage of opponents for the Gypsy King. That's about Tyson Fury. British fighters have been central to the heavyweight division resurgence. 2025, he announced his retirement after a back-to-back losses to Alexander Usyk, the Ukrainian international. But now, after enjoying some downtime over the past 12 months, Fury now seems ready to box again, with it recently reported that his long-discussed domestic showdown with Anthony Joshua is set to take place in September, provided both men win a fight beforehand. But moving on, this one is just clear. According to the former world champion and long-time rival, he has sensationally claimed that Anthony Joshua's showdown with Jake Paul is completely scripted. You know, I keep saying this all the time. I don't know why people are saying this. I don't want to believe it's scripted. And he said, I think his Jake Paul fight in general have been scripted before. So he's trying to say that all of the fights we've seen Jake Paul having to box on the ring, they've all been scripted. In other words, fictional, not original. But I don't know. See, this is me just saying I'm supporting the boxing world, and I'm saying, I don't know. I might not be too sure to say, but I feel like I'm 80% sure. Let's just not say that thing anymore. When you say it's scripted, it's scripted, it's scripted. See, it's a big fight. I'm not going to be biased. I'm not going to be sentimental. I'm just looking at the big fight, Tyson Fury, Anthony Joshua, and I'm looking at the cruiserweight, the TikTok, the social media influencer, Jake Paul. See, it's more like a man away from this job coming in here to teach me my work. It's money. And also won't be nice for me personally. Now I'm looking at a fight where Tyson Fury is waiting to know how it goes. How can, let's even reminisce, let's think this together. How can Anthony Joshua lose that fight to the social media influencer? It would be so wrong. Two-time world heavyweight champion Anthony Joshua, the British Nigerian, you want to call him. I just want to say he knows everything will be at stake because people are waiting. But the London 2012 Olympic gold medalist strolls down with a YouTube sensation in Miami, that's Florida, merely next Friday. Jake Paul strolls down with former heavyweight champion Anthony Joshua, and that's next week. The booking of the fight stunned boxing fans due to the sheer gulf in class between the pair. A vocal minority of fight fans have basically claimed that the fight has been scripted or fixed if former two-time world champion Anthony Joshua demolished Paul. So I don't know what the world is expecting, but AJ himself knows. A long-time rival, Deontay Wilder, has joined that group of publicly, you can say, joined the group by publicly also declaring that the fight is a complete walk. The former long-time WBC heavyweight champion, the King, told report that he thinks the fight is also scripted. While former Disney star Jake Paul has repeatedly faced baseless claims of fights fixing throughout his professional boxing career. But Deontay Wilder is adamant that a number of the fights on the 28-year-old resume has had been predetermined outcomes. So I don't know if I should stand on the ground to say scripted, but for now, please don't say it's not a scripted fight. It's a fight that we have to wait to know who wins it. But maybe for me, I might just be rooting for Anthony Joshua, the two-time world champion. Now, moving away from basketball, from the boxing world, let's talk about the NBA. Some like to say the basketball world. The NBA champion Andrew Bogut reacted to the terror attack in Australia that left at least a dozen people, a dozen dead, and nearly 300 others injured on Sunday at the Hanukkah celebration. Now, you would notice Bogut suggests on X that being censored on the Bondi Beach area of Sydney, he also called for the hanging of the shooters if they were still alive. According to Bogut on X from Twitter, he said, "Rest in peace to the people caught up in this BS. Publicly hang the shooters if they are still alive. Thinking you can vote your way out of this mess is beyond naive." The former NBA center, who is from Melbourne, played 14 years in the league. He was with the Milwaukee Bulls, Golden State Warriors, Dallas Mavericks, Cleveland Cavaliers, and then Los Angeles Lakers. Moving on, Australian authorities said the attack targeted the Jewish community and was being investigated as an act of terrorism. The New South Wales Police Force, NSWPF, said officers responded to report of shots fired at around 6:45 p.m. on Sunday. Police said that there were at least 2 gunmen involved in the attack, and they are investigating the possibility of the third. 12 people were killed in the shooting, including one of the 2 suspected gunmen. Police reported this, and the second alleged shooter is in a critical condition. So this is not a good one to be talked about. But wrapping up on the show this time, let's quickly tell you this is the last one. We leave it with this headline: Wembanyama returned to help Spurs to NBA Cup final. Yes, so this is where we call it a close. Thank you so much for being part of the show. We'll be doing this again tomorrow. Hopefully, Afiz Ogunbanjo will be on the show to tell you more. We have the midday news coming up right here on the best place to be. It is 12 p.m. and do well to join the guys for the Sport World 5 p.m. The locker room. Jerry Apelua, Ikechiko will be here to tell them more. This is me signing out. Have yourself a very wonderful time. It's almost afternoon. If I say good afternoon, I will not be wrong. But meanwhile, good morning. Thank you so much for being part of the show. See you.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
Voice of the people. You can hear me now. My name is Patrick Doyle, and I wish that you continue to echo the voices of the people. Big up VOP TV.
My name is Ibifa Dokobo. Please keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, my name is Kwekumali Ikenna Onyekwena, and I am with the Voice of the People TV. Now, if you're looking for the veritable channel for information, politics, robust discussions, you don't need to go far. VOP has you. VOP will always have you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Patrick Diabwa, aka Ibani Chuka, Amayanabo the Eagle King, and you are watching VOP TV. Stay with us.
Hello there, my name is Damilola Ogunsi, also known as the Goldfish.
Hi, my name is Chiki Bright Emmanuel. I'm an actor and a filmmaker.
Hello peeps, my name is Yomi E. Adejimo.
Hi everyone, I'm Paul Utomi.
Hi everyone, my name is Stacey Benjamin, and this is Voice of the People TV.
I need you to keep it locked to VOP TV. See, are you looking for good entertainment? You want to get good movies, good music, politics, talk shows, sports and entertainment. You really want a channel that gives you everything you need without you having to run around. VOP is where you are. That's Voice of the People.
If you're not listening to this, you're not one of us, and you deserve to be killed. Scrap chat. Don't be killed, but watch it, or I'll find you, and I want you.
And you are locked on VOP TV. Don't go nowhere. This is where the juice is. This is where all you need for entertainment, politics, movies, and whatnot.
And keep watching VOP TV.
So keep it locked, because I'm locked already, man, and it's money back guarantee. So you're gonna have a good time, because I do.
And please keep watching VOP TV.
I want you to actually, I beg you, subscribe, watch it. If not, whatever you see.
You better not touch that die, because VOP is the plot.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
Good evening, Africa. My name is Bamakore, actor, model, producer, and I'm giving a big shout out to VOP TV, man. Keep watching. Don't change the dial. Thank you and God bless you.
My name is AY, and of course, I represent the voice of the people, and that's why I'm on VOP. AY say so.
Hi everyone, it's your girl Miriam Tima from the Real Housewives of Lagos and the Real Housewives Ultimate Girls Trip Africa. Shout out to VOP, the voice of the people. You already know. Stay tuned, keep watching. And don't forget, VOP is the best.
Alright, hello, it's a boy that's shaking the man fine back with Melanie Poppy Black Skin Boy. This is VOP TV. If you're not watching VOP, I don't know what you're watching. Maybe you're watching your weight. Bye.
Hello, beautiful people. This is Wale Ojo, and you're watching VOP, Voice of the People.
Hi, guys. You already know who it is. This is New Energy. Flyers boy ever live. Keep watching VOP TV. Thank you.
Hi, people. Ginny Albano here. Guys, please keep watching Voice of the People.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
About the renewed strain in Nigeria's power sector, warning that tariff politics, deep structural weaknesses, and a growing liquidity crisis are undermining the sector's sustainability. In a policy brief by its Chief Executive Officer, Dr. Muda Yusuf, the CPPE noted that the repeated reform efforts, notwithstanding deep structural, financial, and governance challenges, have kept the electricity industry among the nation's most challenging segments. According to the organization, the problems are multidimensional and cut across political, economic constraint, tariff distortions, weak investor capacity, transmission bottlenecks, and a persistent liquidity crisis across the value chain. It identified a difficulty in implementing a fully cost-reflective tariff regime as top amongst the issues, as electricity tariffs remain capped largely due to social and political sensitivities, including subsidy dependence and widened financing gap.
Still in the news, the federal government has disclosed ongoing discussions with Burkina Faso government to the release of the detained Nigerian Air Force C-130 aircraft and its 11 soldier crew. The aircraft crew and soldiers on board were seized last Monday after the crew's precautionary landing in Bobo de Lasso, Burkina Faso, over technical faults. Burkina Faso authorities and the Confederation of Sahel States have accused the crew of violating its airspace as reason the plane was forced to land. However, a spokesperson of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Kimi Ebiebinfa, said the federal government has been actively engaging the African country to resolve the matter diplomatically, adding that the crew were yet to be released. He added that the ministry has taken over the discussion to ensure the safe release of both the aircraft and the military personnel.
In the meantime, the Economic Community of West African States, ECOWAS, has declared against unconstitutional changes of government, warning of targeted sanctions against coup masterminds in the sub-region. In the final communique presented by the ECOWAS Commission President, Dr. Oumar Touré, at the close of the 68th ordinary session of the ECOWAS Authority of Heads of State and Government at the State House in Abuja, the body reaffirmed the readiness to deploy the ECOWAS standby force to defend the constitutional order. ECOWAS said it recognized the relative stability and resilience of the region and commended the conduct of recent presidential and general elections in Guinea-Bissau and Côte d'Ivoire, while welcoming preparations by Benin Republic ahead of its forthcoming polls, amongst others. On the Gambia, it expressed, or rather warned former President Yahya Jammeh that the joint ECOWAS African Union United Nations declaration preceding his departure to exile did not absolve him of accountability for allegations of human rights violations committed during his rule between 1994 and 2016. Meanwhile, the summit also reshaped the region's institutional leadership ahead of the end of the current mandate in July 2026. Consequently, Senegal was named to assume the presidency of the ECOWAS Commission with Nigeria as vice president, among other portfolios.
Opposition figures, including former Vice President Atiku Abubakar and 2023 Labour Party presidential candidate Peter Gregory Obi, have accused President Bola Tinubu's administration of deliberately undermining opposition parties ahead of the future elections. In a joint statement, which was also signed by the national chairman of the African Democratic Congress, David Mark, and former All Progressives Congress, John Odige Oyego, they allege that state authority is being weaponized against political opponents rather than to combat economic crimes. They further called for an independent audit of federal, state, and local government accounts from 2015 to 2025. According to the opposition, major national institutions, including the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, Nigerian Police, and the Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offences Commission, ICPC, are increasingly being used as instruments of political intimidation, selectively enforcing justice against opposition figures while shielding ruling party members. They allege that across the nation, state power is being deployed not for the prevention of economic crimes, but for the prosecution of perceived political adversaries, with the ultimate aim of weakening opposition voices and dismantling Nigeria's multi-party democracy.
In the meantime, the leadership of the Accord Party in Osun State has accused the All Progressives Congress (APC) of a plot to organize a parallel primary after the emergence of Governor Ademola Adeleke as its flag bearer for the 2026 state governorship election. In a statement, the Osun State chairman of Accord, Victor Akonde, said the plot of a legal parallel primary is to sow the seeds of disunity, confusion, and chaos in the state in the name of the party. According to him, it is a gimmick by the APC to discredit what he called the overwhelming acceptance, popularity, and goodwill that Governor Adeleke enjoys among the Osun people, especially after his declaration and affiliation with the party.
In another development, the Kasava Tomorrow BBO-TT party has warned that shifting the 2027 general election to November 2026 will terribly impact the electoral process and defeat the purpose. In a statement by the national chairman, Sonia Denuga BOOT party, said that Nigeria is at a defining crossroad, adding that electoral reform is necessary and technology can strengthen democracy, but only when thoughtfully introduced, transparently tested, and backed by infrastructure that is resilient, secured, and professionally governed.
In a recent development, United States Congressman Riley Moore says his country and Nigeria are finalizing an agreement on a strategic security framework in the fight against terrorism in Nigeria. In a post on X, Moore said the proposed framework would focus on combating extremist groups operating in the northeast and middle belt regions of the country and ending what he called a genocide against Christians. His comments followed a fact-finding mission to Nigeria where he witnessed firsthand the devastating impact of violent extremism on the civilian population in Benue and Plateau State. Moore, who led a delegation of U.S. congressmen on the fact-finding mission, met with the Nigerian government officials, including the National Security Advisor, Nuhu Ribadu, and the Attorney General of the Federation, Lateef Fagbemi. He also met with some religious and traditional leaders in Benue and Plateau State, as well as Benue State Governor Hyacinth Alia. He explained that his report to President Donald Trump would outline paths to ending the violent extremism and the killing of Christians, amongst others.
Still on insecurity, notorious bandit leader Bello Turji has called for the arrest of the former governor of Sokoto State, Tahiru Bafarawa, and former governor of Zamfara State, Senator Ahmad Yerima, accusing them of fueling the security crisis in the northern region. In a viral video on social media, the bandit leader refuted the claims by Musa Kamarawa, a former peace mediator appointed by the Sokoto and Zamfara State government to facilitate dialogue with armed groups in the northwest. Distancing himself from political influence, Turji claimed that he was not acting on behalf of any politician or interest group in Nigeria.
Meanwhile, a former member of the Kwara State House of Assembly, Mashood Bakari, has urged the federal government to urgently investigate allegations that the Kwara State government supplied arms and ammunition to the bandits terrorizing parts of the state. This followed claims by suspected bandits who were arrested by the military that they were sponsored by the state government. However, the chief press secretary to the governor, Abdul Rahman Abdul Razak Rafiu Ajakaye, has dismissed the allegations and shared this information, stating that anyone who understands Hausa will see that the fellows said they got weapons from Abuja. In the video, one of the suspects has said in Hausa and Pidgin English that the patrol vehicle and rifles were provided by the Ilorin government, alleging that they had been operating under the guise of security patrol.
Meanwhile, President of Dangote Industrial Limited, Aliko Dangote, has accused the Chief Executive Officer of the Nigerian Midstream and Downstream Petroleum Regulatory Authority, Farouk Ahmed, of economic sabotage. Calling for his investigation and prosecution, Dangote told newsmen in Lagos that the leadership of the NMDPRA was undermining domestic refining in Nigeria by colluding with international traders and oil importers to frustrate local refining through the continued issuance of import licenses for petroleum products. Dangote further alleged that Ahmed was living beyond his legitimate means. Expressing concern over the state of the downstream sector, he stated that Nigeria's continued reliance on fuel imports was harming local production and discouraging investment in domestic refining. He further disclosed that import licenses covering approximately 7.5 billion liters of PMS had reportedly been issued for the first quarter of 2026, despite of the availability of significant domestic refining capacity.
You're still watching the Midday News right here on Voice of the People television. We'll take a very short break now and we'll return with more stories and the news analysis segment. Stay tuned.
This is African News on Voice of the People television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeats, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People television. Stay with us.
Voice of the People, you can hear me now. My name is Patrick Doyle, and I wish that you continue to echo the voices of the people. Big up VOP TV.
My name is Suibifa Dokobo. Please keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, my name is Kwekumali Ikenna Onyekwena, and I am with the Voice of the People TV. Now, if you're looking for the veritable channel for information, politics, robust discussions, you don't need to go far. VOP has you. VOP will always have you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Patrick Diabwa, aka Ibani Chuka, Amayana the Eagle King, and you are watching VOP TV. Stay with us.
2564 is coming up on Barney 9, right? 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
Glad to have you back. It's still the Media News and Voice of the People television, and it's time for the Media News analysis. And with us in the studio is Mr. Darlington Agomo Esquire, a political and public affairs commentator. Good afternoon, Barrister Darlington. Good to have you join today's Media News.
No, Finan, how are you?
Good. Good to have you join Denise today.
Yes.
All right. Without wasting much time, Barrister, let's start off with this new allegation leveled against the NMDPRA chief and their leadership by Aliko Dangote that they are finding a way to undermine the production of local refineries by giving out licenses to importers of PMS in the country. Recall that before now, I think the presidency made a statement about how we're going to have a 15%, tariff imposed on people who are still importing PMS, where we have a capacity and a yielding refinery in Nigeria that would belonging to a private person or private individual, but still is producing something that we can even export and is serving the country. What do you have to say about this allegation and the call for investigation, saying that the boss is living above his means?
Look, the story of the oil industry is a story of fraud and deceit. Is it not someone that gave people license to import fuel? When Dangote have told us that, look, he is ready to supply even Africa, not to talk of Nigeria. So why are you giving people license to import fuel? They are not doing it on their own. So whatever story the government is telling me here, I will never believe them because they are not sincere. Remember, when this guy brings this fuel, we are still going to pay them subsidy. Meanwhile, they told us that subsidy is gone. So what is the government doing with this oil industry? If you import fuel, you import at your own peril. When you come in, you compete with Dangote. Since you want to run a free market. So why is it that government is still giving subsidy to some people? Are they giving Dangote subsidy? The answer is no. So why must they be giving subsidy to an NPC and their whatever? In fact, it's so sad. See, this is how they kill businesses. You say people should come in and invest. A man invested and you will not allow him to run his business. You are trying to undermine it. You are trying to, because you are using your federal might to support some people against the business of other people. This oil industry, when will the story end?
That's the next question I wanted to ask you.
After the moving subsidy.
Now, but do you think that this call, coming from the Aliko Dangote and his team for Farouk Ahmed to be investigated, he tagged it economic sabotage. Do you think he's going to see the order of the day? Do you think he's going to see the light of the day?
It's
the government to look into it?
Yeah, it's left for him to put pressure because there is something going on here that nobody is telling us.
Why are we having this back and forth with Dangote refinery? And first it was the Ipman, and later it moved or metamorphosed into Nupeng, even talking about boycotting supply of crude oil and every other thing. And now we're getting, another one coming from people still receive licenses for fuel importation. They want to have a refinery working here in Nigeria.
I want Dangote to sue the federal government. Under the PIA, it is stated clearly that, look, in the dancing sector, you don't need to bring in anything that Nigerian entrepreneurs have the capacity.
Wouldn't that be indicting if he's to go that route, given the fact that we were told, Barrister, that according to the PIA, someone who is playing majorly, in the refining shouldn't be seen running around the retailing arm or the retailing part of it too. I think the PIA also is so clear on that position.
Have he not told you to come and lift up his product, but you refuse? You refuse. You decided to import. The man said, look, he doesn't want Nigerians to be shortchanged. He pegged the price at, I think, 800. Then you, who came to pick it up, is now adding more money against the dictates of the industry. Is that not why Dangote said, look, I'm going to supply to Nigerians directly? Because the people who are supposed to do that, they are now playing hanky-panky with him.
So what does this portend with the mantra of this administration calling or telling Nigerians that local production or refining is one of the things that they will look into? And, we have the likes of BUA coming up too. Are we going to see BUA refinery also faces such challenge that Aliko Dangote refinery is facing?
Let him come up for maybe when he team up with Dangote, the government will not listen.
But with the back and forth, the story surrounding this, recall when we heard about NMPC seeking to have an office with within the refinery and all that. You know, the allegations of having sold for fuel, the diesel supply and all that. Are we going to see all this clear without, you know, more like making other people who have interest in oil and gas sector now change their mind or push the business to another country?
I am expecting Dangote. In fact, I'm advising Dangote to take the federal government to court over this thing, because the federal government is behind it. Who gives the import license to this what's it called, importers of fuel? Is it not the federal government? So why would you be doing that? Dangote should take them to court. That would have been possible if Dangote cannot meet up the supply. It's okay, the shortfall, yes, people should bring it in. But Dangote have promised to supply the whole of Africa. So Nigeria is just a piece of cake for him. They just want to sabotage this man.
Sabotage?
Yeah, they are sabotaging him. That's why if you check, at every point in time, he will lower prices.
All right, Barrister, let's move away slightly from that story to issue of banditry terrorism, where George Bello denies having any sponsorship from Bello Matawalle, but further accuses Bafarawa and Yerima, the former governors of Zamfara and Sokoto, of fueling the issue of fueling insecurity now in the northern region of Nigeria. There was a video we played during the morning buzz on Saturday, where one man, I think Kamarawa was his name, he was appointed to be a mediator, you know, more like a peace mediator between the bandits and, the government. And he was appointed during the time of Bello Matawalle. He was so vocal. He talked about how much was given to him, even to the point of renovation of buildings, supplying of basic amenities, payments from 14 local governments to this terrorist. And he has a document, information. The help also came from Abuja for the terrorists to still be running around. And he made mention of George Bello, Lelo, and other people who have been holding the northern region, especially the Zamfara axis, down by the jugular. And now we're seeing George Bello, a non-state actor, coming up to say that Matawalle should not be blamed, but the former governor of Sokoto and Zamfara should be blamed. What do you have to say about this?
The man is lying. In fact, the only reason why this man is talking is because this government in place now, the government in office now, I don't know how to describe them. If they are truly a government in power, somebody like George Bello should not be. In fact, he would have been taken down about 2 years ago. I'm telling you. The mere fact that this George Bello is still talking is an insult to every Nigerian. A very big insult. A foreign terrorist from Niger coming here to tell us what to do. Now accusing state actors, naming them as partners in his criminal endeavor. Is that not an embarrassment that George Bello will open his mouth and be telling us who and who is involved in the business he's doing? This is not the first time, remember. He has been saying all this while. And this man is now acting like a law unto himself. He has become an alternate government. So if he's saying that what this special assistant is saying is not true, then who is now sponsoring him? Where is he getting the money that is sustaining him? The guns and ammunition in his custody, how did he get them? How is he sustaining those people he kidnapped? The people he released the other time, they were about 100 people. Is that not true? So how come they were in his custody? This is a question this man cannot even answer. Yet the government is looking at him, listening to him. Listening to him. He's now pointing fingers to governors, elected governors.
So what does this speak to? The complicit nature of some elected officials in fight against insecurity, because some Nigerians are of the opinion that some people are benefiting from this. So I've gone for that talk about how some governors are enjoying the largesse from the security votes that's been paid to them. And now I have a non-state actor, coming up, a ragtag bandits coming up to tell Nigerians that go after governors of these states. They are the ones that need to be arrested, not the state for defense minister, who we know that some persons are also talking about how he must have in one way or another supply, be it vehicles or other form of, other form of aid to terrorists at this point. How are we going to fight insecurity, especially in the northwestern region? to end it so that, you know, this embarrassment can actually go off Nigerian soil?
If you add it to the investigation by Danjuma Ali Kefas, Fina, you now know that we are in a very deep mess. Seriously. Let's even leave that of Toju Bello. The investigation by an army officer who told us how that man was killed. That chief of army staff who took over from Brotai. How he was murdered. How a bomb was planted in his plane and the thing blew away all the people inside it. That report is out there. The man, after that investigation, he had to be detained for 64 days. Now, is that one true a lie? Is it a lie? Because if a plane landed, it would not warrant taking away the legs of people inside that place, their limbs. But this is the bomb that blew away their limbs. And so, who planted that bomb? Fina, who did that thing? To find out is not a rocket science. You can always find out. The person that entered that plane the last time before that chief of army staff entered that plane is enough. He will tell her what he went there to go and do before the plane took off. But nobody will mention, nobody will talk about it. And so, when these things are happening, Fina, know that government hand is in this matter.
Barrister, what does this portend? What picture do we have now of Nigeria within the international space? Because we're talking about what's playing out in Kwara, in Zamfara and in Sokoto. We have another, more like an accusation, coming up again from Kwara State, where we're having former member of the Kwara State House of Assembly, Moshood Bakare, urging the federal government to further investigate allegation that the Kwara State government is supplying arms and ammunition to bandit terrorists in some parts of the state. What is really happening? The stories we're getting, revelation or allegation, how are we going to exonerate ourselves from such?
The terrorists confessed that, yes, the arms they are carrying was given to them by the government of Kwara State. Have you? You said that the car they are using, the motor they are using to patrol, all of them were supplied by what? Kwara State government. You see what we have been saying all along, that government hand is in this matter. Is it not coming to light now? So how will the government now exonerate itself with this romance with terrorists? How do you explain it? Government has in this, that's why somebody in America called us a disgraced nation. They have all this information, Fina. They have it at the tip of their palms, like they have it. That the government of Nigeria is working with terrorists in Nigeria. The facts are here now before us. So how will anybody deny this now? No, how will the government deny it every time you hear them talking about fighting insecurity? Meanwhile, all is wash. What they are telling you is not what they are doing. They will tell you another thing. Meanwhile, in their mind, in their innermost of their mind, they have a different mindset. Look at what we are seeing, that a government is involved in terrorism. A government. How do you explain all these things, for God's sake? How? You see the real people that are terrorizing, you are in bed, you are in discussion with them, you are romancing with them. Then how can I now believe that you are fighting security? Why is Toju Bello still in Nigeria and nobody have touched him? Why? Every time we are getting close to him, Is the man a spirit? All this while you have been having meeting with him and you don't know where he is. Please, somebody should tell me. The truth is coming home now. That the government is involved in this terrorism. The truth is coming home now. From state to federal, they are involved in this matter. All the facts are there in the open. Because if I tell you, Fina, that look, you see this thing that is happening here, I know the person who behind it. You as the government, instead of you to take action, you pretend as if you do not hear me, you do not see me. It shows that you are involved. That's why you don't want to take action. Simple. There's no other explanation. Your action speaks louder than words. You can't even confront these people and say, look, you have done enough or you leave Nigeria. You can't even say that. Why?
What information do you think that Larry Moore will give to the U.S. government Because he told, he made mention of how he's going to drop the official information from his finding from Nigeria regarding the CPC, country of particular concern, that will have been designated to belong to the Christian genocide and every other thing that has to do with insecurity. What information do you think is going to push out? With all the celebration that we're getting now, the back and forth, the support of some government officials in terrorism. And do you think also that the federal government will be genuine enough in bringing out the names of terrorism financiers that they told us that they have already?
I have told the US to stop this committee and partnership with Nigerian government. I have told them, if they don't want to be messed up, because the federal government of Nigeria is not ready to fight this terrorism. So if anybody is coming to do it, they wouldn't like it. There are people they are covering. There are people they wouldn't want to mention their name. There are information they will not give American government. Because some people are above the law in Nigeria. In Nigeria, some people are above the law. You hear nothing, see nothing, and say nothing about them. That's the truth. So the federal government will never reveal these people or hand them over to American government. So what is the need of the partnership and the committee and whatever panel? What's the need? If you are sincere, do you need an American government to tell you what to do? If you are sincere, tell me. You don't have any military now to take care of this thing, except America comes into the matter. I have advised American government they should not allow themselves to be rubbish in this matter, because whenever the federal government of Nigeria don't want to do anything, they set up committee. Fina, were you not here when the Minister of Defense, they were appointed just 2 weeks ago or 3 weeks ago, was blowing hot on TV and everywhere that he will find out. He will investigate and find out the person that ordered those people to leave the school before they were kidnapped. Fina, up to today, have you heard anything again? Up to today. He's still investigating, Abi. So it will take 2 years to find out who did that thing. Sorry, somebody gave an order by phone call. Somebody called somebody in that school. All of you should get out from that place. So, do you need angels from heaven to tell you who? The people that left that school, somebody should tell the government. I received this phone call from so person. Do you need a panel to know who the person is? Please, they should stop disturbing us and stop deceiving themselves.
All right, let's move away from terrorism for a few minutes and talk about diplomatic and what seems to be diplomatic and military tensions between Nigeria and some other West African states that have been involved in coups recently, particularly at this moment, Burkina Faso. The federal government of Nigeria says they are yet to release the 11 soldiers who were in the aircraft that had to make an emergency landing in the country. Now, while we're talking about that as well, there was an ECOWAS meeting where Nigeria is calling for stronger regional unity, where Nigeria is also calling for stronger diplomatic, where we all come together and work as ECOWAS, as the West African Union, right? So that we can actually achieve more. But these countries that have been involved in coups, they said they don't longer want to be part of ECOWAS, and they formed the Association of Sahel States. Where does Nigeria stand right now, especially when such countries feel like Nigeria is biting more than it can chew, or Nigeria is liaising with countries that they are trying to push out, particularly France, whereby Burkina Faso, Mali, Niger are trying to push out France, Nigeria is dallying with France. Would you say they see this as a betrayal?
Of course. In fact, that was the major reason why the Sahel state left. That's why their colonial masters were oppressing and suppressing them. Nigeria, that was heading ECOWAS at that time, was in bed with France. That was why these people left. You are supposed to protect your people. This is the ECOWAS states. And they are complaining of what their colonial masters is doing to them. Instead of you to align with your people here in ECOWAS, you were, romancing with France, going there, and they are dictating to you what to do to your own people. That was why they left. And I cannot blame them, seriously, I cannot. If other countries, have the opportunity, they too should leave. Because ECOWAS is no longer serving the purpose for which it was created. Where is the protection? ECOWAS has become a toothless bulldog. They can't even sanction Nigeria for what they say, except to make a statement that Nigeria is the worst culprit in disobeying ECOWAS court and all that. After that, what happened? After saying that, what happened? Nothing. You just told Nigeria that you disobey ECOWAS court decisions. What are you supposed to do as a follow-up? Nothing. So ECOWAS is a spent force. It no longer have the power to discipline members, even to talk to some of their leaders who have been messing around with their country and all that. They can't do that.
When you say they don't have what it takes to, you recall that they've also warned the former governor or the former president of Gambia, Yahya Jammeh, that he must come back to answer questions regarding the way he acted from the time he was the president of Gambia from 2016 from 1994 to 2016. We have issues of violation, human rights violation during the time he was there. And I don't think that's more like a good call, even while he was in exile. They are ready to sanction.
Don't mind them. They are choosing the scapegoat here. Because Jammeh and Gambia is a very small country. They don't have a voice. People have done worse things than Jammeh, and yet nothing happened. Fina, people have done worse things 10 times over than Jammeh in Gambia. Yet nobody called them out, nobody sanctioned them, nobody said anything. Can you see what we are talking about here?
When you say people have done worse things, can you help us walk through?
Nigeria. ECOWAS just told you here that Nigeria is the worst culprit in disobeying ECOWAS court decision. They don't implement, they don't obey it. Is that not true? So what followed after? Why don't you call Tinubu to come and explain why you cannot obey ECOWAS court? Call him out the same way you are calling Jammeh. Yes, call him out. Let us start from there.
On the issue of military coups, can ECOWAS actually stop other West African nations from this happening? We saw how Nigerian forces and ECOWAS forces actually trooped into Benin Republic, and they are still there even up till now. Can they stop this wave of coups? And is there ever a way we can come to agreement with this confederation of Sahel states who have chosen to stay on their own?
If anybody is in doubt, let them watch out. Some of these people are going to leave the ECOWAS bloc. They can't stop coups in West Africa. It's not possible. As long as this rascality in democracy continues, people are going to excuse themselves from it, whether you like it or not. The world has moved on. This is 21st century, for God's sake. You don't expect anybody to wait for you. No, it's not possible. What causes this disagreement? What causes this coup? Have you addressed it? The answer is no. So if you have not addressed it, then what makes you think that the problem will not continue? Look, it's not about democracy. The question is, what has democracy brought to West Africa and Africa? If you are behaving worse than the military men you are accusing of undermining democracy, then what is the need? What is the essence? What's the difference between some of civilian administration in Africa and the military? What's the difference? Some civilian administration is 10 times worse than the military. 10 times worse than the military. They just go to that AU building in Addis Ababa and then protect their own interests. Because you feel that the military. But some of them are genuinely patriotic. Genuinely patriotic, unlike you people who claim to be civilian Democrats. Mention any of them that have not stolen money from their country and take it to the Western world. Just mention one person among them. Is that part of democracy? You steal your country blind. You impoverish your people. You dehumanize your people. You disobey court order, rule of law. And now you are claiming you sit tight. No, tell me, you sit tight like Bobby and Cameroon, like Museveni, like so many of them in Africa. You are not talking. You have not asked them why. It is the military you come and tell that they are not. You are the one that called for it. Don't blame anybody. You are the one.
All right, Barrister, I guess this is a good place to encore today's media news analysis. Thank you so much, Barrister Darlington Agomo, for being part of today's media news. We appreciate your presence in the studio.
It's my pleasure.
All right, we'll go on a quick break and we'll come back. Benue directs schools to refund 106,000 WAEC and NECO fee back to students. Do well to stay with us. Come back is still the media news and voice of the people television. The Benue State government has directed Joel Model School, Makudi, to immediately reverse to 106,000 naira being charged parents for the West African Examination Council, WAEC, and National Examination Council, NACO, describing the levy as excessive and unjustifiable. The directive, through its Education Quality Assurance and Examination Board, followed a series of petitions from aggrieved parents who accused the school of imposing arbitrary examination fees. Following the complaint, the board summoned the school's proprietor, principal, and members of the Parents Teachers Association to a meeting in Makodi, where they reported they failed to justify the amount being demanded. Speaking during the engagement, the Executive Secretary of BEQAEB, Dr. Tina Francis, clarified that the official approved fee for WAEC registration was 28,000 naira, while NACO was yet to announce its fee for the 2026 examinations. He further stressed that candidates were not mandated to register for both WAEC and NACO, and that such decisions should be left to parents and students.
Now we take you straight into the world of business, where the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited, NNPCL, has confirmed the successful containment of a disruption on a section of the Escravos-Lagos pipeline system in southwest Warri, Delta State. According to the Chief Corporate Communications Officer, Andy Ode, all relevant pipeline sections have been safely and securely isolated. He explained in a statement that a joint team of NNPC Limited, the Nigerian Midstream and Downstream Petroleum Regulatory Authority, and MDPRA technical teams and maintenance contractors have conducted a preliminary inspection at the affected site. NNPC Gas Infrastructure Company, NGIC, which operates the network, had activated its business continuity plan to manage the impact on all affected stakeholders, including shippers and suppliers, to ensure minimal disruption to operations. The company said it would continue to maintain open communication with host communities, state authorities, and other critical stakeholders while reaffirming focus on community engagement and operational reliability across all assets.
Moving on to the sports segment of the bulletin, Super Eagles goalkeeper Francis Uzoho has declared readiness for international duty after being recalled for the 2025 Africa Cup of Nations AFCON in Morocco. Speaking on his return, Uzoho expressed delight at reconnecting with long-term teammates, saying that his recall was a moment of joy and relief, stating that his return to the national team was based on his readiness and the confidence the technical crew has on him. He dismissed the insinuations of rivalry with first-choice goalkeeper Stanley Nwabali. According to him, both support each other and share a very close relationship. Meanwhile, Nigeria heads into the AFCON, aiming to improve on their runner-ups finish at the last edition.
Still in sports, Sunderland's debut win was about pride as much as points. It marked a defining moment in a season built on belief and momentum. Manchester City were not flawless, but they were clinical when it mattered. Erling Haaland's goals continue to tilt big games in their favor. Aston Villa are rewriting the rules of expected goals with confidence and quality. Their results suggest this surge is no fluke, but a sustained challenge. At the other end, mistakes and inefficiency are proving costly for struggling sides. In the Premier League, control and composure remain the difference between progress and regret.
In entertainment, legendary Nollywood director and actor Rob Reiner and his wife, Michelle, have been found dead at their home in Los Angeles. Police say the case is being investigated as an apparent homicide. Authorities confirmed that a 78-year-old man and a 68-year-old woman were pronounced dead at the scene, though no arrests, have been made. Investigators have not released details about the cause of death or any possible suspects. Rainer was best known for directing classic films such as A Princess Bride, When Harry Met Sally, Misery, and A Few Good Men. Tributes have poured in from political leaders and figures across the film industry. California Governor Gavin Newsom described Rainer as a big-hearted genius, while colleagues remembered him as a kind and influential voice in cinema. The police says the coroner's office will determine the official cause of death. That is it on the media news, but before we go, let's take a quick look at the headlines. CPPE flays power sectors, says a 4 trillion naira debt tariff politics as unstable.
And ECOWAS tackles coups reorders regional power structure.
FG says 11 soldiers still detained by Burkina Faso.
Presidency opposition bicker over alleged EFCC intimidation.
Congressman Moore says Nigeria, US close to finalizing security framework.
Dangote accuses NMDPRA chief of fraud, 6 probe.
In business, we told you that NNPC repairs Escravos Lagos pipeline after incident.
And in sport, Zoho declares readiness, the Smithies Nwabali rivalry claims.
In entertainment, filmmaker Rob Reiner, wife found dead in Los Angeles homes. That is it on the news. Do well to subscribe to our YouTube channel on YouTube. We are at Voice of the People TV, and across all the social media platforms, we are at VOP TV Live. If you witness any news happening around you, we want to gather information. Do well to visit our newsroom via this website, www.vop.ng, and also you can get across to the newsroom on news@vop.ng. Up next on the schedule of Voice of the People television is a Spotlight Show with Precious Agumanu. I am Fina Okechukwu.
And I am Chioma Innocent. Thank you for watching.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
Voice of the people. You can hear me now. My name is Patrick Doyle, and I wish that you continue to echo the voices of the people. Big up VOP TV.
My name is Soibifa Dokobo. Please keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, my name is Kwekumali Ikenna Onyekwena, and I am with the Voice of the People TV. Now, if you're looking for the veritable channel for information, politics, robust discussions, you don't need to go far. VOP has you. VOP will always have you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Patrick Diabwa, aka Ibani Chuka, Amayanabo the Eagle King, and you are watching VOP TV. Stay with us.
Hello there, my name is Damilola Ogunsi, also known as the Goldfish.
Hi, my name is Chiki Bright Emmanuel. I'm an actor and a filmmaker.
Hello peeps, my name is Yomi E. Adejimo.
Hi everyone, I'm Paul Utomi.
Hi everyone, my name is Stacey Benjamin, and this is
Voice of the People TV.
I need you to keep it locked to VOP TV. See, are you looking for good entertainment? You want to get good movies, good music, politics, talk shows, sports and entertainment. You really want a channel that gives you everything you need without you having to run around. VOP is where you are. That's Voice of the People.
If you're not listening to this, you're not one of us. And you deserve to be killed. Scrap chat. Don't be killed, but watch it. Or I'll find you. And I want you. And you are locked on VOP TV. Don't go nowhere. This is where the juice is. This is where all you need for entertainment, politics, movies, and whatnot.
And keep watching VOP TV.
So keep it locked because I'm locked already, man, and it's money back guarantee. So you're gonna have a good time because I do.
And please keep watching VOP TV.
I won't want you actually. I beg you, subscribe, watch it. If not, whatever you see. You better not touch that dial because VOP is the plot.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
Good evening, Africa. My name is Bamakore, actor, model, producer, and I'm giving a big shout out to VOP TV, man. Keep watching Don't change the dial. Thank you and God bless you.
My name is AY, and of course, I represent the voice of the people, and that's why I'm on VOP. AY say so.
Hi everyone, it's your girl Miriam Tima from the Real Housewives of Lagos and the Real Housewives Ultimate Girl Trip Africa. Shout out to VOP, the voice of the people. You already know. Stay tuned, keep watching. And don't forget, VOP is the best.
All right, hello, it's about that shagging man fine back with Melanie Poppy Black Skin Boy. This is VOP TV. If you're not watching VOP, I don't know what you're watching. Maybe you're watching your weight.
Hello, beautiful people. This is Wale Ojo, and you're watching VOP, Voice of the People.
Hi, guys. You already know who it is. This is New Energy. Flyers, whatever, live it. Keep watching VOP TV. Thank you.
Hi people, Ginny Albano here. Guys, please keep watching Voice of the People.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People television, where your health has a voice.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector, from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Hello, beautiful people. How are you all doing? And yes, welcome to Spotlight on VOP TV, your favorite hub where we shine the light on creativity, culture, style, music, and purpose-driven people. And I'm your special baby girl, Precious Akumanu, aka Call Me Prezi. And yes, today I'm not alone. I'm with a special person, but I'm introducing him as a special person today because it be like say he do small changes, and I'm really proud of him. All right, he's here with us. Let him introduce himself.
I don't understand. Which one is he did a little changes? Which one be the change?
No, the last time when you were on my show, there are some things that happened, but then we always.
So you don't like me, or you don't like me, Cam? What do you want exactly? All right, welcome on board. It is the Spotlight. My name is Savior. Okay, the very calm savior.
Well,
it's
today
that
is
way.
calm. Let me just, dance around. Just follow him like that.
Enjoy it while it lasts. Yes, enjoy it while it lasts.
This one is the enjoy it while it lasts. That's it.
Enjoy it while it lasts.
There's problem, okay. So yes, it's a new day to stay positive, inspired, and grounded. We're bringing you an exciting blend of jests. So please don't go anywhere. Sit tight while we ride together. But before we start, so Savior, how's your week been for you? This is Monday, and today you just came to work and you are just all calm, all gentle. There must be something that is wrong because I even asked myself that question.
If I am permitted to actually sing it in Fela's tone, he said, already, meaning that you don't want to say anything, you don't want to give reply, you understand? But sincerely, my weekend was great. My weekend was, great. I didn't really work.
Yes.
With
how
family.
will you work? How is your leg?
Just with family. No, you have said it now. Of course, no problem. Let's just say it out. Not until when I had the sprain, but of course, my knee is fine.
You are sure it's sprain? It's well, he said it's sprain. Okay.
He's trying to actually call what is not. I don't understand. When you with me at home, if I mention what Precious is actually saying. But I won't say
evidence clear now. Like there's evidence. So why you?
I love this fact that the young shall grow.
The young shall grow.
Precious is actually coming at me today. Today I decided to be very nice to you on the show. But it's fine. But I'm okay. Thank you for asking.
I actually care. That's what I'm asking.
You cared. But because
that's what I'm asking. But because if I don't care, I won't, I won't pay much attention on it.
Know what's going on. No problem. You've actually put it out there. It's fine. Thank you. I'm fine. Thank you for asking.
Of course, you'll be fine. Why won't you be fine?
How was your weekend?
It was good. Great.
It was great.
Yes.
Okay, no problem. I have more to say, but it's not for the TV.
Please, we have a lot of gist, so please stay with us. Don't mind Savior. He's actually, being so funny this morning, but it's good. So yes. First off, we are talking about Nollywood actress Doris Ogala has ignited widespread controversy, following a series of allegations against Lagos-based cleric, Pastor Chris Okafor, founder of Grace Nation Church. In viral social media posts, the actress claimed she was involved in a long-time secret romantic relationship with the pastor, alleging that he promised her marriage before alleging abandoning her to engage another woman. So Ogala accused the cleric of causing her deep emotional distress, claiming the relation negatively affected her mental health, family life, and career, and reportedly led to a suicide attempt that has since drawn public concern. So the allegation has continued to dominate online discussions, with actress sharing screenshots and videos she claims supports her account. So Pastor Chris Okafor has reportedly denied the claims, describing them as false and misleading. Though no legal action has been publicly confirmed by either party, the situation has divided public opinion, with many calling for caution, empathy, and due process as the matter remains based on allegations and counterclaims, yet to be independently verified. So yes, let's hear what she has come out to say.
Should I thank you so much for that? He will not marry you, not lie you. Are you leaving me for? No, forget about saying clouds or no clouds. I've not slept since yesterday. That I have to deactivate myself to think this thing through. What are you leaving me for now? Okay, shame here. You people can insult me for all you care. And let me know what is going on with my life. See this man fucked me. My life has taught me this. I lost my younger brother. Yeah, I lost my younger brother now. Chris, no, this marriage will not work. Who are you leaving me for? After sharing my naked video, turning your own miscarriage, the miscarriage I had for you, turning into abortion. What do you think you want to leave me for, Chris? No, Chris Okafor, it will not work. Oh. No, you will keep me fed before you make this marriage work. After destroying my life, what do you want to leave me for? You, Chris, no, it's not possible, Chris. Chris, it's not possible. I've not recovered since. Yesterday, I almost committed suicide now. People don't know what I'm going to do. I behave normal to you people.
This is
it's quite a lot. Yeah? So what I would say is women nowadays are, going into something that's really scary. I can't imagine a lady, want to kill yourself because of a man. Eh? You go they trust man. God, I beg you. You go they trust man. It's actually funny, You're not crying, and yes, you're coming. I won't even blame him if he actually did that. I won't blame him. I'm serious, because it's a lot. You're supposed to, as a lady, you're supposed to have this. How will I put it? This prestige for yourself. So it's actually funny seeing you, doing this crying and everything, because for you, and the funny enough, with even the story where I just hear, you say you leave your husband where you married before. He tell you may you leave her, you can't leave and can't go there with her. Wow, very interesting. It's actually interesting. So why are you quiet? You're not.
I have to allow my madam ask me to say something.
It's funny because I don't know why I'm not angry. Yeah, yes, because when I saw that, I'm like, wow, and you even no shame at all. You come out to say all those things, and it's
okay. So
I'm not pitying him. I'm sorry, but
let me come in from this standpoint. First, we have a random conversation now that is going on.
Yeah.
That some women are confused, and I will buttress the point.
Yeah.
Some women get to leave their man because their man cheated. They divorced. Now, they start dating another married man, becoming a side chick to another married person that they actually left. You left your own husband because your husband cheated. Now, the person who is available for you to be in a relationship with is another married person. It shows how confused some people can be. Now, you going into marriage, and nobody's perfect. Sincerely, different marriages are going through a lot, but you should be able to be with somebody that no matter what, no matter the quarrel, no matter the issue, you just know that I still have to put up with this person. I want to do life with this person. Yeah. You just said it, openly, and I'm talking to you, Ogala, if you're listening to me, that he asked you to leave your husband. First, I'm going to come in from different standpoints today.
Yeah.
This is the reason why so many people don't believe in church anymore.
Thank you.
And this is the reason why so many people don't believe in mosques.
That's true.
Because we have so many things that the clerics are doing, of late.
Yes.
And he told you to leave your husband, and you did. Of course, maybe he's richer than your husband. Okay? And the fact that, I don't understand, maybe because is he spiritual? You left your husband, you followed him. The person you left your husband for, usually what I say is, any relationship that you are in, and you cannot let people know what you're doing with the person, then it's out.
Yes.
So for how long were you with him in the relationship?
2017.
Since 2017, you've been in and out, having gymnastics, doing different exercises, and nobody knows about the relationship. First, because you know that what you are doing
is wrong,
and what you did to your husband. Of course, I don't know if you guys got a proper divorce before you started it, because if you were still married to your husband and you did that particular one, you are also still guilty of another crime on its own. That's bigamy. That's on one side. Now, you joined another person in a love affair, enjoying yourself. And since 2017, nobody knew anything. He didn't marry you. The person that told you to leave your husband, if you were really good, if you're really wonderful, if you were the best woman so far for a man to be with, why didn't he marry you immediately? Okay, upon completion of your divorce processes, why didn't he marry you?
And she's coming online to cry.
And you talked about that. You left that. One. Secondly, you talked about your brother. That's a very, very serious allegation.
Yes, a very strong allegation.
So that is to say that you are also an accomplice. In the law, I'm not a learned. I am only lettered to write, right? So as a broadcast journalist. But for you to say you know about a crime, you didn't report to the right authorities. What does that say? There's law for it. You said he killed your brother, and you didn't say it because you're in love with him. That's another case. Either you answer Okafor, if Okafor is innocent, to take it up, or you were also meant to answer the Nigerian government. And if your family has the whereabouts of your brother. Now, that being said, you said you did, you had miscarriage or you did whatever and all of that, and you're coming out. You're coming out to talk about it today because, he posted that he wants to get
married.
My dear,
so you
have been in a relationship, he didn't propose. There was no proper definition of what you guys are doing.
Yes.
And today you are crying that I am a man. I'm totally against what he has done. But guess what? I am more against all of the frivolities you've actually indulged yourself with. It shows that other women should be ashamed.
Very ashamed, actually.
Because you are not making this gender look very, very, important or that respected. You are only watering down your gender. But by now making it look so desperate, like you're making it look like breakup. I know breakup. I'm going to talk about the other parts.
Yeah.
She's traumatized. I get it.
We get it.
But you're making it look like, after breakup, you just have to die. You have to kill yourself. Someone ran in, to save the day. I think that's the video that is being shown on air.
Yes.
Because I think she tried cutting her wrist or something, to cut the vein off and all of that. Do you really need all of that? Now, let me leave Ogala. Let me face our revered man of God. Everything is still allegedly from us here, from Spotlights, okay? Because we've not seen every evidence.
Yeah.
But she is not using the word allegedly because she said she slept with you. So sorry, she said she slept with you. I remember Pastor Adeboye said something. He said, if any woman accuses you of anything, it's very difficult for you to wash yourself clean of it. So sorry, she said she slept with you. That means you slept with her, allegedly. Thank God I added it. But what would you say, to every unbeliever that actually feels this is how the religion is?
The religion, yes.
Now, I took my time to follow this case. She dropped receipts of chats. Now, there was one particular one that caught my attention. I don't know if we have that chat.
The chat. I think we have the chat.
Okay, so there was a particular place where I read, and he said, I would get back to you after the leadership meeting. So,
God,
so Baba first, let me speak Pidgin if I'm allowed. Baba, you first, follow babe talk. Then you can't say, attend to leadership meeting, church meeting first. You chill first. I saw a particular one, he sent about 700K or something. Was it 700,000?
Yeah, I think so.
Oh, yeah, around that particular figure. So there has been this in and out where this one call you my love, this one say my love.
You know that kind of thing.
I breathe.
Wow.
He said the one that completes me. Like there was no first name I've not heard before. Let me even say it. Name that I don't think Precious can call somebody. Yes. No, because she went far. She went too far.
Oh my God.
Name that they have not called me. So I don't even know how to pity you.
I'm even pained because for the fact that you've been with this person since 2017. Till 2020. Like, hey.
Okay, Precious, you know what? let's come in from this angle. Let's come in from the first. Let's call a spade a spade. I usually tell ladies.
Yes.
Except you want to have a fling, which I'm not promoting that on national TV. Please, you should be in a more defined relationship.
Thank you.
And let me tell you something, in case you don't know. Any man that asks you out now,
yeah,
he knows if he is going to marry you or not. Of course. Any man that you're in a relationship with, I am telling you clearly, he knows if he's going to marry you or not.
Because men know what they want when they see.
We know what we want.
Jeez, they know what they want.
If we want to have fun, we know. If we want to settle down with you, we know. So even if the man gives you a little hope by turning you to Lord of the Rings, by giving you, ring to hold.
He not still give you...
My dear, the commitment is for you to keep believing that you're on the same page. No. So until you have a defining relationship, forget it. My sports guys will say you have played penalty to throw in. I'm telling you clearly. And now, let us talk generally now. Relationship is not a do or die affair.
Thank you.
If it doesn't work, you walk away.
Yes.
You understand? Breakfast was meant to be eaten. We have ate our own. And we glad.
So you ate?
Oh, before I met
wow.
my wife, yes. And we have served. Yes.
Oh, you have also served?
No. See, it's a general commodity.
Wow.
No. See. Anything you want to say. See, my dear. Now, let me explain something. Let me explain something.
Yes.
Nobody's a saint.
Okay.
We have served, we have eaten. Okay. You have served, you have eaten.
No,
don't worry.
You will talk for yourself.
I will talk for you.
No, you cannot talk. I don't understand. Why will you talk for me?
Because I know you see. It's easy for Precious to serve you. Especially when Precious look at you and say, okay, you don't offend me, don't
save your ways. You're missing the point.
You know, I see. In short, I am with the point right now, Okwaya. So my God. So what I'm saying in a nutshell, if you have been served, eat the meal, take water, and move on. Why you to get to where you can serve? But let me say this on a clear tone now. I understand that you're really feeling bad that, so it led you on.
Yes.
You know,
I think that is where...
For how many years?
Yes.
And of course, between 2017, I don't know the age you started the relationship until, 2022, 2023, 24, and 25 now that you're getting the bombshell. It led you on for many years of your life. You've actually invested emotions. Of course, you didn't invest any finance. He was the one that invested finance. You've invested your body, mentally, and, what have you. I get it, but please, it is not worth dying for, Ogala. Please get yourself together and move. And I am totally against that statement you mentioned by saying that who are you leaving me for? No, I am telling you, my dear, baby girl, look at me. Any man that sees you will still appreciate you.
Of course.
In short, you only disappointed me by coming out.
Yes, crying.
You only disappointed me
by cry for man. Why?
By even uploading yourself. Of course, some would tilt back a little, but of course, I am assuring you that you still have 1,001 man there that will say that was your past, I am your present, let's move on. It's as simple as that. But of course, you are not young, neither are you old, but you should be in a more, intentional relationship, knowing fully well that you want to settle down, you want to have your kids. This is where I would come in from. But Pastor Chris, either they say you did it or didn't do it. As far as woman say you did it and she uploaded receipts, we want you to debunk it by coming out with what is original. That is the only thing. But from us here, we are using the word so that I don't come to spotlight and say, you people said I did it. Hello, allegedly is what we have put here before we put our full stop. But don't come to us. Go to the person that is calling you out that has receipts.
Yes.
That's the person we're expecting. But Precious, how do you handle breakup? I need to ask you. As a woman.
When you talked about...
No, as a lady, you have to teach.
You will speak for me.
No, you have to. You've
already said you are going to speak for me, that I used to serve people breakfast.
No, notwithstanding, we can still educate, so I want you to, teach us. How do you, as a lady, how should a lady handle
the first things first, always pray to God for one thing.
Okay.
Lord, may I meet intentional people. Okay. Intentional men that will love you, that will cherish you, and that would want you. Not people that would come and want to just, because they want to while away time and waste your time. Mm. That is the first thing.
Emphasis, waste your time.
Waste your time. Yes, waste your time.
Like,
because it's crazy.
What you said now, 2017 to 2025. That's serious waste of time.
Yes, waste your time because they will just tell you, because men, I get sweet mouth.
No, don't generalize now.
No, I don't.
I don't have sweet mouth. I'm a very calm person.
Jesus. Let me not say anything. Allow me to just finish. Let me land.
Yes, mommy.
Men, I'm talking to my ladies now. Even if you are dating a man, you need to use your head. Mm. It's very important. You got to trust man.
Adam.
Man go tell you say may you stand there. I'm around,
no, not everything.
Wait,
don't generalize.
What are you saying?
No, Precious, don't generalize.
I'm serious.
I told
you have to check it.
I told you to sit here. You sat now. We've been doing show love.
You have to check it. If a man tells you to stand, know the reason why he told you to stand. No.
Someone said that a particular lady said, if I tell you good morning, go and check outside to confirm.
Because it's scary.
No. It's just based on your
If allegedly a pastor can do this,
So how much more to a floor member? How much more to a floor member?
Because a lot of things are happening now. I'm even scared. Hey.
No, don't be scared. Nothing will happen to you. You that are protecting, I cover you. I cover you. In short, we are the ones that will collect the best price. So, but now you've actually talked. I really want to know how best, ladies should handle breakup first, and secondly, what is the best way to end the relationship?
Peacefully.
What's the peacefully? Let me tell you
First
something.
of all, you need the Holy Spirit to help you.
Guess what?
You cannot do this with your physical eye.
Precious,
I'm telling you the truth.
I'm in support of that statement. I'm in support of you saying that you can't end it with a clear. You know why? There are some people that understand their partner.
Yeah.
They know that if they call that partner either to a lounge, to their house, or to somewhere, and they want to have a proper, decent conversation to give the partner reasons why they can't move ahead, why they have to go their separate ways, they know that partner is violent. They know that, have you not seen on social media that partner will say, it's me you want to break up with? And the lady will scatter the old TV, scatter different things, break things off.
Some men are like that.
And guess what? A man that you just said, I want to break up with, before you say with you, break up alone, the man say, yeah, okay, bring the wig.
There was a video I saw.
Give me the phone. Next thing, the man will go to your house and he said, "Let me buy the microwave. Let me buy
the bed you are sleeping on. Oga, carry him." I saw a video of a guy coming to me say, "Shebi say you don't want relationship again. No problem." You open the lady open door now. So the guy they carry home.
You know the one that even shocked me.
He said you don't want
the
again
one that
now.
even shocked me. The guy remove everything, carry bed, carry rug. The guy still went to the door. He said, "This is my church sticker."
Oh my God.
He removed the sticker. He said, I need to go to church. Not be, you come on sticker. Say anything that has to do with me must not be
But that is crazy.
So please, on a more serious note, I sincerely want to know, but for me, I would say that you cannot do breakups by trying to, first absorb it that this is your reality. Don't live in fool's paradise. Understand that this has happened and you have to move on. The best way to move on is to get yourself up and doing as regards to, okay, what is the next thing for my life?
Yeah.
What else can I do for myself? How best can I actually, move from this particular place at which I am into the best phase, instead of, anytime you want to, the best thing you can do for yourself, anytime you want to remember that relationship, don't remember all of the hurts. Don't remember how you broke up. Remember the good times and said it was worth why. And that's it.
But Savior, I still want to let them know that not be everybody will deal with you now go marry you.
No, that is a clear term. Until you understand that particular one.
You might be with somebody and you guys are all lovey-dovey and the rest of them
and dates don't when are going to end. Some relationships have expiring dates.
Doesn't mean the person will get married to you.
That's the thing.
So you with a date
you have to
or you're in
understand the
courtship
facts.
with a particular guy or a lady, be wise. I'm sorry, but that is the truth. You supposed to know when person won't chop you.
No, it's just like you said, the relationship might even be going well, but one way or the other, it doesn't work. It doesn't work. Or something happens. Just move on. And for the other question I asked, for me, I feel there is no sweet or any other better way to end a relationship. Just know what works for your partner. If you know your partner is quite violent, please don't do one-on-one breakup. There are some people that you have to even reach out to their parents to tell them that, please help me to tell you. Help me to tell your son or your daughter that I know they do again. I don't do again. But guess what? Some gets to relocate from where they are staying first, then send you a message on WhatsApp and block immediately. You understand? So that before you want to go to that house, there are no more there. Because they know some partners. But if you know your partner is quite mature, that your partner can do
actually want to confess or something.
That's not, we are there now.
When you said you have to stay one place and tell the person, leave the particular place. So when you said you serve people breakfast, I did not serve, but I had to state my reasons. Wait.
I don't understand what
wait
you're saying.
Now. Wait.
Okay, finish your reason.
Let me finish.
Thank you.
There's a difference.
Thank you. No, the Lord has done it finally.
I don't know why you're dancing. Wait, let me finish what I'm saying. So what I did was, there was this particular guy I was dating at that time. And I knew that I wasn't going to be with this person.
Okay.
And he also knew that we were not going to be together. So we already started talking about it. You know, all those little signs you'll be saying. He'll bring his own sign, I'll bring my own sign. Both of us don't know, say, we no good day. But maybe strong head, no green maker, you understand, to say, oh,
I'm sincerely grateful that you are actually saying this thing that I could have said and you would debunk that. No, I'm not like that, but I'm like,
wait,
yeah, like it's official now that you have strong
it
head.
had to get to a point where I had to say, what am I even doing? I need to, you know, tell this person this, because if I keep going like this, you'll just be whiling away your time. And definitely when you won't settle down or reach, you go just you feel that everybody's like that. You get so I had to say, I don't think this is right. I'm not interested anymore. I want to break out. You already know that we are not.
So what did you say?
Weeks on weeks, we don't call each other, we don't, because one thing about me is if we're dating, we have to be communicating. So when there's no communication there, what's low? It's finished.
So what did he now say?
Oh, calm down now.
I know, I'm waiting for the end point. You see that? You just saw final line. Yes.
So when I told him, he was like, no, how will I break up with him? Why will I do that? I said, Oga, you already know.
I like the fact that he said, Oga, please go ahead.
This thing is not working.
Okay.
You're forcing yourself. You won't start acting all weird up and, you know, try to, I say, okay, just calm down. We'll talk about this. Just give me some time to, you know, pray about it, and we should come to a conclusion of what we have discussed so far. Thank God for God. As I got to my house, I drafted a sweet note. I didn't call him. I drafted a sweet note. Please, I am no longer interested. And if anything should happen to me, it's on you. Stay away from me.
Did you pack?
Eh?
Did you pack from the house?
No, not there.
You didn't relocate, but you sent the notes.
Yes.
Okay. So
But at that time, this thing was in a restaurant, yeah?
Because if you had said it there,
hey,
you know, we have cutlery on the table.
Wait, calm down. Things might have, basically not the cutleries, but everybody. And you know when you try to
Drama king. Oh, so you have actually been with drama. Now I know where the drama is coming from.
Now.
Notwithstanding, Precious, either you broke up amicably, either you broke up peacefully. As far as you are the one that... Hold on.
I did not serve breakfast.
As far as you were the one that actually...
breakfast. Nobody cried.
That's what I'm saying. As far as you were the one that said, I am done, my dear, you have... In short, you own a restaurant of breakfast. You have dished it, and a man is sitting it. My brother, I'm sorry on behalf of Precious. I know. I know it's been a while now. She's doing fine. I believe you're also doing fine. You know, and please don't try thinking of coming back, because I've actually put a bounty on her. The bride price is quite high, and we're going to take it from VOP first. So thank you very much. I think with these few points of mine.
Oh Jesus, Jesus! The person you're even telling is married now.
Oh no! Congratulations, my man.
I've not seen.
And I said I want to be calm today. I said I want to be calm today.
But you see, the true character is actually coming out.
But sincerely, let's understand that she's going through a lot, you know, as regards to Gala.
We know, actually.
And the man didn't try to actually look for a way. See, I think the more amplified, you know, or transformed manner of a proper breakup after a very long time now is for you to settle the woman. Or settle the man. No, not man, but woman.
Settle
basically.
them, like...
Now, let me come.
Financially?
Settle the person. Yes!
Really?
My dear, do you know that if this...
I'm sorry, if not, I know take the money.
I'm coming. If this particular situation actually happened in other climes, you know, maybe the US, the UK, Canada, Europe, I'm telling you that she has the right to sue him. If she has all her evidence facts and everything, she has the right to sue him. And I tell you, Precious, he will pay. Are you aware that even to our footballers that are only in relationship, not married yet, if they are to break up, the ladies get to say, for my time I've spent. Do you know what other clients are doing? It's because it just looks like, oh, Nigerian law is quite lenient to an extent. So you shouldn't be compelled to do all of that. Oh, you call her, see, you know we've been coming a long way, and it's looking like this thing is not going to work. Or if I try marrying you, the controversy and all of that, blah, 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 blah. You know what I want to do for you? Which country do you want to stay? Okafor is rich, oh. Let's leave Pastor one side. He's rich, oh.
So if you're saying this thing like this now, that means you're trying to support what he's doing.
I'm not supporting. I'm only talking based on mental health now. That if this was talked, you know,
sorry, there are some people that won't accept any financial.
Okay, they just want the man.
She has already said
it. Okay, Ogala. I don't know.
He say Ingo scattered. You know the girl say she says Inogo that he cannot get married to that lady.
Do you know where he will do the wedding?
What?
Let me tell you something. Recently, your Nollywood actor did wedding on a moving train. Men have taken this thing to the higher bar now. The ones that I'm hearing that guys want to do, they want to board flights, all their family members. They will join the wedding mid-air, airborne. Why the flight is going on? When the pastor has said, if there is anybody that does not want these two people to join, raise up your hand, signify, or be silent forever. And guess what? When nobody comes up, when they marry them, they join them, they land back. But peradventure, you are smuggled on air, and you join them, and my dear, they go open. I know what that means. When they open the emergency door, they fling you. Parachute not to they work like that for Nigeria.
All right. It's well. We're going to take a short break. Please don't go anywhere because we have a lot of gist to talk about. Trust me. Don't touch that now. Stay with us.
Good evening, Africa. My name is Bamakore, actor, model, producer, and I'm giving a big shout out to VOP TV, man. Keep watching. Don't change the dial. Thank you and God bless you.
My name is AY, and of course, I represent the voice of the people, and that's why I'm on VOP. AY say so.
Hi everyone, it's your girl Miriam Tima from the Real Housewives of Lagos and the Real Housewives Ultimate Girls Trip Africa. Shout out to VOP, the voice of the people. You already know. Stay tuned, keep watching. And don't forget, VOP is the best.
All right, hello, how are you? It's about shagging my fine back with Melanie Poppy Black Skin Boy. This is VOP TV. If you're not watching VOP, I don't know why you're watching. Maybe you're watching your weight.
Hello, beautiful people. This is Wale Ojo, and you're watching VOP, Voice of the People.
Hi, guys. You already know who it is. This is New Energy. Flyers, whatever, live it. Keep watching VOP TV. Thank you.
Hi, people. Ginny Albano here. Guys, please keep watching Voice of the People.
Yes, beautiful people, welcome back to the show Spotlight. And yes, I'm your beautiful lady, Precious Akimanu, aka Call Me Prezi. And you know that I am not alone today in the building. I'm still with my special person. Why are you calling me Breakfast Server?
Oh, let me call you
God, I beg.
Chef. I'll just say chef. So people will not really know what the chef is, but it's for breakfast. This one that you did for me, this one that God did for me, that you helped us to mention how you serve. You know, you serve the person twice.
See,
that's beyond that's breakfast and lunch. You told him one-on-one.
It's not. I didn't.
You told him one-on-one. When you look at the body temperature, you look at the body temperature. You say, no, this one we call with the spirit of violence. Let me leave. When you got home, you now took your time. We call it carefully mixing a breakfast message. You now sent it to the young man. And you now told him.
So are you trying to say I should not send the message?
You didn't even stop at the breakup. You now still did what we call indirect, what do we call that particular thing at the station? You know, that if anything happens to me.
So you want me to be carrying one leg or one hand?
No, you're a breakfast server. Yes, that's what we'll call you.
Yes. No problem. I don't hear what they talk about. I shall not correct to say no be breakfast I serve.
She has agreed. I'm grateful to God.
He's well with you. So we'll be talking about heartbreak. I don't know if today is about everybody be giving their mates basketballs. And yes, that takes us to our next gist, which happens to be popular Nigerian TikTok streamer Habib Pella Hamzat was fully involved in a disturbing incident that sparked concern online after a highly emotional live stream and a subsequent car crash in Lagos. Viral clips showed him crying during a live session and threatening to end it all. Scary. So before footage surfaced of his Mercedes-Benz being damaged in what may online users believe was a crash that followed a public breakup with his girlfriend, fellow influencer Jarvis, The unsettling live stream and vehicle incidents have generated wide reactions from fans, both worried and critical, with many debating whether his actions were genuine cries for help or attention-seeking stunts. So while Jarvis reportedly addressed the situation in response post on her social media, the exact nature of their relationship issues remains rooted in ongoing personal disputes that have played out publicly for months. So prior coverage of Pella and Jarvis has shown a history of ups and downs, including earlier arguments and disagreements shared online. So though non-officially confirmed by either party's representatives in formal statements. So I feel that I would have to say something before we see this video, because come to think of it, Pella and Jarvis they have been together. Actually, they are the TikTok sensation. Everybody they look at them. You understand? So, but then this quarrel is quite it's quite shaky. Everybody's not killing themselves. I'm gonna die if you leave me. I don't know what's going on because it's crazy. So why would you leave yourself because of
the one you left? Somebody has married him.
I don't understand.
I understand.
Because you're dating somebody doesn't mean that you're going to get married to the person. Please.
It's as simple as that. It's as simple as that. But I don't want to say anything on this Pella's case until you are done first.
Because I know say girlfriend and boyfriend you quarrel.
Okay.
Definitely they go to reconcile. But this one where Pella don't come out and say, I'm gonna kill myself. Those kind of things. It's scary.
You know what's even getting everybody annoying?
It's scary.
It's the new cow.
Can't wait on
Is that new Benz that you put on break up road? Car you just bought that people are still celebrating.
Yeah.
100 million plus or whatever. I don't know how much.
Sweet Benz wait on your own.
Is that car? Let me tell you, all the people that are angry with you, is the car you want to crash first. And I love what Tunde Not said. Tunde Not posted it on his page. And he said, Pella, let me mention this to you. There is no relationship that is worth dying for.
Telling you.
If you die today, you will be a ghost watching other men.
Yes, now.
Carrying Jarvis, what's her name? I don't know.
Is it carried or marrying? Which one?
No, they first carried before they married.
Oh, okay.
Is it not this entertainment industry that all of us are in?
So
many men are already on the queue. They are just waiting for you. So, Pella, I can't even say my brother. You are like a son to me. It's as simple as that.
I remember waiting Bobrisky talk.
Yes.
Bobrisky.
Bobrisky said, for the very first time, I never expected that I would be agree with Bobrisky on something. Bobrisky said, he said that, Pella, why are you saying you want to die because of a lady? I have somebody. I have a girl. Yes, that I think she's around 26 or something that I'll send to you and all of that. That is even more beautiful than Jarvis. But let me just tell you, Pella, I believe you've been contacted, or maybe they are waiting for you to get fined. FRSC will prosecute you. Yes, if they didn't, I am telling you, I know my program, People's Voice is not entertainment program, it's political.
Yeah.
I would have called FRSC out today. I plan doing that. But God has helped FRSC that they've actually released their statement. It is in other climes, in other countries, it is even a crime that I want to commit suicide. Yes, it's a crime. You were either meant to, be prosecuted, or you do community service. So, I love the fact that FRSC has released their statement, and Pella would be prosecuted or would pay fine or whatsoever it is, but he has to be punished for that particular act. First, you endangered your life trying to take your own life. Who do you want to kill yourself for us? All of us to be in this country.
Who do you want to leave me for?
Okay, Pella, how do you want to leave me for in this country? In this present government, tell me, who do you want to leave me for?
Who do you want to?
We will be in this country together. If the rice is expensive, we enjoy it. If it's cheap, you want to die and go where? You are not going anywhere.
Please, let's see this video, because it's even the fact that he was just. You need to see the way he was crying. Oh God, see,
telling me you want to die. Die for.
Thank you. I'm going to kill myself. I swear to God, I'm not going. I'm scared. I'm scared. Well, remember me. I'm scared. I'm scared. I'm scared, man.
Hey, God. Wait, he's scared. He's still crying. He won't go kill himself.
The funny part is, how old is Pella? Pella should be around 21. I think he was 19 or something.
My question is, why would
Pella
suicide
should be
be?
21.
Why would suicide?
And is it Jarvis or Travis? I'm always
Jarvis.
confusing. I'm always, mixing up a name.
It's
And
Jarvis.
Jarvis is around 23, right?
Yes.
Okay. So my question is, has parenting failed? I want to look at a more important part here.
Yeah.
Has parenting failed? Now, back then, while growing up in my days, and that shouldn't make me feel old, but of course I'm not Gen Z or millennial. My problem is you cannot come back home. Listen to what I want to say. With what we call kuli kuli. You see how small as that thing is?
Just see the video when he had the accident. And
it's
crazy.
You can't come out with something like that minute, that small thing called kuli kuli or sweet or whatever. And your parents would not ask you, where did you see money to buy it? Meaning that the beating you will receive, you won't try it again in your life. Now, children of nowadays, they come back home with gifts, with cars. Parents are not asking questions. What exactly? You know your child did not even go to university, talk less of finishing secondary school. They are coming. I'm not saying that for some people who are not in school cannot also do handwork, as an artisan to make money. But you don't even know what the child is doing in particular.
Yes.
But they come back home with money and parents are all smiling, receiving those children.
There are some parents that actually know, but they're supporting their child.
You are saying the truth. Now, it has got to a point where a parent is seeing a child or his son, or their daughter, doing all of this on social media.
And they're so relaxed.
And you can be very relaxed. Has parenting failed?
It's a lot.
Because these children, they should be in school.
Like when I saw, when someone would just say something, we would just say, okay, maybe he's just saying that out of, maybe he's angry and he can't do that. I actually got scared when I saw the video where he really had the accident.
Of course, he crashed the car. He did, yes, he did. But guess what? These are the things that would give our Nigerian government more reasons for them to regulate social media. Because the other day, I think 2 weeks ago, I was on here. That's one of the Saturdays for Morning Buzz.
Yeah.
And one of our conversation was about Ned Nwoku trying to, pass a bill in the state at Senate, in National Assembly, that social media should be regulated because of how some people are using social media. Now, when you see situations like this, they will start saying that social media has also caused damages. And the damage is exposing children, young chaps like this, to a very high volume of amount of money.
Because why would suicide be an option?
You can't blame the social media for paying so much, as a content creator or as a streamer. But of course, that is where we need parental, guardians to make sure that no matter the dollars, no matter the naira that your children are making, they can actually utilize it well and they are still properly guarded. Because for me, I just feel that Pella is in control of himself, same thing to the girlfriend. And that's the reason why they can decide to do anything. I've not really seen their parents really coming out to say anything or do anything.
But I don't actually know what really caused this whole issue thing between Pella and Jarvis. But if they really want to separate and they don't want to be together, it's okay. But that shouldn't be prompt you trying to kill yourself.
Okay, so I think from Jarvis' corner,
because Jarvis actually came out to say things.
She doesn't like the way Pella, talks to her, handles her, and all of that, blah blah blah.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Pella is trying to be in charge. So no matter how young a male child is,
he's always a man.
There is this alpha spirit that controls us.
Pride.
Not pride, no. some might actually in a more simple context say that it is a man's ego. But there's this alpha gene in every man.
Yeah.
No matter how young, they want to be in charge. They want to call the shots oftentimes. Like they want the shots to always come from them.
Yeah.
Okay? And guess what? If you have this room filled with just men, they won't have issues. You know why?
Why?
They would only know that this is my jurisdiction, I'm calling the shot here. Everybody will just mark their territory. The issue would only come when you have brought the other gender. And the other gender is trying to mark territory. They'll say, no, you cannot mark territory here. I still have to tell you what you need to do. Okay. So hardly for you to see men quarrel. When you see men quarrel, it's still about territory. It's still about telling him, no, you won't tell me this thing. I know this particular thing, you don't know this thing.
Yeah.
That's often the case. But guess what? A man can disagree, they can disagree now. In a few minutes, they are fine.
Yes, that's true.
Try it with women. This whole station, we know that people have problems. You understand? So
it will even link up to.
So I think from Pella's side, he just wants to be in charge. But you can't be in charge being a boy. You understand?
Yes.
For me, I would rather want them to separate. Let them go back to school. Let them, go back to family. They are still doing their streaming and all of that. If they feel that, their brand is connected, let them sign a contract. As regards to, we can still be doing our content together. These are share, capital and all of that, no problem. But let them both go back, give themselves time, explore life, experience things about life. Let them even see in the next 5 to 10 years if they'll still want each other. Desires will change.
Of course.
Mindset. Values, exposures, everything will change.
Yes.
And guess what? They will not start seeing themselves as friends. You're not well, you're not saying you're not serious, See, so now you are even they put up with all this while. But, they are still young. And aside from the car crash, aside from the attempted, suicide, it is also normal that we allow people or young chaps go through heartbreak so that they can grow stronger faster. No, because no, it's not only us that will go through the heartbreak now. No. People that are senior me went through it. So me, I went through my own. Some other person will also go through their own. Before you now say you settle down. You understand? Okay, for example, the guy that Precious dumped now.
Why do they use me as example?
The guy that Precious dumped now.
About your own heartbreak?
Tomorrow now. Tomorrow, if he's
man.
sharing his story, we will like it. You know why?
I don't understand.
Because we say, there was once upon a time, I was so in love with the lady. At some point, she now called me to a restaurant. She said she's not doing it again. And later, I said, no, why now? She said, no, we'll continue. Afterwards, she now sent me a long epistle. And she broke up. I cried. I did this. But of course, I didn't have car that time, so I couldn't crash any car.
Oh, wow. Interesting.
So I went there, I went back home. I was, depressed, but I started eating. My depression came with eating of food and all of that, but I'm fine now. All glory to God, I'm now married. Stories like that would be nice.
Jelulu, just continue. Continue in your mind. Is that just on the obvious in your head?
Bella, I will not tell you sorry. What I will tell you is find better isiewu.
With chilled.
Eat, yo. See, chop first. Big belly better pass ulcer.
I'm telling you.
Chop first. Now who they alive?
All those people in the chat, you broke up with me, I will not eat again.
Eat first. If anybody break up with you, first eat first. You understand? You can cry later, eat first.
Cry later,
and now eat first now. Me, I'll first look for food though. Actually, but that's my own, that's my coping mechanism. Break up.
Wow.
Now I'm married.
Interesting.
Yeah? But I'm talking about the past, my wife, babe, that's my past. so as at then, I break up with me, I will eat too. I will eat. That's when I even eat more. What are you telling? I'll collect extra. No. You say you are not doing, but food did not say it's not doing. I think with this viewpoint of mine, I've been able to say that this week started with breakups. And please, I want from Tuesday to Friday to be nice. That's it.
All right, thank you so much for staying with us. To my amazing viewers, thank you so much for staying with us on Spotlight. It was a blast. And please remember, if you're going viral or going global, please stay true to your journey. And don't forget to follow us on all our platforms at VOP TV Live and subscribe to our channels for more exciting episodes and updates. Until next time, I am Precious Agmano. And I didn't do this alone. I was here with the special savior. All right, this has been Spotlight, where voices meet purpose. So bye for now.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
Voice of the people. You can hear me now. My name is Patrick Doyle, and I wish that you continue to echo the voices of the people. Big up VOP TV.
My name is Suibifa Dokubo. Please keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, my name is Kwekumali Ikenda Onyekwena, and I am with the Voice of the People TV. Now, if you're looking for the veritable channel for information, politics, robust discussions, you don't need to go far. VOP has you. VOP will always have you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Patrick Diabwa, aka Ibani Chuka, Amayanabo the Eagle King, and you are watching VOP TV. Stay with us.
Hello there, my name is Damilola Ogunsi, also known as the Goldfish.
Hi, my name is Chiki Bright Emmanuel. I'm an actor and a filmmaker.
Hello, peeps. My name is Yomi E. Adejimo.
Hi, everyone. I'm Paul Utomi.
Hi, everyone. My name is Stacey Benjamin, and this is Voice of the People TV.
I need you to keep it locked to VOP TV. See, are you looking for good entertainment? You want to get good movies, good music, politics, talk shows, sports and entertainment. You really want a channel that gives you everything you need without you having to run around. VOP is where you are. That's Voice of the People.
If you're not listening to this, you're not one of us. And you deserve to be killed. Scrap chat. Don't be killed, but watch it. Or I'll find you. And I want you.
And you are locked on VOP TV. Don't go nowhere. This is where the juice is. This is where all you need for entertainment, politics, movies, and whatnot.
And keep watching VOP TV.
So keep it locked, because I'm locked already, man, and it's money back guarantee. So you're gonna have a good time, because I do.
And please keep watching VOP TV.
I won't want to actually. I beg you, subscribe, watch it. If not, whatever you see.
You better not touch that die, because VOP is the plot.
Behind every broken deck lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV, Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector, from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Welcome to the African News and Voice of the People television. I am Fina Okechukwu. Before we begin the news, kindly visit the website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news stories. We'll begin today's Mid-African news from Guinea-Bissau, where West African bloc ECOWAS rejected on Sunday a transition program announced by Guinea-Bissau's military rulers and demanded a swift return to constitutional order, warning of targeted sanctions against those obstructing the process. Army officers in Guinea-Bissau branding themselves the military high command toppled President Umaro Sissoco Embalo on November 26 and installed Major General Horta Inta as interim president the following day. Guinea-Bissau's coup is the ninth in West and Central Africa in 5 years, deepening concerns over dramatic backsliding in a region already grappling with insecurity and political instability. Leaders of the Economic Community of West African States annual summit in Nigeria capital Abuja called for the immediate release of all political detainees, including opposition figures, and insisted on an inclusive short transition in Guinea-Bissau. Activities and opposition figures from across Tunisia's political spectrum have taken to the street in what has been described as a rare show of unity against President Kais Saied, demanding an end to one-man rule and the restoration of democracy. The protest follows 3 weeks of demonstrations and underscored growing momentum among opposition groups and civil society against what they describe as Saied's unprecedented crackdown on critics. Hundreds marched through the capital carrying portraits of jailed politicians, journalists, and activists, turning the protest into a weekly showdown between Saied and his opponent. Right groups say Saied has eroded freedoms and turned Tunisia into an open-air prison since taking extraordinary powers in 2021 and ruling by decree. Saied rejects the accusation, saying he is cleansing the country of traitors and a corrupt elite. Meanwhile, the United Nations Secretary General Antonio Guterres has condemned the killing of 6 Bangladesh peacekeepers in southern Sudan, with 8 others injured, saying that these acts may constitute war crimes. In a post on X on Sunday, Guterres said he strongly condemned what he described as a horrific drone attacks that targeted the logistic base in Kudugi, Sudan, resulting in fatalities and injuries to members of the Bangladesh UN peacekeeping contingent, reminding everyone of the obligation to protect UN personnel and civilians. They say there will need to be accountability, adding that attacks against UN peacekeepers like this one are unjustifiable and may constitute war crimes. Guterres extended condolences to the families of the fallen peacekeepers, the government, and people of Bangladesh. Earlier, head of the Bangladesh interim government, Mohammed Yunus, had condemned the Saturday attack as a serious crime against international peace and humanity. Similarly, Turkey on Monday condemned a drone attack on a UN base in Sudan that killed 6 Bangladesh peacekeepers and injured 8 others. In a statement, the Turkish Foreign Ministry condemned the attack while praying for the repose of those who lost their lives in the attack and wishing a speedy recovery to the wounded. The ministry emphasized the importance of preserving the unity and territorial integrity of Sudan and reiterated strong support for the effort aimed at finding a peaceful solution to the ongoing conflict in the country. The attack came as a conflict between Sudanese army and the paramilitary rapid support forces RSF continues unabated. The fighting since April 2023 has killed thousands, displaced millions, and led to one of the world's most humanitarian crises. The Sudanese army blamed the attack on RSF. The peacekeepers were part of the UN Interim Security Force for Abyei, UNSFA, deployed in the disputed oil-rich border region, administered by Sudan and the neighboring nation of South Sudan. One person has been confirmed dead following a BE attack on supporters of the National Democratic Congress, NDC, in the Mandai district, north region of Ghana, after a campaign program. Local media reported that the deceased in the December 14 incident was a chief who who was riding a motorbike when he was attacked. The attack occurred shortly after the party concluded its campaign activities. Some residents have attributed the incident to spiritual causes, describing it as a curse. Investigations are ongoing to determine the exact circumstances surrounding the incident. The incident comes amid heightened political activity in Bandai, where the Electoral Commission has scheduled a paramilitary election rerun for Tuesday, December 30, 2025. In another development, Ghana's political class has been thrown into mourning after the former member of parliament for Salvulgo, Mary Salifo Boforo, was reported to have passed away. Boforo's death was reported by Fatia Abdulaziz, the current MP for Salvulgo, in a Facebook post on December 13, 2025. Though the cause of death was not stated, the former MP's demise has been described as a blow to Ghana's politics. Still in the news, Kenya's National Assembly Speaker Moses Wetangula has described the rising number of road accidents ahead of the festive season. Wetangula issued a statement on Monday cautioning road users and emphasizing the need to obey traffic rules following the accident involving the Easy Coach bus around Salga. At least 28 people were injured in an accident involving an Easy Coach bus and a trailer along the Nkaru-Kisumu highway. According to witnesses, the bus was traveling from Nairobi to Kisumu last night when it reportedly collided with the trailer. You're watching the African News and Voice of the People television, and it's time for the news analysis. And joining us in the studio to help make sense of the story that made it to the bulletin that we've read out to you thus far is a legal practitioner, a public and political affairs analyst, Barrister Darlington Agomo. Good afternoon, Barrister Darlington.
Good afternoon, beautiful Fina. How are you?
Stop it, I like it, Barrister. You're welcome to today's African News.
It's my pleasure.
Without wasting much time, let's start off with crashes, the auto crashes that was registered somewhere, in Nairobi, where we learned from the National Speaker of the Kenyan's National Assembly, Moses Wetangula, that the rising number of the road accident in this festive period is quite increasing. And let's also look at the fact that we learned that this happened yesterday when an Easy Coach bus had a head-on collision with a trailer while moving on roads from Nairobi to a certain village or metropolitan community in Kenya. What do you have to say about this, the fatal accident, or rather the number of accidents that do occur during this festive period?
You know, in Africa, we are too fetish. Most times, these things don't just happen. People do all these things for one useless reason or the other.
You mean causing an accident on the highway?
Of course. Then two, the roads in Africa are nothing to write home about. When you see some sports cars in US, and if you go to Detroit and see some of these wonders on wheel that they produce, some of them are so flat on the ground, and you'll be wondering, these fast racing cars. Now, why they were able to do those cars because of their roads. They are past that stage of road problem and all that. You can't accuse them of that. So because of their road, they build such cars to suit their road. And so when some foolish people who want to demonstrate their stolen wealth, when they see this car, they go and buy it. And when they buy it and bring it to Africa, the tire will be struggling with the road.
You think, is it a bad road now, or the inability of the people to obey traffic rules? Because we've seen people, overspeeding above the speed limits and not observing the road signs too.
Why is it at this particular time of the year that they...
Some people, I don't know if you've heard that also, that this period have one or two things in the air, the atmosphere is already changing. A whole lot of persons were in a rush. What they couldn't achieve in 11 months, they want to achieve that just this month of December.
There's this belief that Satan wants to balance his account. The year is running out. So he wants to make sure that he met his target. And people now play into his hands by doing the unthinkable. And after you blame Satan.
Now, if you say that it is fetish belief, what do you have to say about a certain a politician in Ghana who he learns died after bees, I think some bees stung him somewhere in Manda district, northern region of Ghana, after a campaign. Some have said that it's spiritual. It's more like a curse. And we learned that investigations are underway to find out what really happened.
Okay.
Why would the bee attack the chief? And, you know...
What are you investigating? You want to investigate why a bee stung a man?
You never can tell what really played out.
So what would the investigator find out? You will go and query the bee or what? You can't the bee and query. Look, when I told you this thing, I am sure of what I'm saying. Africa, we are too fetish, especially during campaign or during this festive period and all that. Things happen. Things happen. African politics is littered with fetish practice. At times, the opponent who is coming for a campaign, he will develop one terrible sickness that will make sure he does not appear in that campaign. Maybe after the campaign or whatever, he will not become well again. All of a sudden, without even medical attention, he will become well again.
All right, let's move away from the fetish stories or what you've tagged Africa as becoming too fetish to the ones staring out on the eyes. Now, we learned that some peacekeepers were killed in a drone attack in Sudan, and this have made countries like Turkey, to criticize this. Even the United Nations also have talked about this. At what point are we going to see peace or almost a return to Sudan? What is really happening? Why are we having, because according to the report, we learned that some, I think over 6 or 7 Bangladeshis were killed when they were on mission, peacekeeping in Sudan.
You know, one thing with technology is that whenever you develop any technology, be ready for the consequences. All of a sudden, it is not drone attack. Is that the only thing that drone was meant for, to serve? Is it not when there is a full-scale war, then the warring parties can now deploy it against each other to score a point? But now they are deploying it in a civilian setting without thinking of the consequences. These innocent people that they killed now, who will account for them? And who even deployed the drones? You can see what we are talking about here. Whenever the Western world develop a technology, instead of Africans to put it into good use for their own good, they would rather deploy it into evil purposes. By the way, the war in Sudan, is it not going to end? Now that they are deploying drones and all that, over what? What actually is the problem with that country? Are you sure that this drone attack is from the other party, the warring party?
We learned that the military in Sudan have blamed the RSF for the attack, though RSF are yet to deny it, but they have distanced themselves from it, because from what we're getting now, Antonio Guterres have made it look more like the people, or both team now, both parties will go in for war crime. What would this portend for Sudan after this whole war maybe must have ended and, normalcy restored and all that? What are we going to blame for the loss of life of thousands of people and displacement of millions too?
Anytime I have the opportunity of being the analyst, I always tell the UN and the ICC to make sure that these parties fighting an ego war in Sudan are brought in for questioning. They must not spare these warring leaders in Sudan, because the war they are fighting is a useless and senseless war that have created the worst humanitarian crisis in the whole world. Do you know what it means for 11 million people to become refugees in their own country? Imagine the humanitarian, the sanitary condition in that area. Imagine the environment these people are squatting. Imagine other things that these people are going to grapple with because you're a refugee. You don't have rights. People are just trying to survive. 11 million people. Which type of aid will go around to meet their demand on daily basis. Which type of aid? Who will supply the aids? So if the UN is calling now for the prosecution of this war, yes, I agree with them. Those people should be brought in, Savakir and the deputy or whatever. All of them should go in to explain to the whole world why they were even fighting in the first place. If not an ego war. Ego war, who will be in charge? Who will control the mineral resources?
Barrister, some countries have been fingered or been accused of fueling further these wars or the crisis in this oil-rich country. What do you have to say about that? Because we have some people denying it, some are saying no. We have also seen a situation whereby some United Nations countries that have the right to produce arms, we've seen their arms too, getting it into these war-torn countries in Africa. So who are we supposed to hold accountable now? The people supplying the arms, people who are still adding fuel to the fire, or what?
It is the people that are fighting that I blame. Because the warring parties are looking for sponsorship. And the only way they can get it is to do exchange with their oil. Yes, you give us and then we take the oil. That's what they are doing.
So what's the justification of the countries who are aiding in one way or another, or who are supporting the warring parties to continue with the war by giving them arms, knowing fully well, that that is going to lead in further armed proliferation and more killings in that country?
I will not blame those countries. I will never blame those. I will blame the warring parties who do not have sense. Are you not the one that called for them to give you such assistance? So how is that their problem? You are the one that requested for their help through supply or whatever. So, and they have the product. Won't they sell it? You are the foolish one who invited them. And you are using this arms and ammunition to kill your own people. Your own people. There are more civilian casualties than there are the military in the battlefield. What does that tell you? It shows you that this is a senseless war. And the leadership of Sudan should be brought in.
A senseless war, and since 2023 till 2025, the war is still ongoing.
It's ongoing, yes. And there's no letting down. They are still continuing. As if they win one party win the war, he will go to heaven because of that. Or if he wins the war, they will give him certificate for being a hero. You know, there are things you do. You ask yourself, why am I doing this? What exactly am I doing? This is why I call it a senseless war, because at the end of the day, you have nothing to gain but everything to lose. You are destroying your own country. You are destroying your infrastructure. You are destroying your people. You are destroying your economy. So if after the war comes to an end, you will start all over again to rebuild all these things. You can see.
All right, Boris, so let's go to Tunisia, where we learned that activists and opposition figures are organizing political rally or protest now against the president, Kais Saied, demanding an end to one-man rule and restoration of democracy in Tunisia. This protest, according to information we have, been there. It follows a 3-week demonstration carried out by the people too in Tunisia to end what they believe. It's more like a way for the president to stifle dissent in that country. And we learned it's getting momentum too, because many people are beginning to join this protest. Do you think in any way that the president of Tunisia will listen to the call or demands of the people and maybe find a way to release the people that have been already arrested and sent to prison over their stand in his rulership or leadership?
People refuse to learn from history. Fina, did you remember when the Arab Spring happened?
Exactly.
Is it not because of minor issues like this you think it's a joke until the entire Arab world caught fire? These people have not learned anything. Seriously, they have refused to learn. Maybe a second Arab Spring is loading. That's the way I look at it. Because there's no reason why the president could, if you want to reform people, if you want to fight corruption, it's not by doing it with impunity. Go through the process and nobody will complain.
But he said he's cleansing the country from traitors and even corrupt elites. So is there any way that the president is going to go all out to cleanse the country without arresting people or without sending people to prison, for one default to another, because that's what he's saying. Since 2021, when we have the man took over, Said took over there at the country of Tunisia as their president, we've been hearing sending of opposition members, to prison and all that. Is there anything wrong? Is someone trying to cleanse the country with it off of traitors and corrupt elites?
There is everything wrong if you are not following due process. There is everything wrong if you are not deferring to the court to detain anybody. There is everything wrong if you begin to take the laws into your hand by clamping people into jail and all that. There is everything wrong if the people you are attacking are mainly opposition. You mean in your own camp, there is no corrupt person there. These are issues now. You can't just face the opposition and say they are the only corrupt people. Bring everybody on board and nobody will complain. That's what we are saying here.
So you think this is a political witch hunt?
Is it not obvious? Since they say that it's the opposition, it's only the opposition that is causing problems.
Now, do you think that this, hundreds of persons marching across the capital, even politicians, journalists, and activists, turning the protest into what some people have come up to say is a total showdown? Do you think it's going to gain such momentum that will make Said to look the other way, and instead of turning the country to an open air prison, because that's what some people are saying now, release the people that have been sent to prison too and let them walk freely, when he is saying that his major goal or aim is to make sure that there will not be any corrupt elite again in Tunisia?
Look, whether he like it or not, the more people he put into detention, the more the opposition will grow until something will give. Yes, if that president knows himself, let him go through the law courts. Let him go through the due process. In what? In cleansing the country, if I thought that's what he wants. But for you to see the opposition as the only corrupt or the only person who is not behaving well in Tunis is very wrong. It's very, very wrong. You cannot tell me that in your own part of the whatever, in your own group, there is no corrupt person. Your government, all the ministers, everybody, nobody is corrupt.
So, Barrister, what do you think this time, Africans should do, especially those countries that we have high-handedness from the leaders? We have Tanzania. We have Tanzania also, they are complaining about arrest, sentencing or incarceration of members of the opposition. It played out also sometime in Cameroon after the election that brought in Paul Biya into office. Now we're seeing it play out in Tunisia. Even Uganda is not, cannot be free or cannot totally be free from such. What do you think that the people of those countries should do for, their voice or dissent now to be heard in general there? And what role, again, do you think that African Union should play in making sure that democracy is restored the way it should be in those countries?
African Union should wade into some recalcitrant governments who are their members, and the opposition, they should continue, they should keep up the protest. They should resist whatever is going on in their country so that leaders will come to their senses. One of the reasons why Africa is not growing is because of this type of thing. Somebody will come into office, he wants to remain in office forever. Donald Trump of America, with all the powers he has, can he ever try such a nonsense? To change the constitution and remain in power? He cannot even dare. The very day he opens his mouth and says, that day they will impeach him. And so, why is it not happening in Africa? What exactly do you want to offer that you have not offered over? That you have to, amend the constitution and everything so to remain in power. The ones you rule, what is the dividend? What is the benefit to the people? At least when somebody is saying, I want to finish or whatever, I want to remain in office, but you have been there for how many years, like Paul Biya? Well, where is Cameroon? In the power loop and in economic whatever. Nowhere. So your continued stay in office is becoming a nuisance. You have overstayed your welcome. That's the more reason why you should serve your time and leave. Let somebody come in. Maybe that person have a better idea. The essence of democracy is lost in Africa. Fina, you are aware? the essence of democracy is, in fact, is dwindling in Africa. People no longer want to serve and live. They want to serve and stay there. Is that democracy? Eh? It cannot be democracy now. So when they are calling for a coup, they should not blame anybody.
Boris, I know you've made mention.
But that change of constitution is a coup on its own. Are you aware? When you wake up and change the constitution to benefit you, you are carrying out a constitution.
But they have the parliament. They have the National Assembly in those countries. So what is their duty if they cannot represent the people, members of their constituency who voted them in? Why should they allow a single entity to have such power? What then plays out? What then will not be the fate of, how do they put it again? During government, we thought about division of power, separation of power, checks and balances. If we keep on blaming the executive, what role is the legislative arm and the judiciary arm playing in those countries, Barrister?
Is it the parliament that was appointed or elected? Because there are two of them. There is a parliament that is appointed, and there is a parliament that is elected by the people to represent the people. And so when you have a parliament that was appointed by the executive, my dear, you don't have a parliament there. We don't, seriously. Let us not deceive ourselves. But when you see a parliament that was elected by the people, they campaigned, they provided their manifesto and all that, and the people welcome it and say, okay, because of this and that, I'm voting you. Such a parliament can checkmate the executive. Not the parliament that the executive appointed. Don't expect anything from them. It's not possible. They cannot do anything except to kowtow with the executive. And so that is where we find ourselves.
All right.
I'm telling you.
Let's bring it to West Africa, where we learned that the Economic Community of West African States are beginning to talk tough about the continuous or rising level of coups in West Africa. We're told also that the fourth Guinea-Bissau coup happens to be the 9th in West Africa and also in Central Africa in 5 years. Barrister, what do you have to say about this? After the ECOWAS rejected the transition program announced by Guinea-Bissau military rulers and demanded a swift return to constitutional order, they've warned about targeted sanction against people who are sponsoring coups in Africa, especially in their bloc in West Africa, and trying to obstruct any process of democracy.
This ECOWAS is blowing just hot air. They don't have the ball to do anything. If not, why have they not reined in the Confederation of Sahel States, Burkina Faso, Mali, Niger, why have they not reined them in, all of them at the same time, instead of just singling out somebody and say, you must return to constitutional order? Because you see, when they see all these smaller states, they begin to flex their muscles as if, these states I mentioned now, because Guinea-Bissau is a small country, because Gambia is a small, you can have their flexing their muscles to these countries and their leaders. But these other ones that have direct collaboration with Russia, they cannot threaten them. They can't. They can't give Niger, Burkina Faso that order. They can't. So if you are not ready to implement or carry out a holistic approach to this thing, why are you doing it? Why are you saying it? You are just wasting your time. Must you single out Guinea-Bissau? Why have you not told Burkina Faso and Niger to quickly return to democracy and see whether they will talk to you or answer you? So what ECOWAS is saying, they are just wasting their time. They have no power to do anything.
When you say they don't have any power to do anything, let's take a cue from what played out in Benin Republic, where they send in their standby. But before, Barrister, do you have any idea of the camp of the standby military that ECOWAS have? Because we learned that they sent in their standby troop to make sure that normalcy is restored. And even Nigeria also help out in sending both Air Force and also for soldiers to Benin Republic to return, every form of governance back to normalcy in that country.
If they have a standby for, why were they calling on Nigeria? Can you just imagine? Please, you are in this body to protect you, to be of assistance when you need them. So how come when there was a coup, the president had to call Nigeria and not ECOWAS leader? Does it make sense to you? Please, does it add up? So why would ECOWAS be there and they are calling on Nigeria? That means Nigeria is the ECOWAS or what? The standby force that we are now paying for. Are they not Nigerians? The embarrassment and the bloody nose they are giving us in Burkina Faso now by seizing our airplane and our military. Who is suffering it? Is it not Nigeria? Look, there is no standby force anywhere. There is no standby force. If there is, some of the things that have happened in Africa, they should have taken care of it.
Now, Barrister, let's talk a little about the 11 military personnel and our C-130 aircraft that was seized in Burkina Faso. Why are we having, because I could recall some time when we saw a report to say that the government is already on it, people have been released or the personnel have been released and all that. Why are we having more like a conflicting information coming out from that? And why is it that Burkina Faso, after Nigerian personnel have already gotten enough clearance for them to land due to the faulty nature of the aircraft, is still holding the aircraft and the military personnel till today?
Because they violated their airspace.
But they seeked for clearance, which they granted, Barrister. So if they thought or if they perceive it to be violation of their airspace, two things would have happened. Is it that they use force to send them away or bombard them or pull them out of the airspace? So why is it that after they have seeked clearance, they let them land and then I went ahead to confiscate the aircraft and also detain the military personnel?
Fina, were you there when they sought for the clearance and when they received it and they asked them to land? Were you there?
We had information.
So, you see, please, if that is the normal thing that happened, if events were to follow the normal course of things in an emergency, that plane and those men will not remain in Burkina Faso up till now. They will not.
So you perceive a foul play?
Of course, it's obvious.
So could that be the reason Nigerian government is not really being so tough talking about it?
If it's an emergency, in fact, they will even sympathize with them and ask them to, go back and, But something happened. They brought down that plane on their own. There was no clearance for anybody to land.
Of what benefit would that move be for Nigeria in Burkina Faso, Barrister? When you say they just decided to invade another sovereign nation's airspace, of what reason would that be? Of what gain or benefit is that going to be to Nigeria?
They wanted to flex their muscle to tell them that they are the giants of Africa. Not knowing that these guys have advanced airspace defense system. They never knew, they never thought what they witnessed in Burkina Faso is possible. They never thought so. And so, now that they tried and they got a bloody nose, they don't know how to... Remember the lies that followed this thing. They are traveling to Portugal. And they did not arrest anybody. And our men are not in... They are released them. Back and forth. Nobody wants to come out with the truth. Nobody. And so, if it is something that happened in the normal course of things, in the normal course of events, my dear, nobody will detain that plane and those men because they were not, violating anybody's airspace. By the way, have you asked yourself why this had to happen the day Republic of Benin happened? Have you asked yourself that question? Pina, of all the days on earth, it had to be that day that Burkina Faso was, that Republic of Benin was happening. It had to be that day that you want to go for routine maintenance in Portugal. Did you buy the plane from Portugal? Are you not supposed to go to where you bought it for maintenance? Please tell me.
We have different checks on the aircraft. You can go for C check, which is taking it back to the country of origin, like where it was manufactured. You can also have other checks that can be done somewhere, maybe in Morocco, depending on the aircraft and its brand.
Like Z check, Abi, and then Q check, Abi, and equally B and W check. They want to check. What are they going to check? What happened to the aircraft?
Are we seeing this Burkina Faso story coming to an end anytime soon? Are we seeing both countries resolving this? Because I'm the person, I'm of the opinion that, without having any issues coming out of it. Because the more it looked like it's going to brew into, more like a row, which maybe both countries might not be able to handle well. And if it's not being contained the way it should, it can spiral into something larger than we are seeing it already.
What will you, can you face you are not finished with the ragtag bandits in your country. You want to cross over to the border to go and do what with Burkina Faso. Go and try them now, and you know whether they happen or not.
But we swiftly were able to suspend the coup that was to take place in Benin Republic. So if you think we don't have what it takes or the world without for us to do it, why is it that we're able to suspend
the
military takeover?
True talk, yes. Because a man beat up his pregnant wife at home. Because a man beat up his pregnant wife at home. Therefore, that man is powerful, Abi. No, that man is powerful.
What are you saying? Are you saying here?
What is the Burkina Faso to Nigeria? That is not even up to one of the states in Nigeria.
Boris, are you saying that the leadership of ECOWAS, after their annual summit in Nigeria, in Abuja to be precise, are you saying that this call, the immediate release for all political detainees, opposition figures, and every other thing, even their insistive nature that there must be an act of inclusiveness and everything in most of the countries that we're having, military rule, are you saying it's not going to yield any fruit?
It is not, because this both the AU and the ECOWAS, they are toothless bulldogs.
Why is it that EU, European Union, were able to have their house in order and as large and big as they are, but Africa, with just few countries, cannot put their house in order and have a common force and a very strong voice?
You are a third world country. In a third world country, things don't work well. Can't you get it? That's why Donald Trump is shipping into Africa the drag of American society who left prisons. Look at that. People that Donald Trump rejected, he just find their way into Africa. That will tell you that this place is a dumping ground for those whose head is not correct. So how can something good come out of you? No, answer me. You can see the reason. We are talking of the problem at home that we are battling with. Donald Trump is now shipping more, and your country, your leaders are accepting them for a few dollars more. You know that film that started by what's his name? Oh my God!
No, I think it's few countries in Africa. From what we got from Eswatini, we're told that yes, money exchange hands through the revelation made by the minister. But we didn't see that playing out in Nigeria. South Africa also did not take any steps to do that.
Wait now. Other countries that did not receive the people, they have enough of them at home already. They are grappling with them. Please, how do you bring an ex-convict from America into Nigeria? We are bandits already having a field day. I think that is what informed the Nigeria. Say, look, we have enough of these people here. Don't bring more here now.
Boris, I believe that Africa is great, and I believe we're going to. Yes, I believe we're great. And if we're not great, I don't see the reason the people that called. I have a problem with that third world country. I have a problem with that. Yes, I do. I have a very big problem with it. And I don't see the reason the people that think that they are so superior over the blacks will go in for scrambling and partitioning and divisioning of Africa, to the point that some of them refused going by embracing the policy of assimilation. After the Berlin Conference of 1884-1885 till today, we still have them more like everywhere, littered around, not moving over to their superior nature after tagging us inferior. I have a very big problem with that.
Look, that a man is equal to another man is by mouth. In reality, all men are not born equal.
If they wake up to say, or rather according to what you're saying now, if we are not equal, then why be? Why associate? Why still hold on firm? Why still have your grip on the soil that you think is superior to you.
Pina, please, don't blame these people. They came to civilize you.
No, we were civilized before now. I beg to disagree with you, Barrister Darlington.
Listen,
Africa is a cradle of civilization. From South Africa, we have the papyrus that we've been using and all that. So I beg to disagree when people will say they want to civilize. You don't want to civilize. We were already living a civilized life before they come. We can recall what played out where we have some people from Portugal coming into Benin City in Nigeria. The testimonies of Roy and I think Avelo de Sucre or something like that were of the opinion that they say that the streets in Benin, to start with, is broader than that of the Amsterdam Strait. So they made us understand that we were more civilized than they were before the invasion happened. Some people in Africa also said we don't need them. We don't need any foreign encroachment. It played out in the Benin War, the Zulu War, and all that. So why are we still having such play out? If you're playing the card of superiority now, so why won't you go on to your superior nature and live there and let those you've tagged inferior be on their own?
Okay, fine. Yeah, it's like you like talking, Abi.
I'm just asking the question.
Oh, no, don't worry, come. What has Africa invented that will benefit mankind that Europe and America are coming here to look
at? A whole lot.
What have you invented?
We'll discuss that after the camera. My producer just told me that in press for time.
If not for the whites in South Africa, the economy of South Africa would have, in fact, they would have been killing themselves up to now.
The question is, why won't the Boers still leave? Why do they stay even after that? But Barrister, we're pressed for time. We're pressed for time.
Tell me what you have invented.
A whole lot. We'll discuss that after the news analysis. Thank you so much, Barrister Darlington Agomo. You're watching the African News, and we have with us in the studio a legal practitioner, a public and political affairs analyst, Barrister Darlington Agomo. Thank you for being part of today's African News. We'll go on a quick break, and when we come back, the rest of the news continues. Do want to stay with us.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeats, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
Glad to have you back. It's still the African News and Voice of the People Television. Libya's National Museum, formerly known as Saraya Alhambra or the Red Castle, has reopened in Tripoli, allowing the public access to some of the country's finest historical treasures for the first time since the revolt that toppled Muammar Gaddafi. The museum, Libya's largest, was closed in 2011 during a NATO-backed uprising against longtime ruler Gaddafi, who appeared on the castle's rampart to deliver a farewell speech. Renovations were started in March 2023 by the Tripoli-based Government of National Unity, GNU, which came to power in 2021 in a UN-backed political process. Still in the news, the African Development Bank, AFDB, opened a donor pledging conference on Monday for its fund that lends money to low-income countries on favorable terms, seeking to offset a retreating U.S. support that threatened its $25 billion target. Earlier this year, the Trump administration withheld a $197 million tranche pledge in the previous replenishment round for the African Development Fund, ADF, raising doubt about Washington's contribution ahead of the two-day meeting in London. The AFDB, Africa's biggest development lender, said the U.S. would send a representative to the talks, but it remained unclear whether it would commit funds. Azerbaijan and Algeria have established a joint commission on trade, economic, scientific, and technical cooperation, a trend which some media reports has carried. This is reflected in President Ihimala Aliyev's decree approving the agreement on the establishment of a joint commission on trade, economic, scientific, and technical cooperation between the government of the Republic of Azerbaijan and the government of the People's Democratic Republic of Algeria. The agreement signed in Algiers on November 4, 2025, comes in force under the decree. Following the entry into force of the agreement, the Cabinet of the Ministers of the Republic of Azerbaijan has been charged to ensure the implementation of its own provisions. Meanwhile, Zimbabwe has formally reserved 14 economic sectors exclusively for its citizens, while ordering foreign-owned businesses operating in designated industries to surrender a controlling 75% stake to locals within 3 years. The measures are contained in Statutory Instrument 215 of 2025, titled Indigenization and Economic Empowerment, Foreign Participation in Reserved Sectors, Regulations 2025, which requires foreign investors to offload a minimum of 25% equity annually to Zimbabweans, ensuring a phased but accelerated localization of ownership and control. Moving on to the business segment of the news bulletin, the South African rand gained in early trade on Monday, supported by higher gold prices as local investors look towards the year's last bit of economic data for clues on the health of Africa's most industrialized economy. At 0701 GMT, the rand traded at 16.84 against the dollar, the economy per cent, firmer than its previous close. Gold held near a more than 7-week high on Monday on a weaker dollar and a lower US yield. And as a major producer of precious metals, South Africa often benefits from firmer bullion prices. Domestically focused traders will examine the South African Reserve Bank's bulletin for the third quarter, which is expected to be released at 0800 GMT, offering insight into quarterly foreign direct investment and portfolio flows. Later in the week, investors will look to November consumer inflation data and producer inflation figures. Still in the business segment, Egypt signed a contract with Qatar's Al Mana Holding for a first-phase investment on $200 million to produce sustainable aviation fuel from used cooking oil in the Suez Canal Economic Zone at an Ain Sokna, Egypt's cabinet told newsmen on Sunday. The project will be developed in 3 phases and will span 100,000 square meters in the integrated Sokna zone on Egypt's Red Sea coast. The first phase will have an estimated annual production capacity of 200,000 tons, the cabinet added. The deal marks the first Qatari industrial investment in the Suez Canal Economic Zone, according to Egypt. Moving on to the sports segment of the African news, Mohamed Salah heads for Morocco this week to captain Egypt in the Africa Cup of Nations AFCON amid uncertainty over his future at Liverpool. The 33-year-old came on as a substitute and seized his chance by setting up Liverpool's second goal for Hugo Ekitike. Salah had been left out of Liverpool's squad for Tuesday's Champions League victory at Inter Milan after his explosive rant about slot following the recent draw at Leeds. Salah came off the bench midway through the first half and set up the second goal in a 2-0 Premier League win over Brighton at the weekend. Egypt officially named their squad for the 2025 Africa Cup of Nations in Morocco, with head coach Hossein Hassan opting for a group heavily built around home-based talent. The Pharaohs will face Nigeria in a turn-up match on December 16, and Salah has reportedly left England following Saturday's PL match to join up with the national team. That is it on the African News and Voice of the People television. Thanks for watching, and don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel. On YouTube, we are at Voice of the People TV, and across all the social media platforms, we are at VOP TV Live. I am Fina Okechukwu. Do have a good afternoon.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
Voice of the people. You can hear me now. My name is Patrick Doyle, and I wish that you continue to echo the voices of the people. Big up VOP TV.
My name is So Ibifa Dokobo. Please keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, my name is Kwekumali Ikenna Onyekwena, and I am with the Voice of the People TV. Now, if you're looking for the veritable channel for information, politics, robust discussions, you don't need to go far. VOP has you. VOP will always have you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Patrick Diabwa, aka Ibani Chuka, Amayanabo the Eagle King, and you are watching VOP TV. Stay with us.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations, but who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People television.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
2564 is coming up on Barney 9, right?
The 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
Good evening, Africa. My name is Bamakore, actor, model, producer, and I'm giving a big shout out to VOP TV, man. Keep watching. Don't change the dial. Thank you and God bless you.
My name is AY, and of course, I represent the voice of the people, and that's why I'm on VOP. AY say so.
Hi everyone, it's your girl Miriam Tima from the Real Housewives of Lagos and the Real Housewives Ultimate Girls Trip Africa. Shout out to VOP, the voice of the people. You already know. Stay tuned, keep watching. And don't forget, VOP is the best.
All right, hello, it's about that shagging man fine back with Melanie Poppy Black Skin Boy. This is VOP TV. If you're not watching VOP, I don't know why you're watching. Maybe you're watching your weight. Bye.
Hello, beautiful people. This is Wale Ojo, and you're watching VOP, Voice of the People.
Hi, guys. You already know who it is. This is New Energy. Flyers whatever live. Keep watching VOP TV. Thank you.
Hi, people. Ginny Albano here. Guys, please keep watching Voice of the People.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People television, where your health has a voice.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to another enlightening edition of Health Check,
the program where we discuss key issues that affect our health and well-being right here on Voice of the People television. I'm Praise Peters, and as always, I'm delighted to bring you fresh energy and a deep commitment to unpacking health concerns in ways that are real, relevant, and of course, empowering. Well, remember, you can watch us live on SLTV channel 264 and follow us across all social media platforms at VOP TV Live. And today we're focusing on something really, really interesting, something very crucial, something very important, and very relatable, of course. Gut health and immunity. So we're going to be exploring why a healthy digestive system is crucial for overall well-being, how it impacts immunity, and what we can basically do to protect it. So in case you do not know, our gut is more than just a stomach. It actually includes the intestines, the hosts, the trillions of bacteria and microbes known as the gut microbiome. And it plays a central role in digestion, nutrient absorption, and even immunity. So I don't know, but do you know that about 70% of our immune system resides in the gut? That's how vital it is to maintain a very healthy digestive system, of course. So to help us understand this better, we're joined today by a highly experienced and respected guest in person of Dr. Onileowo Damilola, a medical practitioner with over 10 years of experience and a wellness practitioner for 7 years, dedicated to preventive health and lifestyle improvements. You're very welcome, Doctor.
Oh, thank you very much.
Welcome to Health Check. It's good to have you on the show.
Same here.
All right. So, Doctor, how have you been? How's your week been? How's everything? And how's the profession going?
It's been good so far. We've been good.
All right. So, I'd like to just ask this very quickly.
Yes.
What's one thing that you really, really practice as a doctor that you know is very important to every individual out there that they should practice as well?
Well, eating well, primarily.
Eating well,
yes.
balanced diet, or eating well is wide.
Yeah, true.
You can say eating well like eating good food,
True.
or eating well like eating to your satisfaction, or eating people like me now that do junk, meat pie. I love all those things. So specify what type of eating well.
So eating good food, that's one, and then eating at the appropriate time. So those two things.
So we midnight foodies. What do you say to us?
Not appropriate.
All right. So we're even going to be talking about the gut, digestion, and all of that. So let's start with the basics real quick. So what exactly is the gut? And why is it so important for our overall health?
Okay. So the gut is a hollow passageway that runs from the mouth down to the anus, passing through the esophagus and the neck, down to the stomach, and to the intestines. So it passes all through the intestines and then comes out as waste. So primarily it's used for nutrients and for waste evacuation from the system.
Oh.
Yeah, so absorbing of nutrients and then waste evacuation from the system.
All right. So how does the gut really influence our immune system and help fight the body infections and all of that?
Oh, yeah. So there are a lot of pathways, especially in the intestines, where these nutrients get absorbed and they help fight any immune body system that the body can have. It also has a lot of bacteria, viruses that help fighting off infections. That also helps with fighting off against any outside invaders. So they fight against invaders, protecting their own space. So it helps overall. And weirdly enough, it also helps with the moods. So if you're feeling, yes.
Really? How?
So, 90% of serotonin, the thing that controls every human being's mood, is produced in the gut. So, yeah, if you're feeling sad or you feel something
we don't hear this word enough. I used to think that the parts of the body inside is just the stomach and all those. I never knew that the gut was this important.
Oh, it is quite important. And it's quite fun too. That's one of the reasons why people that work on the gut primarily, they have a lot of cases where they help out all patients.
All right, so can you explain precisely the role of the gut microbiome in keeping us healthy?
Okay, so like I said, they fight off foreign bodies. They also help process any foods that enter the stomach at any point in time. So the processing starts from the mouth all the way down to your large intestine. Then it comes out through the rectal region. The main part that does almost all the nutrients production is the small intestine. That's the main factory of all the absorption of most of the nutrients. So by the time it's getting into the large intestine, it's just being processed as waste a lot of the times. But a majority of the absorption is done there. And so that's the primary place for the immune system. That if that place gets messed up, you can have a lot of chronic diseases.
Wow.
Yeah, it's the best place for...
Okay, talking about getting messed up, what are the things that could make the gut messed up?
Okay, so it depends on what you eat and how much you eat. And the timing, like I said, the timing too also works. So if you eat, like, let's say junk that you're saying, for instance, now, like, let's say you eat smoked food, the body, once it enters the body processes things that goes to fight against this kind of meals. And it's like, oh, this is a foreign body, tries to attack. So people that eat a lot of it just do a lot of damage to...
Is it eating a lot of it or eating it at all?
So, eating it at all, the body can still fight it off quite quickly.
But eating it
consistently causes long-term damage. So it's like a damage that doesn't repair fully, that just keeps damaging and damaging and damaging.
Wow. Okay, the body tends to repair itself?
Yes.
Wow.
So God is a very, very good designer.
All right,
Yeah.
I understand. But can you be more specific on the kind of foods that could damage the guts? You know, you talked about smoked foods. I don't know. Just can you put more light on this so we'll know what to avoid and what to keep taking?
Okay, so high sugar foods doesn't help. Foods high in fats also doesn't help. Then junk foods in general, carbonated drinks, things like extremely fried foods. Those things don't help overall long term. But I know it's very, very delicious, but
exactly.
Yeah,
Are we
it
supposed
doesn't
to?
help.
How do we now do away with what we like?
So I tell people just eat as little as possible and eat more of the good food. If you eat more of the good food and eat those things maybe 2-3 times in a week, it's not going to do as much damage as if you eat it every single day of the week and then...
Okay, talking about timing, what's the most appropriate time to eat?
Okay, so breakfast...
Some people take their breakfast at 7 p.m.
No.
And I know some of them.
Yeah.
Some people take their breakfast in the afternoon while some fast, but we really want to know what's healthy, you know.
Okay, so...
And some people take their dinner at midnight, 3 a.m.
Yeah.
Maybe
I see a lot of people that do that too. So, but breakfast generally should be around 7 to 8 a.m.
Okay.
Yeah, so something light, like maybe something with low cereal, little milk. Another thing again, people do tend to take a lot of milk every day, and I'm like, no, it's meant to be something that...
Oh, so excess usage of milk is not
it's
so
not
great.
so good, especially for we blacks. We are mostly lactose intolerant, from what they're saying. I don't know how accurate it is, but they're saying lactose intolerance is more in the black community than in the foreigner. So you tend to see a lot of milk, and you're like, why are you drinking this much milk? Like, it's good for the body. But no,
And most of us take it every morning.
Yeah.
Milk, tea, those
So
things.
then I see some taking caffeine like about 3-4 times a day. I'm like, why are you doing this much punishment? It's not good. But I try to advise as much as possible. Take all those things very seldom. Eat something light in the morning, maybe fruits. That's good as well. If you take fruits in the morning, then you can do lunch something heavy, like let's say around 2-3. That's not so bad. Then dinner by 7-8 max. You should have taken dinner, and so that you can walk it off before you go to sleep by 9-10. So you can do a light exercise right before you sleep. Maybe just walk around.
But you know, I've once heard that eating late is not so bad if you're not going to sleep immediately. How true is that? Because some people tend to be nocturnal and they work overnight, read overnight, or stuff like that.
But they don't.
And at
They
some
don't
point,
move
they might
around
get
overnight.
hungry.
So that's the thing. They don't move around overnight. You walk. Maybe you're doing something on your laptop. You're not really process. Okay, so the thing with the way the body works, you eat. Let's say your body's telling you, "I'm hungry. I'm hungry." You eat. You over like sometimes you tend to overeat. So your body has taken more than the adequate amount of fat. Then there's this hormone called insulin. It comes in, uses the one that it wants to use for energy, then sees that, okay, now I have to dump the rest. Where do I dump this to? Then it processes as fats, and the most common place where it dumps it is your abdomen, and then you start having the big tummies, and then you start saying, oh my God,
Okay.
why am I having big tummy?
That explains big tummy.
Yeah, so for people that eat at night, especially late in the night, they're the ones that develop those kind of tummy. So it's like, and that's a precursor for diabetes. So I try to tell people, don't eat too late. Just eat 7, 8, then walk, do a 30-minute walk, and you should be fine.
All right, so let's move to the signs that someone's gut is not working properly. Because the major aim of this program is to create awareness and to give the right information to the masses. So we need to know how we can detect these things early. So what are the common signs to know that, okay, this my gut, I think it's not working as
well as
good
it
as
should.
it should. So how do we know that?
So feeling of bloating, that's when your stomach feels full, even though you didn't even eat a quarter of what you usually eat. When you don't pass excretion as much as possible. So let's say typically you go once a day and you've not gone like 2-3 days. You have watery stool. You also have when you're vomiting. Vomiting is one of the last signs that, okay, yes, your gut is not functioning properly. There's something that needs to be done as soon as possible. So that means the lining of the intestine at one point is inflamed and it's causing you to expel everything that is in your tummy one way or the other.
Right, you talked about excretion.
Yes.
How often should that happen? Normally, what's the right amount?
Typically, once a day is okay. Once a day of like solid to pasty, but not like, oh, my poop needs to be like strong. If it's strong, it's not good as well. That means you need to take more liquids. And that's another thing we're going to talk about. Liquid is very, very important in diet. Like you must drink a lot of fluid, water preferably. So drinking lots of fluid, make sure
we can't switch the water with maybe juice or something.
You can drink juice. It's not that you can't, but juice comes with its own level of carbohydrate and all that, and
sugar.
Yeah, so it's just adding to what you've already eaten, and it's
so water is most appropriate.
Yes. With water, you don't have any fear of gaining any fat from water. You can just drink your water in peace, and it comes with also the fullness. Like you don't need to eat like big. You just eat a small portion and drink lots of water, and you still feel the same as someone that eats the whole plate in the world and then drank with water.
Okay, I'm quite interested in the bloating aspect, right?
Okay.
I know a lot of people that bloat on a normal day, and it's very, very consistent. What are the seeming symptoms? Okay, not symptom. What are the seeming causes of bloating? Is it just based on this gut thing, or there is more to it?
There are some that say that it could be due to the menstrual, but it's still based on the gut at the end of the day, because at the end of the day, it comes down to your gut moving slowly than usual. So typically, your gut is meant to move at a certain pace. If it's moving too fast, causes diarrhea. If it's moving too slow, causes bloating, constipation, all those other things. So if it's moving too slow, that's when you see that you're full more than necessary, because either your tummy is filled with gas or it's filled with the food that it has not come out the proper way. So that in itself is not a good sign and can cause problems down the road.
All right, so for emphasis purposes, let's look at diet, lifestyle, all of those things. So are there particular foods that can keep our guts healthy?
Oh, yes.
And
yes.
Can you precisely name them?
Vegetables, fruits, we already know a lot of them. Then less carbohydrates, more proteins. Then you do low fiber diets. You do more of onions, tomatoes in your food than celery, cabbage. Put them in your food, mix them up. Then eat lots of fruits. and drink a lot of water, like I said. If you do that and you don't take all the, oh my God, I must eat all the chicken shawarma in the whole world, I must take all the suyas. I'm like, yeah, it's good when you're eating it, but it's a lot of punishment down the road.
On your body.
Yeah.
All right. So we should be more considerate about our health,
Yes.
not just about what is sweet to us.
Yes. So it's like someone told me once that nothing good comes without a little bit of discomfort. So I know that taking that sweet thing is very, very nice, feels good. But you think about the downside and you're like, okay, let me just avoid this and
for your own good. All right. So you've mentioned eating late.
Yeah.
And you've mentioned taking lots of liquid. Yes. Are there other habits that could keep our guts healthy?
Oh, yes. Exercising properly helps. Then immediately after meal, just a light exercise would do the trick most of the time.
Most of us, immediately after eating, we like to just sit down. They said we want the food to come down. So is that the right way, or we should try to walk about?
Walking about is better than sitting down. Now, sitting down is better than lying down, don't get me wrong, but walking about is definitely better than sitting down. It will help your body process the food into the right places, and within that first 1 hour, your body is processing more of the food than within the next 3 hours that it will empty the bowel completely. So that first 1 hour, you just do a slight walk, 30 minutes maximum. Your body is going to be like, okay, this person needs a lot more energy, so it's going to put more energy, more effort into producing energy than producing fat. And at the point in time, it will produce energy, give to your legs, produce energy, give to your hands. You'll be more active. You'll even feel better overall than if you're just sitting down. Now, sitting down, it has its advantages, don't get me wrong. Like, you can sit down and you can have fun talking to your friends, relaxing, but moving around overall is way better than just sitting down.
Okay, so what about lying down? What effect does that
The problem with lying down is that your body assumes that you're at a state of rest and it just produces more fat than energy.
Wow.
So that's why anybody telling you what to eat at night will tell you eat something light. Because at that point in time, your body is thinking, oh, this person's at rest, let me just convert everything to fat and not bother this person about energy. So you don't, even no matter what you eat, you don't feel so amped up and start doing. But if you're already the type that used to maybe you a gym at night, because there's some people that just go to the gym in the middle of the night, your body is always processing energy. This guy's going to need energy. Let's process more into energy, and then overall you get so amped up, you do a lot of things. But if you're the type that you're already used to, oh, I'm just going to relax at night, your body is already used to a certain routine. It's going to be like, this person is going to need more rest. Let's just give him a little bit of energy so that he can function and then process the rest into fats. It's not going to do much this night. So your own body is telling you that, I already know you. You're not going to do so much of a program this night. Let's just call it a night and go to sleep. But if you do these routine things, even if it's a little bit of exercise, your body is going to feel like it needs to give you more energy so that you can outperform the day. And as the years go by, that's going to be more beneficial because your insulin is always going to be as working to rest. It's not just going to be working non-stop, where it's producing more fats, and then you won't be obese, and then it won't get to a point where you have diabetes because your insulin has stopped doing the necessary things. So those overall help with the gut.
All right, so let's talk about high sugar intake.
Okay.
How does this affect the gut?
Okay, so
because sometimes we take sugar and we do not know that we are taking sugar. For example, I read that there is a high amount of sugar in rice.
Yes.
And this is just normal food. Like, come on, who doesn't like rice?
Right.
So when we hear sugar, we tend to only think that sugar, the one you put in garri, or when you're taking it raw, or when you're taking juice, or when you're taking a very sweet or something. But we tend to forget that there are certain amounts of sugar in very normal, basic, everyday, food. So how does this affect the guts, basically?
Okay, so first, let's tackle the idea of the sugar part. Like, almost all foods contain sugar.
Exactly.
That's the first thing. Almost all. Then the level of sugar that it contains. So once we classify food as carbohydrates, it contains more sugar than almost all the other foods. And the basic thing for sugar is so that you can have energy. That's the primary role of eating those things. It's not to consume to the point where you start gaining a lot of weight. Because I see some people say, I need to gain weight. I'm like, you don't know how much side effect this is to your body. You shouldn't gain a lot of weight. You should just gain the bare minimum so that you can function into the next day. Like you see a lot of people that if they maintain their figures going into their 40s, 50s, they are still more agile than someone that has gained an exorbitant amount of weight and can't really do much anymore. And it's like, oh, I'm always tired. I'm like, yeah, because you've put your body through a lot of things in the past. Then for foods in general about carbohydrates, so the way carbohydrates works in the stomach is it starts being processed from the mouth, breaks it down. So by the time it gets into the gut, it is producing a sugar. So there are different levels of sugar in our science. That's why whenever we say sugar, people think, oh, it's sugary stuff. No, it's just food that has been broken down into sugar in your body. So once that's broken down into sugar, the body now decides, do I use it as energy or do I convert it into fat storage? And the reason why it's converting into fat storage is so that it can break it down at a later date and use it as sugar. So overall, your body needs sugar for almost everything that it does. To think, to move, to react to things, act to things. Even for the guts to be moving, it still needs those energy storage. So that's why a human body can go like about 1 to 2 weeks without eating anything and it will still be fine. Yeah.
Really?
Yes.
But it feels like if you have not eaten for the day, you're about to die.
So that's a signal from the tummy when it's empty. It's empty. It tells you, oh, it needs to be refilled.
Okay.
But that
it's not
doesn't.
like anything happens.
That's just a signal from God that tells you, okay, you need to refill. But in actual fact, you don't need to refill every time you're hungry. You can go hungry for a few days and you'd still be fine.
As long as you're taking water.
Exactly. You can't go without water for a day.
Okay.
But you can go hungry for a day.
All right, so are you saying we should take more protein than carbohydrates?
Yes. Overall, take more proteins and more fruits than carbohydrates. If you do that, so my idea for diet, now this has not been confirmed, but my idea for diet is eat fruits in the morning, take a heavy carbohydrate in the afternoon, and eat something light in the evening.
Fruits in the morning?
Like, let's say something like rice in the afternoon, and then at night, go for maybe fruits, something, anything light that you can think is light, and it's not going to just accumulate in your system. And you would even feel lighter overall moving.
All right. So let's talk about probiotics now.
Okay.
So what role does probiotics play in gut health? And fermented food like yogurt, I heard that you're really good.
Yes.
So can you put more light on that?
Okay, so probiotics, what they help is they help stabilize the normal flora. That's the normal bacteria and viruses in the gut. So if you have more probiotics, if you take it to help build more, and then your body develops immune system against any foreign invaders. The thing with some people I've seen is sometimes they take a little bit too much and the thing overgrows and causes more problems. So typically your normal flora should develop to a certain level. It should not grow too much, it should not grow too little. Growing too much can cause, especially for women, it can cause UTIs and other diseases. And then growing too little, it will cause a lot of infections, chronic diseases, sometimes cancer as well.
Okay, but for the sake of the viewers that do not really know what probiotics mean, can you break down what it means on examples? Is it just yogurt and all of that?
Okay, so probiotics are foods that support the growth of bacteria in the gut. So milk is one of them, yogurt is one of them, cheese, I think, is also another one. I'm not 100% sure, but there's this thing that they call fura. I'm not sure if you know what it was. I don't know what it is in English, but that's another version of it. So things like that are overall good for the guts. Like if you take once in a while, like let's say once or twice in a week, it's very good for the body.
You talked about physical activity helping the guts, like exercises and all of that. So what about sleeping patterns, stress levels? What habits literally affect the guts?
Okay, so sleeping pattern can affect the guts, especially if you're the type that uses caffeine to not sleep at night. that kind of thing can affect the guts. But overall, most habits don't really affect the gut as much as possible.
Okay.
It's just the more you move your body, the more the gut wants to process things faster for you so that you can get more energy. So exercises affect the guts. Well, poor sleep can affect the guts, but other than that, most of the things you do is the gut that affects, not the other way around.
Oh, all right.
Like if you are extremely happy, for instance, now your gut probably had something to do with it. So
Oh, okay. You talked about it affecting the mood.
yes.
Okay, so what are the common causes of digestive infections?
Okay. So the most common ones are the ones that cause the acute problems most of the time. That's the diarrhea, constipation, vomiting, those kind of things. So we have things like dysentery, cholera. I know there was a recent outbreak a few months ago.
Yes, yes,
So
and it
those
was
are the
really,
common
really
ones you have in
crazy.
Nigeria. And then the ones that occur in the normal gut that overgrow sometimes, like E. coli. So E. coli can cause diarrhea. Those are the things that we see commonly in Nigeria.
So what usually causes these
So
different digestive infections?
a lot of them are from eating something bad. So
Food poisoning?
yes. So if you eat something not so good, or not properly cooked, or not properly washed, it can cause all these things. Like let's say, for instance, people that don't wash their hands and then they go pick up fruits and they start eating it, and then they transfer that from their hands to their mouth down to the tummy, and then they come down with diarrhea and they're like, oh my god. Then also, if you eat late at night and you now go to sleep, if you're over full in lying down position, it can cause there to be overspillage. Maybe the food will not go down properly, and then you can come up with either diarrhea or vomiting in the morning. Yeah, so because the food is still long in the tummy, it can produce a lot of harmful gases in your tummy and then come back.
Okay, so at what point should we seek professional medical help? Because most of the time we feel like we can handle these very common things ourselves. You would agree with me that Nigerians self-medicate a lot. And we self-diagnose a lot. So at what point should we seek medical help instead of just going to get maybe paracetamol and all of that?
Okay, so once you've noticed that you're stooling for a couple of hours, let's say you've gone to the toilet like about 6 to 7 times within 12 hours, just go see the doctor. Or if you notice that you've started vomiting, go see the doctor immediately. Because that one, it means that there's an inflammation going on and it needs to be taken care of by a professional. So those two things are basically how I tell people, okay. And then for the chronic ones, if you notice that you're stooling, it might not be consistent, but you're stooling like going on for like about 3 weeks, 4 weeks, just go see a doctor. It's like, so it's the consistency, the speed of if it's coming too much within 12 hours, or if it is coming slowly within a few weeks. Like let's say you do like 2 to 3 times a day for those 3 weeks. Now you can go see a doctor and you tell them, doctor, I've been stooling, my stool has not been so well formed for the last 3 weeks. He would know what to do next.
All right, this has been a very, very interesting conversation so far. And right about now, we'll be going on a short break. And when we return, we're talking about gut health, prevention, and public awareness, of course. Just stay tuned.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People television, where your health has a voice.
All right, glad to have you back. This is still Health Check on your favorite station, the Voice of the People television. We've been talking gut health and immunity. And I'm still with our amiable, wonderful doctor in person of Dr. Onileowo Damilola. And we've been talking about the gut health, basically the digestive system, how to better take care of your gut and all of that. But right now we're talking about the preventions because what we do here is pass the right information to you. So doctor, thank you so much for staying till this time.
Oh, thank you very much.
All right. So, doctor, why do you think the gut health? Because actually, it's really being overlooked. Really being overlooked. Yes. We only focus on the parts of our bodies that we can see, forgetting that the inner is as important, more important, in fact. So, why do you think it's often overlooked as being less important?
Well, like you said, people often trivialize things that they don't see, and then they trivialize things that they don't take active knowledge of noticing every day. Like, for instance, now, if your eye suddenly starts being blurry, you would notice and you'll be like, okay, I need to see the doctor immediately.
Yes.
But your tummy, you don't really know what goes on inside. You just know that you're eating and it's coming out the other way. And so it's being taken for granted more, is what I would say. All
right, so let's focus on the solutions, right?
Yeah.
But let's look at the preventions before the solutions, basically. Okay. So what preventive measures do you think can be taken for a healthy gut for children and adults? The reason why I'm more particular about children is because they just want to eat what is sweet.
Sure.
They don't really pay attention to what they need at the time. And so we really need to know how to take care of these young ones. So how do we better take care of our health as children and the adults as well?
All right. So first with the children, they touch a lot of things and then they put it in their mouth. So first thing is active surveillance. You must monitor what they do and then try to wash their hands as often as possible. Then also what they put in their mouths is very, very important. So with the meals, especially their cereals, make sure that it's put in a place that there's no air. So like get a tin and preserve the food properly.
Airtight containers.
Yeah, airtight containers. Put it there, preserve it properly. And then for the foods that they eat, make sure that their water is boiled or at least maybe bottled water. Ensure that you monitor everything that you put in their mouths overall. If there is anybody that is feeding them anything, make sure that they wash their hands and consistently wash the hands of your children.
People really trivialize washing of hands.
Yes,
they just feel like they can see the amount of dirt on their hands, not knowing that they are actually invisible microorganisms.
Yes. So the hand washing is the part where we try to tell people as much as possible to please wash their hands, wash your children's hands. Because a child, I literally will see a child touching the floor and then wanting to put their hands in their mouth. And I'm like, tell your child to not do this. This is not ideal. This is not hygienic. So that's what we try to get people to take care of more. Then overall, just note the foods that your body is reacting to. Like, okay, so for instance, let's say you have lactose intolerance or you have an allergy to a certain type of food. First of all, stop all foods, then try and take them one by one and see which one you react to. The ones you react to, you stop them, and then going forward that, okay, you don't take things that would cause reaction. Or even if you feel like, okay, you want a guilty pleasure and you want to take them, you take them in very, very little quantities.
Very mild.
Yes.
All right, so let's look at treatment options. So what are the people that are already been affected? So what can they do? Can it be managed? Can it be totally cured and all of that?
Okay, so for the early ones, the ones that, you notice that you started stooling, first thing you do is you stop eating anything outright. You allow your tummy to rest. You can drink fluids, but just don't eat anything. So the more you allow your tummy to rest, the more your system tries to fight it off and then regain its constitution back. But if you see that it's not working, just go see the doctor as soon as possible. So, but overall, if you take lots of fluids and you allow the tummy to rest, it recovers on its own. Like I said, the body is very resilient, so it does a lot of fixing on its own.
Wow. All right, it has been a very interesting conversation, and I must say a very big thank you to Dr. Onileowo Damilola for sharing these valuable insights on gut health and immunity with us today. Thank you so much,
Oh, my
Doctor.
pleasure.
All right, so remember that a healthy gut is not just about digestion. It's a cornerstone of overall well-being and a strong immune system, as we've heard. So eating right, staying active, managing stress, seeking medical advice when necessary can make a huge difference. I'm Prince Peters, and this has been Health Check. Please stay safe, stay informed, stay healthy, stay alive, and join us again next week for another important conversation on your well-being. Bye for now.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations, but who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector, from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Good evening, Africa. My name is Bamakore, actor, model, producer, and I'm giving a big shout out to VOP TV, man. Keep watching. Don't change the dial. Thank you and God bless you.
My name is AY, and of course, I represent the voice of the people, and that's why I'm on VOP. AY say so.
Hi everyone, it's your girl Miriam Tima from the Real Housewives of Lagos and the Real Housewives Ultimate Girls Trip Africa. Shout out to VOP, the voice of the people. You already know. Stay tuned, keep watching. And don't forget, VOP is the best.
All right, hello, everyone. It's about that shaking the man fine back with Melanie Poppy Black Skin Boy. This is VOP TV. If you're not watching VOP, I don't know what you're watching. Maybe you're watching your weight.
Hello, beautiful people. This is Wale Ojo, and you're watching VOP, Voice of the People.
Hi, guys. You already know who it is. This is New Energy. Flyers boy ever live. Keep watching VOP TV. Thank you.
Hi, people. Ginny Albano here. Guys, please keep watching Voice of the People.
That I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to Nigerian Institution of Estate Surveyors and Valuers.
The Nigerian Institution of Estate Surveyors and Valuers Membership Induction ceremony is an official event where new entrants into the profession are formally admitted as members of the institution. New members who have completed the required training, examination, and professional interviews are officially inducted into NIESV. They earn the right to practice as professional estate surveyors and valuers in Nigeria. The event underscores NIESV's mission to enhance service delivery, improve real estate standards, and regulate professional practice across the country.
This is an event that I presided over. It is an important event in our institution. That is when we welcome new members into our institution, and I'm so happy about the quality and the number of members that we have inducted. 539 new members joined the profession. That is a big deal for us, and we are happy to celebrate them.
The possible challenges is people trying to know them. That okay, yes, we are out, we're into the market, we're here to serve you. But with good sensitization and the market driven, there's no problem. The vision is to see how we can fit the market with our professional dexterity.
Like as a surveyor, I've been in this game for a very long time, for almost 40 years now or more. As you grow, you have challenges. When the number is fewer, it's easier to manage challenges, try to control and coordinate and control. But as you grow, you see a lot of people who are not serious-minded, who are not committed, and you have to do a lot of job to remove the chaff from the grain. There are temptations. People will offer you money to give them what they want, and you do it, you get the money. Those people, when they need something that is serious, they don't come to you. But they know that you have a price. You can compromise.
You know, the real estate profession, it's a noble profession. The profession of estate surveying and valuation, it's a noble profession that has to do with service to people, and not just people, to the nation as well. And aside from that, it's a profession that integrates people. You get to deal with people and get to manage them. And at the end of the day, it's something I had passion for, and of course, I feel fulfilled getting to serve people.
Today seems to be one of the most exciting days of my profession as an estate surveyor and valuer. It's one of the moments we all look up to, a very exciting day, a day where we behold the estate profession as the bedrock of all of they have to do. The milestone of this is it is one of the basis rock as a trust, one thing we look up to as an estate surveyor and valuer.
My expectation is to see how you can bring your expertise, what you've learned, your experience over time and practice, how you can bring it in and see that professionalism is brought into this profession. Because over time we've noticed that because of lack of professionalism, the reputation of the profession has been, is something that people now doubt. So my expectation is to come into this profession fully with the weight of experience and what we've been taught during our national continuous development, and from the weight of experience of our guest speaker today, to bring everything
bring them together and see how we can move the profession to the next level.
The 2025 induction ceremony of the Nigerian Institution of the Estate Surveyors and Valuers was indeed a significant milestone. It's more than celebration. It's a celebration of value, a celebration of integrity and credibility. VOP's TV Precious Agmano reporting.
In a world where power shifts its every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpillon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please discuss.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
Hey guys, what's up? How you all doing? They call me Novisha Nelson One, your number one celebrity host, and you are watching Voice of the People Television, VOP. Stay tuned.
Uyi Osarate is my name. I am a friend of the microphone, Voice of the People TV. That name is unique, and the brand is very sweet. I like the packaging. Picture qualities, camera qualities, and then of course, the quality of human beings that I see sometimes on your channel. I talk and get paid, and I look forward to being in your studios.
Oh yes, you are on to Voice of the People TV, live here in Benin City, the cradle of black civilization. What are you waiting for? Tune in, bro.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
2564 is coming up on Barney 9, right?
The 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
Hello there, my name is Damilola Ogunsi, also known as the Goldfish.
Hi, my name is Chiki Bright Emmanuel. I'm an actor and a filmmaker.
Hello, peeps. My name is Yomi E. Adejumo.
Hi, everyone. I'm Paul Utami.
Hi, everyone. My name is Stacey Benjamin, and this is Voice of the People TV.
I need you to keep it locked to VOP TV. See, are you looking for good entertainment? You want to get good movies, good music, politics, talk shows, sports and entertainment. You really want a channel that gives you everything you need without you having to run around. VOP is where you are. That's Voice of the People.
If you're not listening to this, you're not one of us. And you deserve to be killed. Scrap chat. Don't be killed, but watch it. Or I'll find you. And I want you.
And you are locked on VOP TV. Don't go nowhere. This is where the juice is. This is where all you need for entertainment, politics, movies, and whatnot.
And keep watching VOP TV.
So keep it locked because I'm locked already, man, and it's money back guarantee. So you're gonna have a good time because I do.
And please keep watching VOP TV.
I want you to actually, I beg you, subscribe, watch it. If not, whatever you see.
You better not touch that dial because VOP is the plot.
Lagos today joined the global community to mark the International Day of Persons with Disability with a strong message on dignity, access, and inclusion. At the event organized by the Lagos State Office of Disability Affairs, participants from across the disability community highlighted the progress made so far and the challenges that still limit full participation in society.
We are also human beings like them, that what others can do, we can also do better.
Our mobility, how to deal with our challenges. People don't sometimes, like I am partially sighted. Most people don't know that there's a condition called partially sightedness.
Speakers stress that when persons with disability are included, their skills and contributions become undeniable, their relevance becomes visible, and their success is guaranteed.
When the disabled are accepted, there will be provisions for their needs, just like every other person.
There is ability in those children if they are given the chance to participate, the chance to be around their peers, their age group, and they can also bring out that ability in them only if they allow that inclusion.
Disability is not a disease. And so, because it's not a disease, then, there's so much that can be done about it.
The state government reaffirmed its commitment to global principles such as the United Nations Convention on Rights of Persons with Disability and the Sustainable Development Goals, especially those focused on equity, education, decent work, and inclusive community. They emphasize that inclusion is a right, not a privilege.
Today, I am pleased to announce that very soon, Lagos State will introduce the Lagos Disability Inclusion Compact. It's a comprehensive policy framework designed to deepen accessibility.
The government also called for stronger partnership, noting that it cannot build an inclusive society alone. It appealed to private sectors, employers, technology creators, faith-based organizations and communities to open doors, design accessible platforms, and dismantle discrimination.
Our administration and policy is about everyone. Our Themes Plus developmental agenda speaks to this. The plus is an intentional, deliberate focus on inclusivity, youth, and gender equality.
According to the state, persons with disability are innovators, creators, professionals, and visionary leaders who enrich workplaces, inspire creativity, and strengthen communities. The government announced that Lagos will soon introduce the Lagos Disability Inclusion Compact, a comprehensive framework to expand inclusive education, improve transportation support, enhance digital accessibility, deepen economy empowerment, and reinforce LASODA's regulatory power. The state commended on its agency for swift action in addressing recent discrimination incidents, insisting that accessibility must become a natural part of every system. As Lagos marks the 2025 International Day of Persons with Disability, the call is for every resident
to recommit to dignity, justice, and empathy. And people build a strong society where ability is defined not mobility, vision, or hearing, but by courage, creativity, and potential. I am Onyeka Ogolo, reporting for VOP TV.
My name is Esther. They call me the Oga Patapata of them are the general overseer of them all. Every man, every woman has got a voice where integrity is the volume. So this is Voice of the People's TV. Voice of the People's TV. So this is the people's voice. And the people's voice is the voice of God. That's the voice populi in Latin. The people's voice is the voice of God. So keep watching Voice of the People. In fact, my name is Voice of the People. Keep watching MC Ado Pikin.
Hi guys, my name is Kagan. I am Nigeria's biggest tech content creator, and I just wanted to give a quick shout out to Voice of the People TV. Keep watching, enjoy, and you're welcome.
My name is MC Alamano. They call me Enjoyment Landlord. It's VOP TV. Keep watching VOP TV. Don't touch it down. Even if you want to touch it down, increase the volume. If you don't increase the volume, I told me.
My name is Collins Agawabe, popularly known as No Mind but last, more than No Mind or more. Not be all so the cook right at the fry plantain. We keep on watching VOP TV. The voice of the people, the voice of Edo. If you don't want to get the authentic news for Edo the way it be, that's why they show and they want to cut anything come on. At VOP TV.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
It's a beautiful Monday, another Monday for us to actually keep our hopes alive, another Monday for us to actually, keep believing that everything would actually work out fine. Of course, welcome on board Two People's Voice on VOB TV, where season stories shape the narrative. And today we'll be dissecting a major story that is dominating the headline and sparking conversation across the nation. Of course, all eyes on EFCC as we watch them, carry out their job, okay, as regards to investigation. EFCC alleges Malami operated 46 bank accounts. Right, join the conversation with experts insights and citizen perspective. Share your thoughts with us. I am Savior. Let's look into other news stories with details. ADC concern over Atiku Obi team-up for 2027 presidency. ADC has actually expressed concern over the possible team-up between former Vice President Atiku Abubakar and former Labour Party presidential candidate Peter Obi in 2027 general election. ADC spokesperson Bolaji Abdullahi said that the situation poses a challenge, but the party is focused on strengthening its national structures and developing capacity for competitive showing in the 2027 polls. Abdullahi added that the party may decide to nominate its presidential candidate by consensus or open the tickets to all aspirants if consensus is not reached. We actually know what that particular one means there. And that's more reason why the likes of Peter Obi are saying that you have to put the zoning situation on the table. Otherwise, they're still taking their time to actually join the party officially. Away from that particular one, Obi fought federal government plan to borrow 20 trillion for 2026 budget. The former vice presidential candidate, I beg your pardon, Peter Obi, has criticized the government of planning to borrow another 20 trillion to finance 2026 national budget, describing it as reckless and economically dangerous. Obi questioned the rationale behind fresh borrowing when debt servicing consumes nearly half of the country's revenue, and borrowing requirements have risen up to 72%. He accused the government of fiscal rascality and warned that the country cannot continue borrowing without directing funds towards productive sectors or generating future value. And let's come to the birthday man, the most talked man in the president's cabinet. I'm talking about Wike. Wike is one of my shining stars. And the reason why this particular one has been laughing is because, it sounds to me like, a coach, talking about one of his players, on the pitch. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has congratulated Minister of Federal Capital Territory, Nyesom Wike, on his 58th birthday. Tinubu praised Wike's performance in office, describing him as an audacious and result-oriented leader who consistently delivers impactful projects. The president highlighted Wike's transformation of the FCT, particularly recent completion of the Apo-Keshi Road, a project delayed for 14 years. Tinubu commended Wike's resilience, commitment to excellence, and support for renewed hope agenda, despite belonging to a different political party. Does it really belong to a different political party, or we should reduce our mic? That's actually a question we should be asking. But of course, I love the fact that the president said Wike is one of the shining stars of my cabinet. Okay, so that's president to his minister. Who are we to actually, come in between them? And away from that particular one, Congress man describes visits to Nigeria as heartbreaking. Really Moore has described his recent visit to Nigeria as heartbreaking after witnessing a devastating impact of violence, attacks on communities in the Middle Belt region. Moore led a congressional delegation on a fact-finding mission to Nigeria, meeting with international other supporters, and of course they went ahead and they saw the internally displaced persons, Christian leaders and government officials. He expressed concern over the persecution of Christians and the broader security challenges posed by terrorist groups like Boko Haram. Okay, and away from that particular one, Osun PDP vows to deliver victory for Adeleke in 2026. Despite Governor Ademola Adeleke's defection to the Accord Party. Osun State chairman of the People's Democratic Party, Sunday BC, has declared that the party will work to deliver victory for Adeleke in the 2026 governorship election. BC describes Adeleke's defection as a doctrine of necessity to protect him from possible disqualification. The PDP will deploy all its structures to ensure Adeleke's victory. Is that particular or not a very serious conversation there? You know, for PDP to still be saying that we want to work for this man, Adeleke. I think that speaks so much about the presence of Adeleke, and PDP is really going through a lot. Are we going to say that these particular people have actually indulged themselves in anti-party? Nobody's actually saying anything yet. We've not heard either of the faction, either the Turaki faction or that of Wike faction, you know, comment on this particular one. So let's leave it open, you know, in the coming days and see what would actually come to play. River State crisis, of course, there's another situation brewing now. Fubara Wike camp clash over commissioner slot. A fresh row is brewing between River State Governor Siminalayi Fubara and Minister of the Federal Capital Territory Nyesom Wike over unresolved aspects of the peace deal brokered by President Bola Tinubu. The disagreement is over the composition of a new cabinet with Wike's camp allegedly demanding up to 12 commissioner slots. Fubara's camp considered this excessive, sparking tension between the two allies. To join the conversation, kindly call the number 09044732605. Follow us on social media at VOPTV Live. You can use the hashtag People's Voice on VOPTV, and of course on YouTube, the Voice of the People. Kindly hit the subscribe button, and together we can make our voices heard. It is time for us to go on a quick break. As soon as we return, we'll be dissecting this conversation. EFCC alleges Malami operated 46 bank accounts, and of course, ex-minister denies claim. You don't go nowhere. Stay tuned, please. Welcome back to the program at Still People's Voice on Voice of the People Television. The Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, has accused former Attorney General Abubakar Malami of operating 46 unlawful bank accounts and being linked to General Sani Abacha's loot. However, Malami's media aide, Bello Doka, has vehemently denied the allegations, stating that Malami has only 6 bank accounts, all known to the EFCC. Former Vice President Atiku Abubakar and the African Democratic Congress ADC have accused the EFCC of engaging in a political witch hunt over Malami's detention. The EFCC has denied the allegations, stating that Malami's detention is due to his failure to meet bail conditions, not politics. Right, we're now being joined by Dr. Kayode, who's a socio-political technocrat, and of course, aviation safety expert. You're welcome on board, Doctor. Good afternoon.
Yes, good afternoon. How are you?
Very well, thank you, Doctor.
I was listening to you while you were reading your news, and there are 2 of those news that caught my attention.
Okay, Doctor. Before you make your comments as regards to the news story, I would like to just introduce all the guests. Then I would, come back to you. Is that fine?
Go ahead.
All right, thank you so much. And of course, we're being joined by Nwoye Chijioke, a distinguished business magnate, associate political and social analyst, and of course, a seasoned professional with wealth of experience in public relations, public speaking, and corporate consulting. Good morning, Chijioke. Of course, I can't make the mistake twice. You know, you are in Canada, I'm in Nigeria, so it's morning over there, right?
Yeah, it's morning.
Before you tell me now it's actually winter over there. It's snowing, it's this, it's that. Good morning, Chijioke.
Good morning, Xavier. How are you doing?
You can actually win me twice. I wouldn't take that. Yeah, okay, that's good. Thank you so much for joining the program. And of course, joining me in the studio, we have Mr. Dele Fanimo, a seasoned reporter, and of course, a senior political analyst. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, and good afternoon, Dr. Dayo.
and Chijioke.
Hey, Ogasa, I know I will see you between now and next week. By
He
God's
said
grace.
what?
I know.
He said he knows he's going to see you. We'll see you between
Yes.
this week and next
Before
week.
Christmas, you must invite me now.
Okay. All right. So, Dr. Kayode, I'd like you to respond to any of the news stories.
Yes, you didn't greet Chijioke very well. You say good morning in Canada. No, you have to say happy snowing in Canada because I know a lot of snowing.
Because it's always oppressing us with the snow, right?
Yes, happy snowing in Canada. Anyway, let me quickly go to Osun State.
Yeah.
No doubt about it that the PDP got it right that Adeleke's movement to accord is necessary, so that at the end of the day, both Adeleke and PDP will not be losing. So it's a good thing that PDP is going to work with him. Now, let's get back to Rivers State. You will remember the other time when the two of us were discussing Rivers State here, when Fubara or who was saying it, that yes, there is now peace in Rivers State. You remember I said, and then you concur with me, that which peace? If you are saying there is going to be peace in Rivers State, time will tell. Because as is, what they are hanging on is a very, very fragile situation. Imagine the House of Assembly is now having, I think about over 10 of them, over 12 of them, decamped to APC. Secondly, remember, Fubara was not there when elections were conducted into various local governments. So that means Fubara is now also having the structure of the local government in Rivers State. Now Wike is coming again. Hey man, you still cannot have all the commissioners to yourself. We have to share it. If Wike alone is asking for 24 members out of the old members of the ESCO, then how many ESCO are they going to have in Rivers? Is it saying they are going to have as much as 40, 50 commissioners? So these are issues that are still burning in Rivers State that will never make me to agree with anybody that will be telling me that there is peace in Rivers. No peace yet. Because even those people that are still in the House of Assembly that have not deflected, we still don't know where they are going to be tomorrow. So it is a very, very dicey situation in Rivers. However, I will not blame the president for saying that he is the star boy of his government, because at least Wike is doing his bidding. He has tried as much as possible to make Rivers State to sway towards his 2027 project.
All right, thank you so much, Dr. Kayode. Let me bring it to the studio now, Mr. Fadimo. I'd like us to, just talk about the Wike situation, maybe just for a few seconds before we move into the main conversation. What can you say about, this situation of Wike requesting, or Wike's camp saying they want 12 slots? Is 12 slots not too much for the position of commissioners?
It cannot be too much. He will still ask for more. You see, the moment you give in to a blackmailer, he will keep coming to ask for more. Fubara shot himself when he went to that first meeting and considered to the 8-point precedent to return to the government house. And since then, you can see that at every turn, they make sure they extract so much from him that will run contrary to the aspiration of the good people of Rivers State.
I was even thinking that Fubara joining APC would, calm some things.
No, it's not going to. It's not going to.
Would even be saved by the president.
You could see that as soon as it decamped, those Amefile-led legislators also move into APC with him.
Yeah, no, they moved first before him.
Oh, you don't understand what I'm saying.
Okay.
They are all in APC now.
Yes.
And the reason for that is they will be insiders. They are still tied to the apron strings of Wike, those lawmakers. And they are supposed to provide the eyes and the ears through Wike will read the barometer of Rivers State using Fubara as the point man. Right from the day this crisis started, I said Fubara is in for a trouble. And this trouble, you see, when I predict certain things, it may look awkward, but you always come back to it. I said it here that Wike, no matter what, he has roped himself in. From the day he even accepted to be governor of Rivers State on the conditions that are not favorable to Rivers people from Wike. Must you be a governor at all costs? Why must you compromise the life and livelihood of even one Riverian for your own inordinate and unbridled ambition? This is the result we are getting now. I recall that a similar thing happened to this current Olubado when he was governor for your state. And it also happened to Bukola Saraki when he became governor of Kwara State. In the Ladoja Adedibu's own, that attitude of entitlement came into it. And Adedibu said, you don't even have one party office in any of the 33 local governments in Oyo State. I deployed my structure to make you governor. So, whatever request, he even went as far as asking him, out of your security vote, you must give me at least 20% every month. That we worked for it, and so, regardless of the fact that I'm not in government, you must give me my own share of the security vote. He made sure he also gave a list of chairmen of boards and parastatals and even commissioners. But Ladoja temporarily outsmarted him by paying his way to go and rest abroad. Before he came back, Ladoja appointed his commissioners and the fight started. This was the fight that culminated in the removal of Ladoja as governor for your state, helped by Obasanjo. Now, in the case of Saraki in Kwara, the father was the one that sponsored him against Lawal, that vice admiral.
Yeah.
And when he won, the father insisted that he needed to settle his constituency by naming all the commissioners. We were told that at some point it was a stalemate until somebody advised him and said, look, if your father says he wants to appoint all the commissioners, allow him to do. You appoint special assistants that will be doing the work of the commissioners. So, for the better part of Saraki, he allowed the father to appoint commissioners, and he appointed, that was when this Bolaji Abdullahi, that is now spokesperson of ADC, became a special assistant before he became minister. And he was running the government with the special assistants, but during NESCO meeting, he was ready to wine and dine with his commissioners. He gave them cash, he gave them security, he gave them everything. So they couldn't go back to the father to say, sir, we are not involved in the day-to-day running. And that was it. So this man boxed himself to a corner. Even if he gives these 12 commissioners to Wike's group, they will still ask for more.
Okay. They will still ask for more.
They will still ask for more. And the more he gives in, the more they come back.
Okay. Let me also take it to the Canada man. Chijike, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here, Xavier.
Yeah, so what do you have to say as regards to this request from the Wike's camp requesting for 12 slots, as regards to commissioners, wanting to, present their own person, for Fubara's camp? What would you have to say as regards to that before we move to the main topic?
Well, of course, politics is a very dirty game. And then Wike has proven to be the master of dirty games. but I think that Fubara made a mistake and he learned from the mistake and now he's playing smart. That's why I think that is why he come to APC. Because if you look at what happened, how he got removed from the seat, you saw that he was willing and ready to fight Wike and fight the federal government. So he thought he had the support of the people and also the support of the PDP, the PDP. But when the fight got tough, he found out that he was alone. The people did not fight with him. PDP did not fight for him, and he stood alone. He was on the suspension for the 6 months. So I thought that he learned his lesson, and like they said, if you can't beat them, he joined them. So if you notice what he said on when he joined the APC, he said, now we are going to go to the Oga Direct, meaning he's going to go to Tinubu Direct. So which means I don't think Wike is going to get anything.
But let me actually say something to that. The president that we know and that is not changed, okay, he doesn't operate that way. No matter what, the same man would not operate freely with Fubara without
you need to understand that what Tinubu wants is to get APC or to get Port Harcourt under his pocket. And
notwithstanding, it is only Wike that can deliver it.
No. Now that Fubara has entered the camp, you cannot remove a sitting governor.
First, I hope you are aware that. I hope you are aware.
APC has no other choice than to give him ticket. So you see, this battle is going to be tough. Okay. I don't think Tinubu will just he won't, because now he's in a tight corner. So like I said, Fubara learned his mistake, and I support what he's doing right now because he was alone. So good luck to them.
All right, thank you so much for that particular one. But of course, if we really want to look at this particular conversation, you agree with me that presently, Wike has, the whole of the local government, to himself, local government chairman, to himself. These are his people everywhere, and now he wants to collect 12 out of how many? For crying out loud. But let me come to you, Dr. Kayode. Hello, doctor, are you there?
Yes, and we do.
Yes, let's talk about Malami's conversation. The EFCC situation with Malami. What are your thoughts on the EFCC allegation against Abubakar Malami?
You see, I don't have any problem in EFCC arresting anybody who had stolen our Commonwealth. But my problem lies in the area whereby EFCC is now being used as a witch hunting organization against those that are not for government. How much are they talking about, Malami? How much was that of Okowa? How much was that of Okowa? Are we hearing anything again about Okowa? Yes. Malami should be quizzed and his cohort for all that. But my question is, the Senate president that is there today, is he also free from corruption allegations? Is he free? A whole load of them in that Senate, are they also free from corruption allegations? How about in quotes, Gandola? Is he free of corruption allegations? His own that was even captured live on video. What has happened to him? Did you not stop the mic? Off the mic. what has happened to it. So for me, I'm not saying Malami should not be quizzed. I'm not saying it should not be dealt with. But the question is, do we really have strong institutions to deal with corrupt practices on our land? Now, even if we have strong institutions, to what extent are they independent of the executive? Again, all these institutions, how far, when I'm talking of EFCC, ICPC, and all that, and even the judiciary. Because at the end of the day, the case will end up at the table of the judiciary. What is our level of preparedness to be dealing with fraudulent personalities in our country? One of them was saying the other time that everybody in the executive and the civil service are corrupt. If they should jail everybody, then a lot of Nigerians will be in jail. Yes, let them be in jail. Let them be in jail. Because how can an individual be holding, look at how much money that the president have been borrowing. Peter B was just going against another one that I said wants to go and borrow now. How has the National Assembly been a watchdog on these monies that are being borrowed in terms of using it for economic and developmental purposes? So when you borrow money, and we're not seeing the impact on our economic development, what do we call that too? Who are also monitoring that? Which institution is also monitoring that? If there's an institution to monitor that, to what extent are they monitoring it?
So, hello, doctor.
Yes.
Yeah, you are saying that this particular situation is a witch hunt, right?
I'm saying what?
You said that this situation is a witch hunt on Malami.
I'm not saying it should be withdrawn.
I'm asking, are you saying it is a witch hunt?
Well, to the extent that, what's his name again? Oshiomhole, while he was the chairman of APC, said, even if you are the most terrible devil, the moment you switch camp to APC, you are an angel. And we have seen a lot of fraudulent characters switching camp to APC. And to that extent, they have not been doing anything. Peradventure, this one we are now seeing on Malami is probably, please mark my words, probably the ruling party is wanting Malami to come and declare for APC so that it can be left off the hook. Just as to a very large extent, Okowa is now moving around the street freely. Just as the present Senate president was left off the hook, he later became a minister and now is the Senate president. And so also so many other people like that.
Okay, so doctor, I understand that you're also coming from a place of your principle. I'm talking about Alhaji Atiku Abubakar. But
I'm not coming from his place. I'm saying my own.
No, notwithstanding, that's also what he talked about. But
I never read his own comments.
Okay, notwithstanding, yes. So my question here is there even a crime in the first place? Because there is no smoke without fire, doctor. Someone who they're actually saying, that he has 46 bank accounts linked to, Abacha loot. It's something that we should actually, take off emotions and look into for proper clarity and accountability. This is not about. This is not. I'm coming, doctor. This is not just about political party. Of course, Malami recently declared, that he wants to become the governor of Kebbi State, and eyes were rolling and things like that, started popping up. But that's not where we're coming from. What I'm saying is, if you are saying that some of this situation, is witch hunt, or of course the APC wants him to, move to their camp and things like that, so that his sins can be forgiven, just like Oshomole said. But he is not the only person in opposition party that the EFCC has not gone after. If they come for you, for example, be it opposition or not, or let's even say you are in opposition party and EFCC comes for you, that means there is an iota of truth somewhere. So should we say because this person is opposition, we should also look for a way to, brand that particular terminology of cleaning off whatsoever corrupt activities that they've actually indulged themselves in? I just want clarity on all of that.
Savior, hold on. I want us to get my position right, please.
That's what I'm waiting for, to give us clarity as to that's your
I've already explained it, but it seems you didn't follow it properly. Now, listen again. Let anybody be accused by EFCC.
Okay.
Anybody be accused by EFCC. But again, don't let us be having sacred cows. Don't let us be having sacred cows. There are also people in this particular government that are not supposed to be there, that are supposed to have been accused. Look at, and I made reference to Apabio. I made reference to Ganduje. I made reference to Okowa.
Yahaya Bello, to Okowa.
Yahaya Bello. And so many of them like that. Even the so-called Matawale. Even Matawale's one is even more grievous. That of the vice president, the sitting vice president, is even more grievous. So what I'm saying is, quiz Malami, even jailing, if is found wanting, jailing, all right? But don't stop at that. Stop allowing people to be using that word witch hunting. Why are people using that word witch hunting? Because Oshiomhole had said, and you have been following it, that whoever should port from another party to APC will surely become a saint. We don't want that. We don't want that. We want equity. We want justice for all. And we want fair play, whereby anybody that has been adjudged or even reported that look at that, such a person must be dealt with accordingly. Check some of these ministers. Take them out. Check some of them in the Senate. Check some of them in the House of Reps. So why is the FCC not also going after those people? Why? I'm not saying you shouldn't quiz Malami. I'm not his fan. I'm not a fan to anybody that is among those that are stealing our Commonwealth. I'm not among those that will support anybody, whether through tribe or any affiliation, that has caused this kind of heinous crime on our nation. No, I won't support it. But let there be equity. Let there be fair play. Let there be justice. That is what I'm saying.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much.
I don't want to believe that.
Thank you so much, Doctor.
This one is witch hunt. No.
Yeah.
No.
All right.
No.
Thank you. Thank you so much,
But for me
Doctor.
not to say it's a win church, you also have to let others go through that process.
All right, thank you so much,
including
Doctor, for
Ganduje.
that wonderful submission. Thank you. Let's come back to the studio here. All right, Mr. Dele Fanimo, you heard everything, a doctor said, and of course, we've been going, loggerheads with each other. Quickly, I'd like to ask you, what implication could this case have on the EFCC's, credibility if the allegations are proven false? And of course, I'd like to take this simultaneously.
You see, Malami was in government for 8 years as Attorney General of the Federation. And during that time, what is being visited on him was visited on many Nigerians. He looked the other way, which means what goes round comes round. That's one. Two, I'm not sympathetic to Malami on this front. The second one, now is now claiming rule of law. Is now claiming rights to justice. Is now, you know how many people that were detained by government agencies that were not even prosecuted. Dasuki was in detention for how many years under Buhari? And Malami was the Attorney General. What did he do? What did he do? Nnamdi Kanu was in detention for many years under Buhari, and he was the Attorney General. What did he do? Now the thing is coming back to him. That's one. Two, this question of why me, I don't want to hear it, and I've always detested it. After all, I'm not the only thief. Why are they singling me out? Why did you steal at all?
Why did you steal in the first place? That's what I was discussing.
In the first place, why did you steal?
That's it. Did you even
There
do
are some
something?
people in opposition that are in ADC, but they have never run around government offices. Nobody has picked them for wrongdoing.
For me to deviate a little, just for the records, if Peter Obi actually did something
and he has stolen,
very
by now
serious,
he will be in detention. So why is Obi running free? And if there is anybody,
know the truth. If Peter Obi, I'm saying this here, I'd actually taken even lead to 1/3. I'm not saying 10%. Look, what would have happened to him?
Look, when this fierce battle between Segun Oni, former governor of Ekiti State, and Dr. Fayemi, eventually Dr. Fayemi got that mandate through the court. Days after, they went to him and said, why would you allow Segun Oni to just walk free? After all, he's in opposition, he took your seat and all that. He said, even while outside government, I have dug into government and there is no single infraction that I can use to nail Segun Oni. And since I came into government, I have not seen anything incriminating against him. So why should I prosecute him? Is Malami the only person that served under Buhari? Somebody said 46 accounts.
46 linked to Abacha loot.
We were never told that Malami had private businesses that could accommodate those accounts. He was a lawyer. He has his chamber.
What is somebody doing with 46 accounts?
You see, the area where I feel uncomfortable with is the fact that this case, the way it is now, has been bungled even before prosecution. If you are saying those 46 accounts were tied to Abacha loot at some point, maybe because Malami was in office as Attorney General, Switzerland will not bring Abacha loot and pay into a personal account in Nigeria. That money would have been paid to federal government through the CBN. At what point did that money move from government account to private account?
That's it. That's what we're saying. We just want clarity. We want accountability.
You know, EFCC is an institution that arrests before investigating.
Meanwhile, they were meant to investigate.
You are meant to. If Scotland Yard officer says you are under arrest,
they've actually done their duty.
They have closed your file.
They closed it. They are not just opening it.
They have closed your file. And that's why that longer came in, that you are advised to keep quiet because whatever you say shall be used against you in the court of law. Because whatever you are saying during arrest or after arrest is an addition to that file that has been closed. But here, our security agents will arrest you and begin to ask you, did you steal? How much did you steal? Where are you keeping it? So, EFCC, that's why a governor was arraigned with 139 charges in Nigeria, and he was told to go home scot-free. But that same governor was arrested, extradited to UK, tried, second trial, even with Queen's Counsel, equivalent of SAN here. They advised him, please, better you plead guilty so that your sentence can be lighter. And he pleaded guilty, and he was sentenced. Because the more you allow government to use state resources, taxpayers' resources, to prosecute you, the longer that sentence on conviction. But look at this Malami case now. We have not heard from EFCC. Whoever punched the necessary button to transfer state money to private account in 46 accounts, nobody has told us. Even if you are going to use that person as prosecuting witness, nobody has told us. So at the end of the day, when this man is arraigned in court, he will be discharged and acquitted because of lack of evidence to nail him. And then we would have wasted taxpayers' money, we have wasted a lot of energy and resources.
Push for the case.
Now, the second part of it, this man made a grave allegation against the chairman of EFCC. Nobody is talking about it. This man said when the current EFCC chairman was secretary to EFCC, that he committed some infractions. And that infraction was documented in a report by Commission of Inquiry headed by Ayo Salami, former chairman, president of Court of Appeal. And nobody has visited that case. The same way the former EFCC chairman, Magu, was investigated in Port Harcourt zonal office. And he was alleged to have sold exhibits, trailer load of exhibits for 100,000 to his cronies. They have not concluded that investigation before they posted him to Lagos to evade that. And the only thing they could do to compensate him for that infraction that had not been concluded was to make him EFCC chairman under Buhari. So it's a whole lot of rubbish going on. And while I'm not going to say that I don't have any sympathy for Malami, but you must come to justice, must come with equity, free hand, you know. Yeah. So they should also listen to that allegation and investigate the current EFCC chairman to find out if he's culpable of that allegation that was also recorded in that report by Ayo Salami-led the Commission of Inquiry.
All right, one of my biggest concern now as regards to that particular commission is this commission doing their due diligence, based on being, professional enough, not being partisan, or are they politically motivated? Chijioke, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here, Savio.
So I would like to, get your take as regards to this. Of course, I don't know what the anti-graft agency in Canada is called and all of that, but of course, you would agree with me that we have our EFCC here, and over the years, they've been either arresting, prosecuting, investigating. Some come out well, some we don't hear the case again. It's just been swept off and, and the likes. But I'd like to ask you, do you still believe that EFCC is really working, or they are now being controlled politically?
I've never believed that EFCC has been an independent institution. They have not done anything to prove that they have been an independent institution. It has always been one government or the other, either controlling them or something else, because everything that they are doing shows that they are not independent. Of course, I will commend them for doing a job well done by, arresting these so-called corrupt politician, because that's what they should be doing. But there are some questions that the EFCC need to answer, because why does it seems like it is they are all going after people who are not APC members, because that's what it is. And you cannot tell me for sure that there are not corrupt APC members, even those in powers. Like, take for instance, here in Canada, nobody is against, nobody is above the law, nobody is above being arrested. Even the prime minister here, if there is any little corruption in his name, he's going to answer. There are so many people, even people that are not in power, that EFCC goes after, and before you know it, the case just ends like that. And when you go deeper into them, you find out that they are APC members. So these things warrant us to like ask some questions and ask the EFCC. Yes, you guys are doing a wonderful job going after people who are destroying the country, people who are rooting the country down to zero. But the question is this: why are you not going after other parties, like the ruling parties? Let's take, for instance, the president. Even before he becomes the president, there is an alleged drug allegation on his name, and no one is saying anything about it. Should we go down to the vice president, Shatima? We know there's a terrorist link allegation on his name. No one is talking about it. Down to the Senate president, corruption case on his name. No one is talking about it. All of them, even the former governor of Kogi State, we know how much how much the FCC said he rooted, and everything that happened. No one is talking about it. But when you talk about other politicians, when you go to even the ADC, you see EFCC going after one or two people. Yesterday we heard that the court remained Ngige. It's not like when you see all these, you ask what is really going on, what is really happening in the country, because all these people that the EFCC keep going after, yes, we know they are criminals, good, but if you notice, they have one similarity, and which is what? They are against this current government. So which sparks the question: EFCC, what are you doing with the taxpayers' money? Is the taxpayers' money being good? Like, are you using it for what it's supposed to be used for, or are you working for these governments? So that's the thing.
All right, Chijoke, thank you so much. I will press for time, and this is how far we can actually go. But of course, in just 15 seconds, Dr. Kayode, can you just give me your final submission, please? Hello? Dr. Kayode?
Yes.
Please,
Are you hearing me?
In 50 seconds, please. I need to round up.
Yes. My final submission is both governments and EFCC and Nigerians should know that he who comes to equity must come with clean hands. Let Malami be quizzed. Let him be jailed if found wanting. Because EFCC had not told us how that money was transferred from CBN to those 46 accounts. That is one. Two, they have to ensure that others that are also involved in such infractions are also brought to book.
Right.
Enough of corruption in our land.
All right, thank you so much for that particular one. Thank you so much, Mr. Fanimo, for being part of the show. Thank you, Dr. Dayo Kayode, and of course,
Fanimo, I salute you especially, Mr. Fanimo.
Yes, sir.
Thank you so much, Chijoke.
Mr. Fanimo, I greet you too. Mr. Fanimo, you know, we look up to you guys. You guys are the people that motivate us to speak up.
People should not turn my show to greeting and greeting. I need to round up my show.
You have to greet people
Thank
that do well.
It's a family now. We have become family now.
He's a role model. We learn from him.
All right, let's all rest the case now. Thank you so much for being part of the show. Coming up next is a locker room. If you love the world of sport, I'd like you to stay put to enjoy another wonderful edition of Locker Room today. The views and opinions expressed by our analysts are solely their own and do not reflect that of VOP Media. Don't give up because it is not over. Tough time doesn't last, but tough will do last. Whatsoever you're facing will soon be over, and you will definitely smile again. My name remains Savio Udo. Have a good evening. Rest.
you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
Hello there, my name is Damilola Ogunsi, also known as the Goldfish.
Hi, my name is Chiki Bright Emmanuel. I'm an actor and a filmmaker.
Hello peeps, my name is Yomi E. Adejimo.
Hi everyone, I'm Paul Utomi.
Hi everyone, my name is Stacey Benjamin, and this is Voice of the People TV.
I need you to keep it locked to VOP TV. See, are you looking for good entertainment? You want to get good movies, good music, politics, talk shows, sports and entertainment. You really want a channel that gives you everything you need without you having to run around. VOP is where you are. That's Voice of the People.
If you're not listening to this, you're not one of us. And you deserve to be killed. Scrap chat. Don't be killed, but watch it. Or I'll find you. And I want you.
And you are locked on VOP TV. Don't go nowhere. This is where the juice is. This is where all you need for entertainment, politics, movies, and whatnot.
And keep watching VOP TV. So keep it locked because I'm locked already, man. And it's money back guarantee. So you're going to have a good time because I do.
And please keep watching VOP TV.
I won't want you actually. I beg you, subscribe, watch it. If not, whatever you see.
You better not touch that die because VOP is the plot.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People television, where your health has a voice.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand. VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
This is African News on Voice of the People television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeats, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People television. Stay with us.
Voice of the People, you can hear me now. My name is Patrick Doyle, and I wish that you continue to echo the voices of the people. Big up VOP TV.
My name is Suibifa Dokubo. Please
keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, my name is Kwekumali Ikenna Onyekwena, and I am with the Voice of the People TV. Now, if you're looking for the veritable channel for information, politics, robust discussions, you don't need to go far. VOP has you. VOP will always have you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Patrick Diabwa, aka Ibani Chuka, Amayanabo the Eagle King, and you are watching VOP TV. Stay with us.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal.
All right, welcome to another beautiful edition of the Locker Room of Voice of the People Television. I am Jerry Apelioi, and we've got a thrilling show for you today. It was a blockbuster weekend of football action as we hit the studio to talk about what happened over the weekend and preparation towards the African Cup of Nations, which comes up in Morocco on the 21st day of December, 2025. It's a full house. My guys are with me. Talking about Ike Chukwu makes a return, and hopefully Maiwa will get to join us virtually as we hit the ground and, of course, get it running. All right, definitely you can join us via the phone line showing on your screen. You can also drop your comments on our YouTube platform. We are also on Facebook. You can also catch us up on SLTV channel 264, and of course we're also on TikTok, and you can also find us on X. Of course, Ike Chukwu, so much to talk about in the exciting world of football. We saw action over the weekend.
Good evening, Jerry. Good evening to our viewers. It's another very good day to talk football here in Locker Room. A lot happened, like you said. Dead bones shall rise again. Liverpool seem to be alive again. You know, after a couple of weeks that they've been struggling, we cannot say they've really come back. But again, this is a very good start for them to actually get back to their best.
Yeah, a very good start for them to get back to their best. And of course, the players who did not make the cut, they all sent a very interesting message to the coach of the Super Eagles. Starting from Chrysanthus Uche, we saw Tolu also scoring over the weekend. It means that the players are taking their being dropped very, very seriously and sending a message that maybe you made a mistake in dropping us.
Well, to be very honest and to be very fair with the coach, I think the omission of Tolu Arokodare is not unfair. He's really failed to actually put up the kind of performance we saw in the first two games where he played for the Super Eagles coming from the bench. But for Chrysanthus Uche, we've not seen the best of him. I would have really loved to have him part of the party. I mean, considering the fact that we have really short options when it comes to players that will be creative in the final third. So I'm quite disappointed that Chrysanthus Uche didn't actually make it. But I don't know what the metric was for Eric Chell. Perhaps maybe he's looking at his club form. If that's actually the case, then I want to believe that Eric Chell should have understood that a player who is moving to English Premier League side, who needs some couple of adaptation to be part of the process is actually not the best. That should not be the right metric for him. But again, on the hint side, you also want to give the coach some slack because if you're not actually performing at the highest level for your club side, you are not supposed to be part of the Super Eagles setup. But if there's anyone who is actually supposed to be part of it, I think it's supposed to be for me Chrysanthus Uche because of the aforementioned reason. But again, it's actually very good that the Super Eagles camp is actually swelling, and these guys should just continue to actually give their best. I mean, they are still very quite young. Chrysanthus, I think, is about 23, 24. Arokodare about the same age too, so it means they really have futures in the Super Eagles. Like of Sime is over 25. Ademola Lookman the same. So I think these guys definitely have a lot to actually give in the coming years. Moses Simon also very much in the twilight of his career. So I really think that, yes, if they're missing this one, it's actually not the end of the road for them. They still have at least two to three AFCON if they start putting up the kind of performance we saw them put up over the weekend for their club side.
Yeah, because we look at Crisanto Suche. Let's look at players like Mohamed Usman, players like I'm trying to remember the Jagu guy,
Tochugu Nadi.
And Nadi is still fair. Let's talk about the other attacker guy that was invited too. So if Tolu had come in place of that, or even Crisanto Suche had come in place of that kind of a player, some would say at least they'll add something. Because if anything happens to the...
You talking about Salim Fago?
Yeah. Imagine Tolu or Crisanto Suche filling up that spot. Because eventually that guy might not even kick the ball at the AFCON. But Tolu will surely give the coach some bit of, ideas. Let's do something different in this game. When the chips are down, they can look at this player. But look at the situation. Look at Tolu. I think he had a very decent game against Arsenal over the weekend. Crisanto Suche in the Conference League was also very decent for Crystal Palace.
Yeah, true. You've actually said a lot about reasons for these guys to be part of it. I mean, look at the two guys that actually replaced them. It's a very big question. Salim Fago compared to Tolu Arokodare. As much as you want to actually give Tolu Arokodare the stick, you definitely want to look at the fact that he's been part of a super good setup and also understands the dynamics of the team. It's definitely going to give Eric Chell a lot of headache. And I mean, every coach wants that sort of headache going to a championship. So if you have a certain Salim Fago in your team, you definitely know you don't really have to worry. And what happens if likes of Victor Osimhen or Ademola Lookman picks up injury in our affairs? What happens to the Super Eagles setup? Who are we going to be looking back to actually fill that spot? These are the big questions. We need players with character. Salim Fago, does he have the character? It's yet to be tested, and this is not a championship where you take players that are untested. If you must go with players that are untested, they must have shown glimmer of being very good at club level and playing at a highest level. For example, say players like Estevao, for example, if Brazil is actually taking him to a major championship, you definitely want to reckon the fact that yes, he's been doing so well for Chelsea, even if he's yet to, even if he hadn't played for Brazil at the point. So yes, these are the kind of questions you start asking yourself. But for Salim Fago, where is he playing? I mean, where is his contribution coming from that will say, okay, this is exactly what this guy is doing in this particular league, tearing this league apart and all of that. These are the questions that should be asked. But again, it goes back to what we were talking about before the release was, the list was released. The big question was about, what's actually responsible for the delay of the list coming out. And everyone would definitely agree with the fact that there seems to be a lot of power tussle. There seems to be a lot of power play. There seems to be a lot of people trying to actually make the Super Eagles list really reflect the Nigerian identity. There's a lot of persons who is actually looking at federal character in the list. There's a lot of persons who are also looking at my slots. There's a lot of persons who is also looking at I have a player who I actually want to sell. I need him to actually have an official cup for the Super Eagles. So many permutations definitely was actually part of what actually got us to this particular point. So I just hope we don't end up getting injuries. Major characters don't end up finding themselves in a fix and then thereby putting the nation in a fix, because I mean, trust me, I know that nobody's going to really trust the likes of Usman Mohammed, Salim Fago, and of course not forgetting that Tochugun Nadi in any high crucial game for the Super Eagles. But it is what it is now. These are the guys who definitely going to be taking the championship. It's quite sad, really, but I would have, like you said, I would have really preferred the likes of Crisanto Suche, who we've seen before, who we've seen that they've got character, the likes of Arokodare, who we've seen come into big games, get us that win in crucial moments. These are the players who can say, okay, they've got character to an extent, but it's unfortunate. This is how we do business in this part of the world.
All right, it's unfortunate. This is how we do business in this part of the world, according to Ikechukwu. But we'll take a quick break. When we'll come back, we'll unleash more for you with definitely Maiwa joining us on the locker room. Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Apelon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the Locker Room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, with the sport.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time.
All right, you're welcome back. You're still onto the Locker Room and Voice of the People television with me, Jerry Apelio, and of course, Ikechukwu is in the studio with me while we expect Maiwa to join us virtually. And of course, we're just talking about the situation of the Eagles. The camp is already bubbling. The players are already coming in. As at last count, we had about 12 players ahead of the game against Egypt tomorrow. Anyway, we're just talking about some of the players who were dropped from the team and the reactions after they got dropped by the Super Eagles coach, talking about Eric Chell. We also talked about Uche Crisantos and Tolu Arokodare before we went on that break. And of course, this time around, we'll talk about Maduka Okoye. He is the most talked about in terms of the player who was dropped. Among the players who was dropped, he was the most talked about because if we take a look at the goalkeepers, after Stanley Wambali, Nigerians don't have confidence in Uzo. And even Amasu Basuje is a disaster. He's more or less an average goalkeeper for me. But it is what it is. The politics came to play. And of course, Amas and Uzo, when it happens to Stanley Wabali, will be at the mercy of those two goalkeepers.
True. I mean, the Super Eagles is so used to going to major championship like this with three good goalkeepers. I can't remember the last time we went to major championship. Maybe the last 2023 edition. Maybe I think that's the last time we actually went to major championship without having three outstanding goalkeepers. But I think all the years, I've been following Super Eagles, we've really, always gone to bed when it comes to, goalkeepers. I mean, we are spoiled for choice. Even the goalkeepers that are back then in our league, that didn't eventually make the cut to any of these Nations Cups. At that point, we're actually top goalkeepers. Chijoke, Diogu, these guys are top goalkeepers, but didn't even get to, make it to the AFCON. But we've got top goalkeepers in the league at the point. Look at, the ones that we eventually take, like of Dile Ayenugba, Vincent Inyama. I mean, the list is endless. Austin Ejide. These guys are top goalkeepers that we've always, relied on. But unfortunately, this is in that point where we need to start struggling for, that particular department. But the likes of, Maduka Okoye and of course Stanley Wabali seems to be like the best peers that we've got. And I think the reason why Maduka Okoye actually really pulled out was because he actually was looking for an assurance. Stanley Wabali, is actually injured, ankle and wrist injury. I think it really won't be too much to ask if the coach is very certain that Stanley Wabali will not be part of the Super Eagles, maybe in the first game or in the second game. And you just have to assure Maduka Okoye, Maduka Okoye, you are going to be the number one coming to this particular championship and be part of it. If Wabali, eventually recovers as the tournament progresses, even if it's going to be in the knockout stage, you can actually, give him some play time. I mean, Wabali is already the Super Eagles number one, so if another person comes in to actually, be in his stead until he fully recovers, I don't think it's too much to ask. But then the coach decides, that he really cannot guarantee him, and then opted for Uzoho. I mean, the last time Uzoho was between the sticks for Super Eagles, I really cannot even remember. I mean, Uzoho is even a player who is actually struggling at club level as well. How will you go for a player who plays for a Greek club side, Apollo Nicosia, who is actually really struggling to actually pin the number 1 jersey, to a man who plays in top level football in the Italian Serie A, in Udinese, when you cannot really assure him. I mean, your first choice number 1, even before the injury, a lot of Nigerians have been having doubts about Stanley Nwabali's capability because of the errors and the way his antics has been become the most part of his game. I mean, it's really unsettling. So many errors and so many mistakes he's actually been putting in whenever he's in between the sticks for the Super Eagles. So people have been calling for Madu Koko to even step up the ranks, even without Stanley Nwabali getting injured. I mean, now injury seems to be like a perfect excuse for you to actually given the opportunity to actually become Super Eagles number 1, and then you cannot really guarantee him, and then you decide to opt for. So I really do not know what also what Eric Chair is actually thinking, or perhaps people who decided that Hosso would be a better goalkeeper than Maduka Okoye. Because for me, I mean, I want to believe that from the list that I saw, I want to believe that Eric Chair really had about 40% contribution to the final list and decisions that for players that would definitely be playing for Super Eagles. Because I think if it's left for Eric Chair from his antecedents and of course the character of a man who.
But why couldn't he guarantee Okoye a starting spot, knowing the Stanley Nwabali might not be fit? Okoye was in goal yesterday against Napoli, and Napoli is a very strong side. They won the league last season, if I'm correct, and having a clean sheet against that side shows that you're a top quality goalkeeper.
Exactly what I was saying. That the problem is actually not that Eric Chell doesn't want him. From where I stand, I think it has to do more with the fact that Eric Chell barely know these goalkeepers. Eric Chell barely know the teams, and there's a lot of power play, and this is where it really gets me sick because Eric Chell. One of the reasons why I was excited that Eric Chell got appointed was because of his antecedents. I don't care. I will not bow to unnecessary pressure attitude while in Mali. I mean, why he was at the helm in Mali, one of the things he actually did was that he stood his ground against the football governing body there, and then he was actually directly involved with the president, and in fact when he got fired, so many of the players decided to even pull out of the national team. It tells you how much of the confidence they had in the man. And he's a man who is really ready to actually stand and then take decisions as much as possible. But I was expecting that sort of character, in him when it comes to the Super Eagles. But like they always say, there's something about Nigeria. Nigeria will always humble you, and that's exactly what we are seeing play out. Eric Chell cannot actually, weather the storm here in Nigeria. It's difficult. That's why I said that the list that he's actually operating with, I think about 40% of his choice. I mean, the rest of the players. I mean, there's no way Eric Chell would have thought. Will come here and tell me that the likes of Tochukwu Nadi, the likes of Usman Mohammed, and of course Salim Fago are players who he thinks will be leading Super Eagles line going into this championship. Players he barely knew, players he barely even invited for the World Cup players or even any of the qualifying series during the run-up of the World Cup qualifiers. It says a lot about the complexity and of course how the leagues actually eventually came on board. So will I blame him? Yes, I'll blame him because at the end of the day, it is his prerogative to pick his team. At the end of the day, the box of the blame will fall out at his doorstep if eventually Super Eagles fail to actually give a very good performance in this championship. So I would have expected him to actually stand his ground and then take a decision and say, you know what, this is what I want. If you cannot do this, I mean, plus the fact that you complain of being old, so this is a very good reason for you to actually stand up and then fight for what exactly you believe is right. But unfortunately, I think we've passed that phase now. What exactly are we going to be hoping for is that Stanley Nwabali should find his way to be fit, against time to be in between the sticks, because eventually, if he was all actually step into the fray as Super Eagles number 1, it's going to actually dampen the morale and confidence of people who actually supporting Super Eagles. And what, like they always say, you are just as strong as the number of people who following you. If the people who follow behind you are actually not in strong connection in terms of belief with you, you're most likely going to fail.
All right, and of course, Cristiano Succe is also doing well for himself. And let's not also forget Tolu Arokodare also dropped from the attack, almost end his team Wolves a point against Arsenal with a header to tie them 1-1. When Arsenal struck with virtually the last kick of the game to win 2-1. Rafi Durosimi notched his 7th league goal of the season in Czech Republic for Victoria Plzeň, and their 2-0 win over Dokla. In all competitions, he now has 13 goals in 30 games. this season. That's decent for a forward. Talking about in front of go ahead of the African Cup of Nations. But unfortunately, he didn't get a pick. But news just coming in is that it looks like Nigeria might embarrassingly find a way at the World Cup. With what I've been hearing, I've been trying not to take that news seriously because with the news coming out that DR Congo actually fielded an ineligible player for the game, talking about the tournament, talking about Morocco. It looks like there's something out of it, and FIFA is looking at it. And if that happens to be true, eventually, because it's a really, really serious situation, DR Congo might be kicked out, and we might be seeing the Super Eagles playing the next round of the qualifiers. And if that happens, it means that Nigerians might be smiling in US, Canada, and Mexico. But let's just keep our fingers crossed. There's still big question marks as far as that one is concerned. And DR Congo not playing, and the Super Eagles somehow finding their way out. I think Nigerians will surely not be excited, but it will be somehow, I don't know how it will come like a mixed feeling if they just somehow through the back door, just makes it through. How would you feel? But do you think the Super Eagles actually take a look at the quality of the players we have? Should we be looked like we don't deserve it with the way it's going if eventually the Super Eagles makes it to the World Cup?
I don't want it to happen first. I don't want it to happen. I mean, it's going to be, a disservice to football. The Super Eagles doesn't deserve to.
So what about the team that plays in eligible players?
Well, that's why I said,
that's against fair play.
Well, yeah, I would.
So what South Africa did as well. They got away with it.
I would really prefer that the team they knocked out in the semi-final. I'm talking about Cameroon, get to play the Super Eagles again in the final round. Let's see if the Super Eagles can actually do that. If the Super Eagles can defeat Cameroon, then
they do a one-off playoff.
Yes,
game.
Of course. I really want that to happen. It's not going to be fair. I don't think it's going to be fair to just hand the Super Eagles ticket. We've not shown that we really deserve it. But then if it happens that way, then of course Gusau might be coming back, and you know what that means.
No, it's not going to be because Gusau did his job.
That's going to be what it is. Under Gusau, we actually made it to the World Cup. That's what it is, Jerry.
No, the handwriting is there because the team did not perform well because the NFF also played a major role in setting back the teams. It's not like, for instance, it's not like we don't have the quality of players.
Jerry.
That being said, that can easily qualify for the World Cup. Look at the way we qualified for the AFCON with ease, no stress. That means there's something wrong in terms of the selection of the coaches process and the fact that the players are being owed a lot of bonuses as far back as 2019. And Gusau sat there and told the whole world that they settled everything. And lo and behold, few hours to their first game, the players were already calling out a strike. That is a major distraction before a major qualifying game. So that said, the NFF has already set this team to fail from the beginning.
Jerry, in the end, you know that it's in the end, it's they always say the end justifies the means. If the Super Eagles eventually makes it to the World Cup, nobody will remember how we actually got there.
Oh, really?
That's what
I think we'll remember. I'll remind Nigerians in case they forget.
No, Jerry, that's the thing. Nigerians will forget.
No, I will not forget.
You're just going to be a lone voice in the wilderness.
I will not be a lone voice. Evelyn will talk about
Jerry,
it.
If the Super Eagles finds itself at the World Cup and make it as far as the quarterfinals, Jerry, nobody will talk about how we qualified. This is a reality. You and I know. Nigerians have that very short span when it comes to attention. So forget about it. Gusau is going to come back, and you see him.
Gusau is gone. Just mark it.
Okay, but that aside, right? Like I said, it's going to be very unfair. You cannot, sit somewhere and then expect. I mean, they've handed us a lifeline. Eritrea did it for us. We made it through the playoff. I mean, that would have been an opportunity for us to actually redeem ourselves. We also failed to redeem ourselves.
But what does that say about African football? If teams are going into the World Cup qualifiers and they still make the mistakes in 2025 of feeding ineligible players without making sure that they have clearance?
Well, I mean, this is just administrative error. I don't think it has anything to do with Africans, really. I'm trying to cut.
It happened to South Africa. They almost lost.
Yes, so it's an administrative error. Sometimes you just, wouldn't follow these things up and, you just get yourself caught up in all
Does
of
that
this.
mean Ekong will have to come back? Because he said he was planning to play at the World Cup, but things can still change.
Well, that's going to be a very big if. The World Cup is, plus or minus about 7 months away. So if that happens, then definitely we might be looking at in the likes of Ekong, stepping back into the arena to actually, give his last final dance for the Super Eagles. But again, Jerry, like I said, this is my personal opinion. I don't want it to happen. We should learn from our mistake, because if this happens, it means that we're actually encouraging failure. And Super Eagles, and of course those who run our football think somehow the miracle just find a way to actually happen. But I have this very tingling, this nostalgia feeling that something might just happen. Super Eagles might just end up making it. It started like a rumor when the Eritrea thing started. Eventually we saw ourselves playing the playoff, and of course we got knocked out. Now we are actually seeing this particular one again. And if once cases like this is being mentioned that there's an ineligible player before it's being raised, it means it can be confirmed. And if it is confirmed that happened, then trust me, except FIFA will definitely decide. Except FIFA decides to actually take the other route, which is just find them and then allow them go ahead to actually play in the conference series, then of course they definitely will be kicked out. But the big question is, I don't think the Super Eagles deserve to be given handed that particular ticket. Let Cameroon play the Super Eagles for that particular ticket, because they actually the ones who got knocked out by DR Congo. They would have actually made it to the final. So let's see if Super Eagles can actually do it against the indomitable lions of Cameroon, and then we can also these guys really deserve to represent Africa. But until then, if the Super Eagles just get handed that particular ticket, I would definitely say it's not fair. It's not fair on other teams that actually played that particular qualifying series.
All right, of course, to keep our fingers crossed, you heard it here first. The Super Eagles might be going to the World Cup if FIFA takes the hammer on DR Congo for feeding an ineligible player in talking about the playoffs out there in Morocco. And of course, Ikeshko says, they don't deserve to be there, and maybe have DR Congo, a Cameroon playing the Super Eagles of Nigeria. Then out of one of them, for me, I think head-to-head, they will still defeat the Cameroonians with ease. I even said I prefer to play Cameroon over DR Congo. I know Cameroon is going to be easy. This is the same Cameroon we're talking about. They're having issues with the Federation. I heard the Federation released their own African list. Samuel Eto'o, who is the FA president, also released his own list. Talking about the sport minister has his own coach. The FA have their own coach. But anyway, Eto'o succeeded in submitting his list first. So he's going to have his way, but I don't know whether he's going to be getting the financial support. I hope he will not be supporting the team with his money without the sports minister. That's a dangerous situation Cameroon have found themselves.
But Jerry, if that's the case, then where is the president of Cameroon, Paul Biya? Where is he standing? Because in the end, the president appoints the sport minister.
I don't know the situation of Paul Biya. I think his list of his worries will be the AFCON team right now. I think he will be battling with his health condition. I don't know, or maybe the vice will have some, if he has interest in what's happening in the football.
Because once the sport minister is against the club FA, it means the president is against the club FA. That's what it is. And I don't know how Samuel Eto'o is going to actually find
it's really difficult situation.
It's going to be a very difficult one. But I want to believe with his influence, he's got the influence to actually sit with the president anywhere in the world and tell him, hey, this is
what I want.
This is what I want, and your minister is doing this. So let's get to see. This is one of the reasons why I say ex-international players with influence are the ones who are supposed to be running football. Now imagine this.
Imagine was a nobody.
Imagine the minister would have just
pushed aside,
crushed him, and everything would have just like you always say, yam pepe scatter scatter.
Yam pepe scatter scatter. All right, of course, I'm talking about 4 players are in line to make Eric Chelsea's team. Talking about their debut for the Super Eagles of Nigeria as they take on the Atlas Lions. I think that's the Egypt national team. The Pharaohs of Egypt, I beg your pardon. Atlas Lions are the Moroccans, okay? And of course, the Carthage Eagles are the Tunisians. And of course, the bulk of the senior players of the Nigerian team will skip the game, leaving head coach Eric Chel with no choice but to rely on the players available to him, which is mostly players who are in the team for the first time. Of course, we'll be hoping to see the likes of Beniza Kintamir, who plays for Pixar on loan from Inter Milan, and of course Tochukwu Nadi and Maso Basoje, who I'm definitely not rooting out for. And of course, there's also Usman Mohammed, who last played for the Super Eagles in 2018. All right, that was against Atletico Madrid in the Freddy at the Uyo Stadium. He scored a beautiful goal in that one. So that's quite a long time. I know many people were not born then, 2018. I don't know. A lot of kids would have come since 2018,
Absolutely.
A lot of generations. But it is what it is. We might be seeing those guys playing against Egypt. Are you expecting anything different from what we've been seeing so far from the Super Eagles? Taking a look at the quality of these players playing against Egypt.
Well, I think for Eric Chel, it's just tactical show. He already knows his team going to this championship. His first 11 is already there. if there's any change that needs to be made. He just want to see these ones to be certain that they will definitely be good enough to actually come into the game if he needs them. I mean, Egypt is going to be a very good test. I mean, they are North Africans, so the tournament is going to be hosted in North Africa. And of course, we might likely play against North African side. Of course, we also have one already in our group talking about the Carthage Eagles of Tunisia. So definitely, he wants to actually see these players to know if they have what it takes to actually step up if something really happens. I think Samiro is definitely going to be the star man to actually watch. A lot of Nigerians have heard a lot about him. Want to see him don the Super Eagles jersey. If he's going to be able to replicate the form we see him, show week in, week out right there in the Serie A. But I mean, for the man who's last played for Super Eagles for almost 10 years now, I'm talking about Usman Mohammed. I don't know if there's a lot to actually see. I mean, that game was an unofficial game against Atletico Madrid. I remember vividly how that game actually ended. And ever since, none of those players actually got called up into the Super Eagles. I am wondering, I'm asking the question, why now? How come he find himself going to this championship? What has he been doing for his club in the last 11 months? These are the questions I was asking. But again, like I said, power play, a lot of persons got interest. They want to actually, show they've got influence, federal character. We want to actually reflect that the team, is a Nigerian team. Let's reflect all tribes and all, of course, all religion and all creeds. So these are the things that would most likely bring the likes of Usman Mohammed into the fray. But again, in the end, I mean, they're already part of the team. We just want to hope that they will give a very good showing against Egypt, so that we definitely know that we have depth in our squad going this particular championship. In the end, Nigerians really will not matter, will not really care about players who go to this particular championship if we have a very good showing. I mean, it's all about team winning. It's not tennis, it's football, so it's team sport.
All right, some of the players will also be forgiven because some of them will arrive later for that game. We're also looking at Ryan Alebiosu. A lot of people have been talking about the Blackburn Rovers fullback, that he should be able to deputize well without Olaino in the team. And of course, there's also the talk about Salim Lawal if he arrives before today's training session, which will be their only training session before the game. Okay, and talking about the NFL versus club sides, as far as releasing players on time for the AFCON is concerned, FC Porto is the new club that is unhappy with the Nigerian Football Federation after the request for Zaidu Sanusi to delay his arrival to the Nigerian national team camp for the national team tournament in Morocco was rejected. The bulk of the senior players of the Nigerian team will skip the game, leaving head coach Eric Chell with no choice but to rely on the players available to him, which is mostly players who are in the team for the first time. Chell granted the senior players permission to skip the game after they requested to be left out to avoid the risk of getting injured in the game, which will be played 5 days before the start of the tournament and 8 days before Nigeria's first game against Tanzania. Okay, I think for the case of Zaidu Sanusi, I think the NFF is right to put the foot down. Yes, we're giving you grace to release these players late. FIFA says 15th is 15th. You have no choice. You have to release the players.
Well, at this point, I think it's for the NFF to actually take it up to FIFA if Porto decides to
be adamant.
To be adamant at this point, because I mean, 5 days already. It's about 6 days to the championship. If you're releasing players on the 15th, I don't know what you expect, the team to actually get from themselves in 6 days. But then we'll make do with what FIFA has given to us. So if you decide to actually cut it short again or reduce the time, you're actually endangering the team. So I think NFF needs to really step up and then do exactly what they need to do to ensure that this sort of abuse, because it's an insult, stop happening. Because if you allow this one to happen, it's definitely going to happen again. That's exactly how these things work. But Zaidu Sanusi is going to be crucial for this Super Eagles. I see him going to be Chelsea's number one go-to person when it comes to the left back position. So that's exactly why it's going to be a very big issue if FC Porto ends up not releasing him on time, because we really need our fullback to be part of the team, get integrated, and then so that it definitely will be a huge part of the Super Eagles team going forward. But then Jerry, when you have a team that the coach himself seems really, because if you look at the team, you can really tell that Eric Chell is really not very sure of this team himself, because he's just picking these players per recommendation and then just doing what was asked of him. That's exactly what it seems to me at this point. And if Eric Chell, with the way he's actually going about this team, picking players and then just dumping players like Okrika, I don't think there's definitely there's going to be any good outcome at the end of the day for this Super Eagles going to this championship. But I just hope that in the end we are able to actually put our heart together 6 days time and then get the competition rolling. But first, it's going to be starting from tomorrow. What happens against Egypt? We're definitely going to be seeing a glimmer of our identity as a team. If we can actually get that, and then we can say, okay, this is exactly where it's going to be pointing. But I don't know. But if the Egyptians come in that particular team with a very strong squad, I don't think the Super Eagles will be able to actually get.
All right, for those who care to know, these are the players in camp as about before 1 hour ago, because Paul Onachu just joined up with the team in Morocco about an hour ago to add the star-studded name players in the team who are currently in Morocco preparing for the AFCON. We have Francis Uzoho. Definitely, he should be surprised that he makes the AFCON, because the last time he played for the Eagles, I can't remember right now.
I can't remember.
Quite a long time ago. Since the Ghana, the 2022 World Cup qualifier that got botched, I think since then he's been dropped from the Eagles. The Stanley Wambali who has come to make a statement that
Uzoho was he not part of the last AFCON? I think it was on the bench.
Was it part of the last AFCON? I'm trying to put that into perspective. Okay, we'll get to that. And of course, Stanley Wambali has come to say that despite the injury concerns, I'm going to take my #1 role somehow. There's also Fisayo Deli Bashiru, his brother, got dropped, Tom. And of course, Beniza Kintamiro is good because definitely he knows he has competition. There's already talk that he might be giving Stanley Iwobi, talking about Iwobi a run for his money. There's also Amaso Basoje, the 3 goalkeepers already in camp. There's Shemi Ajayi, Ademola Lokman, Bright Oshayi Samuel, Igor, Ogbu, Tochukwu Nadi, and Zaidu Sanusi. So Iwobi needs to come on time. I don't know. There's no defensive midfielder in that setup. I don't think we're good to go against Egypt.
Well, I don't know. It's
3 goalkeepers. That's a lot of.
What's his name? Against Almiro, not a defensive midfielder.
Just an offensive. Yeah.
Well, but of course,
we still don't have the players to play the Egypt game tomorrow.
Yeah, well, Dele Bashiru can actually shore that particular position. Even Akins Samir can actually also play deep. So if it happens that these are the guys that will be doing that, that's justice.
Okay, so Shemi Ajayi Gogu playing the centre back.
Yeah, Shemi Ajayi.
Zaidu Sanusi and Bright Oshayi Samuel left and right.
Yeah, of course.
Then who's going to strike? Is it Tochukwu Nadi?
Yeah, Ademola Lookman definitely will be leading the attack, and then maybe Tochukwu Nadi and the other players will just add up in the midfield, and then you just get to do. It's going to be a test match.
Okay. There's also Paul Onachu who just joined.
So it's definitely going to be leading the lines in the attack.
So no bench. All right, I hope the players will continue to turn into the camper, because they surely will need to at least take advantage of that friendly game against Egypt. We heard that Mohamed Salah also might not be available. Even Mamouche of Man City will also not be available for that friendly, because it looks like the team is refusing to release them on time for that friendly game. Okay, let's head now to the English Premier League. It looks like the title charge has started, and of course, it looks like Arsenal has been found wanting for weeks now, and it looks like Man City is not going to sleep on it. They're really making it count on this one. Of course, Erling Haaland was on fire against the Crystal Palace over the weekend. 2 goals. It looks like the man is really, really gunning for the Golden Boot this time.
Of course, we talked about it, beginning of the season. What it takes to actually win the Premier League. If you have a 25 league goal striker, you most likely will win it. 17 goals now, and we're looking at just 8 goals from 25. Nobody's going to bet against Haaland not getting. Nobody's going to bet against Haaland not getting 8 goals in the next 20. In the next about we have 16 matches.
Is going to be available all through now. No competition from the AFCON players.
Of course. So we are looking at 22 games left, and then nobody's going to bet against Haaland not getting 8 goals in 22 games. That's going to be insane. So definitely we're priming that Haaland most likely will hit 30 goals in this season, and if he does that, Man City now they've considered 16 goals, and of course Arsenal have considered 10 goals, which means that the margin is closing. The only way Arsenal is going to actually upturn this is if Arsenal can actually guarantee at least 5 players getting 10 goals, Premier League goals in the season, and that's going to be a lot of work. I'm looking at the Arsenal players, and I'm looking at the ones that will most likely hit the 10 goal margin. But yes, the season is quite long. Is it possible they can do it? I think they've got the squad to actually do it. Grinding results 1-0, it's not going to work for every team, and that's where Arsenal might run into trouble. They barely survived against Wolves. If it's actually a decent side, against Arsenal that particular day, they might not just get that late winner. This goes back to what we'll be talking about Mikel Arteta. You don't have to actually rest your players when they get injured. Rest them and then help them to be fresh. Every single time you can't just keep playing certain players because you just want to grind result. And now a couple of players are injured, and Arsenal now struggles to actually grind result against a side that seems to be whipping boys of the league. But it's still very, very long. Arsenal still have what it takes to actually go ahead to actually win the league. I think so far so good. They are the team that seems more stable. They are the team that comes into every game with more fear factor. So if they can actually continue with the way they're actually doing it, yes, definitely we can actually count on them to actually do it. For Man City, Pep Guardiola, when they've smelled blood like this, it's quite close. 2 points, they will definitely chase. I mean, Pep Guardiola can go on 15, 16 games unbeaten, straight win. I don't know if Mikel Arteta can do it, but it's still very much in December. So if there's anything that can be done, I think Mikel Arteta must have actually learned a lot in the last 10 seasons. And of course, learned also from Pep Guardiola. So the Premier League title is still very much open. 2 points adrift, Man City and Arsenal. 1 point, Man City and Aston Villa. 3 points, Arsenal and Aston Villa. So it's going to be a long, long ride. I mean, this is what the Premier League offers week in and season in, season out.
Yeah, when you're having a title charge against Manchester City, this is not the time you want to have backlog of injuries and bad luck. And with the way Man City is going, with the fact that they're rediscovering their form and they're not having players moving to the AFCON, so no injury worries. It looks like Rodri is on his road back. Foden has discovered his form. Haaland is now smiling in front of goals. So this is the best time for Man City and the worst time for Arsenal to start having injury worries.
So again, if you look at that Manchester City, this Manchester City season, you realize that when the season started, they had a lot of injuries. Rancheki was injured, Atnori was injured. Many of their players that were signed, Doku, many of them got injured. They were struggling. In fact, you remember that game against Arsenal, a lot of persons came down heavy on Pep Guardiola saying, how can you play this sort of football? I mean, you're not known to actually play this. And he actually came out and said 2 things. First, he said his players are actually not physically ready to actually compete against an Arsenal side. Second, that he's really suffering from a lot of injuries. So the best way to actually play at the Emirates at that point is to just play conservative and then get a good result. And that's the hallmark of a top manager. He understands his weakness at that point and definitely play to it. The opponent's weakness, which is they would have actually gotten that 3 point and no one would have remembered how they played that day. But now, his team is actually getting back to shape. Week in, week out, you see them growing in confidence. I mean, before now, Man City playing without Doku, you see that they will be struggling to create chances. But without Doku yesterday, they did the 3 goals, and now they've really begin to reinvent themselves, discover a lot of identity in that Manchester. So they definitely can actually play in different ways. I mean, the young left fullback, Nico Riley, has been a revelation for Man City this season. And trust me, with the way it's going, with Manchester City players like Rodri coming back and other players coming back from injury, it's going to be difficult to actually, stop Man City from actually picking this particular title. And this is the time when Arsenal is, picking up their injuries, and it's not a very good sign for Arsenal. Now, when Arsenal players start coming back again, I will want to believe that Mikel Arteta must have learned this lesson and start, rotating the squad. But then if he decides to actually toe the same line and then, play the same players until they get injured again, then of course it's going to be his own undoing. May remember, not just Man City breaking down Arsenal's like this, and Aston Villa and Liverpool and Manchester United seem to have clicked this season, seem to have reinvented themselves as it seemed to be feared. It's going to be a very long ride. When you play against this side, you need all your best legs. I mean, when Arsenal played against Manchester United and of course against Liverpool, they came in full strength. If they play those sides now in this particular state that they're in, I mean, who's going to guarantee that they're going to get all 3 points? And they're definitely going to play them again. So it's going to be a very, very interesting season. We will definitely get to see what's going to come out of it.
All right, of course, we look at the table right now. Talking about United, Mary is really excited. He's saying that they can't go for the title. Who says they can't? Because just 3 points behind Arsenal and a point behind Manchester City. It looks like United Mary is cooking. Something very, very interesting out there at the Villa Park.
Well, the truth is, Emirates has actually shown that he's a top manager ever since his move to England, when he actually took out the Arsenal side. Yes, he wasn't really funded as much as Mikel Arteta was, he's being funded, but then he did a very decent job. And now he's moved to Aston Villa. Yes, the budget side might not be the same, but he actually pushed this team to a level where you get to respect. I remember last season, they lost to Paris Saint-Germain in the Champions League. They did a very good job against Man. They almost knocked Manchester Paris Saint-Germain out of the Champions League. And of course, this season they're also doing it. But the big worry or my fear here is that there's no squad in depth, because they do not have the size of the budget all of these teams have. And of course, their youth program is not as huge as Manchester City and of course Arsenal.
You must give it to players like Rogers. It's really awesome.
But
Two goals.
Yeah, but the problem here is that if they start picking up knocks and injury, they will definitely start struggling. That's one big problem about teams like that. That's exactly the edge top teams, top traditional teams in the Premier League have over all of this time. The only way they're definitely going to keep this form is when all of their players stay, injury free. And who is going to guarantee that? Football cannot really guarantee you, all of those sort of, atmosphere where you play all through season without major injuries or major concerns. And if that happens, how are they going to actually, survive? How are they going to actually tweak their formations? Which player and which players definitely would they be looking at to actually step up? These are the questions, we'll be asking ourselves. But then, on the hint side, I think he's really done a very decent job in the past 16 games. Can he actually see it through? It's still going to be a long, long ride. 22 games to actually go before the season ends. I don't know how they're actually going to pull it up. But then I think, that Unai Emery needs to actually start refreshing his squad as well, because injury is definitely going to come locking. And when it comes locking, trust me, it's just about 2-3 games, you'll find themselves somewhere, below, the top 10.
All right, who would have thought that at this time of the season, Liverpool will be 10 points behind the league leaders? They were the worst team for the past, for November, was a what? A disastrous spot for Liverpool. And of course, even October was the one to forget. But somehow, Liverpool looks like they are just getting the results in a season that they've been the worst team among the top sides.
Well, we talked about Liverpool being, playing like they're in a race for, the medal of the worst defending champion in the last 10 years. But maybe that's going to actually end. They begin to actually find, their mojo. If they actually continue, in this particular trade, then definitely we're going to be seeing, them being part of the title charge, come January. Because of course, one of the things that they've shown now is that they are quite consistent. They are, they started trusting each other again. But the big question is that, looking at this Liverpool side, if any major injury happens again, is not different from the Aston Villa side. If any major injury happens in the midfield for Liverpool, it's going to be a very big problem for them. I don't know how they're going to actually survive it. But now it's a very good moment. Let them build back their confidence. If injury comes, we know it's injury concern. But yes, this is what our top teams are known for. You can actually have those deep in form. You can actually have those terrible moments. But how you come back to actually make a statement is what separates you from an average side. And that's what Liverpool has been doing in the last 2 games. And perhaps it's going to really continue.
Of course, for the case of Salah, I saw he came in 26 minutes due to the injury of Joe Gomez, got an assist. It seems like the fans are forgiving him and they are moving on. But unfortunately, with his qualities going to the AFCON, they're going to miss him. And of course, Man United tonight, they take on a very interesting side who will surely give them a run for the money. And of course, I heard that Unai Emery has been told he has to go and play the 4-3-3 if he wants to keep his job.
Well, I don't subscribe to you telling the manager how he should play. I mean, you hire the manager, you know how he's been playing before you actually went for him. Now he's been doing his job, and like you're pressing him to actually play a certain way. I think it's out of it. It's a disrespect to him, because you cannot tell Pep Guardiola how to actually set up his team, or Sir Alex Ferguson.
You think he deserves it?
No, well, I think so far so good. Maybe because of the result, that's exactly why they're saying, you know what, I think what you're doing is not working. Why don't you try something else? I mean, plus the fact that he's here to actually leave a certain pedigree or legacy in the football world. So that's why a lot of doubt about his style of play will be called to question. But if he had done a lot like the likes of Pep Guardiola, nobody will be calling his style of play out for any reason. But then Manchester United is on the other side, just like Liverpool, they've started coming back. I mean, last season they were disastrous. But this season they begin to show that yes, they're a team that should be respected. And then if they win, of course, they're definitely going to be climbing into the top 6. It shows that Ruben Amorim has actually done a lot of work for that particular side. But then, it's football. The Premier League, like I said, is still very long. We're not even halfway through yet, so there's a lot to be expected.
All right, that's how we wrap it up on the show. Big thanks to the guys who made the show possible. Unfortunately, we could not have my wife. Of course, it's been awesome having you, and the guys behind the scene talking about life. So Shogun, Sam, Hassan, and of course, Jerry. My name is Jerry Apello. I say thanks for being a part of the locker room. Up next is Political Next with Chukuma Okoro. Stay tuned.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
Voice of the people. You can hear me now. My name is Patrick Doyle, and I wish that you continue to echo the voices of the people. Big up VOP TV.
My name is Suibifa Dokubo. Please keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, my name is Kwekumali Ikenna Onyekwena, and I am with the Voice of the People TV. Now, if you're looking for the veritable channel for information, politics, robust discussions, you don't need to go far. VOP has you. VOP will always have you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Patrick Diabwa, aka Ibani Chuka, Amayanabo the Eagle King, and you are watching VOP TV. Stay with us.
Hello there, my name is Damilola Ogunsi, also known as the Goldfish.
Hi, my name is Chiki Bright Emmanuel. I'm an actor and a filmmaker.
Hello, peeps. My name is Yomi E. Adejimo.
Hi, everyone. I'm Paul Utomi.
Hi, everyone. My name is Stacey Benjamin, and this is Voice of the People TV.
I need you to keep it locked to VOP TV. See, are you looking for good entertainment? You want to get good movies, good music, politics, talk shows, sports and entertainment. You really want a channel that gives you everything you need without you having to run around. VOP is where you are. That's Voice of the People.
If you're not listening to this, you're not one of us, and you deserve to be killed. Scrap chat. Don't be killed, but watch it, or I'll find you, and I want you.
And you are locked on VOP TV. Don't go nowhere. This is where the juice is. This is where all you need for entertainment, politics, movies, and whatnot.
And keep watching VOP TV.
So keep it locked, because I'm locked already, man, and it's money back guarantee. So you're gonna have a good time, because I do.
And please keep watching VOP TV.
I won't want to actually, I beg you, subscribe, watch it. If not, whatever you see.
You better not touch that dial, because VOP is the plot.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector, from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television.
Hello there, good evening, and welcome to Political Lens on Voice of the People Television. I am Chukwuma Okoro. Just in case you don't know, we are broadcasting on Metro SL TV channel 264, on YouTube and other social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. This is supposed to be an interactive conversation, so feel free to call in or send in WhatsApp messages to the number showing on your screen. Now, let's bring in our guests. We are joined by Mr. Darlington Agomo. He is a lawyer and political affairs analyst. Good evening, Barrister Agomo, and thanks for coming to Political Lens.
Mr. Koro, it's
Yes,
my
sir.
pleasure to be here this
Big time,
Monday.
always a pleasure to have you.
Good.
How
That
have you
was
been? Very well, sir. Very well.
Yeah.
Now, thanks for coming. Let's kick into it.
Okay.
You are a liar, nepotistic. Speaker Martins Amewule blast Governor Fubara. Away from that, crisis erupts in a court party following Adeleke's Goba ticket. And shock as ESCC links Abacha lose to 46 Malami bank accounts. Well, those are the major topics of discussion. But before we get into the measures, let's take a quick jump into one interesting story making the rounds in Nigeria. The Nigerian federal government's 2,000 tractors are set to be deployed to farms in January 2026, following a pause after the initial launch in June 2025. The delay was necessary to finalize a transparent and sustainable distribution framework, preventing mismanagement and political allocation issues that plagued previous initiatives. While the tractors will be distributed through a service provider model rather than a direct government allocation. This system is designed to ensure efficiency, proper maintenance, and access for smaller holder farms at affordable rates. The program also includes 9,000 sets of spare parts and various implements to support the tractor's functionality and longevity. Procured from Belarus, the initiative is part of the renewed Hope Agricultural Mechanization Program and includes plans for service centers and a future assembly plant in Nigeria. The broader goal is to modernize agriculture, improve food security, boost production, and attract youth participation in farming. Barrister Darlington Agomo, what's your reaction to this? 2,000 tractors in January. Are we not making progress?
Look, as far as I'm concerned, I will not believe that story. They are telling that story to the Marines. So, where are the farms and where are the farmers?
Barrister farms spread across the length and breadth of Nigeria.
I agree.
Northwest, northeast, north central, southwest, southeast, and south.
Yes, there are lands all over the place. That's not true.
Correct.
Good. Where are the farmers now that will do the job? Have you taken permission from the bandits and terrorists for you to go and do your farming work? Because they are the owners of the land now.
No, Barrister, let's get things straight. When you say, have we taken permission from the bandits, are you saying that Nigerian government is now subject to bandits or what? I don't get it. No, I need for you to clear this thing so that I can understand.
Are you the only new man in Rome? Are you not here when farmers are telling you that they pay money to access their farm? And after doing their work, to even harvest, they pay money again to Toju Bello and his group. Am I the one saying it?
Oh, okay. Now, okay.
So, is there another farm or this same farm you are talking about? Is there any other farm? Okay, apart from that, Benue farmers and IDP camp, as you and I talk now, the American man that came here said that he saw 600,000 of them in IDP camp. So, who are going to do the farming?
Now, Barrister, the project timeline is January 2026. And with the intensive efforts the government is putting, don't you think that by January 2026, these bandits and terrorists will all have been cleared from the farm so that Nigerians can go back to
We have about 15 days to January.
Okay.
15, 1 5.
No, let's take it that it will start by the end of January, which is, we are left with 6 weeks. Is 6 weeks not enough for the government to clear the bandits so that Nigerians can go back to the farm?
From the tax ahead, these bandits are not leaving Nigeria in the next 4 years. From the way things are and from the way government is speaking and romancing with them, they are not leaving Nigeria in the next, if at all. So I don't want to be deceived again. These people have deceived us enough. Remember what happened in Burkina Faso? where they told us that they released the military men and their airplanes.
No, I think what happened at that time. What happened at that time? They had information, that they were going to be released. It was the same government that said they have been relieved. It was the same government that said, "Look, we are still in discussions with them."
Because they don't have they don't have alternative. You know why they even told you that it is not true. They have not released them. It's because they don't have alternative. If they release them, the whole world will see it now. That's why they had to come out and then corrected themselves. If it is something they can hide, they would have told you that those they have released them since they have released them. They have gone back to their bases and all that. But they don't have anything to say about that. That's why this particular one is hanging them by the throat. That is how this government has been telling lies.
Barrister, from your position is that your position is that this 2000 project, that the project, this 2000 project, that the project has even failed even before it started.
Yes.
Because there are no farmers.
Yes,
there are no farms.
Exactly. Because terrorists are occupying it. That is the truth.
And you don't think that the terrorists will be pushed out before the end of January?
No, it's not possible.
It's not possible.
It's not possible. It's not possible. It's not possible. Yes. Where are you going to clear? Is this Zamfara, Sokoto, Benue, Plateau? I mean,
Niger, Kwara, they are coming down.
So it's a Herculean tax now. You can't solve it in one day. That's what I'm telling you here.
But we are going to recruit 94,000 new people into the services.
Okay.
Into the police, the Air Force, the Army, and the Navy. Don't you think that this is
not about recruitment? It's
about what?
It's about the political will to do the right thing. The ones on ground, have you given them all the necessary incentive to work? Even their salary at their monument or whatever. Have you given them? So the new one now, when they call by the way, who told you that anybody joining the military now?
No, Barrister, people are already enlisting. People are applying. Now, you talked about political will, and I've been asking this question. Let me ask you this question. Every time we are looking for political will, Barrister, where can we buy political will? Is it for sale? Where can we buy it?
We can buy it.
Everybody is talking about if the president has political will, if the governor has political will, if this person has political will. Barrister, where can we buy political will?
But is it true that this government does not have the political will?
No, I don't know. I don't know. I can't say.
But when something is true, you don't need to argue it now, Mr. Okoro.
And I'm not arguing. I'm just asking. Where can we get the political will?
If they had the political will, America wouldn't have come in here. Mr. Okoro, do you know the meaning of what has happened to us here? That America had to be telling the federal government what to do and what to do to secure the Nigerian people. What do you mean? You have the political will, and the foreign government is not even crying more than the belief here.
Barrister, what is political will?
Political will is your willingness to do the right thing at the right time.
Okay.
The political will is to confront the devil in our life. Political will, Mr. Okoro, is to face the terrorists head on. That is the political will.
And you think that this current president is not doing enough? I mean, he's closing in on Turiji Bello. Kachala has been killed in Sokoto State. What else do you need him to do to prove that he has that will?
He has not even started, not to talk of enough. He has not even started anything, not to talk of enough. Show me a sample of what you are saying, and I will listen to you. Why is Turiji Bello in Nigeria up till now a Nigerian terrorist? No,
we hear that the military, the intelligence, that they are closing in.
Are you serious? The time this man arrested one of our APC, what? God Almighty. Were you not here when Turiji Bello and the people were dancing on top of our APC that they captured?
No, Barrister, let's put things rightly. They didn't capture. As our military were being overpowered, they had to demobilize it to save their lives. Because it got stuck in a swampy area.
They have a story to tell every time. They must tell you something. But don't do we are dancing on top of it.
No, at the point now, but did you see any Nigerian soldier at that point? They are all gone.
They ran away. What are you?
No, it got stuck.
They ran away.
Now the bandits, the academic use of that APC. But apparently are not, because the Nigerian soldiers had to demobilize it.
No. That thing is armored personnel carrier.
Meaning?
There is no swamp, no river it cannot cross.
No, that's not correct.
It doesn't get stuck like that.
It's not a swamp boogie. It's not a swamp boogie.
Iron tire.
It's not swamp boogie. You know what they call swamp boogie? It's not. Now, Barrister,
whatever it is.
Whatever it is. Now, Barrister, let's get into it.
If these terrorists are not powerful enough, should they keep our military busy up to now for 15 years? Please tell me. No, tell me. If they are not powerful enough, should they be disturbing Nigeria for 15 years? 15.
Okay, now, I think what we have to do is to locate it between them being powerful enough and our lack of political will to confront them. Because, I mean, it's not that they are so powerful. In about 6 months, Ihejirika has already overrun them until he was called back. So it's not about them being powerful. I think it has to do with our lack of political will to confront them. Now, Barrister, let's get into one of our majors. The Rivers State House of Assembly has accused Governor Sim Fubara of making false and inflammatory comments capable of triggering a fresh political crisis in Rivers State. The Speaker, Right Honorable Martin Amehule, said the governor's remarks at a recent road commissioning were unnecessary and misleading. Lawmakers countered Fubara's claim that he had not met with them, insisting he held 2 meetings, one at FCT Minister Nyesom Wike's residence and another at Ferdinand Alabaraba's house, following President Bola Tinubu's directive after the emergency rule. They also accused the governor of disparaging Wike and awarding contracts without assembly approval. While the assembly further alleged that the outgoing sole administrator left 600 billion naira behind and claimed that the governor attempted to buy off lawmakers. Despite these accusations, they reaffirmed that their commitment to peace and to serving the people of Rivers State under the reconciliation process initiated by the president. Barrister, direct quote, "You lied. We met with you in Abuja." Amewule to Fubara. Rivers is brewing hot liquid again. Who will get intoxicated this time?
You see, Mr. Okoro, look, on a more serious note, because this joke is getting too far with Wike and Fubara. Now that Fubara has ported into APC, he is now the authentic governor of Rivers State. He is now the leader of the party. He is the chief security officer of Rivers State. Fubara should not go for any meeting with Wike. Fubara, never you attend any other meeting with Wike for whatever reason. Never you. Don't try it. That rubbish is over. For what? That nonsense is over. You should be talking to Tinubu directly. Yes. What role is Wike playing in Rivers State up till now? Look, I keep saying it. There is nobody in that Rivers State. Mr. Okoro, there is nobody in that Rivers State. If there are men in there, they should have done something with this Wike. What are you telling me? The governor is the governor. This time, he must be allowed to run Rivers State without any encumbrances. That is what I'm saying here now. All the men in Rivers State, you should stand up and tell Wike to clear away. It's enough. What kind of rubbish is all this? He was in PDP, you don't allow him to work. He has now ported into APC, you are still disturbing him. Where will you run to? You want him to go to Labour Party? Fubara, don't listen to anything that has to do with Wike in Rivers State. It's over. It is over for him. He is looking for relevance, he will not get it. His time is over. Because as at now, Wike is neither here nor there. You don't know whether he's in PDP or APC. So how can Tinubu be working with such a person? Tell me. Look, you have an advantage over Wike now. Fubara, I'm telling you, you have an advantage. Tinubu cannot leave you and be talking with Wike now. No, it's not possible. Wike, in fact, as far as I'm concerned, the Rivers people have declared him persona non grata. He can't come here and make it. He should not call any meeting for anybody. For what? For what? Why should Wike call people meeting? As if is it the owner of Rivers State? Elders of Rivers State, if they come out today, will Wike come out? On what ground? Or for what reason? He's not the only governor that have ruled Rivers State before now. So let him go and rest. Let him go and rest for once. Enough is enough. What kind of arrogance is this? Tinubu have made use of it. It's over. It's over now. Yes. It's over.
Okay, Barrister, you have said a few things that need to be interrogated further. You said that now that Fubara has joined the APC,
yes,
he is the authentic governor of Rivers State. When he was in the PDP, was he not an authentic governor?
No, they were dragging him right. I mean, you can see now, he was not sitting pretty well on that seat. No, now, he is sitting pretty well because Tinubu and Wike they are pushing him into APC. So what else do you want him to do?
And when he gets to APC, who is he going to meet there? Now that he's in APC, who is he going to meet?
No, he doesn't need to meet anybody. He is to run Rivers State as an
APC. Technically, he's not going to run Rivers State alone. We are looking at the structures of government. You have 23 local government areas. Out of those 23, about 20 of them belong to the APC, local government chairmen, levers of power. You also have a House of Assembly that is there are about 31. Out of that 31, 17 of them are in the APC.
You
And
think
if you
now,
look at this, who is the state chairman of the APC? Tony Okocha. Who is Wike's Man Friday? So,
all these
what
things,
has changed?
All these things are before. Now that he's in APC, all these structures are now belonging to him. Yes, they cannot give for any other person. Now.
No, but Barrister, I would like for us to be very realistic.
Okay,
here.
go ahead.
These structures that we are talking about, you recall that the 20 local government chairmen, that got elected on the platform of the APC, the 20 of them moved from the PDP at the instance of Nyesom Wike.
That was then. I told you
Barrister,
that things have
that
changed.
was then. What has changed?
Yeah, what has changed? Now, you said it here that the lawmakers are now divided. And not all of them are with Wike now. What are you
Okay,
telling me?
but the Wike men are still in majority.
Well, so, and the majority now are in APC. And the Fubara is in APC. So how
who is controlling APC?
It's Fubara. That's what I'm telling you. It's Fubara. It's the governor of APC.
At what point did he start controlling the APC?
Look, at the moment he ported into APC.
So why didn't he control the PDP when he was in PDP?
Because they wouldn't let him.
So do you think that they will let him now that he's in APC?
He's in APC.
Because the same people that said, look, he cannot control the PDP are the same people that took him to APC.
Now that he has danced to their own tune, what will they disturb him?
Do you think he will stop dancing to their tune?
What will they disturb him for? On what ground?
And now, on the table is that...
If he allowed that, then I'm sorry for him.
Okay, now Barrister, what is on the table now is commissioner slots. That's at the center of the
He should not give up. He should not give up to what Wike is demanding.
Okay, he should not give up. So they will simply go back to where they started
from. They cannot. On what ground? Why can you say because of, therefore, the governor will not work? For what? Look, Fubara, you should be talking to Tinubu direct. There is no way Wike will be having his way again. No, it's not possible.
Okay.
Are you getting what I'm saying? Fubara has the levers of power now, except he doesn't know how to use it. If he knows how to use it, this is the time to pull the rug under Wike's feet. Because he has the ace now. Fubara has the ace now. The yam and the naf are with him. He's an APC governor. And so, on what ground will you start telling him what to do and what not to do? On what ground? Tell me. On what ground? He had to choose those he work for. Just like Tinubu choose those he work for. When Tinubu was making his appointment and he lopsided it to Yoruba clan, did anybody disturb him? No. Why would you not control Fubara and tell him for what? At what point will you stop? That's my question. At what point will Fubara stop being a slave to Wike? At what point? Then if he doesn't want to be the governor, he should resign. But left to me, with the power I have now, it is not possible for Wike to talk rubbish.
Barrister, I like the fact that you talk about the power that the governor has. Now you know that how strong a governor is depends on how weak the House of Assembly is. In this case, we hear the Speaker of the House of Assembly say, Governor Fubara, you lied. You cannot say that we have not met with you. We met with you twice. One at the House of FCT Minister in Abuja, and another time in the house of Ferdinand Alabaraba, the chairman of Rivers Council of Elders. So how come you are telling people that, look, we have not met with you? I wish I could get that video and play it. You heard it. You listened to it.
Yes, I heard it.
Now.
They were trying to control the governor, but they didn't know that governor was... This met. Is it when he ported into APC or after?
No, before. Before, yes.
So he's now in APC and he has the ears of a Tinubu. So whatever happened before is in the past. He's now going to start on a clean state as APC governor. All those things that we are pushing is over. I expect Fubara to take advantage of the position he has occupied now and be talking directly to Tinubu. Because you remember what he said, that if you want to join APC, don't join through the back door. That he came through the front door and he came with his full chest and entered the APC. And you can see the man is making a point here. Why can't you join APC? Instead of putting one leg here and putting one leg here. These are things the Fubara should take advantage of. Yes. You should take advantage and then stop all these shenanigans. We are tired of it. I told Wike that one day you will be the loser. And the handwriting is on the wall already. I don't see him controlling Rivers State again. It's not possible. It can never happen.
Okay, so Barrister, basically what your position is that if Fubara doesn't take time and if he is unable to put a wage on Wike's movement, that River State is going to boil again, because looks like that is what is happening. You hear the speaker say, look, you are the very people that burnt down the Rivers House of Assembly. You are the same people that you are rewarding with reconstructing the Rivers House of Assembly, and they're on social media insulting everybody, making jest of the House of Assembly and all of that.
Look, I have told you here, Fubara should have the ears of Tinubu so that they can rein in all these people. Fubara, take advantage of your newfound love with Tinubu. Tell him what is going on in Rivers so that nobody will accuse you tomorrow that these people have disturbed you enough. That's what I'm thinking here. He had to make it open and clear that these people should stop insulting you. You are the governor. If you allow them, then that's your own story to tell. You cannot say that you are not warned. Tell these people to stop. Enough is enough. Yes. They cannot be controlling you as the governor. It's not possible. It's not possible, except you don't know how to use the power you have. In fact, Tinubu is expecting you to take charge. Yes. He cannot blame you if you want to rein in these people. But when you start playing good boy politics, there's no good boy. There is no good boy on this earth. No good boy. Not to talk of Nigerian politics.
Barrister, I'd like for us to make a clear distinction between then and now. What has changed? It's just a matter of...
Where Wike will tell us you need 20 commissioners. You need 200 commissioners.
Barrister, I asked you this question on the morning show. Let me repeat this question. Between Esim Fubara and Nyesom Wike, if you were president, and you understand the political calculations and everything, who will you choose between the two of them?
Now that Fubara is in APC, I will choose a Fubara because governors have power. Wike is a non-state actor in River State now.
Okay.
Wike is a non-state actor. His time is past. Everything.
Barrister, he's a minister of the Federal Republic of
Nigeria. Let him. He can't play in Abuja and play. It's not possible, Mr. Okoro. Don't deceive. Wike is not the Superman you people think he is. He cannot hold Abuja down and hold River State down. It's not possible. So the Tinubu should now separate the wheat from the chaff.
What will be the political cost to the president if he decides to drop Wike and side Nyesom Fubara? Side Fubara.
No, it's a question of telling Wike, take charge of Abuja. This is where you are.
And Wike says, Mr. President, I don't want to lose my political structure.
Then EFCC will come calling.
Okay. So EFCC now is used for political witch hunt.
Well, is it not obvious? They will ask him for all his misdeeds. The houses in America, the land in Abuja. He will account for it because when a deity becomes too troublesome, it is reminded of the tree that.
Barrister, should we use the EFCC as a political witch hunt, as a tool for witch hunt?
The end justifies the means.
Oh, the end justifies the means. Okay. So between the two of them, you will choose Fubara.
I will choose the governor. Yes, that can answer.
So you don't think that the Wike has capacity to cause problem in River State?
Which problem?
You mean in 2027 election?
The problem he has caused so far is to the extent that Tinubu allowed him. Right now, if Wike do anything, I will not blame Tinubu. I will blame directly. I will blame him. Because why will he be there when Wike, who is neither in PDP nor in APC, is troubling his governor, the governor of his party? How will he explain it? No, tell me. Does it make any sense?
Barrister, the president is one man who has a reputation that is known to people. He doesn't like to rock the boat. Look at what happened in Lagos State when Obasa started having problems with Babajide, and what happened? President said, remain calm. Everybody let the status quo remain. And so you think he cannot adopt that model in River State?
He cannot because River State is not Lagos State.
Okay, what's the difference between Lagos and River?
In the case of Lagos State, Tinubu told us that Sanwo-Olu sinned. We don't know the type of sin Sanwo-Olu committed. That's why he told him that your sins are forgiven. Okay. And since his sins have been forgiven, Sanwo-Olu have been playing safe. Okay. Even when they went to launch or reopen the coastal highway the other day, he was not even there. He sent a representative. So he has been lying low, not to offend the Godfather.
Okay.
And that's one is different. Is the Tinubu the Godfather of River State? The answer is no.
But he's Wike's Godfather at the moment.
Let him control Wike in Abuja where he.
The way he controlled Obasa.
You didn't get it. I said, let him control Wike. If Wike claimed that...
and I'm asking you the way he controlled Obasa, Mudashiru Obasa in Lagos, so that he wouldn't wreak havoc for him in
No. Who will wreak havoc? You mean Wike?
Obasa. No, we're comparing notes between Rivers and Lagos State.
And I'm telling you that it's not comparable.
Okay.
It's
So
not
what's the
because
difference?
Rivers people are different. Rivers State, what Wike introduced in Rivers State is unknown to them. It's like a strange.
And they're beginning to imbibe it because the elders did nothing.
They are beginning to come out of it.
Okay.
Yeah, they are beginning to come out of it. That's why this meeting is neither here nor there. He had called us for meeting. We did not call. Why should anybody tell Fubara how to run his government? That is my question. Is that what democracy is all about? This Fubara, I have told you here, take a stand and stand by it. Nobody should tell you again what to do in your government. You are the authentic and authorized governor of Rivers State. If you don't take charge, then don't blame anybody.
If you don't take charge, Governor Sim Fubara, don't blame anybody. That is coming from Barrister Darlington Agomo. Barrister, let's go into another interesting conversation that is also political. Now, the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, in Osun State has disowned a parallel governorship primary reportedly conducted by a faction of the Accord Party, saying it only monitored one valid primary. The disputed exercise held on Sunday in Osogbo produced Bamibola Clement as candidate for the August 8, 2026 governorship election, coming days after an earlier primary that produced Governor Ademola Adeleke as the party's flag bearer. INEC's public relations officer, Musa Olurede, said the commission was unaware of any other Accord Party primary beyond the one conducted last Wednesday, which it monitored and for which a report had been submitted. At that earlier primary, Adeleke ran unopposed and emerged winner after polling 145 votes from 150 delegates across Osun's 30 local government areas. Accord Party officials in the state also dismissed the Sunday exercise as illegitimate. The caretaker chairman of Accord Party in Osun, Babalola Akonde, insisted that Adeleke remains the party's sole and lawful governorship candidate, warning that those behind the parallel primary were impostors who will face legal action. Meanwhile, pro-Adeleke groups describe the governor as politically dominant, arguing that his grassroots support and track record make his re-election bid in 2026 strong despite his defection from the PDP to Accord Party. Meanwhile, we hear PDP in Osun State say, look, we are going to work to deliver Ademola Adeleke. Barrister, since Ademola Adeleke joined the Accord Party, picked the governor ticket, boom, Accord has internal crisis. Is it real or is it a blackmail for settlement coming from some quarters? What do you think?
It is real. Did INEC supervise the primary that produced Adeleke?
Yes, INEC did. And they said that yes, they did, and they said that's the only authentic.
That is all.
Okay.
That is all, Mr. Oko. That is all. No, all this other one is by the side. You know, there are political hecklers.
Okay, now that's my political hecklers. That's the problem. Do you think that these people are trying to cause trouble so that the governor will settle them all? Or do you think that they are for real?
Look, there are certain things that are very expected and very obvious. There will always be naysayers in every situation, even though they know that what they are pursuing is of no effect. They want to make noise. As long as INEC supervise that primary, Mr. Okoro, forget it. Forget it. They are wasting their time. They can't do anything about it. Nothing. That is all.
First, you trust INEC so much because we have had cases where INEC supervised and they turned out to say, "Oh, we were just there to observe and we didn't supervise." Like the Labour Party convention organized somewhere in where was it? It was moved from Abia State to, I think, from Abia State to, I think, somewhere in Anambra State, you know. And INEC said, no, we went, but we didn't observe. And it became a subject of litigation up until today. So don't you think that is, if they want to put, spanner in the works, some people that want to put spanner in the works, they can go to court and say, look, this is what happened. And INEC has the reputation of saying, oh, sorry, we did, and we didn't. But now, there are so many legal cases and legal decisions, we don't even know which one to abide by.
Mr.
Don't you see that happening?
Mr. Okoro, I have told you here that things change. No evil lasts forever. The new INEC chairman, what's that his name now? Amoputa, Abi?
Amopiton. Joash Amopiton. Barrister Joash, Professor Joash. If you can't pronounce his surname, just call him Professor Joash. or you call him INEC chairman for short. That's all.
Okay, no longer Moputa.
Barrister.
Okay.
The INEC chairman.
Okay, good. Amabanye. So what I'm saying here is that whenever INEC have taken decision on any electoral issue or primary, it is authentic, it is sealed by the power given to INEC. What you are making reference to is a problem that has been there even before the primary in Nnewi by Abura and Co. You understand?
Convention, beautiful. The convention.
Good. But later, this INEC now repented. Is that not true? Even though it was reluctant after the Supreme Court have ruled. You have forgotten.
No, so they didn't repent. It was like the Supreme Court said, look, this is what you have to do.
That's what I'm saying. So they repented now by going
No,
back.
they didn't repent. They were forced to do what they did.
They repented because that thing they refused to do. Later they now did it.
That is not repentance.
What is it?
Repentance is free will. Okay.
When you come out of your mistakes and say,
look, if you are forced to come out of your mistakes, that is not repentance.
Even when the Supreme Court told them, did they do it immediately?
Of course they did.
They didn't do it immediately.
They did.
They were reluctant.
Because they had no choice.
Abuja was still parading himself until they now realize that they have made fool of themselves. It's okay.
Oh, beautiful, good. So you think that I just wanted you to know that the fact that INEC said we supervise this, the same INEC can come out. Okay, you don't think that they can come out tomorrow to say, oh, there was a mistake, there was an error somewhere.
No, I don't think so.
Okay,
because this one, yeah, everybody saw it. If they do that, this INEC chairman will rubbish himself.
Okay, will rubbish himself.
And that's why I told you that this man, if you want to, if you want to move away from what happened before, it starts from this primary and off election and whatever. He should take a stand and don't go back to it. That's what I'm saying here.
Okay.
And I don't think this professor is
now, what do you think are Adeleke's chances? The president has tried the APC to get Osun. What do you see coming? And don't forget that Osun is the president's home state, and he has his cousin there, Oyetola, even though he's not running again. I think he'll be weighed in,
let APC conduct their own primary, Abi. Then
I think they have.
Then Labour
They
Party.
have. They already have a candidate.
So let us see now whether the Osun people will choose Adeleke or the man APC choose. Abi? It is there we will now know who is in the control of Osun. It's not by mouth. Because I told you that Nigerians are beginning to, in fact, they are beginning to think twice.
Barrister, this new beginning, when did it start?
It started with the new INEC chairman and what he promised us. Yes. He said that yes, election will be free, fair, and credible.
Okay.
So we want to.
So when Mahmoud Yakubu assumed office,
it wasn't.
What did he promise?
No, it wasn't.
No, Barrister, what did he promise?
Whatever he promised is bygone. We are looking at the president.
Okay, so you believe this one?
Why not? Why wouldn't I believe? Because he just.
But you didn't believe Yakubu.
We know from what he did. How can I not believe him?
Okay, so you are just being optimistic.
It is not left for this professor.
Okay.
To write his name in gold.
And the other one was a professor too, who, by the way, has been given ambassadorial appointment. So you think a lot has changed. So between then and now, you think a lot has changed with what happened in Anambra.
Mr. Oko, let me tell you, there is a way people visit a previous anger on a present person. All that Mahmoud did and got away with it. This particular Jew should not think that Nigerians are too laid back, they will not do anything. The anger of what Mahmoud Yakubu did to Nigeria is still there. He should not let Nigerians to vent that anger on him. That is my advice. He should not let them vent the anger of what Mahmoud did on him. So it's an advice. Let him take it or leave it.
Barrister, it's an off-cycle election, August 6, 2026.
Yes, I know, yeah.
And during off-cycle elections, the ruling party has, the opportunities, to deploy resources, men, material, and whatever, soldiers, thousands in their numbers, and police. If that happens, what do you think will be the outcome of this election?
Well, it is left for the people. If they want to remain slaves, that one is left for them. Okay. I won't say more than this.
Okay. Now looking at Osun State, you know that Arebeshola is a big factor in Osun politics and a big player in the ADC, the African Democratic Congress, the new face of opposition parties in Nigeria. Now, do you see any upset in Osun by the ADC?
Adeleke and Osun people is like they are interwoven. They have mixed.
Okay.
Adeleke have the ear and eyes of Osho people. In fact, he's in bed with them.
Okay.
You understand? Osho people love him wherever he goes.
Is it because of his dance steps or what?
Not just because of his personality, the way he governs them and all that. Maybe the dancing thing gives him upper hand. And so it's not about the ADC, Labour Party, Accord Party.
There's somebody from Osun State that doesn't like the dancing. Talking about the first lady.
Yeah, that one. I mean, is he from Osun State? Has he ever agreed that she's from Osun State? Have you visited that place before to go and see his in-laws? No, tell me.
No, Barrister, if she goes, she won't tell you. Will she come and tell you?
There is no way. There is no way. Hold on. There's no way a first lady will visit anywhere. And the
Barrister, before she became first lady, she's been married for how many years with the husband? Would you know if she has visited her in-laws there?
If the husband has not, then
how do you know the husband has not?
There is no way.
The husband admits that Oyetola is my nephew.
Look, Mr. Okoro, if he did, there is no way even the ants on the ground will not report.
Barrister, PDP Osun has its own candidate and said, well, look, we are going to work with Adeleke. And because according to them, Adeleke still controls, you know,
the structures of government.
Now, does that look like bad news for the PDP at the national level? I mean, if we have the state chapter of the PDP saying, look, we don't have a candidate. Even if we do, we are going to work with the
if there is if there's an agreement between Adeleke and PDP to use Accord Party to get what he wants in Osun
and come back to
yes, yeah, it has happened.
No, which PDP now? Is it the state PDP or the national PDP?
The state PDP now.
Okay.
If they welcome him, why not? Since they said they are going to work with him, yes.
But they also have a candidate. Is it a smoke screen?
The same thing happened in Anambra, where APC had a candidate, but they worked with Soludo to give him a victory.
Just tell me more. I didn't know that APC worked with Soludo.
Oh, you were not there when Tinubu said that Soludo is for governor. Then Soludo now promising that Tinubu is for president. They will work.
Okay, so that singular statement from the president when he visited is enough for you to conclude that the APC worked with Soludo.
From the way they did their campaign and what happened, Kachuku was on his own.
Okay, because no big wig went to campaign for him.
Nothing. You know, action speaks louder than words. Abi? Action speaks louder than words. Whenever APC wants something, you see how they go about it. They will deploy you will know that APC they are serious about this thing. You will know.
First, talking about serious things happening in Nigeria, former Attorney General of the Federation, Abubakar Malami, has denied claims by the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, that he operated 46 illegal bank accounts or had links to funds looted during the regime of military ruler General Sani Abacha. The denial was conveyed through his media aide, Bello Doka, who described the allegations as baseless and unfounded. According to Doka, Malami operates only 6 bank accounts, all of which are known to the EFCC and relevant authorities. He insisted that the former Justice Minister has no connection whatsoever to the Abacha loot or any recovered funds, adding that Malami was not formally confronted with the allegation of 46 accounts during his invitation by the anti-graft agency. Doka challenged the EFCC to publicly disclose evidence by naming at least 23 of the alleged accounts if its claims were credible. He urged the Commission to withdraw or clarify the allegations in the interest of transparency, while stressing that Malami remains willing to cooperate with investigators and appreciates the support of his sympathizers. Barrister, we are back to Abacha loot. Let's have your broad reaction. Malami,
yes, I remember when that issue was in the air. The American man who was representing us, he said that Malami wanted 70% of the money, and that is why he couldn't release the money as at the time. I think that was $480 million or so. That controversy, I didn't know where it ended because Malami was not forthcoming. And you know why? Because he's in government and he has power. Nobody went for that. Now that they have left government, is it wrong for us to look at what he did? You see, one problem with these people is that when they're in government, they forgot that tomorrow will come. Mr. Okoro, they always forget that tomorrow will come. That is what happened to these people. Now, if you say he has a 46 bank account, you know that some accounts are operated by proxy. Are you aware?
Yes, I do.
So, if an account is being operated by proxy, does that excuse you from being the owner of the account? The answer is no. EFCC have a way of finding out who owns this account, who is writing the check and all that. And so if they have done all that and you are telling me that, what are you, anyway, whether it is by proxy or by him, let them freeze the account. Yes.
There seems to be a problem here. Nigerians are asking, how did Abacha loot get into Malami's hands?
He was the Attorney General. He was the one negotiating for the return now.
Okay.
All the money that we are talking abroad, yes, it is a legal matter. There is no money they want to return that not pass through legal discussion or legal...
Okay, so at the point that the Swiss government wanted to pay the money, did they send the money direct to Malami's account?
It is him who will dictate. You know, as at that time, these people were controlling Buhari. It's whatever they tell him that he does. Yeah, so...
And so Buhari will have approved of Malami to use his personal account.
I don't even think he knows the account they pay the money. I don't think Buhari knows. I don't think
no,
so.
Barrister, let's take Buhari out of it.
So
do you think that ordinarily the Swiss government,
they wouldn't know?
Barrister, they wouldn't know that Nigeria has a central bank?
Yeah, it is what you are telling them that they will do. Yes.
Barrister, these people are not daft.
No. Listen very well. Listen. As long as they recognize this man as the Attorney General of Nigeria, the belief is that yes, they must have nominated an account for payment.
And it will be the account of an individual.
Yes, now.
And you think that the Swiss government will pay?
Why would they pay?
Why would they? This is government-owned money.
Attorney General of
And
Nigeria.
it doesn't matter. It's not his personal money.
Well, they paid it.
Barrister, we are not sure. You know why I'm asking this question? Now, how did those monies that were supposed to pass through Central Bank of Nigeria or Ministry of Finance Incorporated, how did they get into Malami's account? EFCC should be asking those questions.
They are done it as it was Malami that told them to pay.
To pay into his account. And you standing here believe it, Barrister.
I said this account, listen very well. You don't know the name this account you are bearing.
That is the question we are asking. That's the question we are asking.
Listen, it's not beyond Malami to tell any bank, look, so someone is coming in social names. Are you ready to receive it? They say, why not? You are the Attorney General. And so the money will come in. Will you put it?
Now, you know why I'm asking this question? Why I'm asking this question? In all of this, Malami wouldn't have acted alone. So why is he the only one being investigated now?
Because that is his signature in that account. It's left for him now to name other actors.
Barrister, if the account, if the Swiss government paid the money into accounts different from Central Bank of Nigeria accounts, do we believe that the Swiss government was scammed by Nigerians?
Not to scam. There's nothing concerns them. It is the account you nominated for them that they pay the money into. Simple. Yes. What is their own? Attorney General of the Federation. Why would you doubt him? He's representing the government of Nigeria. So whatever he tells you, you do it. I don't see any problem here. I don't.
Barrister Malami is asking for rule of law to apply in his case. He was Attorney General of the Federation. He supervised the rendition of Nnamdi Kanu and all infractions under his watch. What happened to rule of law back then?
They should not give it to him.
No, I'm asking. So when he was in office, he didn't understand that there was rule of law.
Let him have a taste of his own medicine, yes. Let him have a taste of it. That one, I will not even sympathize with him. Because what goes around comes around. Whatever you sow, you reap. Is that not what they say? So why should he complain? All of them, as they used to say, all of them will take this breakfast. Abi? All of them, whatever they did in office will haunt them, either today or tomorrow. They will not get away with it. All this while they are making noise, it will turn, look, no matter, as long as it's a criminal offense, it cannot be rested until it has been adjudicated and then concluded.
But Barrister, where do you think this whole thing will end?
It will end.
Especially, I want you to contextualize it within the broader concept of Nigeria's fight against corruption. Do you think we are going to make headway in all of this?
I am thinking that if Tinubu enters the second term, he's going to make something out of it.
Okay, currently, a lot of his Buhari's ministers are being investigated. Do you give a thumb up for the president.
No. He's just doing all these things for the optics, maybe to please Americans and all that.
Okay.
You are getting hand. So, but I think when he gets into the second term, he may now take it serious and then give the EFCC the free hand to go after anybody or everybody.
Okay, Barrister, I'll take that as a concluding thought, and this is where we have to draw the curtain. We've been speaking with Barrister Darlington Agomo, a lawyer and political affairs analyst, and I must say a very big thank you to you. I appreciate your presence, and I hope that we can do this some other time.
The ball is in your court.
All right, thank you. So now, on behalf of the backroom staff, technical director, bass manager, sound engineer, and gingers manager, I am Chukwu Makoro. Up next is Issues with Nena Ndemduto. I'll see you again tomorrow morning, 8 o'clock on the morning show. Bye for now and enjoy the rest of your evening.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
Voice of the people. You can hear me now. My name is Patrick Doyle, and I wish that you continue to echo the voices of the people. Big up VOP TV.
My name is So Ibifa Dokobo. Please keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, my name is Kwekumali Ikenna Onyekwena, and I am with the Voice of the People TV. Now, if you're looking for the veritable channel for information, politics, robust discussions, you don't need to go far. VOP has you. VOP will always have you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Patrick Diabwa, aka Ibani Chuka, Amayanabo the Eagle King, and you are watching VOP TV. Stay with us.
Hello there, my name is Damilola Ogunsi, also known as the Goldfish.
Hi, my name is Chiki Bright Emmanuel. I'm an actor and a filmmaker.
Hello, peeps. My name is Yomi E. Adejimo.
Hi, everyone. I'm Paul Utomi.
Hi, everyone. My name is Stacey Benjamin, and this is Voice of the People TV.
I need you to keep it locked to VOP TV. See, are you looking for good entertainment? You want to get good movies, good music, politics, talk shows, sports and entertainment. You really want a channel that gives you everything you need without you having to run around. VOP is where you are. That's Voice of the People.
If you're not listening to this, you're not one of us, and you deserve to be killed. Scrap chat. Don't be killed, but watch it, or I'll find you. And I want you.
And you are locked on VOP TV. Don't go nowhere. This is where the juice is. This is where all you need for entertainment, politics, movies, and whatnot.
And keep watching VOP TV.
So keep it locked, because I'm locked already, man, and it's money back guarantee. So you're gonna have a good time, because I do.
And please keep watching VOP TV.
I won't want you actually. I beg you, subscribe, watch it. If not, whatever you see.
You better not touch that die, because VOP is the plot.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
Good evening, Africa. My name is Bamakore, actor, model, producer, and I'm giving a big shout out to VOP TV, man. Keep watching. Don't change the dial. Thank you and God bless you.
My name is AY, and of course, I represent the voice of the people, and that's why I'm on VOP. AY say so.
Hi everyone, it's your girl Miriam Tima from the Real Housewives of Lagos and the Real Housewives Ultimate Girls Trip Africa. Shout out to VOP, the voice of the people. You already know. Stay tuned, keep watching. And don't forget, VOP is the best.
All right, hello, all right, it's about shaking the man fine back with Melanie Poppy Black Skin Boy. This is VOP TV. If you're not watching VOP, I don't know why you're watching. Maybe you're watching your weight.
Hello, beautiful people. This is Wale Ojo, and you're watching VOP, Voice of the People.
Hi, guys. You already know who it is. This is New Energy. Flyers, whatever, live it. Keep watching VOP TV. Thank you.
Hi, people. Ginny Albano here. Guys, please keep watching Voice of the People.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Hello, Nigeria. It's another exciting episode of the Issues and Voice of the People television, where we bring you the most important and pressing issues shaping our nation today. I am your host, Nenna Ndomdioto. Today on the Issues, we're examining the complexities of Nigeria's politics and governance, from Supreme Court upholding president's power to declare emergency and suspend elected officials, to Atiku, Obi, and others decrying threat to multi-party democracy. Also, Lai Mohammed refutes allegations over Buhari's legacy. Join us as we break down the facts and provide context to help you stay informed. We'll take a break, and when we return, we'll dig deeper to these topics. Don't go away. Glad to have you back. Let's dive straight into today's discussion. In a significant constitutional ruling, the Supreme Court of Nigeria has upheld the president's authority to declare a state of emergency in any part of the federation to avert a breakdown of law and order or lead into chaos. In a split decision, a majority of justices agreed that under Section 305 of the 1999 Constitution, President may take extraordinary measures during an emergency, including the temporary suspension of elected officials, provided such action is for a limited period. The case arose from a legal challenge by several People's Democratic Party-controlled states over the federal government's emergency declaration in Rivers State earlier this year. The plaintiffs had argued that the suspension of elected officials exceeded constitutional limits, but the Apex Court dismissed that contention in the majority judgment. Today, I'm delighted to be joined by two esteemed guests. Here in the studio, we have Dr. Peter Anosike. Dr. Anosike is a philosopher, a development economist, and best-selling author. He's also an erudite commentator on economy, finance, politics, and power. He's also the author of the most talked about book titled Abuse of Power, How Democracy Turned into Tyranny of the Few. Thank you very much for joining us tonight.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah, you're welcome, sir. Joining us virtually is Clem Aguiyi. He is a lawyer, political activist, and a social commentator. He'll get to join us during the show. Let's start with Dr. Peter. Dr. Peter, what do you make of this this ruling today by the Supreme Court? Let's start with that.
For me, the ruling is simply academic because this suit was filed when the River State state of emergency was on, and it was to persuade the president to vacate what he did that was unconstitutional. Understand? But they deliberately kept on the hearing of the case and taking decision until the emergency has expired. That's why I keep on saying we don't have a justice system in the country. So the governors were elected the same way or the president was elected. Understand? The president is national, the governors are subnational. So if the president can remove heads of subnational, it also means that the president can also be removed under state of emergency. It also means that the president can also be removed under state of emergency because it is the same constitution that we all are following. So if the Supreme Court says that the president has power to remove a sitting governor, understand? It also means that the president can be removed under that same circumstance. So for me, I know that what we have at the appeal court, at the Supreme Court, is just judicial contractors. That is what we have there. And the truth is that the evil that we supported today, the evil that we condone today, understand, will one day turn to haunt us. If we fail that to haunt us, it can haunt our children or our children's children. So for me, it's a sad day for the Nigeria judiciary. It is a sad day for democracy because it is giving the president unmerited powers. So it means that with this so-called judgment, it means that the president can be removing governors at will. Understand? They can tell somebody, go and throw bomb in a state. Understand me? So, and with that, the president will remove the governor. So for me, as I said, it is a sad day for Nigerian democracy. It is a sad day for the judicial system in the country.
Okay, with this development, where does this leave the principle of separation of powers between the presidency, legislature, and states?
The only organ that is functioning in Nigeria is the executive. The National Assembly is not functioning and the judiciary is not functioning. Both the National Assembly and the judiciary have become departments of the executive. Whatever the president wants in the National Assembly, he gets it. Whatever the president wants in the judiciary, he gets it. That's why I say what we are practicing today is not democracy but autocracy. Because since there's no checks and balances in the system, it's not democracy.
Okay. So, of course, we know that there's a possibility for everything that is obtainable to be abused. With this development, do you think that there should be safeguards, or some safeguards should exist to prevent future presidents or even our current president from using emergency rule as a political weapon? We saw what happened in Rivers State, and now a court is actually upholding. Won't this become a tool in the hands of presidents?
This is not just a court, it is Supreme Court. And once a Supreme Court gives a judgment, you are not appealing, you can only appeal to God. You can only appeal to God. So there's nothing anybody can do. The Supreme Court has given unwarranted power to the president. And what they are doing now, they are doing it because Tinubu that is in power. It cannot be in power that forever. Highest, if he succeeds in winning 2027 by 2031, which is 6 years away from now, he will be out of office. Understand me? And this, or the next person that comes in might use this to hunt these people that gave this judgment. Understand? So because nothing stays forever.
When you mean that they can use this to hunt this government, can you expatiate on that?
They can use it that even that to hunt those people that made this decision, because when Onenanga, that was the chief of army, was the chief justice of Nigeria, before he was pushed away. Understand me? There were some things that he made that turned against him. Understand me? There were some judicial decisions that he made that later turned against him. So that's why whatever we are doing, we should be thinking of tomorrow. We shouldn't just be thinking of the person to satisfy or the person in power. We should be thinking of tomorrow. How will posterity remember us? What will people think of us? Just for me, I'm thinking poorly of Nigerian judges. I'm thinking very, very poorly of them. Understand? Because of the kind of nonsense judgments they are passing, right from the High Court to the Court of Appeal, even to the Supreme Court. Now, this suit was filed by PDP governors. They deliberately stored it until the 6 months state of emergency expired. Understand me? They deliberately put it outside until the 6 months state of emergency expired. Then they just come up with this stupid. So
you know this thing you said about the deliberate attempt, or the deliberately left.
They deliberately
left
put it
because I
outside.
remember even during Nnamdi Kano's there was one appeal or one Nnamdi Kano
Not just
made.
one, many of the appeals.
And then like you rightly mentioned, it was actually left for a while. And then until after his judgment, that's when the thing now came up again.
Academic.
So, but why? Let's even look at that. Why do you think this happens in our courts
Because
today?
our judges don't have integrity.
Don't you think it might be that they have a lot in there?
Corrupt. It's not. It is not. It is corruption on our judicial system. It is corruption on our justice system. Understand? One, if or there's a case in court on a pending, while there's a judgment to be passed, what you should do is to make sure that the judgment in the other case, which might affect the one that you are about to pass, is finished, is adjudicated before passing this one. But what they do, they'll pretend as if they did not see it, because they already have a mindset. They already have a mindset. Your judgment must go this way. So that's what is happening. That's what Omotosho did, and that's also what this Supreme Court judges also did, and it is corruption on their part.
Okay, let's look at this emergency and this ability or this power to be able to suspend elected officers. What message does this send to voters? Because you cannot just come out and then after you've come out to vote, you've stayed under the sun. We know the rigorous process our voting is. And then after doing all of this, and then somebody tomorrow who all of a sudden just remove your president or remove your governor just because of anything that could come up. What message does this send to voters?
Well, it simply shows that the power doesn't belong to the people anymore. It simply shows that power does not belong to the people anymore, that you can elect somebody, then the president will throw him out. Understand? So that is the message, that we now have King Ahab as a pharaoh. That's as a president. Understand? We now have Almighty, a man who has power to do everything as a president. So that is the message it is sending. But what they don't know is that Tinubu will not be there forever. Highest 6 years he is out of office. He cannot spend a day longer than May 29th, 2031. Understand me? So, which means another person that will come into power will also start doing because what they're not doing is making a monster out of our presidents. And this is not the way a country should go. This is not the way. Judges in America are still ruling against the American president. Understand me? Judges in America are still saying no, that the president gets it wrong, that this thing shouldn't stand. But here we have corrupt people in all the offices. Understand me? So all they are doing is just doing the bidding of the president. What does the president think of this case? From there, opinion will be formed.
Wow. But if this is like you said, it means that the people's voice are no longer important.
The people's vote is
people's votes are no longer important. Yes. But wouldn't that also mean that there will be voter apathy? Because when people think that their votes no longer count or are no longer important, they just decide, okay, let's just stay in our houses and not even decide and not even vote.
One, for me, that's it to be stupidity on my part, going to waste my time staying on the queue, while I know at the end of the day my vote will not count. Understand me? It will be stupidity on my own part. But from what others are saying, just like Natu said that to refuse to vote is not a protest, but a surrender. So when you refuse to vote, you are helping the incumbent to continue in office. When you refuse to vote, you are helping the incumbent to continue in office. So for me, it is a sad day for democracy in Nigeria. It is a sad day for the judicial system.
Okay. Okay. Let's look at Rivers State. You know, Rivers State had this case, and of course, that's even what led to this court ruling. Yes, for the governors going to court and all of that. But would you say that? Let's even look at it. Did the state of emergency that was called in Rivers State, did it help in any way? Did it help improve governance, or it even deepen instability? How would you even judge? How would you, if you're asked to judge, how would you judge that those 6 months that we had that state of emergency?
One, democracy suffered in Rivers State. Understand? One, development suffered. Two, then it is a waste of Rivers State resources. That's 3 things. Democracy suffered. Understand? Governance suffered, and the IBAs that came wasted their resources, because within that 6 months, nothing happened in Rivers State. Understand? I have called people in Rivers State when IBAS was there. What is happening? Development was stalled. Even I said that Rivers people should go to Supreme Court to say that they need the 6 months that was denied from them back, because it was illegally denied. But now Supreme Court has confirmed the illegality of the president's action.
Oh, okay. Let's move on to the next conversation that we have. Prominent opposition figures, including former Vice President Atiku Abubakar, former Senate President David Mark, and ex-presidential candidate Peter Obi have raised serious concerns that Nigeria's multi-party democracy is under threat. In a joint statement, they alleged that the federal government is weaponizing anti-corruption agencies such as the EFCC and the Nigeria police to intimidate political opponents and pressure them into defecting to the ruling All Progressive Congress ahead of the 2027 election. Opposition critics argued that the trend of high-profile defections appears to be politically motivated and risk undermining the credible contest of ideas and competition that a healthy democracy requires. Now, the presidency has firmly rejected these allegations, calling them baseless and self-serving. A statement from the presidential spokesperson, Bayo Nanuga, says there is no threat to multi-party democracy because defections to the APC are entirely voluntary and protected by the Constitution, which guarantees freedom of association. The presidency also dismissed claims that anti-graft agencies are being misused for political ends, insisting that the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission and other bodies operate independently and pursue cases based on evidence and law, not political affiliation. Before we come to our guests to analyze the stories, we'll take a break, and when we return, we'll get back to our guests.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heart.
Glad to have you back. You're still watching the issues on Voice of the People Television. Okay, let's come to Dr. Peter. Dr. Peter, you know, this coalition, they've come together to accuse the federal government, the president, of course. What do you make of this accusation? Do you think what they're saying is true?
What they are saying is true, but they are not supposed to be saying it. What they are saying about using a EFCC, working hard that to make sure that APC wins 2027, understand? The shenanigans, all of them are true, but they are not supposed to be saying it. The reason, contesting for a political office is different from running for the president of a Young Men's Christian Association. It is a different ball game, understand? In politics, you don't look nice. You don't play fair, understand? You don't play fair, you don't look nice. It's a dirty game, and you must do it that way. All of them there are tested politicians. They have run for different offices and know how it works. Understand? So for me, complaining shows weakness. Complaining shows weakness. But if the question whether they are intimidating people that enter APC, the answer is yes, they are doing that. Understand? They are doing that. Then some people are also afraid of what happened in Edo, understand? So that it will not happen that to them. Like the governor of that state, it is fear that is pushing him into APC. Understand? The governor of Delta State, that's Sheriff or whatever, it is fear that push him into APC. Understand me? So then, but the truth is that all this madness, highest by 2031, it will come to an end. All these things that they are doing as if Nigeria that Nigeria has become just a Bola Ahmed Tinubu, it will stop by 2031, and all of them will start looking stupid.
But if you say to stop by 2031, doesn't that look like a long time for Nigeria to be in this state? And what does this portend for us? Because because one of the things that I complain about is looking as if we are gradually sliding into a one-party party system. Don't you think that would not be good for us? Don't you see that coming if this scale of defections continue?
No, we cannot have a one-party state because Nigeria is not one. Understand? Nigeria is not one, so we cannot have a one-party state. Ethnicity is
sorry, I don't mean a one-party state. What I meant is a one-party system, not a one-party state. Actually,
one-party state is one-party system.
Okay.
Understand me? So the ethnicity is strong in Nigeria. Religion is strong in Nigeria. Understand me? So we cannot have what Tinubu is doing now. Understand me? No other person can do it. Understand? So when Tinubu is out of the picture, understand? People will begin to run a helter-skelter. Understand? And saying that it is too long, it's not too long. It's just about 60 months. Understand? 4 years is 48 months. Understand me? So it is not too long. All of us will witness what will happen in 2031. Because for me, all these people are simply being stupid. All of them are simply being very, very stupid. Understand? You cannot collapse the whole country because of one man. If the man want to be for Biya, Museveni, understand? For Kigami, understand? It will be a different ball game. But that cannot happen in Nigeria. Understand? We can never have Paul Biya in Nigeria. We can never have Museveni in Nigeria. We can never have Paul Kigami in Nigeria. So why are you trying to collapse the whole country because of one man? So to me, it is stupidity on their part.
But what makes you think that we can never have all of those sort of persons in the country?
Because Nigeria is a different country.
You think Nigerians are strong enough to resist such a thing?
Nigeria are more than strong enough to resist one-party system.
But we've seen that we've seen that there are so many things that Nigerians have endured. If Nigerians are strong enough, don't you think that they would have raised the voice against many things that are bedeviling us as a country?
Those things are not politics. Understand? Those things are not politics. Nigeria is not we are not common people. If we are common people, it will be easy. Understand me? Nothing will make the Northerners to allow Tinubu to be in office a day after 2031. Nothing will make the Northerners to be in office. Northerners will not allow Tinubu to be in office a day after 2031, assuming he wins 2027. Understand me? So it has never worked and it will not work.
Okay, looking at these mass defections, wouldn't you want to cut the ruling party some slack? Wouldn't you want to say that the reason for these defections, wouldn't you want to put the blame more on weakened opposition? Because if the opposition parties were strong enough, people would not be leaving their parties.
Well, the truth is that anywhere in the world where the government in power is strong, it simply means that the opposition is weak. Understand me? Anywhere in the world where the government in power is strong, it simply means that the opposition is not united. it means that the opposition is weak. If the opposition is strong, if the opposition is united, the government in power will be weak. So that's why I say that these people are not supposed to be complaining. Understand? They're not supposed to be crying like babies. If they unite, if they come together, the government in power will be jittery. Understand? But those that are defecting now have seen that that opposition is not strong enough to save them. Understand? They have seen that the opposition is not strong enough to guarantee their second term. And you know what APC have been saying is that just like 3 days ago, they said that Anambra State will be the last state that they will not win. Understand? So those are mind games. Understand? So for me, I blame the opposition for what is happening. I blame them because they are not united. If they are united, APC is not a strong party. Even on good governance, they have not done anything well. But mind you, what is happening now in PDP, we still have that 16 years of PDP dominion. So today we are having 16 years, maybe just today we are having about 10 years of APC dominion. I don't know what will happen by November, that's by 2027. So even if we have another 16 years of APC dominion, it will not go beyond that 16 years.
Why you are so sure that as if you already have a blueprint of how it will be? What makes you think that APC cannot go beyond 16 years?
I know how Nigeria works. PDP was talking of ruling for 60 years.
Okay.
Understand me? PDP was thinking of ruling for 60 years. Today, APC is thinking of ruling forever. Understand me? So this is Nigeria. I'm old enough to know how Nigeria works.
So how does Nigeria politics work that we think will make them not to go beyond 2031? Because you seem so sure that after 2031, that will be the end of APC, then another party comes in.
And that's once, but if Tinubu succeeds in winning 2027, by 2031, understand, APC cannot contain everybody again. Do you understand me?
Like you feel like there will be rifts or in the
APC
party.
cannot contain everybody who are rushing into it now. Understand? So they'll begin to look for other ways. So all those people now, let me use Anambra and Enugu as an example. So the governor is now in APC. There are also people in APC that want to contest the governorship. Understand? You cannot have 2-3 people from the same party contesting governorship at the same time. They have to look for other parties. Understand me? So that's why it will be difficult that you have one single party in Nigeria.
Okay, I understand that our guest is in now. Our virtual guest is in. Glad to have you join us, Claire Maguiye. Glad to have you join us.
Thank you very much for having me. Good evening.
Okay, so let me just bring you up to speed to what we've been discussing. So currently we're talking about these opposition parties, not opposition, but yeah, of course, opposition parties. Some of the members of opposition parties, like people like Atiku, Peter Obi, and all of that, they've all come together to say that they've alleged that the federal government is weaponizing anti-corruption agencies such as the EFCC and the Nigerian police to intimidate political opponents and pressure them into defecting to the ruling All Progressive Congress ahead of 2027 election. They've actually said they've raised serious concerns that Nigeria's multi-party democracy is under threat. Do you believe that? Do you think you align with them that our democracy is under threat?
At the face value, when you look at these things that are happening in Nigeria, you will nothing but agree that democracy in Nigeria is under threat. Under threat in the sense that people are losing trust and confidence in the political system because of the way our the politicians have been elected to play politics. If people feel that their votes don't count, then they begin to lose interest in democracy and in the process. Now, back to the issue raised by the opposition individuals, because I wouldn't call them opposition parties, because I have not seen them as a political party yet. These are individuals that are opposed to this very government. So we're having opposition without opponents without opposition, actually, in the central governance of Nigeria as it is today. Yes, they have raised the issue of the ruling party weaponizing anti-corruption. The question you ask yourself, the people that they are targeting, are they actually corrupt? Do they do anything that would warrant them being prosecuted, being harassed, or being investigated? I wouldn't want to be part of the people who say don't investigate somebody because he is in the other party or he is inside the ruling party. I wouldn't want to be part of that kind of drive. But I think the real danger of to democracy is not actually what the APC is doing. Because what APC is doing is what they are doing to see that they win election. The people of Nigeria are frustrated with APC, and they want the APC out. But the opposition individuals are not giving the people the leeway. They're not giving the people the opportunity to vent their frustration against APC because of their inability to come together. I'm becoming very much disinterested in the actions of these opposition individuals, in the sense that there's no way they can defeat APC in the 2027 election except they come together. Every one of them must not want to be president or have that sense of entitlement that it must be me that must be president. It appears they are not even determined to save Nigeria or rescue Nigeria or give the people alternative to APC. So the real danger is the inability of the opposition to know what time it is, to understand that they need to come together. For PDP to understand that they cannot go it alone. Actually, to understand that they cannot go it alone. For people who to understand that you cannot go it alone. For ADC to understand that you cannot go it alone. You don't just form opposition by mouth. There's nothing on the ground to show that there is really an opposition to the rampaging APC. That is my problem with our current state of affairs in Nigeria. Because the opposition or the opponents are not really giving the confidence, they're not putting their right foot forward. If they cannot come together, they don't have no reason to complain. If they want to go it alone, the way they're going it alone like a splinter group, then good luck to them. If Tinubu, APC wins the election and comes back, despite the frustration, hunger, and anger in the land, so be it. That's democracy for you.
Okay, would you say that the APC is benefiting from opposition failures?
Of course, naturally. Any failure of the ruling party is a benefit to the opposition. Any failure of the opposition to organize and get together is a benefit to the ruling party. It's a natural flow of events. They must be beneficiary for the crisis in the opposition parties. But the issue is this: if somebody wants to destroy your house, why will you allow that person to destroy you? Can't you put up a resistance and for the first time show resilience, and for the first time show unity among yourself? Except, and I repeat, except the opposition individuals unite as a common coalition, then they cannot be thinking about disrupting APC even the next 20 years. You must have to have that capacity to be united, that ability to surrender your own personal interests and look at the situation, look at the issues, and also have something that you give back. People keep talking about ideology, you don't have ideology. Which of these political parties are even talking on issues that the ruling party is not doing? Can't the opposition parties pick up chapter 3 of our constitution, like which they say non-justiciable, and take it as a manifesto, and make that they are going to make those things like free education, quality health, federal character, war against crime, that they're going to make all this injusticiable, that the government must have to provide it and respect it. That's enough ideology for anybody to run with. Why can't they look at that chapter 3 right? Why must there be everybody is looking at the chapter 4 rights, which are not absolute, which you cannot even except section 36, which you can say is absolute. Every other thing in section 4 rights are not absolute. And then section 3, chapter 3 rights, which are supposed to touch me and you, which are the basic things like the right to have clean water, right to have good hospital, right to have equality in economic distribution. This is again in the constitution, but they're not justiciable. Why can't these political parties take it up like India did and said, we are going to make it justiciable, and then run with it and see people will not follow you? So they allow themselves to be infested by crisis. It's not like PDP. Why would we tolerate Wike up to this time? Wike destroyed PDP up to this moment that we are. When there's someone they call it to expel him, can't he see himself as outside? He's already outside, so let him go and join APC. The issue is that these opposition individuals have not understand that there's a difference between being an opponent and opposition. They are just opponents to the present government and not opposition to the present government. For them to be an opposition, they have to come together, unite collectively, and then present an agenda to the people and produce a rallying point that people can follow. It doesn't matter where the person comes from. If the mood of the nation says this president will come from the south, take somebody from the south. If that's the mood of the nation, are you not around that person? If it is somebody from the north that will rescue this country, then take it. But understand that Nigeria is on a tripod. And if it is turn of the south to produce a president, by all means, look for a quality candidate from the south. You're not around that person, irrespective of your religion or ethnicity. And understand that it is Nigeria first that requires rescue. As long as they keep a sense of entitlement, thinks he's the one that will be president without negotiating with other people, and people felt he has the right to be a serial runner of a presidential election, that he cannot be a kingmaker this time, or somebody else feeling this is my turn. If it's not my turn, then let's eat. Then you cannot defeat the incumbent. The incumbent is, no matter how bad he is already 50% ahead in any election. President Tinubu, as I speak to you today, is as bad as his government is 50% ahead. So how do you do a catch-up as a center group, except you leave your individual idiosyncrasies, unite in the collective, and then push to see if you can defeat the ruling party. Because the ruling party is humongous. It's a hegemony. It's like a dragon. You need to be united to be able to do anything to scratch the skin of a ruling party. It's not easy to defeat a ruling party, not talk of in Africa. But for you to do that, there must be a resistance, united resistance by the opposition parties. It has not happened.
Okay, talking about united opposition voices, but what are the long-term consequences if opposition voices continue to shrink like we are seeing them shrink these days?
Nobody has closed my mouth from talking. Nobody has talked about the politician in that lane. If I am, I will understand that you really have to read the room very well. The only way they can make an impact in the 2027 election is not by complaining that our voice is shrinking. The more they want to cover your mouth, the more you are shouting. The more they are trying to stop you, the more you are moving. The more they are trying to put you on the ground locally here, the more you're internationalizing the campaign. The focus of the world today is on Nigeria. So what are the opposition parties doing to bring to the fore the problem that is Nigeria? By coming together, united, everyone who understands politics understand that if you want to repeat 2023, the way you went in 2023, you want to repeat it again, you will fail woefully. It's a waste of time. You will fail. It doesn't matter who you bring, so long as you are a splitter group. So is going his own.
Okay, we seem to have lost connection with him. Dr. Peter. Yes, so I need you to just let's quickly have your concluding thought on what you were about to say. I know you wanted to say something. Can you quickly land on your thought? . Okay, let's come back to you, Dr. Peter. How might this defection trend, how might this defection trend shape voter participation or perception and turnout ahead of 2027?
Well, it's good. One, it is going to lead to voter apathy because one of the beauties of democracy is choice. Understand? Choice between maybe two, three different people or two, three different parties. But when you see that there's only one party, understand, and you are not willing to vote for that party, and you stay in your house, you will stay in your house. So it's only those who want to vote for the ruling party that will come out that will vote, because many people don't have such a luxury of time to waste. So, and one thing that increases interest in politics is if there's choice. You feel that your vote can make a difference. But what all we are seeing now, if you are not voting for the ruling party, you will think that your vote will not make any difference. Therefore, you will prefer staying in your house. So, and like Aguyi said, it is the opposition that is fending Nigerians. It is the opposition that is not giving Nigeria hope. I have said it the other day. One of the strategies of winning election is to make people angry. The more angry people are, the more they will be willing to change. That to winning, that to demand for a change. But now, these people, nobody is making Nigerians angry. Understand? Nobody is making Nigeria angry. So they will continue remaining docile until the election comes. Unless if these people are able to come together, understand, putting aside their individual differences and bring up one candidate and support that candidate. If that is not done, Tinubu will still win in 2027.
Okay, before we go, let's quickly get to the third conversation. The former Minister of Information, Lai Mohammed, has, of course, hit back at critics, accusing past administrations of misconduct, surely, of course, the Buhari administration. Speaking during a televised interview, Mohammed said former President Buhari's record should not be judged solely on corruption allegations lodged against former ministers, stressing that accountability must be based on fact and due process rather than political rhetoric. On the contentious issue of the NSAS protest and the Lekki toll gate incident, Mohammed reiterated the government's position that there was no massacre at the toll gate. He said, a claim, of course, that remains fiercely debated among activists and, of course, all Nigerians. That claim will fiercely be debated. What do you make of this? Buhari's legacy. We are seeing many of his ministers, many of those who had served under him, are being are currently under either one issue or the other with EFCC, and now Lai Mohammed is saying what he's saying. What do you make of this?
Lai Mohammed was in limbo until the Buhari rehabilitated him. So he should always be grateful to him. Understand? But since 2015, I've been saying that Buhari doesn't have presence.
How do you mean?
That he doesn't know what is going on around him.
Okay.
He has never known what is going on around, even when he was a young man. Understand? He doesn't have that presence. Whatever responsibility that was entrusted to him has been done by other people. As a young man, when he was the head of it was Tunde Idiabo that was running the government. Understand? When Abacha appointed him the chairman of PTF, Petroleum and Trust Fund, understand, which was the biggest ministry at that time, it was a consultancy, a consulting firm that he hired, understand, to do the job. That is why at that time, either 25 billion naira was missing. Buhari couldn't account for it because he doesn't know about the day-to-day activities. Then as a president, the same thing. That was why Aisha, his wife, was shouting that cabals has hijacked his administration because he has never had that mental presence. So, and for his legacy, he is a failure through and through. He failed as a military head of state. He failed as an elected president.
Okay, we would have to draw the curtains at this point. Thank you very much, Dr. Peter. Thank you for your analysis, as always, as intelligent as always. And thank you, Clem Agui, for being a part of us all the way from Anambra State. That's all for today's episode of The Issues. We explored the challenges facing Nigeria's politics and electoral governance. Thank you for joining us. Don't forget to tune in next time for more in-depth analysis and discussion. Follow us on social media to stay up to date on the latest news and insight. Until next time, stay informed. I am Nenna Ndomdioto. This has been The Issues on Voice of the People Television, where the future faces forward. Please don't forget to stay tuned for hashtag with Vivian and Ikechukwu by 8 p.m. Don't go away.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
Voice of the people. You can hear me now. My name is Patrick Doyle, and I wish that you continue to echo the voices of the people. Big up VOP TV.
My name is Suibifa Dokobo. Please keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, my name is Kwekumali Ikenna Onyekwena, and I am with the Voice of the People TV. Now, if you're looking for the veritable channel for information, politics, robust discussions, you don't need to go far. VOP has you. VOP will always have you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Patrick Diabwa, aka Ibani Chuka, Amayanabo the Eagle King, and you are watching VOP TV. Stay with us.
Hello there, my name is Damilola Ogunsi, also known as the Goldfish.
Hi, my name is Chiki Bright Emmanuel. I'm an actor and a filmmaker.
Hello peeps, my name is Yomi E. Adejimo.
Hi everyone, I'm Paul Utomi.
Hi everyone, my name is Stacey Benjamin, and this is Voice of the People TV.
I need you to keep it locked to VOP TV. See, are you looking for good entertainment? You want to get good movies, good music, politics, talk shows, sports and entertainment. You really want a channel that gives you everything you need without you having to run around. VOP is where you are. That's Voice of the People.
If you're not listening to this, you're not one of us, and you deserve to be killed. Scrap chat. Don't be killed, but watch it. Well, I'll find you, and I want you. And you are locked on